I've got a reincarnation system, and I'm building a big summer court. Chapter 1: The Reincarnation System. Am I crossing over? Back to God. Xia Ling Tian, eyes revealed the color of shock. Did not expect to stay up all night reading novels. Can really sudden death. What's outrageous is that it even crossed over. Both came and went. And anyway, in his previous life, he was an orphan with no attachments. Suddenly, Xia Ling Tian felt a sudden sharp pain in his brain and instantly screamed miserably. Not long after, the pain disappeared, and many more memories suddenly appeared in his brain. The very memories of his original body. The continent of Kyushu, Qingzhou, Daxia dynasty. The only son of the current human king and the crown prince of Daxia. This is the identity of the noble people. But because there is no cultivation talent from childhood, was called behind the back of the waist prince. 16 years of extreme autism, basically never out of the prince hall. Just now because of a moment of thought suicide ended 16 years of life. But also at this time Xia Ling Tian happened to cross over to occupy the physical body. In the continent of the 9 states, strength is honored. To be born in a world where strength is honored as an ordinary person is a sadness. Maybe that's why the original committed suicide. Although the original body is a waste, but the current human king has always treated the original body very well. Never disliked him as a waste. After all, is the only son, since he cannot cultivate as a normal person to live a life. As for the mother of the original body, the memory has not seen since childhood. Xia Zhouyue told him is born when he died in childbirth. And now the Daxia dynasty is already in a shaky state after the death of the royal ancestor. The domestic forces have been in turmoil, listening to the Zhao, not listening to the declaration. The northern Liang king of Daxia stationed at the border has even blatantly begun to rebel. Sorting out the memories in his mind, Xia Ling Tian smiled bitterly. God, you let me cross into such a world where strength is honored, but I'm a loser. I might as well be dead. Although he is a crown prince. But now the situation of the Daxia dynasty, what is the use of this crown prince? Purely to give the rebel people to destroy his reason. Your Royal Highness, what's wrong with you? At this time, the palace maid outside the hall heard Xia Ling Tian's screams and hurriedly asked anxiously. After all, this was the crown prince, and if anything happened, they, the palace maids, would definitely be the first to be questioned. I'm fine, don't worry. Hearing the palace maid's voice, Xia Ling Tian also returned. Hey, can it be alright? It's not easy to cross over once, only to encounter this kind of situation. It's better not to cross over at all. Everyone else crossing over has all kinds of golden fingers. Why don't I have any? Xia Ling Tian inwardly spat madly. Lord of Reincarnation, the golden finger has arrived. Right at this moment, a voice sounded in Xia Ling Tian's head. What? System? Xia Ling Tian froze. There really was a golden finger? That's right, it's me. The voice in his head sounded again. Ha, there really is a system. It seems that God treats me well. Receiving the confirmation, Xia Ling Tian was completely caught up in excitement. System? What kind of system are you? What are all the functions? After getting excited, Xia Ling Tian hurriedly asked in his head. Lord of Reincarnation. This system is the reincarnation system. Consuming the power of reincarnation can summon in the reincarnation all the virtual or real existed human masters in the Chinese universe to come and assist the Lord of Reincarnation. And the person summoned is 100% loyal to the Lord of Reincarnation. The current reincarnation system is level 1, with 1 summoning quota top tier, 5 first tier, and 10 second tier. Summoning system? This is awesome. Just love this kind of system. Ha. Hearing the system's reply, Xia Ling Tian instantly understood the function of this system. However, what does this summoning quota mean? The summoning quota represents the quota of human masters that the Lord of Reincarnation can currently summon using the power of reincarnation. And after all of them have been summoned, you will need to upgrade the reincarnation system to unlock the quota before you can continue summoning. Hearing this, Xia Ling Tian sort of understood that no matter how much reincarnation power he had, if the system was not upgraded, the only ones he could summon out of the world would be the slots that the system currently already had. System, do I have to use the power of reincarnation to summon it? That's right, consuming the power of reincarnation is the only way to summon the world in the midst of reincarnation. Then how do I get the power of reincarnation? Do I have the power of reincarnation now? Xia Ling Tian asked. The system will automatically collect the power of reincarnation when the Lord of Reincarnation or the generals under his command kill the enemy. Activating the reincarnation system for the first time. Rewarding the Lord of Reincarnation with 10,000 reincarnation power. 1 free summoning quota for a second-rate human master. and 1 free summoning quota for a third-rate to first-rate randomized 1,000 member army. Given that the Lord of Reincarnation's talent has been sealed, the system will automatically lift the seal for the Lord of Reincarnation. In view of the Lord of Reincarnation's talent being garbage, the Lord of Reincarnation is hereby rewarded with Hongmeng level talent. In light of the Lord of Reincarnation's bloodline trash, hereby reward the Lord of Reincarnation's reincarnation bloodline. In light of the fact that the Lord of Reincarnation's cultivation technique is trash, the Lord of Reincarnation is hereby rewarded with the Hongmeng reincarnation decree. Given that the Lord of Reincarnation does not have a personal weapon, the Lord of Reincarnation is hereby rewarded with the Reincarnation Emperor sword and the Reincarnation Emperor armor. In view of the main body of reincarnation being trashy, the Lord of Reincarnation's Hongmeng reincarnation body is hereby rewarded. In view of the fact that the Lord of Reincarnation has no divine ability, the Lord of Reincarnation is hereby rewarded with the Eye of Reincarnation. The rewards have all been distributed. Will the Lord of Reincarnation claim them? Seeing the system's first reward, Xia Ling Tian was ecstatic inside. It was simply too luxurious, although he didn't know what level it was all about, but just by looking at the name, he knew it couldn't be weak. With these rewards, he believed that gaining a foothold in Daxia would not be a problem at all. Not to mention Daxia, even if the entire continent of Kyushu was given time, he was confident that he would become the overlord of the Kyushu continent. System, pick up. When Xia Ling Tian finished receiving, countless information instantly flooded into Xia Ling Tian's mind. The merit information, bloodline information, talent information, physique information, divine ability information, and weapon information all appeared in his mind, and all of these rewards were integrated into Xia Ling Tian's body. Hongmeng level talent, no bottlenecks in cultivation. Cultivation speed unmatched. Xia Ling Tian no longer knew how to describe this speed. Reincarnation bloodline, fully activated, can be reborn by dripping blood. Hongmeng reincarnation body, upon reaching the grand completion. After falling, one can be reborn in the cycle of reincarnation, which is equal to immortality. Hongmeng reincarnation decision, cultivation of the great can enter the reincarnation resurrection of all those who have fallen. Eye of Reincarnation, can see through all things in the world. Reincarnation Emperor Sword, innate Hongmeng level, can cut off all karma in the world. Reincarnation Emperor Armor, innate Hongmeng level, can defend against everything in the world. Xia Ling Tian was completely stunned as he looked at these heaven-defying objects. It's not too anticlimactic. It's totally an undead little powerhouse. Either the blood drops are reborn or the wheel is reborn. Either the attack is invincible or the defense is invincible. Though these are predicated on him being strong enough. But is it hard to get stronger with all these anticlimactic things? All rewards have been distributed. Lord of Reincarnation, please check. System, what do you mean by that summoning quota third to first class? The hierarchical division of human jia is divided into second-rate human jia, first-rate human jia, top-rate human jia, half-step absolute human jia, etc. Is this a different level and a different realm to summon? The talent of a human jia is extraordinary, and the rank of a human jia determines how many ranks a human jia can fight across, independent of the realm in which it is summoned. Chapter 2, Breaking Through the Peak of Jindan. Second rate can cross 3 minor realms. First rate can cross 5 minor realms. Top rate can cross 7 minor realms. Half-step Jedi can cross 9 minor realms, and Jedi can fight across 1 major realm. The stronger the power of the Lord of Reincarnation, the stronger the strength of the person summoned. Is that so? And how much reincarnation power does it take to summon a second-rate human master? Second rate requires 100,000 chakra power. First rate requires 1 million chakra power, and so on. By the way, there are soldiers that can be summoned as well? If a human jia comes with his own soldiers, depending on the level of the human jia's soldiers, a third-rate soldier can be summoned for 1 chakra. A second-rate soldier can be summoned for 10 chakras. A first-rate soldier can be summoned for 100 chakras, and so on. Third-rate troop types may not fight across ranks. Second-rate troop types may fight across 1 minor realm. First-rate troop types may fight across 2 minor realms. Top-rate troop types may fight across 3 minor realms. And half-step Jedi troop types may fight across 4 minor realms. After hearing the system's explanation, Xiaoling Tian was also aware of the role of the human jia rank. Equivalent rank is not a factor that determines the realm of an out-of-this-world master, but rather a factor that determines the battle over the rank. But the higher the rank of the human jade, the stronger it is, right? After understanding the role of the system clearly, Xiaoling Tian decided to cultivate first at the first opportunity to see just how heaven-defying this Hongmeng reincarnation skill was. After thinking about it, Xiao Ling Tian directly sat down in the same spot and began to cultivate the Hongmeng reincarnation skill. Pressing the memories in his mind, he began to run the Hongmeng reincarnation technique. As Xiao Ling Tian cultivated, countless spiritual qi in the void surged into his body, cleansing his meridians and marrow. In a few breaths of time, Xiao Ling Tian instantly broke through to the first level of qi refining, becoming a true martial artist. And that's not all. As time goes on, 6th level of qi refining, 7th level of qi refining, 11th level of qi refining, 12th level of qi refining. In no time Xiao Ling Tian arrived at the legendary level of the qi refining realm, the 12th level of qi refining. The regular people in the qi refining realm only had a maximum of 9 layers, and only those demonic people had the possibility to raise themselves to the 10th and 11th layers of qi refining. As for the 12th floor, one had never heard of anyone reaching it in Qingzhou, and Xiao Ling Tian broke through to the 12th level of qi refining in only a few breaths of time. So he had to say that the Hongmeng reincarnation skill that the system had rewarded him with was truly heaven-defying. And of course it had to do with rewarding his talent. The Hongmeng level talent. The cultivation hadn't stopped yet, and at the 12th level of qi refining there was only a slight pause. Boom! Only a popping sound could be heard coming from Xiao Ling Tian's body, instantly breaking through the foundation establishment realm. In the continent of the 9 states, martial practitioners cultivated by absorbing the spiritual qi of the heaven and earth, while the cultivation realms were divided into qi refining, foundation establishment realm, Jindan, Yuaning, God transformation, cave void, celestial realm, and nirvana realm. As for after the nirvana realm, Xiao Ling Tian said he didn't know either. After all, the Daxia dynasty was only a small dynasty in the Qingzhou, and in the Qingzhou, dynasties like Daxia were not to say that they were numerous, but they were also in the minority. Xiao Ling Tian seemed to have entered a realm of oblivion at this time, and nothing in the outside world could disturb him. The realm is still rising. The 3rd level of foundation building, the 6th level of foundation building, and the 9th level of foundation building. Boom! Another explosive sound rang out. Xiao Ling Tian had already broken through to the Jindan realm. At this moment, the outside world's heaven and earth aura converged on the entire Crown Prince Hall. The maids and guards outside the palace were shocked by this imagery. What is this? How is it that so much aura is converging here? A guard looked at the situation, at a loss for words, and murmured, I don't know. Hurry up and inform the human king. His Highness the Crown Prince is still inside. Don't let anything happen. We can't afford it. After saying that, the guards hurriedly ran to report. Although Xiao Ling Tian was a waste for 16 years being taunted by people, but only behind his back, and they were all powerful people. Ordinary guards like them, who had to have no background. Xiao Ling Tian's status as the crown prince was still too much for them to dare to be reckless. Not long after, Xiao Zhou, the great Xia human king who received the report from the guards, also arrived at this place. What's going on here? Where's the prince? Xia Zhou looked at the crown prince hall that was wrapped in heaven and earth aura and was filled with worry as she hurriedly asked the maid at the door. Your Majesty, the slave girls don't know what's going on. It's just that all of a sudden the crown prince's palace is wrapped in these auras. The maid's face was alarmed as she explained. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhou didn't ask these maids again. After all, they were just a group of ordinary people and it was normal for them not to know anything about the situation. Tian, are you in there? Is there anything wrong? Xia Zhou shouted at the temple. Nay. At this time, Xiao Ling Tian had long since entered the oblivion of cultivation, and was simply unaware of the outside world. Tian. Seeing no response, Xia Zhou was anxious. Straight away, he went up and pushed open the door to the temple. The moment he pushed open the door, countless spiritual qi madly surged into it, sweeping towards Xiao Ling Tian, and was instantly sucked into his body. Then he saw Xiao Ling Tian's realm rise crazily. Jindan 3rd layer, Jindan 6th layer, Jindan 9th layer. It wasn't until the 9th level of Jindan that he stopped continuing his breakthrough. Seeing this situation, Xia Zhou froze, then was filled with joy. Tianer can cultivate and has even reached the 9th level of Jindan? Who dares to call my son a loser? Ha ha! Xia Zhou was ecstatic in her heart. It was just a situation he wasn't sure if it was good or bad. How could Tianer suddenly be able to cultivate? And it's so scary? Not thinking much, Xia Zhou exited the hall and closed the door. All of you go down. No one is allowed to talk about what happened here outside. Just pretend it didn't happen. Or else. Xia Zhou looked at the several maids and guards and said in a stern voice, Don't worry, Your Majesty. We don't know anything. It had better be. Get off. Yes, the slave girls retire. Subsequently, only Xia Zhouyue was left alone in this place. Tian what the hell is going on with you? After a few people left, Xia Zhouyue was both happy and worried in her heart. Happy because his son could finally cultivate and was no longer a waste in the eyes of others. The worry was that the situation was so appalling that he didn't know if it was good or bad, and that he wouldn't be taken over by some old demon. Inside the hall, Xiaoling Tian was still immersed in his cultivation, and it was only when the realm reached the peak of Jindan that he came to a complete stop. Half a dozen times, Xiaoling Tian opened his eyes and felt the realm at this moment and directly froze. This is the peak of Jindan? Xiaoling Tian murmured. Worthy of being a Hongmeng-level talent and technique. It's truly heaven-defying. Tian how are you? At this moment, Xia Zhouyue, who was outside the door, sensed the end of Xiaoling Tian's cultivation and hurriedly shouted, the king of the Daxia people? Also, my father in this life? Hearing the voice, Xiaoling Tian was stunned. Then his face was complicated. Since it's because of you that I've been reanimated, I'll be you from now on, and your father will naturally be my father as well. As soon as this thought came out, Xiaoling Tian suddenly felt a wave of relaxation all over his body, and the fit between his soul and his body completely merged into one. Xiaoling Tian smiled faintly. Father, I'm fine. Come in. Chapter 3, The First Summoning, Huaxiong's Appearance. Tian you? Xia Zhouyue looked at Xiaoling Tian, already completely at a loss as to what to say. In just this moment of time, to break through from a mortal to the peak of Jindan, no one in the entire continent of the 9 states had ever seen it. Right, father? My son has gained some strange encounters, so I can now cultivate. Xiaoling Tian laughed. Ha ha, good. Worthy of being my Xia Zhouyue's son? How could my son be a waste in their eyes? Upon hearing this, Xia Zhouyue laughed, then sighed. AI. It's a pity that today's Daxia is already shaky and on the verge of collapse. Father, is it already this bad? Hearing Xia Zhouyue's words, Xiaoling Tian's face also changed as he asked in a deep voice. Since your grandfather's fall, all the lords from all sides have wanted to take over Daxia, and the king of Northern Liang has even blatantly rebelled. Xia Zhouyue sighed softly and said helplessly, it's also my fault that I'm useless, not being able to break through to the god transformation realm for so many years. And only then did I allow these rebels to take advantage of it. The Daxia dynasty, originally the number 1 power within the dynasty, only the royal ancestor was at the god of transformation realm. Nay, the royal ancestor accidentally fell during a trip to the secret realm. As of this moment, the royal family's only transformation god realm had fallen, so one could imagine what situation they would face. Various forces within the dynasty have tried to replace Daxia, especially the Northern Liang king at the border and the 3 great families within the royal city. These several forces all possessed peak Yuaning powerhouses, and the Northern Liang royal house even possessed 2 peak Yuaning powerhouses. The royal family, on the other hand, only had 2 peak Yuaning. It was none other than Xia Zhouyue, Xiaoling Tian's father, and Xia Zhoming, Xiaoling Tian's royal uncle. Father, don't worry, give me some time. These rebels are nothing but dirt. A golden light flashed in Xiaoling Tian's eyes as he confidently said. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhouyue froze, then her face was filled with bitter smiles, clearly not taking Xiaoling Tian's words seriously. However, he still returned. Good, then I will buy you a little more time. Tian cultivate well. After saying that, Xia Zhouyue also turned around and left. Looking at Xia Zhouyue's departing back, Xiaoling Tian suddenly felt as if his father had aged a lot. Father, don't worry. With me here, nothing will happen to Daxia. Xiaoling Tian thought in his heart. With that, he said to the system in his head, System, use the free human summoning quota. Although now he had already broken through to the peak of Jindan, this strength was obviously unable to solve what was happening to Daxia today, so Xiaoling Tian could only place his hopes on the summoning quota. Let's hope we can summon a human master of the Yuaning realm. Xiaoling Tian thought. Congratulations to the Lord of Reincarnation for summoning the world's second-rate human expert Huaxiong in his reincarnation. Huaxiong? Dongzhuo's general? Huaxiong, the man who made Guan Yu famous? A second-rate human expert? Although he hadn't summoned a first-rate manje, second-rate wasn't bad either, and he could fight over the 3rd rank. Right at this moment, there was a fluctuation in the void in front of Xiaoling Tian, and then he saw a gap split in the void, which grew larger and larger until it was the size of a person. A burly man with a large sword stepped out of the crack. My subordinate Huaxiong. See your highness the crown prince. Huaxiong took a step out and arrived in front of Xiaoling Tian. kneeling on one knee and saluting. For all outgoing human masters, the system would implant the information of this world and Xia Ling Tian's identity into the human master's brain. Looking at Hua Xiong and sensing his opponent's strength, Xia Ling Tian's face was pleased. General Hua Xiong, please rise. With General Hua Xiong coming, why would my great Xia be afraid of the various rebels? Your Highness is too kind. My subordinate is ashamed. Hua Xiong got up and grinned at Xia Ling Tian, and immediately his mouth was full of yellow teeth exposed. Ha ha, General Hua Xiong doesn't need to humble himself. Xia Ling Tian laughed out loud, then asked the system. System, do you have any information on Hua Xiong? At that moment, a message was sent into Xia Ling Tian's brain. Name, Hua Xiong. Word, none. Dynasty, Late Han Dynasty. 3 kingdoms. Rank, second-rate general. Physique, Tiger Demon Overlord Body. Technique, Tiger Demon Sacred Cannon. Talent, second-rate. Realm, Peak Yuaning. Troop type, first-rate, Western Liang Iron Cavalry. Second-rate, Western Liang Elite. Seeing Hua Xiong's information, Xia Ling Tian didn't feel surprised. As soon as Hua Xiong appeared he knew that it was definitely the Yuaning realm. He just didn't expect it to be the peak of Yuaning. As for the troop types, it has the first-class troop type Shilian Iron Cavalry and the second-class Shilian Elite. A first-class soldier is in existence that can fight beyond the second class. System, what does this second-rate talent mean? The talents of the continent of the 9 states are at the yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, King, Emperor, and Imperial levels, and the second stream Xia Ling Tian had not heard of it yet. This is a talent classified by the system. Although it is second-rate, it is comparable to the Emperor-level talent of the Kyushu continent. That strong? Xia Ling Tian was shocked. A second-rate was comparable to an emperor. What about a first-rate, top-rate or even an absolute generation? System, the soldier summoning also appears directly in this temple of mine? Thinking that there were still 1,000 soldier slots, Xia Ling Tian also asked. After all, although this temple of his was not small, it was still slightly crowded with 1,000 people. The Lord of Reincarnation may choose his own location for the emergence of his soldiers. So, Hua Xiong, follow me to the back of the mountain. Yes. Afterward, Xia Ling Tian led Hua Xiong to a large mountain behind the royal palace. System, can I choose Hua Xiong's troop type for this troop summoning? Coming to the back of the mountain, Xia Ling Tian asked the system. You may designate the Western Liang Elite. You may not select the Western Liang Iron Cavalry, or randomize Western Liang Elite. Although it's a second-rate troop type, it can cross the first rank to fight. System, then summon 1,000 Western Liang Elites. After thinking clearly, Xia Ling Tian decided to still summon the Western Liang Elite. After all, Hua Xiong has come out of the world. There is a choice. Certainly should have been Hua Xiong is the main. Congratulations to the Lord of Reincarnation for summoning 1,000 of the World West Liang Elite. It was similar to Hua Xiong's emergence, but the Void Rift was much larger. After all, it was 1,000 people coming out. Troop type, Western Liang Elite. Rank, second-rate soldier. Number, 1,000. Realm, 1 major captain at the 7th level of Yuaning, 10 minor captains at the 4th level of Yuaning, and 989 team members at the Jindan realm. Is this so great? Xia Ling Tian was shocked. He didn't expect a second-rate soldier to be so strong. All Jindan. There were even 11 Yuaning captains. You have to know that this is an existence that can cross the ranks. The strength of the entire royal family in the Jindan realm is not known to be this much. Just for this moment, Xia Ling Tian felt that he could be invincible to the great Xia dynasty. After all, a Hua Xiong at the peak of Yuaning could battle the 3rd level of transformation spirit, the royal ancestor. Xia Ling Tian's grandfather is only the 1st level of the transformation spirit, which can be invincible to the entire Xia, so that the various rebels do not dare to act rashly. It wasn't until the old ancestor accidentally fell that each of them revealed their claws and teeth. You will station yourselves here to cultivate, and for the time being, do not let anyone know of your existence. Xia Ling Tian looked at the group of Western Liang elites and commanded. Yes, Your Highness. The crowd responded respectfully. Wario, will you stay here and train them, or will you come back with me? Afterward, Xia Ling Tian asked Hua Xiong. Your Highness the Crown Prince, they have all been molded into a battle-ready army. There is no need to train them. Your Highness the Crown Prince is out on his own. My subordinates should still follow Your Highness around to protect you. Hearing this, Xia Ling Tian pondered a little and felt that Hua Xiong was right. Nowadays the Xia is in turmoil. It is not possible to say when we will have to face the attack of the rebels. Having Hua Xiong by his side can indeed play a lot of roles. Good. Then come back with me. After thinking it through, Xiaoling Tian also agreed with Hua Xiong's meaning. Chapter 4, The Immortal Treasure Pavilion. The next few days nothing happened. These days Xiaoling Tian also has been in the middle of cultivation, but did not break through to Yuanying. After all, is just break through soon. Need a little time to calm down. On this day, Xiaoling Tian, who was cultivating, received a report from his maid. Your Highness, the king has summoned his highness. At those words, Xiaoling Tian stopped his cultivation. Got it. I'll be right there. What does father want with me at this hour? Shaking his head, Xiaoling Tian then walked towards Xia Zhouyue's chambers. Father, you wanted to see me? Arriving at the bedchamber, Xiaoling Tian looked at Xia Zhouyue and asked, Tian, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion has just sent out a message that there will be an auction held on the morrow, and it is rumored that there will be a Yuanying Dan up for auction. Father wants me to go and auction this Yuanying Dan? Hearing what Xia Zhouyue said, Xiaoling Tian was also aware of what his father was looking for him for. That's right, didn't you break through to Peak Jin Dan? With this Yuanying Dan, I believe you will soon be able to break through to the Yuanying realm. This is 50 million lower grade spirit stones. It should be enough to auction off the Yuanying Dan. Xia Zhouyue nodded. Then he handed Xiaoling Tian a storage bag containing 50 million lower grade spirit stones. At those words, Xiaoling Tian froze, not expecting it to be for his own sake. And what a good father! Xiaoling Tian suddenly felt a sour nose. The previous life as an orphan Xiaoling Tian simply do not know what is a father's love. Did not expect to come to the other world can still experience the feeling of having a father care. Don't worry, father, my son will never let father down. Receiving the storage bag, Xiaoling Tian assured, Xia Yun, Xia Xian, come in. At this time, Xia Zhouyue shouted at the door. Then he saw two young men of about 25 walk in. Xia Yun, Xia Xian attends to the king. See His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. The duo came in and saluted straight towards Xia Zhouyue. However, when he saw Xiaoling Tian, his face changed slightly and he still saluted. When Xiaoling Tian saw the change in the duo's faces, he just smiled faintly and did not say anything. He knew that these two must be looking down on him inside. After all, the predecessor was a waste that couldn't cultivate. Xia Yun, Xia Xian. From today onwards the two of you will follow the Crown Prince and be responsible for protecting the Crown Prince's safety. Xia Zhouyue said as she looked at the two of them. Then he looked at Xiaoling Tian again. Tian, these two are the geniuses that father has cultivated since childhood. Both of them are not weak, both are Yuanying triple. They will follow you in the future. This, father, this is not necessary. My son has subordinates. Xiaoling Tian laughed bitterly. All right, that's settled. Go down. Xia Zhouyue waved her hand, not allowing refusal. All right, in that case, my son will take his leave. Leaving the bedchamber, Xiaoling Tian directly returned to the Crown Prince Hall, followed by Xia Yun and Xia Xian. Do you two not want to follow His Highness? Looking at the duo, Xiaoling Tian asked. No, my lord wouldn't dare. The two bowed their heads and returned. However, the color in the eyes of the two, Xiaoling Tian could see it clearly. In that case, follow this highness well. It won't let you down. After saying that, Xiaoling Tian directly used his eye of reincarnation to look at the duo. Instantly all the information of the two was appearing in Xiaoling Tian's brain, just like Hua Xiong's information. Name, Xia Yun. Age, 25. Power, Daxia Dynasty. Realm, Yuanying threefold. Physique, none. Talent, Xian level. Technique, glazed golden body decision. Name, Xia Xian. Age, 25. Power, Daxia Dynasty. Realm, Yuanying threefold. Physique, none. Talent, Xian level. Technique, glazed golden body decision. I didn't realize that father valued the two so much that he gave them the opportunity to cultivate my Xia family's ancestral techniques. After reading the duo's profiles, Xiaoling Tian lamented. The glazed golden body decision was precisely the Xia family's ancestral technique, the only one of its kind at the lower rank. However, both of them were Xian-ranked talents, and were worthy of this technique. In the Grand Xia, Xian-level talent was already a 1 in a million existence, and had never heard of anyone with Earth-level talent. Even Xia Zhouyue only had Xian-level talent. It was no wonder that Xia Zhouyue valued the duo so much, but yet he handed them over to Xiaoling Tian. It was not hard to see that Xia Zhouyue really valued Xiaoling Tian. Hua Xiong, follow me to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Xiaoling Tian shouted at the door. Yes. Hua Xiong entered the temple and answered. You two come along too. Ah, yes. When the two men saw Hua Xiong, they were inwardly shocked. This man was so strong. Hearing Xia Ling Tian's words, he hurriedly returned to his senses and responded, "Your Highness, this man is?" Xia Yan looked at Hua Xiong and asked, "Same as you. My guards, go!" Xia Ling Tian faintly said. He then headed straight for the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Immortal Treasure Pavilion? The #1 Chamber of Commerce in Qingzhou. The entire Qingzhou large and small countless cities are dotted with Immortal Treasure Pavilion branches. I heard that even the 5 major imperial dynasties in Qingzhou didn't dare to offend the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, an existence on par with the only imperial dynasty in Qingzhou. However, Immortal Treasure Pavilion only does business and never makes enemies with all the forces. Provided of course that they don't go to find Immortal Treasure Pavilion trouble, or else they will die without knowing how to die. There was once a party, a clan comparable to an imperial dynasty, that did not take the Immortal Treasure Pavilion seriously, and brought people to exterminate an Immortal Treasure Pavilion chapter, resulting in the next day when this clan was directly uprooted, with none of them surviving. Also from this point onwards, all the forces in Qingzhou were aware of the terror of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and no longer dared to provoke it. On this day, Xiaoling Tian brought Hua Xiong and the 3 of them to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion Chamber of Commerce. Is this the Immortal Treasure Pavilion? There are quite a lot of people, worthy of being the #1 Chamber of Commerce in Qingzhou. Looking at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion where people came and went, Xiaoling Tian lamented, "Your Highness, this is only the first level is for all the cultivators in the city, so there are still a lot of people. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion has a total of 7 floors. And the next few floors upwards are all about some high-grade treasures, so there are a lot fewer people." To the side, Xia Yun explained, "Yeah, let's go upstairs then." After saying that, Xiaoling Tian led a few people towards the 2nd floor. When I first arrived at the 2nd floor, there were indeed a lot fewer people, but there were still about 100 people. Without stopping, Xiaoling Tian continued to walk towards the 3rd floor. He was just about to go upstairs when he was stopped by a staff member. "This gentleman, the 3rd floor requires a bronze-level member of my Immortal Treasure Pavilion to enter." "Bronze-level member? It's my first time in your Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Can't I go up?" Xia Lingtian was puzzled. There was still talk of stopping guests? "This gentleman is sorry. You need a bronze-level member to go to the 3rd floor." The staff returned again. "So I wonder how to become a bronze member." "You need to recharge 1 million lower-grade spirit stones in our Chamber of Commerce on it. Of course this is only recharging into the membership card. Donzi can still use this 1 million to spend. It is not given to our Chamber of Commerce." At those words, Xiaoling Tian was speechless. Isn't this the membership mechanism of the previous world? I didn't realize that it had all been extended to the other world. It's true. The ancients are true. The world's businessmen are generally black. How to make money, how to come. Chapter 5 Immortal Treasure Pavilion Storm. I heard that your Immortal Treasure Pavilion has an auction taking place tomorrow? Xiaoling Tian asked. That's right. Your Excellency is here for the auction? Yes. I wonder if there are any other requirements to participate in this auction? There's no requirement for this one. You just need to pay the entrance fee to participate. Staff explained. Yo, isn't this my Disya's Crown Prince? It's really a rare guest. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has actually come out of the Royal Palace. At that moment, a snort suddenly came from the side. Xiaoling Tian turned his head to look. It was a youth of less than 20. Followed by a few family generals. After some pondering in his mind, he also knew the identity of this person. The young master of the Wang family, Wang Lei. The Wang family, one of the very 3 great families in the city, conspired with the other 2 ready to overthrow the Grand Xia at any moment. It may be because none of the 3 have reached a united front at the moment, which is why they have kept their hands off until now. How dare you? Boy, are you looking for death? Dare to mock my highness? Behind him, Hua Xiong heard Wang Lei's mocking voice and instantly rushed forward, clasping Wang Lei's neck with one hand and lifting him up, drinking sternly. Cough. You. Who are you? Quickly. Cough. Let me. Cough. Down. Wang Lei was choked by Hua Xiong and instantly felt breathless. His speech was broken. Damn it. Who are you? Quickly put down my young master, or you won't be able to walk out of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion alive. On the side, a few family generals of the Wang family saw this and hurriedly shouted angrily. Wario, put him down. Xiaoling Tian faintly said. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiong let out a cold snort and casually threw Wang Lei to the ground and retreated. Cough. Xiaoling Tian, you dare to make a move on me? Standing up from the ground, Wang Lei touched the pain coming from his neck with one hand and pointed at Xiaoling Tian with the other. Questioning. I advise you to put your hands down. Looking at Wang Lei, Xia Ling Tian faintly said. Humph, Xia Ling Tian, if I don't put it down, what are you going to do? Wang Lei still pointed at Xia Ling Tian and asked rhetorically. Hua Xiong, waste this hand of his. Xia Ling Tian didn't reply to Wang Lei, but instructed Hua Xiong. Hearing Xia Ling Tian's order, Hua Xiong did not say a word. It instantly appeared in front of Wang Lei. What do you want? Seeing Hua Xiong appear in front of him, Wang Lei quickly drank. Just Hua Xiong could not care about his drink. Directly grabbed Wang Lei's outstretched arm with one hand, then pulled it violently. Instantly the whole arm came out of his body. Blood splattered. Ah! The moment his arm was dislodged from his body, Wang Lei instantly screamed out in misery. My hand! Xia Ling Tian, you deserve to die. What are you guys waiting for? Kill him for me. Wang Lei covered his right arm with his left hand for a few clicks to stop the blood that was madly flowing outward and roared at the family general behind him. A few family generals didn't react at all at the moment Hua Xiong struck. At this moment, when they heard Wang Lei's words, they reacted and hurriedly answered. Yes, young lord. Several people then rushed directly toward Hua Xiong, drinking from their mouths. Dare to waste my family's young master's arm. Go to hell. Kill. Seeing several people rushing towards Hua Xiong, Xia Ling Tian softly said. Receiving Xia Ling Tian's order, the corner of Hua Xiong's mouth flashed a ray of bloodthirsty color as he drew out the treasure sword behind him and directly rushed towards the several people. Ah, damn it, you're a Yuaning stage. Several Jindan stage family generals. How is Hua Xiong opponent? Just instantly by Hua Xiong a knife cut over the ground. Dead cannot be dead. Full of blood erosion. Limbs and broken body all over the place. Look cruel. How dare you? You! Wang Lei looked at this kind of scene and was inwardly terrified as he looked at Xia Ling Tian, the corners of his mouth shivering. What wouldn't I dare? If you are talking nonsense, believe it or not, I will kill you together. Why don't you get out of here? Xia Ling Tian bellowed. What is this situation? How dare you make trouble in my immortal treasure pavilion? Who is so bold? Right at this moment, an old man came down from the upper floor, seemingly a steward of the immortal treasure pavilion, and when he saw the situation on the second floor, his face was as gloomy as water, and he asked drily. This person was precisely invited by the staff member who received Xia Ling Tian. When Hua Xiong made his move, the staff member realized that the situation was not right and hurriedly went to invite the old man to come. Steward Qian, you've come at the right time. This person dares to make a move to kill someone in your immortal treasure pavilion. You must not let him go. Wang Lei looked at Steward Qian, who came down and hurriedly shouted. Upon hearing this, Steward Qian looked towards Wang Lei. So it's young Master Wang. What's the situation? Someone else dared to waste your young Master Wang's arm? Seeing Wang Lei's miserable state, Steward Qian was also stunned and then asked. Steward Qian, it's Xia Ling Tian. His men wasted one of my arms and killed a few of my Wang family's family generals. You guys at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion can't let him go. Wang Lei pointed at Xia Ling Tian and said in a hateful voice. If you point at me again, do you believe I'll even waste this arm of yours? Xia Ling Tian looked at Wang Lei, his eyes narrowing coldly. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei hurriedly put away his only remaining left arm. He was really afraid that Hua Xiong would even waste this arm of his. Xia Ling Tian? Who is your honor? Dare to cause trouble in my immortal treasure pavilion? Steward Chen looked at Xia Ling Tian and asked in a cold voice. At this moment, Xia Yun and Xia Xian, who had only just reacted, hurriedly looked at Xia Ling Tian and said nervously, Your Highness, this is the immortal treasure pavilion's got to be in charge. Don't make a mess here, or the king won't even be able to save you. Both of them were not expecting Xia Ling Tian to be so ruthless, to waste their arms and kill people at the drop of a hat. Just now, the two were completely in a daze. Otherwise, how could they have stopped His Highness? Now that it's come to this, what can be done? Steward Qian, she's that trashy Prince Xia Ling Tian of Great Xia. Wang Lei hurriedly explained to Steward Qian. Oh, so it's the Great Xia Crown Prince. Could it be that you think you can be arrogant in my immortal treasure pavilion just because you're the Great Xia Crown Prince? Looking down on my immortal treasure pavilion? Steward Qian's eyes narrowed as he questioned. Oh, Steward Qian misunderstood. This Highness did not mean to look down on immortal treasure pavilion. It's just that the other party made a move to what my men, and my men can't not fight back, right? Xia Ling Tian smiled faintly and explained. That's no reason for you to kill people in my immortal treasure pavilion. People have been killed. You immortal treasure pavilion must seize on this matter to find trouble for this Highness? Xia Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a stern color as he asked rhetorically. On the side, Hua Xiong's aura of peak Yuaning came out smoothly. Steward Qian looked at Hua Xiong, his gaze fixed. Inside, it was a shock. Peak Yuaning? This great Xia crown prince actually has a Peak Yuaning by his side? Isn't it true that only the human king and a prince of Great Xia are Peak Yuaning? Since the other party started it, then this matter will be settled. But next time, no one is allowed to use force in my immortal treasure pavilion. He is only Yuaning 8. Want to pursue cannot be pursued. Can only first forget. A moment to report to the master of the pavilion. See what the master of the meaning of it. Steward Qian, how can you let it go? This is murder in your immortal treasure pavilion. When Wang Lei saw that Steward Qian was not pursuing the matter, he immediately became anxious and shouted in a hurry. I say forget it and forget it. Mr. Wang, better hurry back. It's not allowed to say that this arm of yours your father can still help you to attach it. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei woke up, glanced at Xia Ling Tian unwillingly, picked up the arm on the ground, and hurriedly ran towards his house. Chapter 6, Hua Xiong's 3 knives destroy Peak Yuaning. Congratulations to the Lord of Reincarnation for slaying 5 of the 6th level of Jin Dan and obtaining 5,000 reincarnation power. At this time, the system's prompt sounded. Do you gain 5,000 chakra power for killing 5 Jin Dan stages? Xia Ling Tian thought darkly. Let's go and come back tomorrow for the auction. After speaking to Hua Xiong's few people, Xia Ling Tian directly left. Looking at the departing Xia Ling Tian, Steward Qian's eyes narrowed slightly before he too walked towards the 3rd floor. Walking to the door, Xia Ling Tian looked at Xia Yun and said, Xia Yun, go finish off Wang Lei. Ha? His Highness the Prince? Xia Yun was startled and looked at Xia Ling Tian. What? This Wang Lei can't be killed. Otherwise, the Wang family will definitely find us in trouble. And then, Xia Yun worried. There's nothing that can't be killed. Xia Yun, you're my guard now. Whatever I say you guys just do it. If you can't do that, you'd better go back to your father. Xia Ling Tian's gaze condensed, and he coldly said to the two of them, this subordinate will go. Xia Yun's face changed color, a tangled look, and finally, as if he had made up his mind, he returned his sentence to Xia Ling Tian, and then directly chased towards Wang Lei. Looking at Xia Yun's departing back, Xia Ling Tian smiled faintly. Find an inn to stay for the night first and come back to the auction tomorrow. Let's go. In the inn, Xia Ling Tian looked towards Xia Xian. Xia Xian, is this immortal treasure pavilion very powerful? It's very powerful. At least it's not something our great Xia can deal with. It's said that this immortal treasure pavilion's owner is a spirit transformation realm cultivator. Hearing Xia Ling Tian's words, Xia Xian slightly froze, then explained with a grave expression on his face. Transfiguration realm cultivator. Congratulations to the Lord of Reincarnation for slaying the 3rd level of Jindan and obtaining 1000 power of reincarnation. The system's voice suddenly came in his head. Hearing the system voice, Xia Ling Tian knew that it should be Xia Yun who had killed Wang Lei. Boom, boom, boom. Your Highness, I'm back. Not long after, Xia Yun's voice sounded outside the door. Come in. Zayan pushed his way in. Your Highness, fortunately Wang Lei is dead. Xia Yun reported. Very well, all go and rest. Wait for tomorrow's auction. There was no talk all night. The next day, Xia Ling Tian got up early and took Hua Xiong and the others to the auction venue of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Arriving at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion venue, looking at the crowd of people lining up to enter, Xia Ling Tian also smiled slightly bitterly, not expecting so many people. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, you're here. Suddenly, a shout came from the distance. Xia Ling Tian turned his head to look. It was none other than Steward Qian. Steward Money. Xia Ling Tian nodded his head in greeting. My pavilion master would like to see Your Highness the Crown Prince for a moment, and I would like to ask Your Highness the Crown Prince to honor me with his presence. Oh, your cabinet wants to see me? Xia Ling Tian was slightly stunned, but he didn't care. Then please also ask Steward Qian to lead the way. Your Royal Highness, please. Xia Ling Tian, you dare to kill my son. Take your life. Suddenly, a loud cry suddenly came from the rear, only to see a middle-aged man holding a long sword suddenly appear in the sky, directly attacking towards Xia Ling Tian. Seeing this, Hua Xiong directly snorted coldly. With one foot on the ground, the whole person instantly rushed into the air, drew out the large sword behind him, and slashed at the person's long sword that was stabbing at him. With a clang, the long sword broke. What? The middle-aged man was instantly shocked at the sight, and he couldn't think about it in time, and hurriedly retreated backward, because Hua Xiong's second blade was already slashing down towards him. Steward Qian, killing someone here doesn't count as breaking your Immortal Treasure Pavilion rules, does it? Xia Ling Tian looked towards Steward Qian, his eyes narrowing slightly as he said, not really, Your Highness, feel free to do as you please. Steward Qian shook his head. That's good. Then, Wario killed him. Yes, Your Highness. Receiving Xia Ling Tian's order, Hua Xiong once again chased towards the middle-aged man with his sword. Although both of them are at the peak of the Yuaning, but Hua Xiong, he is a famous general of the second stream, and can cross the third order to fight against each other. After the two of them confronted each other for a few moves, this person was directly cut off his arm by Hua Xiong's sword, and then rode on his victory. Damn it, I am the head of the Wang family. How dare you kill me? Seeing Hua Xiong's attack that looked as if he would not stop until he killed him, the Wang family head was inwardly alarmed and hastily drank. He didn't expect Xia Ling Tian, this waste of a prince, to have a peak Yuaning guarding him. What's more, I didn't expect this peak Yuaning to be so powerful. Just after a few moves of confrontation, he was chopped off an arm, and I'm afraid that he's going to lose his little life here if he continues to fight. Humph, Wang family head? What kind of trashy thing dares to strike at my highness? Only death. Hua Xiong ignored this person's shout and directly raised his sword to attack towards this person again. Ah! 3 moves under the attack. Hua Xiong directly slashed this person's neck. Under a scream. Instantly a life. From the time of appearance to death. But only half a little time. A generation of Wang family head to this death. Congratulations to the Lord of Reincarnation for slaying the peak of Yuaning and gaining 100,000 reincarnation power. Hearing the system voice, Xia Ling Tian was ecstatic inside. 100,000 chakra power, but it can summon a second-rate manga again. Hua Xiong, so powerful, can see the terror of the second-rate manga. Steward Qian, who was on the side, looked at Hua Xiong and was inwardly shocked. This person is so powerful. Although it is the peak of the Yuaning, facing the same level of opponent is like a mole cricket. I'm afraid that the only way to deal with this person is to be a god-realizing cultivator. Xia Xian, Xia Yun and the two of them were also shocked, not realizing that this guard of His Highness was actually a peak Yuaning, and was also so fierce. With this person, it seems that their Xia doesn't need to be afraid of the 3 big families in the city and the northern Liang king at the border, and this person seems to be the head of the Wang family, which means that one of the 3 families has already been removed, and the remaining 2 families are still what? But isn't His Highness a loser? How can you win this man's allegiance? I'm afraid even the king doesn't know that this man is so terrifying. Your Highness, the thieves have been put to death. Hua Xiong came before Xia Ling Tian and respectfully reported. Well done, he answered Hua Xiong, then said to Steward Qian, Steward Qian, doesn't your pavilion master want to see me? Go! Oh, right. Your Highness the Crown Prince, this way please. Returning to his senses, Steward Qian hurriedly led Xia Ling Tian towards the field. When Xia Ling Tian's few people left, the crowd of people in this place only reacted. This person seems to be the head of the Wang family, one of the 3 great families? What? This one that was killed was the Wang family head? How is that possible? How is it impossible? I've seen the Wang family's head. This person is undoubtedly the Wang family's head. Then who was that person who killed him? What kind of person can kill the Wang family head so easily? You have to know that the Wang family head is a peak Yuaning powerhouse. Didn't you guys hear the Wang family master's drink? He seems to be trying to kill that teenager. Called what? Right, Xia Ling Tian came. Who is Xia Ling Tian? That burly man seems to be that Xia Ling Tian's guard. Xia Ling Tian. Xia Ling Tian. Isn't this my great Xia's crown prince? Isn't it rumored that the crown prince is a waste of space? For a while, the entire auction house was caught up in an argument. In less than half a day, the word spread throughout the entire Daxia city. One of the guards of the Grand Xia Crown Prince Xia Ling Tian decapitated the Wang family head. The entire Daxia city was plunged into an earthquake. Chapter 7, The Huang and Shen families conspire. The Huang family, one of the 3 great families of Daxia city. At this time, Huang En, the head of the Huang family, had also received a report from his men. The young master of the Wang family died tragically at the hands of the Grand Xia Crown Prince, and the head of the Wang family went to kill Xia Ling Tian in order to avenge his son's death, only to be killed by one of the other party's guards in return. How is it possible? Where did the great Xia royal family get a 3rd peak Yuaning besides Xia Zhouyu and Xia Zhouming? And this person actually beheaded the Wang family master in 3 slashes. This strength, is it something peak Yuaning can do? Huang En was inwardly anxious, realizing that he was just about on par with the Wang family lord. That Xia Ling Tian's guard was able to kill the Wang family master with 3 slashes. So what if it was him against this person? Needless to say, it was definitely the same fate as the Wang family lord. Damn it! I didn't expect this Xia Zhouyu to have hidden forces. The hiding is really deep. Huang Yan's face was unsightly. Now that the Wang family head was dead, just him and the Chen family were already no match for Xia at all. The Chen family, the last of the three great families. Someone, go and invite the Chen family master to my Huang family, and tell him that I have something to discuss with him. After a long time, Huang Yan instructed the subordinates outside the door. Yes, master of the house. The Chen family, likewise, received the events that occurred at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion auction venue. Like Huang Yan, Chen Beiping, the head of the Chen family, was also restless inside. Upon receiving the news from the Huang family's master, he hurriedly moved to the Huang family. Daxia Palace. Ha ha, brother Wang. Good news. Heavenly good news. Xia Jiuming arrived at Xia Zhuyu's bedchamber and laughed loudly. Jiuming, what good news makes you so excited? Xia Zhuyu looked at Xia Jiuming and shook her head and laughed. Brother Wang, you're really good. There's another Peak Yuaning within the clan and you didn't even tell me about it. You even sent it to Ling Tian. Xia Jiuming looked at Xia Zhuyu and complained. What are you talking about? What Peak Yuaning? Xia Zhuyu was uncertain and asked. Alright brother Wang, now that it's been rumored everywhere, what's the point of pretending to be mysterious? What the hell are you talking about? Xia Zhuyu didn't understand. That Peak Yuaning you sent to Ling Tian killed the Wang family head at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion venue. Xia Jiuming faintly said. What did you say? Who killed the Wang family head? That Peak Yuaning guard you sent. When did I send Peak Yuaning guards to Tianer? You didn't send it? If I still have Peak Yuaning henchmen, do I still need to be afraid of these few thieves in the city? Xia Zhuyu was annoyed. Then who is the Peak Yuaning beside Ling Tian? Now, Xia Jiuming believes Xia Zhuyu's words, but if it wasn't sent by brother Wang, then who was this Peak Yuaning? Are you saying that this Peak Yuaning is Tianer's guard, and killed the Wang family head? Xia Zhuyu stared at Xia Jiuming and asked. Yeah, now the entire Great Summer City knows about this. It's spreading like crazy everywhere. At those words, Xia Zhuyu fell into silence. Seeing Xia Zhuyu's silence, Xia Jiuming continued. And you are unaware that this Peak Yuaning was so powerful that he only used 3 slashes to cut the Wang family head under his sword. I know. You go down. After a long time, Xia Zhuyu said to Xia Jiuming, Brother Wang, now is a good opportunity to eradicate the other 2 families. Seeing this, Xia Jiuming anxiously said, let's wait for Tianer to come back for this matter. That Peak Yuaning doesn't know if it's a foe or a friend yet. Well, Brother Wang, my humble servant takes his leave. After saying that, Xia Jiuming turned around and left. Looking at the departing Xia Jiuming, Xia Zhuyu's mind recalled what Xia Lingtian had said. Tianer, is this the strange encounter you were talking about? The Yellow House. At this moment, Huang Yan, the head of the Huang family, was discussing with Chen Beiping, the head of the Chen family, about what had happened today. Chen family master, the Xia family suddenly has an additional Peak Yuaning still so powerful, and on our side, the Wang family master is dead. What do you think we should do next? Huang Yan looked at Chen Beiping and worried. Hey, who do I ask if you ask me? Who would have thought that the Xia family hides so deeply? Chen Beiping sighed and said helplessly. Nowadays, our 2 families are already completely no match for the Xia family. If the Xia family turns on us at this time, I'm afraid. How about running away? Escape? That's right. If we still stay in the Great Summer City at this time, are we waiting for his Xia family to come and surround us? Chen Beiping said. At those words, Huang Yan was silent. After a long time, Huang Yan said, Good. Just as family master Chen means. While the Xia family has no intention of making a move against us now, hurry up and gather the clans to move out of the Great Xia City overnight. But leaving Daxia City, where are we going? Their 2 families, which had been developing in the Great Summer City for 100 years, just like this suddenly left this place, as if they were lost dogs with nowhere to go. Go to the border and join the king of Northern Liang. Chen Beiping affirmed with a flash of brilliance in his eyes. Surrender to the Northern Liang king? Huang Yan's face changed slightly. In Daxia City, he was fostered, and he still had to be fostered when he left Daxia? That's right. What can we do if we don't defect to the Northern Liang king? Do you think Daxia will let us off easily? Nowadays, in the whole of Daxia, only the king of Beiliang can save us, and by our 2 families joining Beiliang, it's a big help to the king of Beiliang's rebellion, and the king of Beiliang will definitely agree. Chen Beiping said in a deep voice. Good. In that case, let's go and join the Northern Liang king. We'll gather our clansmen immediately now and leave as soon as it gets dark. In the end, Huang Yan could only agree. That's it then. Meet at the city gates at midnight. I'll go back first. After saying that, Chen Beiping turned around and left. Just as the two Huangchen families were discussing, Xia Ling Tian also followed Steward Qian to meet the pavilion master of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Immortal Treasure Pavilion's pavilion owner seems to be a middle-aged man. A white coat makes people look and feel gentle and elegant in general. You are the great Xia Crown Prince Xia Ling Tian? The Immortal Treasure Pavilion master looked at Xia Ling Tian and asked with a smile. That's right, I am Xia Ling Tian. I don't know what the pavilion master wants to see me about. Xia Ling Tian also said back. It's nothing much. It's just that I heard Steward Qian say yesterday that you killed someone in public within my Immortal Treasure Pavilion. So I wanted to see just what kind of person would be so bold. Then what is it that the pavilion master sees now? Is it because you want to find trouble with me? Xia Ling Tian asked rhetorically. Don't get me wrong. Since Steward Qian said to forget about it yesterday, I'm sure I won't settle the score in the fall either. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion master laughed. The world says that the Crown Prince of Daxia is a waste of space. And it is only when I see it today that I realize that the waste of space is actually the world. He. Well, enough of this nonsense. Let's get to the purpose of your meeting me. Xia Ling Tian waved his hand and said, there's really no purpose. It's just pure curiosity. This guard of His Highness the Crown Prince is quite extraordinary. It shouldn't be someone from your Daxia, right? The Immortal Treasure Pavilion master looked at Hua Xiong and narrowed his eyes. Since they are my guards, of course they are my Daxia's people. Is that so? Then I am talking too much. Your Highness the Crown Prince, the auction is about to begin. Steward Qian, take Your Highness the Crown Prince to the second VIP room. Yes, Crown Prince. This way please. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion master looked at the departing Xia Ling Tian. His eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured. Peak Jindan Realm. Comparable to a peak Yuan Ingard at the Transformation God Realm. It seems that this Daxia Prince is really not simple. Chapter 8, Summoning Again Wen Chao's Appearance. The auction at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion had already begun, but after the incident where Hua Xiong had killed the Wang family head, it resulted in none of the three great families arriving. They were all second-rate families and some casual cultivators, so after Xia Ling Tian spent 30 million lower-grade spirit stones, he smoothly auctioned off the finale, the Yuan Ingdan. Leaving the auction house, Xia Ling Tian led several people directly back to the Crown Prince Hall. Your Highness, you're back. The king said to go to his place when you return. When he returned to the Crown Prince's palace, he saw the maid come to report. Father wants me? Did it say anything? Xia Ling Tian asked. That one didn't say. The maid bowed her head and returned. Okay, I got it. Go down. You guys wait here for me, I'm going to go see father. Finishing speaking to Hua Xiong's trio, Xia Ling Tian walked towards the bedchamber. Father, you wanted to see me? Arriving at the bedchamber, Xia Ling Tian saw that Xia Zhouyue was standing at the window, staring out of the window. Hearing Xia Ling Tian's voice, Xia Zhouyue turned her head. Tian, you're back? Did you get the Yuan Ingdan shot? Back to father. Fortunately, I have already captured the Yuan Ingdan. Xia Ling Tian returned. Hearing the reply, Xia Zhouyue nodded and did not speak. Seeing this, Xia Ling Tian did not interrupt and stood aside waiting for Xia Zhouyue to speak. He knew that his father must be looking for him for something, probably about Hua Xiong. Ryoko, I heard that you have a peak Yuan Ingard by your side? Beheading the Wang family head with 3 swords at the auction venue? Hearing this, Xia Ling Tian knew that there were some things that could not be hidden, so it seemed that he had to think of a better reason to explain it away. Yes, father. Who is he? Is it reassuring? Xia Zhouyue worried. Father, his name is Hua Xiong, and he is 100% assured of absolute loyalty to me. Why so sure? How do you want me to explain this? Do I tell you it's the system? Xia Ling Tian laughed bitterly inwardly. Father, my son worshipped a master and joined a mysterious force. Hua Xiong was sent by my master to protect me. Really? When did you worship your master? How come I don't know? Xia Zhouyue was surprised. Father, there are some things that I can't tell you right now, but father just need to know that my son will always be your son and the Crown Prince of Daxia, and please don't ask about anything else. Xia Ling Tian had no choice but to say so. It seems that my prince has grown up, and even father has something to hide. Xia Zhouyue sighed. Xia Ling Tian in addition to a bitter smile or a bitter smile. After all, some things really cannot explain. The more you explain the more chaotic. Well, in that case you go back. As long as it's not bad for you, father is relieved. Xia Zhouyue waved her hand and said, by the way father, no one from the 3 great families will come to the auction this time. The head of the Wang family has already been killed by Hua Xiong, and the other two families may choose to flee the great summer city knowing that they are not our rivals. Thinking about the fact that the remaining two families did not participate in the auction, Xia Ling Tian suspected that they might be plotting something, so he reminded Xia Zhou, "Is that so? Don't worry. I will immediately blockade the entire Daxia city. They won't be able to escape." Hearing Xia Ling Tian's words, a brilliant light flashed in Xia Zhoushue's eyes as she opened her mouth. "Father, let my son do this. Not a single one of the Huangchen family can escape." Can one Wario solve that? Xia Zhouyue was uneasy. "Don't worry, father. My son still has a force of 1,000 men, all of whom are Jindan cultivators or above." "What? It seems that you still have a lot of things to hide from father." Xia Zhouyue was startled, then smiled helplessly. "In that case, I'll leave this matter in your hands." "Yes, father, my son will leave." Returning to the Crown Prince Palace, Xia Ling Tian immediately instructed Hua Xiong. "Hua Xiong, you now go to the back of the mountain and lead 1,000 Western Liang elites to the gates of Daxia City. Guard all the exits, but wherever you see people from Huang and Shen's families, kill them directly without amnesty." "Yes." Wario led the way. "Xia Yun, Xia Xian, you guys also go forward with Hua Xiong." "Yes." The two led the way. The three of them then headed directly to the back of the mountain. "System, how many reincarnation powers are there?" After the three left, Xia Ling Tian asked the system in his mind. "Lord of Reincarnation. Reincarnation power 116,000. 116,000? Use 16,000 chakra power to summon 160 Western Liang Iron Cavalry and place them in the back of the mountain to Hua Xiong." Summoning successful. Troop type, Western Liang Iron Cavalry. Class, First Class. Number, 160. Realm, 1 Yuaning 7th Weight Squad Leader. 159 Yuaning 3rd to 5th Weight Team Members. Is this such a stretch? Xia Ling Tian was dumbfounded. Originally thought that it would be good to have a peak Jindan and a small team leader at the early stage of Yuaning, but he did not expect that all of them would be Yuaning. It is simply not a star and a half stronger than the Western Liang Elite, and it is worthy of being a first-class soldier. System, use the power of 100,000 reincarnations to summon a second-rate human master. Congratulations to the Lord of Reincarnation for summoning the world's second-rate human expert Wen Chou in his reincarnation. Wen Chou? Wen Chou was a military general under Yuan Shao at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty. He had a reputation for being a powerful man. Together with Yan Liang, Wen Chou was famous as a brave general of Yuan Shao's army, and Kong Rong used Yan Liang and Wen Chou as representatives of Yuan Shao's army's military generals. He was rated as a brave man with one man's courage. System, view Wen Chou's information. Name, Wen Chou. Word, none. Dynasty, Late Han Dynasty. 3 kingdoms. Rank, second-rate general. Physique, Gingjin Divine Body. Technique, the Golden God Technique. Talent, second-rate. Realm, 3rd level of Transformation God. Troop type, Light Cavalry. Class, second-rate. Seeing Wen Clown's realm, Xia Ling Tian froze. System, why is Wen Chou the 3rd level of the Transformation Spirit? Hua Xiong is only at the peak of Yuaning? The stronger the power under the Lord of Reincarnation's command, the higher the realm of the human Jie summoned out of the world, and it has nothing to do with the human Jie's equal rank. The human Jie equivalent rank is only a measure of a human Jie's cultivation speed and the factor of crossing over the ranks, and the realm of Exodus is related to the power of the Lord of Reincarnation. So that's it. What about the soldiers? Xia Ling Tian was confused, but he was generally clear about the system rules. In a nutshell, the stronger the power, the stronger the person who comes out of the world, the stronger the Lord of Reincarnation's power, the stronger the summoned soldiers will be. Just not as big as the human Jie float. Okay, got it. My subordinate, Wen Chou. See Your Highness the Crown Prince. At this time, Wen Clown, who had come out of the world, also came in front of Xia Ling Tian and kneeled down on one knee respectfully. Be excused. This temple is greatly pleased to have General Wen Chou join us. Looking at Wen Clown, Xia Ling Tian happily said, Your Highness is too kind. At this time, Hua Xiong led 1,000 Western Liang elites and 160 Western Liang Iron Cavalry had already surrounded the entire Daxia city gate. Any crowds entering or leaving were severely reprimanded and returned by Hua Xiong and the others. And as long as people from the Huang and Chen families were found, they were basically killed on the spot. Hey, what's going on here? How come the city is closed for good reason? Who knows? Looking at this situation, it can't be that the human king is going to make a move against the Huang and Chen families. It's very likely. It looks as if this is to prevent the two families from escaping. At the entrance of the city, countless people and casual cultivators looked at Hua Xiong and the others and talked. Chapter 9, The Destruction of the Two Great Families. Huang An and Chen Beiping, who were gathering their family's children, were also informed that the city gates were blocked, and their faces were filled with gloom. Chen Beiping once again came to the Huang family to discuss with Huang An how he should leave Daxia City. Huang family master, now that the city gates are blocked by the Xia family, what should we do? Chen Beiping looked at Huang An and asked helplessly. I didn't expect the Xia family to move so quickly, to have calculated that we would leave the great summer city overnight. Damn it! Huang An had an angry face, but there was nothing he could do. AI, it's useless to talk about this now. It's better to think about how we can leave the great summer city. Chen Beiping sighed. There is a small path to the north of the city gate. I have sent my disciples to observe it. There is no one guarding it. When it gets dark, we will go out from there. Huang and Dao. Really? Are you sure there's no one there to guard it? Chen Beiping said in astonishment. Don't worry. I purposely sent my disciples to observe for a long time, and there is absolutely no one watching. Huang An affirmed. Well, in that case there's no choice but to leave from there as well. Nightfall. The two great clans led a total of 100 or so people within their clans, quietly rushing towards the northern trail without encountering anyone to stop them on the way. It seems that Daxia really didn't expect this trail to be guarded by no soldiers. Chen Beiping looked at the empty streets with a look of surprise. This trail was also discovered by me in the last few days, so I guess Daxia doesn't even know about this trail. Huang An explained. A quarter of an hour later, the people of the two great clans arrived at the trail, a hole that could be crawled through by one person. Or to be precise, it should be a dog hole. Family Master Huang, is this the trail you were talking about? Chen Beiping looked at the hole and was speechless. It's good to be able to leave. What do you care about dignity? It's better than being exterminated by Great Xia, right? Chen Beiping was silent. Indeed, his little life was about to be lost. What did he care about climbing the dog hole? Everyone one by one, climb out of this hole and we'll be able to leave Daxia City. Huang An whispered to a group of disciples. He then took the lead himself in summoning the entrance to the cave, stooped, and knelt in one fluid motion. Looking at Huang An's 1-2 action, the corner of Chen Beiping's mouth twitched, and then he could only follow Huang An's example and climbed in. Following Huang An's footsteps, after the two patriarchs climbed over, all the disciples in the rear also had a learning curve. By the time everyone had climbed out, half an hour had passed. Well, now that we are finally out of Daxia City, all of you follow me. What kind of expression do you have? Huang An said to the crowd, only to suddenly realize that the crowd's expressions were not right and hurriedly turned his head. When Huang An turned his head, he saw 160 Western Liang iron horsemen riding behind one man slowly walking towards them. Huang family master, we seem to have been discovered by Daxia. Chen Beiping murmured as he looked at the 100 or so Western Liang iron horsemen that had appeared in front of him. I'm not blind. Damn it, how did this Daxia know about this trail? Huang An's face shifted in confusion. What now? Chen Beiping asked. It's not just over 100 cavalrymen. Our two peak Yuaning plus the disciples of our two families can't solve these people? Huang An disdainfully said. All of you, fight quickly and kill these cavalrymen before Daxia's support arrives. Bellowing at the crowd, Huang An took out a long sword weapon from his storage pouch to take the lead in charging towards the cavalry. When Zhou looked at the charging Huang An, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. All people from the two Huangchen families, kill without pardon. When Zhou bellowed and charged directly at Huang An. Yes, all the Western Liang iron cavalry answered loudly. Then he rode his footed horse and instantly rushed into the midst of the children of the two families. Huang An looked at the extremely fast rushing Wen Shou. A flash of bloodlust flashed across his face as he directly stabbed his sword towards Wen Shou. Just when he was about to stab Wen Shou, Huang An realized that the tip of his sword was caught by the other party's two fingers, and there was no more saving. What? Watching Wen Shou clamp his sword between his two fingers, Huang An had a horrified look on his face. One must know that he was a peak Yuaning, and to be able to clip his attack with two fingers. What realm of cultivator was this person? Wen Shou looked at the horrified Huang An and smiled faintly. Then his body's aura skyrocketed and his two fingers directly clamped off Huang An's long sword. The broken sword tip was directly thrown towards Huang An by Wen Shou, and in Huang An's unbelievable eyes, the sword tip directly passed through his smoky throat, and shot towards the disciples behind Huang An with unabated momentum, until it pierced through the sword tips of 3 Huang clan disciples before it came to a complete stop. Huang An covered his throat and neck with one hand and pointed at Wen Shou with the other before shocked words slowly came out of his mouth. You are a Transformed. Transformation God Cultivator. After saying this, Huang An directly fell to the ground and died. From Wen Chao's strike to Huang An's death, the whole thing was just a blink of an eye, and the crowd didn't even react before Huang An was dead. Chen Beiping violently stopped his form that was charging and looked at Huang An, who died in the blink of an eye, then looked at Wen Chao with a horrified face and muttered in his mouth, "Transforming. Transformation God Cultivator? How? Possible, how can there still be transformation? Transformation God Cultivators in Great Xia? Not good. The family head is dead. Everyone run. Damn it, who is this person? How is he so strong that he killed the family head in seconds?" Everyone, after Huang An's death, was thrown into a panic, fleeing everywhere. Seeing this, Wen Chao bellowed, "Kill, no one is allowed to be spared." Yes, 160 Western Liang Iron cavalrymen drove their horses and rushed towards all the crowds, starting the slaughter mode. Under the Western Liang Iron cavalry's full Yuaning realm, how could these family sons and daughters escape? In less than half an hour everyone was slaughtered by the Western Liang Iron cavalry, including Qin Beiping, who was also beheaded by Wen Chao. Report General, all enemies have been killed. A Western Liang Iron cavalryman of the 7th level of Yuaning came to Wen Chao and reported. It was the squad leader of the Western Liang Iron cavalry, Tai Niu. Very well, you will report to General Hua Xiong. I will report to His Highness. Wen Chao finished his speech and walked directly toward the king's palace. Yes, General. Iron Ox responded respectfully. He then led all the Western Liang Iron cavalry towards the city gates. There, Hua Xiong is still in the middle of the town. Congratulations to the generals under the Lord of Reincarnation for slaying the enemy and gaining 35,600,000 reincarnation power. Xia Ling Tian, who was cultivating, suddenly heard a system alert. Opening his eyes, Xia Ling Tian smiled faintly. It seems that Wen Chao and the others have already settled the people of the two great clans. Your Highness. At this moment, Wen Chao's voice came from outside the door. Come in. See Your Highness. Wen Chao has not dishonored his mission and has destroyed Huang and Chen's families. Wen Chao knelt down on one knee and reported. Very well. There's nothing more to do for now. Go down and cultivate well. Xia Ling Tian nodded and commanded. Yes. Wen Chao retires. After Wen Chao left, Xia Ling Tian continued to fall into cultivation. After all, there was a Yuaning Dan in his hand, and Xia Ling Tian hoped that he could use this Dan to break through to the Yuaning realm in one fell swoop. Chapter 10 9 Revolutions of Yuaning. After taking the Yuaning Dan and falling into cultivation, Xia Ling Tian's body was once again wrapped in countless heaven and earth auras, but this time it was not as exaggerated as the first time. Time slipped by without realizing it. A day later, there was a bang. Xia Ling Tian's body Jindan suddenly burst open, only to see a small personage emerge from it. The small person's body is blood red, as if the blood cohesion is general. At a closer look, this little man actually looked exactly like Xia Ling Tian, and was none other than Xia Ling Tian's Yuaning. That wasn't all. When this Yuaning appeared, one after another appeared one after another, and it didn't stop until 9 Yuanyings appeared, and these Yuaning had colorful bodies. Yellow, white, blue and so on. 9 genii, 9 colors. If a mighty and powerful person was here at this moment, they would definitely be shocked, because this is the legendary 9 revolutions Yuaning. The entire continent of the 9 states has never been possessed by anyone, only heard of it in the legends. Those who possessed the 9 revolutions of Yuaning were equal to having 9 lives, and those who had achieved great success in each revolution could condense a bilocation, which was a bilocation that could also be treated as the main body. The main body can switch back and forth among the 9 doppelgangers, and if the main body is in danger, it can switch over to one of the doppelgangers at any time, and all of these bilocations could cultivate on their own, possessing an autonomous consciousness, and could be said to be another Xia Ling Tian. Half a day later, Xia Ling Tian woke up from his cultivation, finally breaking through the Yuaning realm. Xia Ling Tian smiled faintly, then looked within himself. What's this about? Seeing the 9 Yuaning within his body, Xia Ling Tian froze. System, what's going on here? Why do I have 9 Yuaning? Xia Ling Tian didn't understand and could only ask the system. In his opinion, an existence as invincible as the system must know. Lord of Reincarnation. This is the 9 revolutions Yuaning, the final form of the Yuaning. 9-turn Yuaning? What does it do? Xia Ling Tian asked. In addition to the Reincarnation Lord's own Yuaning, the other 8 types of Yuaning can remake their physical bodies for them to become the Reincarnation Lord's doppelganger. The bilocation has an autonomous consciousness, can cultivate on its own, is shared by 9 people, and has the same realm. and abilities as the main body. The Lord of Reincarnation may switch the consciousness of the main body back and forth among all the bilocations. The main body may be informed of all matters seen and heard by the bilocations, and the bilocations may be informed of all matters promised by the Lord of Reincarnation. Hearing the system's reply, Xia Ling Tian was excited, not realizing that this 9 revolutions Yuaning was so powerful. How can we make these Yuaning condense their physical bodies? The Lord of Reincarnation can allow one of his Yuaning detachments to condense a physical body every time he breaks through a great realm, and whatever attribute that Yuaning has can condense a physical body of whatever attribute. Attributes? Aren't they all one property? No, there are 9 attributes in total for the 9 revolutions Yuaning, which are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, yin and yang, time and space. But although the coalesced flesh bodies are of a single attribute, each of them possesses the ability of 9 attributes. Not bad. I didn't expect this 9 turns Yuaning to be so perverted. And it's the same as having 9 lives, coupled with the physique and techniques that one possesses. This has truly become an undefeatable little powerhouse. Xia Ling Tian was overwhelmed with emotion, not expecting to break through a Yuaning to obtain such a heaven-defying ability. After understanding the role of the 9 revolutions Yuaning, Xia Ling Tian then analyzed the current situation of the Grand Xia dynasty. Now that the 3 major clans in the city have been destroyed, there is now only one border Northern Liang king left, and as for the rest, some of the minor clans can be suppressed with their hands, but the king of Northern Liang has 1 million troops, while my daxia is only 500,000, counting the city's forbidden army. Last night, after settling the Huang and Chen families, Hua Xiong led the Western Liang elite to the Wang family on the spot, destroying all the clansmen of the Wang family, as well as providing more than 40,000 reincarnation power to Xia Ling Tian. Now the power of reincarnation already possessed 400,000 channels. Since the Northern Liang king was stationed at the border to prevent the invasion of the Dewu dynasty, that was why the great Xia human king, Xia Zhou had sent 1 million troops to be placed in charge of the Northern Liang king. Who knows that when the royal ancestor died, this Northern Liang king even turned the army to rebel on the spot. It seems that this Northern Liang king has long had the intention of plotting a rebellion. At this time, the great Xia human king Xia Zhuyu had also received the news of the destruction of the 3 great clans. Tianer, it seems like you're still hiding a lot of things from father. After listening to the news coming from below, Xia Zhuyu was inwardly shocked and murmured softly in her mouth. Ever since Xia Ling Tian was able to cultivate, first a peak Yuaning Hua Xiong appeared, and then he beheaded the Wang family head at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion auction venue. Now, he had even overthrown the 3 great clans in the city, lifting the predicament that Great Xia was facing today. One thing after another that Xia Ling Tian did shook Xia Zhouyue's heart. Humph, king of Northern Liang, Li Beixiong, can't imagine. I have a good son. You also want to rebel to overthrow my daxia? At this moment, Xia Zhuyu no longer had the haggardness that she had felt before when the Great Xia was facing its demise. All she had was the infinite expectation of Xia Ling Tian. Border, Northern Liang Wangfu. Your Majesty, it's not good. The king of Northern Liang, who was dealing with official business, was suddenly interrupted by this voice, and when he raised his head, he saw a general under his command running towards him. What's all the fuss about? The Northern Liang king looked at this person and said with slight anger, Your Highness, news has come from the royal city. The 3 great families in the city have been. The general dropped to one knee and reported. It was only when he said the 3 great families that he seemed to be stuck in his throat. Being what being? Hurry up and tell me what's going on. Li Beixiong's eyes glared angrily. Your Majesty, the 3 great families were exterminated by the court. This time, the general finally said it in full, but it was not hard to see the shock in his heart from the color of his face. What did you say? The 3 great families have been exterminated? Are you kidding me? Li Beixiong froze, obviously not believing it. Your Highness, I wish I was joking, but it's true. Our scouts in the king's city are sending back this news. And now the entire king's city knows about it. The general looked at Li Beixiong and said affirmatively. How is this possible? The 3 great family heads are all at the peak of Yuaning. What makes Xia Zhuyu able to destroy them? Seeing how certain the general was, Li Beixiong also had to believe that this was the truth. But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure out what Xia Zhuyu had taken to exterminate these 3 great families. Your Highness, I heard that it was done by one of the guards of Xia Ling Tian, the crown prince of Xia. The general said uncertainly. What? Great Xia Crown Prince Xia Ling Tian's guards? Yes. It is said that this guard of Xia Ling Tian's is a peak Yuaning, incomparably powerful, and only used 3 slashes to cut the Wang family head under his sword. How could it be? How could a trash like Xia Ling Tian have a peak Yuaning escort? And so powerful? Li Beixiong was puzzled. And even more so, he didn't want to believe this fact. Are you sure the news is true? Your Majesty, the end is certain. Okay, I get it. You go down. Li Beixiong waved his hand in a gesture. The king. The general wanted to say something else, but he was interrupted by Li Beixiong. Well, you go on down. Let me think. Yes, Your Majesty. After the general left, Li Beixiong fell into silence, supposedly thinking about how to face this daxia next. Chapter 11, Expedition to the Red Flame Sect. Ryoko. Xia Jiuyue, could this be your bottom card? Li Beixiong muttered. However, so what if your Xia family has one more peak Yuaning? Let alone one peak Yuaning. Even if it's 10, what does this king have to fear? At this time, the city of Daxia was in a state of shock because the 3 great families had been overthrown by the imperial court. But most of the people were applauding this, because the 3 great families could be said to have been the 3 great overlords of the great summer city before. The disciples within the family were simply arrogant and domineering to the extreme, and most of them had basically been bullied by the people of the 3 great families. Only a small number of people either had business dealings with the 3 great families or were dependent on them, but they don't dare to say anything, otherwise won't it give the court an excuse to overthrow them? Regardless of whether it was casual cultivators or people from some small clans, all of them turned incomparably honest at this time. Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Pavilion Master. The 3 great clans were destroyed by the Great Xia. Are we just going to ignore it? Steward Qian looked at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion Master and asked, Steward Qian, have you forgotten our Immortal Treasure Pavilion purpose? The Pavilion Master glanced at Steward Qian and said indifferently, I wouldn't dare. How could my subordinate forget? Steward Qian hurriedly returned. It's good that you haven't forgotten. Remember, our Immortal Treasure Pavilion only does business and doesn't meddle in the affairs of any forces. Yes, Pavilion Master. My subordinate knows that I am wrong. Go down. Yes. Steward Qian walked out of the room with a face of fear. Just now, right when he asked that sentence, he sensed the Pavilion Master's displeasure. After all, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's purpose was to stay out of the affairs of any power. And he even asked that sentence. Wasn't that making things uncomfortable for himself? In fact, Steward Qian asking this is not a hostile intent towards Daxia. We must know that before their Immortal Treasure Pavilion's main source of business is the 3 great families. At this time the 3 great families have been exterminated. It can be imagined that their Immortal Treasure Pavilion's business is bound to be greatly reduced. Which is why there was just now that one question. Royal Palace. In the Prince's Palace. Summoning a first-rate human master requires 1 million powers of reincarnation, and now there are only 400,000, still short of as much as 600,000. AI. Xia Ling Tian sighed. The only way to obtain the power of reincarnation was to kill his enemies, but right now, apart from the Northern Liang King, there didn't seem to be any enemies for him to kill, so he couldn't go out and become a murderous demon. Could he? There should be more than just one Northern Liang King in the Great Xia territory. There are definitely still unstable factors. It seems like we need to uproot all of these unstable factors. Thinking of this, Xia Ling Tian headed directly to his chambers. He felt that his father must know where in Daxia there were the most people who were against the court. When he arrived at the bedchamber, he happened to see Xia Jiuyue dealing with official business. Father. Xia Ling Tian came forward and slightly saluted. Tian, what's the matter? Xia Jiuyue looked at Xia Ling Tian and asked with a smile. Father. My son would like to come and ask if there is anyone or any force in my daxia, other than the king of Northern Liang, that is trying to oppose us? Hearing Xia Ling Tian's question, Xia Jiuyue was silent for a moment, as if she was thinking. After a while, Xia Jiuyue said, there is a sunset mountain near Reflecting Moon City, and nestled in the mountain is a sect, the Red Flame Sect, which has always been an enemy of the Grand Xia. Although this clan doesn't have any peak Yuaning cultivators, there are 2 Yuaning 7 or 8 level ones. The Red Flame Sect's Patriarch and Grand Elder. Due to the pressure from the 3 great clans and the Northern Liang King that I faced before, I haven't dealt with this clan. Tian, why are you suddenly asking about this? Since that's the case, father their minister to exterminate this Red Flame Sect. Getting an answer, Xia Ling Tian returned. That's fine. In that case, be careful. Do you want father to send some men to help you? Xia Jiuyue nodded her head. No need, father. Right, father, how many troops can we utilize today? Is it enough to deal with the Northern Liang King's million-strong army? AI. Daxia City has 300,000 000 garrison soldiers and 200, 000 forbidden troops from the royal palace. But after all, they are garrison soldiers, surely not as good as Bei Liang King's million-strong army that has been through hundreds of battles. Xia Zhou sighed. Is that so? Father, don't worry. Give my son some time. The northern Liang King's million troops are not enough to worry about. Father believes in you. Father knows you have secrets. Boldly do what you want. Father has no other skills, but the entire de Xia and father will support you. At those words, Xia Ling Tian smiled faintly. Thank you, father. My son will leave first. Go on. Xia Ling Tian gave a slight salute, then returned to the Crown Prince Hall. System: summon 840 Western Liang Iron Cavalry and place them into Hua Xiong's army. Returning to the Crown Prince's palace, Xia Ling Tian decided that it would be better to put together 1,000 Western Liang Iron Horsemen. After all, the Western Liang Iron Cavalry is not weak. The entire staff is above Yuaning. The squad leaders are all at the 7th level of Yuaning. And this time when the summoning is full of 1,000, there will be 10 squad leaders. Summoning successful. Troop type, Western Liang Iron Cavalry. Class, First Class. Realm, 1 Peak Yuaning Senior Captain. 9 junior captains at the 7th level of Yuaning, and 830 members at the 3rd to 5th level of Yuaning. I didn't expect there to be a peak Yuaning first captain. It's caught up to Hua Xiong's realm. Xia Ling Tian sighed. It can't be helped. After all, Hua Xiong came out too early. The Xia Ling Tian power at that time wasn't as strong as it is now. However, although Hua Xiong is also a peak Yuaning, it is true that he can cross the 3rd step to fight the 3rd level of transformation spirit. While this big captain can cross the 2nd step to fight the 2nd level of transformation spirit. They are all geniuses, although it is a soldier, but this is comparable to the genius of the soldier. In time when the soldier reaches 10,000, or even 100,000, how invincible it will be. After summoning 840 Western Liang Iron Cavalry also consumed 84,000 Dao of reincarnation power from Xia Ling Tian, leaving 320,000 Dao of reincarnation power remaining. Xia Yun, go call Hua Xiong here. Afterward, Xia Ling Tian instructed Xia Yun, who was outside the door. Yes, Xia Yun responded. Not long after, Hua Xiong arrived and saluted Xia Ling Tian. See your highness, Hua Xiong, you are ordered to lead 1,000 Western Liang Iron Cavalry to Sunset Mountain in Yingyu City, where a clan called Red Flame Sect is situated, and destroy this clan. Xia Ling Tian commanded. At those words, Hua Xiong's eyes flashed with brilliance. Thing, your highness, go on, the end of the line will retire. Xia Yun, Xia Xian, you two also go forward with Hua Xiong. Yes. Hua Xiong brought Xia Yun and Xia Xian to the quarters of the Western Liang Elite and Western Liang Iron Cavalry. When Xia Yun and his duo saw 1,000 Western Liang Iron Cavalrymen of the Yuaning realm instantly froze. General Hua Xiong, these generals are all in the Yuaning realm? Xia Yun asked in shock as he pointed at the 1,000 Western Liang Iron Cavalry. That's right, this general's Western Liang Iron Cavalry. Hua Xiong faintly said. The pride in his eyes showed unmistakably. General. At this time, the Grand Captain of the Western Liang Iron Cavalry, Liang Yi, came to Hua Xiong and respectfully said, Ryuchi, gather all the Western Liang Iron Cavalry and march with this general. Yes, General. At those words, a flash of excitement passed through Ryuku's eyes. They, the generals, were all born for war, and they were all excited to hear that there was a battle to be fought. Chapter 12, Destruction of the Red Flame Sect. 3 days later, Hua Xiong and the others finally arrived at Sunset Mountain. General, ahead is Sunset Mountain. Ryuchi came to Wario and said, go into the mountain and leave no one behind as long as they are from the Red Flame Sect. After Hua Xiong finished speaking, he directly led the way towards the mountain. Yes, Liang Yi responded. Then all of the 1,000 Western Liang Iron Horsemen dismounted and followed behind Hua Xiong to advance in an orderly manner. At this moment, there were 5 people situated in the hall of the Red Flame Sect, and the person sitting in the first place was wearing a white ghost face mask, making it impossible to see his appearance. Below, 2 people sat on the left and right sides, only to see one person sitting on the left side look at the person at the first place and say, Messenger, this Daxia somehow suddenly came up with a peak Yuaning, and directly overthrew the 3 great clans within the city of Daxia in a thunderous manner. This person was none other than the Red Flame Sect leader, Qi Li. It should be Daxia's hidden bottom card. Don't worry about it. The messenger looked at Chile and commanded. But in recent times, you guys keep a low profile and don't draw the attention of Daxia. The headquarters is experiencing a little bit of a problem right now, and there's no way to take care of you guys. Yes, messenger. All four responded at the same time. How is the blood meal prepared? Back to the messenger. 89 young boys and girls have been captured, and there are still 10 short of finding a suitable candidate. Akari returned. At that, the messenger nodded. Get it together as soon as possible. With this batch of blood food, Lord Sovereign will be able to break through to the celestial realm. And then there will be a place for our clan in this White Tiger dynasty. Yes, messenger grand. Boom boom. Clang, clang, clang. Enemy attack. Before a few people could finish their words, the sound of fighting suddenly came from outside the hall, and a disciple shouted out an enemy attack even before he died. Bold. How dare you attack my Red Flame sect? Several people in Chile were furious and hurriedly walked out of the hall, just in time to see the disciples within the door being mercilessly killed by the Western Liang Iron Horsemen. Stop! Who are you people? Dare to come and attack my Red Flame sect? Feeling the strength of the Western Liang Iron Cavalry, Chile's face changed greatly. How is it possible that all of them are Yuaning cultivators? Nay, how could the Western Liang Iron Cavalry listen to them? And they had no intention of stopping. Seeing this, Chile was ready to rush into the field, but as a result, before he could move, Liang Yi had already appeared in front of him, and stabbed at Chile with a sword. Redley was shocked and hastily dodged backward. But what strength did Liang Yi have? He is the peak of the Yuaning, can fight against the existence of the second level of the transformation god? Just with the 8th level of the Yuaning of Chile, how to dodge this sword? Ah! Chile was directly stabbed in the chest by the sword and flew out backwards with a miserable cry. Seeing this, Ryuchi again rushed to attack the remaining 3 beside him. For a while, several people panicked and resisted one after another, and finally all of them died under Ryuchi's sword. Messenger, help me! After killing a few people, Ryuchi once again killed towards Chile. Knowing that he was not this person's opponent, Chile could only shout in a hurry. In the nick of time, the messenger appeared in front of Chile, and slapped his palm out at Liang Yi's attacking figure, and a strength of the 3rd level of the transformation spirit erupted, and Liang Yi was also shaken back 10 meters by this aura. 3rd level of transformation god. Who are you? Ryuchi's face was grave as he looked towards the ghost-faced masked man. Jia, peak Yuaning, actually able to catch a slap from me. A bit of strength. The messenger let out a strange laugh and looked at Ryuchi, slightly surprised. After all, he was the 3rd level of the transformation spirit, and how could he not be surprised that this one who was only in the Yuaning realm could actually receive a palm from him without being injured, and was only shaken back a few meters. Humph. Since you won't say anything, then go to hell. Seeing that the other party had no intention of declaring his identity, Ryuchi did not talk nonsense and once again raised his sword to attack the messenger. For a while the two of them went back and forth, fighting from the ground to the air. However, Ryuchi was only a peak Yuaning after all, and although he could cross the 2nd stage to deal with the 2nd level of transformation spirit, this person was at the 3rd level of transformation spirit. After 10 moves, Ryuchi was hit by this person's palm without paying attention and instantly fell towards the ground. Swish! A figure appeared and caught Ryuchi. You're okay, Wario said softly. Cough. General. Subordinate is fine. My subordinate is not this person's opponent, and I have disgraced the general. Ryuchi coughed lightly. Ashamed. It's okay, you've done a great job. Leave it to me next. After Hua Xiong finished speaking, he directly rushed towards the messenger. Another peak Yuaning? At this time, the messenger's heart was surprised. Just now that Yuaning was so powerful. If not for the fact that he was the 3rd weight of the transformation spirit, he really was not that person's opponent. A peak Yuaning could actually cross the ranks and completely resist the 2nd level of spirit transformation. This kind of genius could not be rare. At this moment, there was another peak Yuaning. It wouldn't be the same as the man just now who could cross the ranks, right? There was no time to think about it, for Wario's attack had arrived, and the messenger could only meet it again. The two exchanged a dozen moves in a row in the air. The more the messenger fought, the more he was alarmed. How could it be possible that this person was even stronger than the one just now, completely able to resist him, a 3rd-tier transformation spirit? And even if he continued to fight like this, he actually felt that he would lose? 3 knives to cut you. Hua Xiong looked at the messenger, smiled contemptuously, and went straight forward with his sword. 3 swords to cut me? Dream on. Unconvinced, the messenger greeted Hua Xiong again with a sneer. Hua Xiong slashed out his sword, and a 40-meter sword shadow emerged, chopping towards the messenger. How? Feeling the power of this blade, The messenger was shocked and hastily mobilized his entire body to resist this blade. Boom! The shadow of the blade chopped down, and the messenger slammed into the ground in response, the entire ground being smashed out of a deep pit. It was clear that the emissary had not blocked the slash, but the injury was not serious. You seek death. Flying out of the deep pit, the messenger looked at Hua Xiong and shouted angrily, "Evil God palm." As the voice fell, the messenger slapped his palm at Hua Xiong, and a giant palm print steeply appeared in the void, covering the sky and pressing towards Hua Xiong. Sculpture. Hua Xiong lightly grunted and once again slashed out his sword, the blade energy emerging to rush towards the giant palm print. Boom! A collision sound rang out. The palm imprint instantly dissipated, while Hua Xiong's saber chi rushed towards the messenger with unabated momentum. The messenger saw the face of horror. Not in a hurry to dodge, can only subconsciously raise his arm to block. The result can be imagined. Hiss! Ah! The entire arm was directly cut off, and the messenger screamed out in misery. Who in the world are you? How can a peak Yuaning be so powerful? The messenger covered his broken arm with one hand and looked at Hua Xiong, questioning him sternly. Griffin, unworthy to know my identity. After saying that, Hua Xiong stopped talking nonsense and chopped out with the third blade. As this blade surfaced, the entire void was occupied by the shadow of the blade, attacking the messenger as if it was destroying everything, making it impossible for the messenger to dodge. No! Looking at the blade, the messenger knew he couldn't catch it and screamed in fear. Spare lives! However, when he shouted this, the attack had already enveloped him, and in an instant, his entire person was chopped to pieces by this blade, dying without a body. At this point, the messenger is completely dead. That's what Hua Xiong said. 3 knives will cut you down. Say 3 cuts, never more than 1. At this point in time, all the disciples and even elders of the Red Flame sect below have all been decimated by the Western Liang Iron Cavalry. The dominant Red Flame sect was destroyed. Chapter 13, Increased Strength. Congratulations to the generals under the Lord of Reincarnation for slaying the enemy and gaining 840,000 channels of reincarnation power. Xia Ling Tian, who was cultivating, froze, 84 10,000 paths of reincarnation power? System, what's the situation? How come there's so much reincarnation power? Hua Xiong under the Lord of Reincarnation's command decimated the third level of the transformation spirit along with a group of Yuaning Jindan cultivators, gaining a total of 840,000 channels of reincarnation power. Hearing what the system said, Xia Ling Tian was startled. A red flame sect is just a red flame sect, but there are still harmonized god cultivators? It's fortunate that Hua Xiong was sent there, or else I'm afraid that the Western Liang Iron Cavalry would have suffered heavy losses. Xia Ling Tian sighed. 840,000 chakra power plus the previous 320,000 chakra power. Already 160,000 chakra power. I didn't expect to break 1,000,000 so easily. Is it better to summon a first-rate man of honor or a soldier? Xia Ling Tian was caught in a dilemma. There was no doubt about the power of a first-class human being, but after all, there was only one person, and the only thing that today's Daxia lacks in the face of the Northern Liang King is a large army. In that case, summon Wen Chao's light cavalry first. After thinking it through, Xia Ling Tian decided that it was better to summon soldiers first. The experts now had Wen Chao and Hua Xiong, which was completely enough for the time being. System, summon 10,000 light cavalry and hand them over to Wen Chao. Summoning successful. Consumed 100,000 channels of reincarnation power. Remaining 1,060,000 channels of reincarnation power. Troop type, light cavalry. Class, second rate. Realm, 1 peak Yuaning vice commander. 10 major captains of the 7th major level of Yuaning. 100 minor captains of the 3rd to 5th major level of Yuaning. And 889 members of the late Jindan to peak Jindan. Not bad, although not as good as a human Jie. This strength is still powerful beyond compare. Seeing the realm of the soldiers, Xia Ling Tian lightly laughed. System, summoning 9,000 Western Liang elites. Summoning successful. Consumed 90,000 channels of reincarnation power. Remaining 970,000 channels of reincarnation power. Troop type, Western Liang elite. Class, second rate. Realm, 1 peak Yuaning vice commander. 9 major captains of the 7th level of Yuaning. 90 minor captains of the 3rd to 5th level of Yuaning. And 900 members of the late Jindan to peak Jindan. Well, it's about the same as the light cavalry. 10,000 000 men a vice commander. Xiao Ling Tian felt that he had almost felt the rules of the troop types. 100 people a small captain. 1,000 people a big captain. 10,000 people a vice commander. Then 100,000 people would be the main commander? And this was only a second-rate soldier. If it was a first-rate soldier, the realm should be even higher. Just like the Western Liang Iron Cavalry. For example, a 1,000 man brigadier general is in the same realm as a second-rate soldier's vice commander. Should we bring the Western Liang Iron Cavalry up to 10,000 more people? Xiao Ling Tian thought about it or forget about it. After all, the Western Liang Iron Cavalry is a first-class troop type. Wanting to gather 10,000 people needs to consume 900,000 chakra power. For the time being it is not necessary. It's better to keep it as a base card. Or what if you meet a strong enemy at some point? After taking care of everything, Xiao Ling Tian once again fell into cultivation. A day later, the Western Liang Iron Cavalry led by Hua Xiong returned to the army. This was a barracks that Xiao Ling Tian had specially asked Xia Zhouyue for, just for the convenience of summoning soldiers. After returning, Hua Xiong was ready to go and report the results of the battle to Xiao Ling Tian. But after learning that Xiao Ling Tian was practicing, he also retreated to practice. Nowadays, a brigadier of the Western Liang Iron Cavalry was at the peak of Yuaning, and he, the general, was even in the same realm as a brigadier. Hua Xiong was also feeling the pressure. His Highness's power was getting stronger and stronger. He couldn't afford to fall behind. Thinking of this, Hua Xiong decided that he would never leave the gate until he broke through the transformation god realm this time. Just in this calmness spent 10 days. Xiao Ling Tian also woke up from the cultivation. This cultivation Xiao Ling Tian also broke through 2 realms, arriving at the 3rd level of Yuaning. Walking out of the Crown Prince's hall, he saw an attendant running towards him in a hurry. Your Highness, you've finally gotten out of the gate. The king has come up to see you a few times, saying that you should hurry to meet him after you get out of the gate. Father wants me? Xiao Ling Tian froze. Got it. I'll be right there. Afterwards, Xiao Ling Tian walked towards Xia Zhouyu's bedchamber. Father, you wanted to see me? Arriving at the bedchamber, Xiao Ling Tian looked at Xia Zhouyue and asked, Tian finished cultivating? Not bad. Surprisingly breaking through to the 3rd level of Yuaning. Sensing Xiao Ling Tian's realm, Xia Zhouyue was pleasantly surprised. It was just a fluke. I wonder what father wants with my son. Xiao Ling Tian gently smiled and asked. Hearing Xiao Ling Tian's question, Xia Zhouyue was silent for a moment and said, 3 days ago, the king of Northern Liang was on a recruitment spree, presumably preparing to launch an attack on us. That fast? Xiao Ling Tian was surprised. Well, I guess I heard about Wario, so I don't want to be dragging my feet. Xia Zhouyue nodded her head. Father, do you know the exact strength of the other side? There should be 3 peak Yuaning. Xia Zhouyue said uncertainly. 3 peak Yuaning? Father, we're not afraid of him. The Northern Liang King, in terms of high-end battle power. I wonder what the strength of the Northern Liang King's army is. For the army, 500,000 foundation establishment and 500,000 chi refinement, and about 10 to 20,000 cultivators at the Jindan realm. Xia Zhouyue worried. And at the Yuaning realm, the king of Northern Liang is raising a lot of troops and recruiting experts these days, so it's definitely quite a bit stronger than our Xia. What about our city guards and forbidden army? What strength? Most of them are also just in the foundation establishment and chi refining realms. Like this. Father, don't worry. As long as they dare to come, my son has a way to deal with them and will make them come back again without a return. Xiao Ling Tian said confidently. Oh, you're so sure? Xia Zhouyue was surprised. Father, just relax. Just leave everything to my son. But when the time comes, we need father to hand over the forbidden army to my son's command. No problem. All the legions of Great Xia are at your disposal at any time. Okay, if there is nothing else there I will take my leave. Go on. Leaving the bedchamber, Xiao Ling Tian headed directly to the military camp. Your Highness, what brings you here? When Clown saw Xiao Ling Tian, he hurriedly went forward and saluted and asked, Come and see. Where's Wario? Xiao Ling Tian casually returned. General Hua Xiong is in seclusion, and said that he won't come out until he breaks through the spirit of transformation. Is that so? General Wen Chou, there may be a big battle coming up next, so command down and get all the generals ready. Yes, Your Highness, Wen Chou respectfully returned. Well, if Hua Xiong comes out of the gate, let him meet me. I'll go back first. After saying that, Xiao Ling Tian looked at the group of generals who were training before returning to the Crown Prince Hall. the king of the northern Liang? It seems that this bit of reincarnation power won't work without using it. Returning to the crown prince's palace, Xia Ling Tian murmured in his mouth. It was then decided that it was still necessary to expand the Western Liang Iron Horsemen to 10,000, or else they would face the Northern Liang King's million-strong army, and although they would not be afraid of them, they would surely suffer casualties. All the summoned soldiers were geniuses to Xia Ling Tian, and losing even one was unacceptable to Xia Ling Tian. System: summon 9,000 Western Liang Iron Horsemen. Summoning successful. Consumed 900,000 channels of reincarnation power. 70,000 channels of reincarnation power remaining. Troop type: Western Liang Iron Cavalry. Class: First Class. Realm: 1 Vice Commander at the 3rd level of the Transformation Spirit. 9 Peak Yuaning Senior Captains. 90 Junior Captains at the 7th level of Yuaning. And 900 Yuaning members from the 3rd to the 5th level of Yuaning. Sure enough, the Vice Commander was already in the realm of transformation. Xia Ling Tian secretly said. Chapter 14, Hua Xiong breaks through to spirit transformation. Within the White Tiger Dynasty, in the middle of an unnamed mountain range, there was a sect situated. The number of disciples in the sect was small. The entire sect was just over 200 people, but they were all experts. The sect's main hall, 3 large characters hung high. Evil God Sect. It was the Evil God Sect that had caused a storm within the White Tiger Dynasty 100 years ago, making people scared to talk about it. White Tiger Imperial Dynasty. One of the 5 major imperial dynasties in Xinzhou. Inside the hall, there were a total of a dozen people here at this time. All of them are wearing various masks, as if they can't see people. Patriarch, the evil broad protector is dead. Below, a person with a silver mask on his face on the left-hand side said to the first person, the Evil God Sect Patriarch. In the Evil God Sect, status is determined by the color of the mask worn. The Patriarch was golden, while the elders were silver. And then there was the red, green and white of the protectors, which corresponded to the high, intermediate and low-level protectors respectively. As for the disciples, they were clear black. Evil Quan is dead? How did he die? Upon hearing this, the Evil God Sovereign asked in slight surprise. We don't know who killed him yet, but Evil Quan died in the Red Flame sect of the Great Xia Dynasty, and the Red Flame sect was also exterminated, presumably by the Great Xia court. The elder returned. Great Xia Dynasty? A dynasty that can kill an evil broad of the 3rd level of transformation god? The Evil God Patriarch was puzzled. After all, he still knew the highest combat power of the Great Xia Dynasty, which was only a 1st level transformation spirit ancestor. This is also my subordinate Stout. My subordinate is prepared to send someone forward to investigate. I wonder what the Patriarch thinks. That's fine. Let's leave this matter to you, 3rd Elder, to investigate. Those who dare to kill my Evil God Sect must not be spared. The Patriarch nodded. Matter of fact. Sovereign, how is your blood meal prepared? Then, the Evil God Sovereign looked at the crowd and asked. Back to Patriarch. My subordinates have gathered 90 blood food. Back to Patriarch. My subordinates have gathered 85 blood food. Back to Patriarch. My subordinates have all put together 99 blood meals. Hearing the Patriarch's inquiry, all of a sudden, the people below answered one by one. Good. Not bad. Let's send them all to the blood pool tonight. It's a pity that it's still missing the Evil Broad's blood food, or else this clan is not far from breaking through to the Celestials. The Evil God Sovereign regretted. Patriarch, leave this matter to my subordinates. The 3rd Elder said. Good. Then I'll trouble the 3rd Elder. Daxia Border. Northern Liang Wangfu. At this moment, the Northern Liang King was discussing the matter of Daxia with a group of generals under his command. Hua Guang, how's the recruitment going? The Northern Liang King looked at a middle-aged looking man below and asked. Hua Guang, a general under the Northern Liang King's command, is in charge of this recruitment. Your Majesty, 300,000 soldiers have been recruited. Hua Guang returned. What did the governor of Shenyang say? Li Beixiong nodded and asked again. Your Highness, the Shenyang County governor means that he doesn't want to get involved in the affairs of my Northern Liang royal house, and only wants to be a local emperor within his own Shenyang County. Humph. That's quite a good thought. Let's not worry about Shenyang County first. We'll deal with him after we take Daxia. Li Beixiong snorted coldly and said. Yes, Your Majesty. Duanzong. Order it down. 10 days later, the army will set off, targeting the Great Summer King City. Duanzong was the second person known to outsiders as the peak Yuaning realm of his Bailiang Wangfu, as well as the great general in command of the entire army. Yes, Your Majesty. In the following days, the entire northern Liang royal palace was busy, preparing for the army's departure 10 days later. Daxia City, Western Liang Iron Cavalry residence. Suddenly a huge aura erupted from the military camp, and all the generals were startled. Ha ha, I've finally broken through to the transformation god. A loud laugh came out from the place where the aura was located, and then a burly figure was seen walking out from it, and it was Hua Xiong. Swish, 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 greetings, general, and congratulations on your breakthrough to the realm of the transfigured god. All of the Xiliang Iron Cavalry and Xiliang elite knelt down on one knee and shouted at the top of their lungs. All rise. Looking at the crowd of generals, Hua Xiong said with a smile on his face, congratulations to General Hua Xiong for breaking through the transformation god realm. At that moment, Wen Shou appeared and congratulated Hua Xiong. General Wen Shou. Seeing Wen Shou, Hua Xiong also nodded his head. General Hua Xiong, His Highness has said that if the general is out of the gate, he will go and see His Highness. Oh, did His Highness say what was the matter? That was not said, the general will know when he goes. Wen Jun shook his head. Good, then I will go now. After saying that, Hua Xiong directly turned around and left. My lord Hua Xiong, I beg to see your highness. Coming to the entrance of the prince's palace, Hua Xiong shouted, come in. Inside the hall, Xia Ling Tian's voice was heard. Wario pushed his way in. Greetings, your highness. Not bad. General Hua Xiong has broken through the spirit transformation realm? Seeing Hua Xiong, Xia Ling Tian laughed. Your highness, the last general has broken through the realm of transformation. Xia Ling Tian nodded, then asked, did anything unexpected happen during the trip to the Red Flame sect? It's indeed a bit of a surprise. I didn't expect that there would be a third-tier spirit transformation cultivator within the Red Flame sect. Hearing what Xia Ling Tian asked, Hua Xiong nodded. Do you know the identity of this man? This, your highness atones. My subordinate forgot to inquire at that time and directly beheaded him under the sword. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiong pleaded guilty. It's okay, if you don't know, you don't know. Xia Ling Tian waved his hand and said, the king of northern Liang may attack my Grand Xia in the last few days. General Hua Xiong go down and get ready for the big battle. Yes, my lord will retire. The unknown god transformation cultivator. What kind of power will it be? After Hua Xiong left, Xia Ling Tian muttered, could it be that there are other forces that have their eyes on my Grand Xia? Shaking his head, Xia Ling Tian, who couldn't figure it out, was also too lazy to think about it anymore. The big deal is just that the soldiers are coming. Nightfall. A black-robed man dressed in black with a red ghost face mask came to Daxia City. Is this the great summer city? How could evil Quan die in a place like this? As the man in black murmured, his figure disappeared and reappeared already 100 meters away. Looking at this person's target, it was actually the Great Summer Palace. In the twinkling of an eye, the man in black had already appeared in the middle of the royal palace. Western Liang Iron Horseman resident, Wen Shou, who was cultivating, steeply opened his eyes. Not good. A harmonized god cultivator has infiltrated the royal palace. Wen Shou murmured a sentence and instantly headed towards the king's palace, leaving only a sentence behind in the camp. General Hua Xiong, His Highness is in danger. Come to the palace quickly. Hua Xiong, who was in the middle of cultivation, stood up violently. Your Highness is in danger? Hearing Wen Chao's voice, Hua Xiong was in no hurry to think about it and also rushed towards the royal palace. All of the Western Liang Iron Cavalry and a host of other soldiers had also heard Wen Chao's voice. You guys just stay here and keep watch. I'll go check it out. Liang Shan, the deputy commander of the Western Liang Iron Cavalry, finished speaking to the group of soldiers and also headed towards the royal palace. To be able to make the two generals so nervous, it must be a high-level cultivator of the god of transformation. These Yuaning realm Western Liang Iron Horsemen going there would not be of much use, and it would also be easy to frighten the snakes, while he himself was a god of transformation triple in any case. Chapter 15, The Evil God Sect Attacks. Has anyone suspicious been here? Wen Shou and Hua Xiong arrived at the Crown Prince's palace and asked the guards at the entrance. Greetings to the two generals. No one has ever been here. The guards saw Wen Shou and the two of them and respectfully returned. Your Highness, Wen Shou seeks an audience. Wen Shou shouted into the hall. Wen Shou? What's the reason for coming so late? Xia Ling Tian opened his eyes and said to the doorway. Come in. Wen Shou. Hua Xiong meet your highness. The duo came in and saluted Xia Ling Tian. I wonder what the two generals are doing here so late. Xia Ling Tian looked at the duo and wondered. Your highness. The last general sensed an unfamiliar stream of transformation spirit cultivators suddenly appearing in the middle of the royal palace. A strange god transformation cultivator? In the royal palace? At those words, Xia Ling Tian was inwardly shocked, his expression grave. Exactly. The two nodded. Certain. No good. Father, the two generals are going to my father's. In the middle of Xia Zhouyue's bedchamber. At this time, Xia Zhouyue was immersed in cultivation. He had been at the peak of Yuaning for many years, but he was never allowed to break through to the realm of the transformation spirit. However, whenever there was free time, Xia Zhuyu would dive into cultivation just so that she could break through to transformation spirit as early as possible. Is this the king of the Daxia people? On top of the roof, the red-faced masked black-robed man looked at Xia Zhouyue, who was cultivating below, and murmured to himself, the strongest people in the entire Great Xia Royal Palace are only 2 peak Yuaning. They can kill Evil Fun? The man in black didn't believe it. After all, Evil Quan was a triple god of transformation. How could he be Evil Quan's opponent with just 2 peak Yuaning? But it's even more unlikely that there's any other force within the entire Dixia territory that can kill Evil Quan other than Dixia, right? Whatever. Let's say it's Daxia who did it. Thinking that, the man in black directly stomped his foot towards the roof of the building. Instantly the roof collapsed, and the man in black landed in front of Xia Zhouyue, who, hearing the sound, Xia Zhouyue jolted awake, opening his eyes just in time to see the man in black in front of him. Who are you? Dare to break into my chambers? Great Xia Human King? Was it you, Great Xia, who killed my clan's protector? The black-robed man looked at Xia Zhouyue and faintly asked, your clan protector? I wonder who that is. Xia Zhouyue's face was heavy. When he saw this person, he knew that he was no match. This was a god transformation cultivator. Evil Quan, a transformation spirit triple, recently died in your Great Xia territory. Your Excellency should be mistaken. Your Excellency should know what strength my Daxia has. How could it be possible to kill a third-tier cultivator of the transformation spirit? Xia Zhouyue gruffly said, I also think that it's impossible for you Daxia to kill Evil Quan, but the task given to me by the third elder cannot be left unfinished. So, we can only trouble you Daxia to be a scapegoat as well. Jie Jie. The man in black let out a strange laugh and instantly rushed towards Xia Zhuyu, ready to finish him off. Suddenly, how dare you, thief! A loud shout came out and in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Xia Zhouyue and slapped his palm at the figure of the man in black rushing towards him. The black-clothed man was shocked. Did not expect that will rush out a person. To not rush to think more is also a palm against the Wenshou attack. Boom! As soon as their palms came into contact, an instantaneous popping sound came from them that was deafening. The two were also shaken backward at the same time. The man in black looked at Wen Clown. His face was grave. He did not expect this person to have some strength. Under one palm was not even close to him. Third level of transformation god. Who are you? The man in black asked in a deep voice. Wenshou. Wenshou? You're from Daxia? That's right. Daring to come and attack my Great Xia Human King. You don't have a lot of guts. Wenshou looked at the man in black, and a stern color flashed in his eyes. At this moment, Xia Zhuyu was still in shock, and he was all ready to fight to the death when the man in black attacked him. He didn't expect a person to suddenly appear and save him, and claim to be a person of the Great Summer. How come I didn't know that there are still cultivators of the God realization realm in my Daxia? It seems that Evil Quan was really killed by you. Daxia. A murderous streak emerged in the black-clothed man's eyes. Thieves watched the sword. Suddenly, another loud shout came from behind him, and the black-clothed man turned around in a hurry, just in time to see Hua Xiong slashing at him with a sword. The man in black moved his body to avoid Hua Xiong's attack. First level of transformation? The man in black looked at Hua Xiong and was surprised. I didn't expect a tiny dynasty to possess 2 god transformation cultivators. It seems that the world's understanding of your Grand Xia is one-sided. Ghostface Mask, it seems you are in league with the man I killed a few days ago. Hua Xiong looked at the man in black and wondered. Sure enough, Evil Quan was really killed by your Great Xia. Hearing what Hua Xiong said, the man in black already understood that Evil Quan was killed by this person. In that case, you all go to hell. After the man in black finished speaking, he directly attacked towards Hua Xiong. Although the other party possessed 2 spirit transformation cultivators, but one was only a triple and one was a single. He was a 7th level spirit transformation cultivator and didn't put the 2 in his eyes at all. Hua Xiong looked at the attacking black-robed man and directly raised his sword to meet this person. Broken sword chop. Hua Xiong let out a loud shout and slashed at the man in black. Seeing this, the black-robed man's chi of the 7th level of the transformation spirit sword, forming a body shield of true essence in front of his body. Boom! Hua Xiong slashed his sword on top of his protective true essence. but he was unable to do much damage to the man in black. The man in black let out a sardonic laugh. A Bing sword suddenly appeared in his hand and stabbed at Hua Xiong. To the side, Wen Shou also instantly rushed towards the man in black when he saw this. At one time, the three of them directly started a great battle, fighting directly from the middle of the bedchamber to outside of the bedchamber. The entire royal palace was stirred. Father, are you alright? At this moment, Xia Ling Tian also came to ask besides Xia Zhou. I'm fine. Tianer these two are? Xia Zhou asked, shaking her head. One of them is none other than Hua Xiong, who has broken through the realm of transformation, and the other is also a subordinate of my son, Wen Shou. Xia Ling Tian explained. I didn't expect Tianer that you even have subordinates at the transformation god realm. Xia Zhou lamented. Father, it's only a transformation god. There will be more and more of my son's men in the future. There's no need for father to be surprised. King, are you alright? What's going on here? Brother Wang, what happened? At that moment, Xia Jioming, the prince of Daxia, and Su Jin, the great general of the palace, arrived here with a group of soldiers. After all, it was impossible for them not to know about the attack on the great summer human king when the commotion was so loud. I am fine. You all need not worry. Xia Zhou looked at the crowd and opened her mouth. Brother Wang, who is this person? How come he came to attack Brother Wang? And who are the two people fighting against this person? Xia Jioming looked at the great battle in the air and asked, who this person is I don't know. As for the other two they are Tianer's men. Ling Tian? At those words, Xia Jioming turned his head to look at Xia Ling Tian. Uncle Wang. Xia Ling Tian nodded his head in greeting. Seeing this, Xia Jioming was shocked. How could Ling Tian have such powerful men? At this time, when Shou two people have gradually fallen into the wind. After all, the other party is a real transformation of God 7. And although they can cross the stage of the battle, but Hua Xiong realm after all, too low. Chapter 16 Yan Liang and Li Ru out of the world. General, I'll help you. A loud shout suddenly came from the distance, and then a general of the Western Liang Iron Cavalry in armor was seen rushing out. It was the rushing vice commander of the Western Liang Iron Cavalry, Liang Shan. After Ryaozhen joined the fray, the situation was instantly reversed. Damn it, there's actually another transformation spirit third grader. And these guys are surprisingly powerful. Seeing Ryaozhen join in, the black-clothed man's face changed drastically. This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. It seems better to withdraw first. Thinking that, the man in black directly knocked the three back and then vanished into the distance. Trying to run? Seeing the man in black disappear, Wen Shou several people instantly caught up. Wen Shou slapped a palm on the back of the man in black. The man in black immediately flew out backwards, spitting blood. Seeing this, Hua Xiong directly used his full strength to slash at the man in black, and Liang Shan also stabbed his sword towards the man in black. The man in black was shocked at the sight, but he could no longer avoid it. No! Ah! With a miserable scream, the man in black was directly killed by the Hua Xiong duo. Congratulations to the generals under the Lord of Reincarnation for slaying the 7th level of the transformation spirit and gaining 800,000 channels of reincarnation power. Just as the black-clothed man was killed by Wen Clown's men, the system's voice also rang in Xia Ling Tian's ears. Your Highness, Your Majesty, the thieves have been put to death. The three Wen Clowns came before Xia Ling Tian and reported. Very well, work hard on a few generals. Xia Ling Tian nodded. Your Highness is polite. This is the job of the last general and others. Father, since the matter has been settled, my son will take his leave. Xia Ling Tian looked at Xia Zhou and said, good, I'll trouble a few generals this time. The king is welcome. Afterward, Xia Ling Tian left with Wen Shou and a few others. Su Jin, you handle it here. After Xia Ling Tian left, Xia Zhou instructed Su Jin. Yes, Brother Wang, how did Ling Tian get so many transformation god cultivators as his men? Xia Jioming looked at Xia Zhou and asked in shock. After all, this was a god transformation cultivator. There had only been one before in the entire Great Xia, and that was their father. Now that three of them had appeared, and they were all under Xia Ling Tian, could Xia Jioming not be shocked? I don't know either, but this is one of Tianer's men, so there's no need for us to go after the roots. It's also true that with these several god transformation powerhouses around, we don't have to worry about this Northern Liang king. Returning to the Crown Prince Hall, Xia Ling Tian looked at a few people and asked, do you know what kind of power this person is? Your Highness, this person is the same as the god transformation cultivator that the last general killed in the Red Flame sect before. Both of them are wearing ghost face masks. and both of them should be from the same power. This person should have come here to avenge that person, Wario explained. So that's how it is. It looks like we have another party of enemies. Your Highness, this is the sin of the last general. If the last general hadn't killed the God transformation cultivator in the first place, this wouldn't have happened. Hua Xiong pleaded guilty. It's fine. General Hua Xiong doesn't need to blame himself. What's coming will always come. Okay, you guys go back. Your Highness, why don't you ask my general to protect your Highness here? Wen Chou said suddenly. No need. Xiaoling Tian shook his head. Then the last general and the others take their leave. Seeing this, the three could only leave. System, summon 2 second-rate human masters. After the three left, Xiaoling Tian said to the system. After this incident, Xiaoling Tian also realized that his strength today was still not enough, so he decided that it would be better to summon 2 more human masters. Congratulations to the Lord of Reincarnation for summoning the world Yan Liang. Li Ru. Yan Liang? Li Ru? I didn't realize it was these two. Xiaoling Tian smiled faintly. Yan Liang, like Wen Chou, belonged to Yuan Shao's generals and was known for his bravery. As for Li Ru, this man is a great strategist and can be said to be the most mysterious strategist in the late Eastern Han Dynasty. After Dong Zhuo entered the capital, he became Dong Zhuo's chief think tank, and offered a lot of strategies for Dong Zhuo's development in the capital, such as holding the Son of Heaven to command his vassals, etc. However, after Dong Zhuo's death, this person mysteriously disappeared, and never appeared in the historical records again. System, check the duo's profile. Name, Yan Liang. Word, none. Dynasty, Late Han Dynasty. 3 kingdoms. Equivalent rank, second-rate human master. Talent, second-rate. Realm, 7th level of transformation spirit. Troop type, the Yuzhu army. Class, second-rate. Name, Li Ru. Word, Wen Yu. Dynasty, Late Han Dynasty. 3 kingdoms. Equivalent rank, second-rate human master. Talent, second-rate. Realm, 9th level of transformation. Troop type, none. I didn't expect that this outing would be the 7th and 9th level of transformation spirit, with the ability of a second-rate human master. Wouldn't it be possible to fight against the first level of Cave Void or above? Seeing the duo's realm, Xiaoling Tian was pleasantly surprised. Yan Liang, Li Ru, see your highness. At this moment, the duo that emerged from the void came before Xiaoling Tian and saluted. You two are excused. Thank you, your highness. Yan Liang, go to the barracks and find Wen Chou. Xiaoling Tian looked to Yan Liang and commanded. Yes. Yan Liang answered and then left. What does Wen Yu think of the current situation? What should I do in Disya? After Yan Liang left, Xiaoling Tian asked Li Ru. Your highness, nowadays, the king of northern Liang is on a rampage to raise troops, and while my Disya is not lacking in peak combat power nowadays, the only thing it lacks is a large army. Your highness should report to the king that Daxia should also start recruiting soldiers on a large scale in cities and towns all over the country, so that my Daxia is already in an undefeated position in the face of the king of northern Liang. Li Ru returned. And as the king of northern Liang dares to raise an army to rebel so blatantly, I'm afraid that there are unknown forces behind him to support him. Unknown forces? At those words, Xiaoling Tian fell into silence. Indeed, if the northern Liang king did not have the support of the rest of the forces, with his little strength, would he dare to rebel so blatantly? And what power does Wen Yu think it will be? After a long time, Xiaoling Tian opened his mouth and asked. The northern Liang king is stationed at the border to prevent the invasion of the Great Han Dynasty, but since the northern Liang king has been stationed at the border, the Great Han Dynasty has made no movement. What Wen Yu means is that the king of northern Liang is colluding with the Korean dynasty? Hearing what Li Ru said, Xiaoling Tian's face changed as he asked in a deep voice. Unsurprisingly, it is. Li Ru nodded. The Korean dynasty. It seems to be true, thanks to Wen Yu's explanation. Otherwise father and I wouldn't have thought of this point. Your highness is welcome. That night, Xiaoling Tian and Li Ru discussed for many hours. The next day, when Xia Zhouyue's morning court was over, Xiaoling Tian went directly to meet with Xia Zhouyue. In a pavilion, Xiaoling Tian and Xia Zhouyue were situated here. Tian, what is the reason for coming to see father so early in the morning? Father, my son does have something to do. About the northern Liang king. Oh, I wonder what. Hearing that it was about the northern Liang king, Xia Zhouyue also opened up her interest. There is someone else behind the rebellion of the northern Liang king. Someone else? What do you mean? Father, the northern Liang king's strength is just like that. Since Hua Xiong appeared in front of people and he still dares to rebel so blatantly, Doesn't father think it's fishy? Then, Tiana, are you suspecting that there is someone else behind the Northern Liang King? That's right, this power is the Korean dynasty. What? The Korean dynasty? Xia Zhouye was instantly shocked when she heard this. Chapter 17, Visiting the Immortal Treasure Pavilion again. Tiana, are you sure? Xia Zhouye's face was grave as she said in a deep voice. It's not 100% confirmed, but it's not far off. In any case, father should make plans early. The Great Han Dynasty has to be defended. Xia Ling Tian said softly. Not bad. This Great Han Dynasty has always wanted to attack my Grand Xia. Before I was wondering how this Great Han Dynasty hasn't moved much lately. It turns out that it's waiting here. Tiana, what do you think we should do next? After figuring it out, Xia Zhouye looked towards Xia Ling Tian. Father, the only thing we lack nowadays is troop strength. Father can increase his salary to raise troops in a big way, and expand to 1 million troops first. Moreover, one must be at the foundation establishment realm to join. I'm afraid this is a little difficult. Xia Zhouye smiled bitterly. Expanding by 1 million, and also having to all be at the foundation establishment realm. This was not something that could be accomplished in a moment. It's alright. Soldiers are fine no more. Expand as much as you can. Alright, then I will now go and instruct the Prime Minister to take care of this matter. After saying that, Xia Zhouye directly got up and left. Looking at the departing Xia Zhouye, Xia Ling Tian smiled faintly. In fact, even if he, Xia, did not expand his troops, Xia Ling Tian was not afraid of the Northern Liang King and the Great Han Dynasty. But he, Xia, could not remain stagnant. The future was definitely to reign over the world. And Xia's strength was definitely the stronger the better. Evil God Sect. It's still in the middle of the original mountain range. Third Elder Residence. How is it possible? Evil Hue is the 7th level of the transformation spirit. How could he also die in this Xia? The third elder murmured. Evil Hue, the very same evil god sect protector who had attacked the Grand Xia Royal Palace, was also the reason why the third elder had sent over to investigate Evil Quan's death. Since Evil Hue's death, the life imprint he left within the evil god sect also dissipated. So the third elder also knew that Evil Hue had died in Xia. Could it be that this great Xia still possesses a high level of transformation god? Or perhaps, Cave Void? The more the third elder thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Now that the Patriarch's closed-door breakthrough is imminent, it looks like we'll have to go back to this Xia sometime later to investigate properly. Xia City. Xia Ling Tian brought Li Ru to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion once again, and it was Steward Qian who received them. This time, when he came to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Xia Ling Tian then wanted to ask the Immortal Treasure Pavilion for a piece of information. After all, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was spread throughout the entire Qingzhou. It should know something he wanted to know. Your Highness the Crown Prince, why do you have the time to come to my Immortal Treasure Pavilion today? Steward Qian looked at Xia Ling Tian and asked with a smile. That's what Steward Qian said. Coming to your Immortal Treasure Pavilion is naturally a need to purchase treasures. Xia Ling Tian laughed and said, Yes, I misspoke. I wonder what your Highness the Crown Prince needs. I wonder if your pavilion has any god-transforming pills for sale? Xia Ling Tian asked. He had several peak Yuaning under his command, as well as his father and Uncle Wang, so if he had the assistance of the god transformation pill, breaking through to god transformation wouldn't be difficult. There is, but it's in the hands of the pavilion master, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint His Highness the Crown Prince. Steward Money returned. Oh, is your pavilion master not prepared to sell? Xia Ling Tian was puzzled. There was still business that came to the door and didn't do it? This is the pavilion master's preparation for the future auction, so I guess it won't be sold easily. Is that so? I wonder if you can take me to see the pavilion master for a while. Then please wait a moment, Your Highness the Crown Prince, and I will go and report to the pavilion master. Steward Qian please. Afterwards, Steward Qian went forward to report. Without waiting long, Steward Qian returned and said to Xia Ling Tian, Your Highness the Crown Prince, come with me. The pavilion master agrees to see you. Xia Ling Tian followed Steward Qian to the 4th floor and met this Immortal Treasure Pavilion master once again. Your Highness, this person is a 5th level spirit transformation cultivator. At this moment, Li Ru, who was on the side, transmitted his voice to Xia Ling Tian. 5th level of transformation spirit? Xia Ling Tian was surprised. When they first met, Xia Ling Tian suspected that this person was a god realization cultivator, but at that time, he in Hua Xiong's realm was too low to see through this person's cultivation. I thought that it would be at most the first or second level of transformation spirit, but I didn't expect it to be the 5th level. I wonder what the prince wants to see me about. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion Master looked at Xiaoling Tian with a faint smile and asked. At this moment, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion Master looked at Li Ru, who was behind Xiaoling Tian in a literati style, but his heart was slightly shaken. This person can't even see through my cultivation. Could he be at the high level of God transformation? I didn't expect another mysterious powerhouse to appear beside this great Xia Crown Prince. Last time it was Hua Xiong, who was comparable to a transformation god despite being a peak Yuaning, and this time it was an unknown transformation god. This Xiaoling Tian is really not simple. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion Master thought inwardly. I've heard that Pavilion Master has a divine transformation pill in his hands. I wonder if he could sell it to me. Seeing the Immortal Treasure Pavilion Master ask, Xiaoling Tian also answered back. So Your Highness the Crown Prince came here for the divine transformation pill, but this divine transformation pill was prepared by me for the auction afterward, so I'm afraid I won't be able to sell it to Your Highness the Crown Prince. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion Master politely refused. In that case, I won't force myself. This time, it's not all for the God transformation pill, but mainly because I want to ask the Pavilion Master for a piece of information. Oh, I wonder what His Highness the Crown Prince is inquiring about. I wonder if the Pavilion Master knows of a power that wears a ghost face mask. Xiaoling Tian asked. Ghost face mask? Exactly. The Pavilion Master was silent for a moment and asked. Your Highness the Crown Prince has encountered someone from this side of the force? Last night a face with a red ghostly mask attacked my father, but was killed. Xiaoling Tian nodded. A red ghost face mask? The opponent is a high-level transformation god? The Pavilion Master was surprised. It seems that the Pavilion Master is aware of this party's power. And yes, the one who attacked my father was none other than a 7th-level transformation spirit. Seeing that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion's Pavilion Master knew about this party's power, Xiaoling Tian was inwardly delighted. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion Master was silent for a moment and said, if nothing else, the ones that His Highness the Crown Prince has encountered should be the people of the Evil God Sect. Evil God Sect? This is a party of evil sects, relying on devouring the blood of young boys and girls to cultivate, and 100 years ago, it stirred up a bloody storm in the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty, completely enraging the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty. In the end, it was heavily defeated by the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty leading a group of cultivators and disappeared. I didn't expect Your Highness to encounter the Evil God Sect. It looks like this Evil God Sect has resurfaced now. Hearing what the Immortal Treasure Pavilion Master said, Xiaoling Tian's face was gloomy, not expecting this Evil God Sect to be so inhuman. Your Highness, you killed one of their Evil God Sect's senior protectors. I'm afraid that you will be facing the Evil God Sect's crazy retaliation. I wonder what strength this Evil God Sect is. 100 years ago the Evil God Sect's patriarch was already at the peak of Cave Void. The 5 elders under the sect were all Cave Void cultivators, and the protectors were all clear of transformation spirits. But back then, they were heavily injured by the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty, and nowadays their strength shouldn't be as strong as it was back then. It's just that I don't know if their patriarch has broken through to the celestial realm. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion Master explained. Chapter 18, The Northern Liang King's Army Moves. Celestial Realm? Many thanks to the Pavilion Master for explaining and letting me know about this party's power. Otherwise it would indeed be a bit uncomfortable to be passive all the time. Xiaoling Tian arched his hand and thanked him. It's fine. It's just a show of hands. The Evil God Sect's power can be said to be everyone's enemy. And this Pavilion Master also hopes that this power can be exterminated before it's too late. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion Master waved his hand and said, since I already know about the Evil God Sect, I will take my leave first. After Xiaoling Tian finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. Your Highness, wait. Xiaoling Tian turned back. Shoo! An elixir was thrown towards Xiaoling Tian by the Immortal Treasure Pavilion Master. Xiaoling Tian caught the elixir and looked at the Immortal Treasure Pavilion Master, asking in confusion, Pavilion Master, what is this? The God Transformation Pill that Your Highness needs is sent to Your Highness. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion Master laughed. Pavilion Master, how can this be good? Xiaoling Tian refused and was about to return it to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion Master. However, he saw the Immortal Treasure Pavilion Master say, it's just a pill. Your Highness need not care. Consider this Pavilion Master making a friend of Your Highness. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling Tian could only accept it. After all, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion Master had said so. In that case, thank you, Pavilion Master. Xiaoling Tian nodded his head in thanks. My name is Xian Fei Yang. Your Highness doesn't need to keep calling me Pavilion Master, Pavilion Master. This can show too much of Uranus, the immortal treasure pavilion's owner, also known as Xian Fei Yan, laughed and said, since that's the case, then I'll address you as Brother Fei Yang. And Brother Fei Yang doesn't need to be addressed by His Highness all the time. Just call me Ling Tian. Ha ha, since that's the case, I'll address you as Brother Ling Tian. Xian Fei Yan laughed. Xiao Ling Tian smiled faintly. Brother Fei Yang, farewell. After saying that, Xiao Ling Tian left with Li Ru. Pavilion Master, you seem to think highly of this De Xia Crown Prince? After Xiao Ling Tian left, Steward Qian asked Xian Fei Yang, isn't it worth my attention to be able to settle a 7th level transformation god of the evil god sect? Furthermore, do you know what realm that seemingly elegant scholar following Brother Ling Tian is in? Xian Fei Yan laughed and asked to Steward Qian. This subordinate does not know. Steward Qian stared back. Higher level of transformation spirit. I think this must be the person who killed the evil god sect's protector. What? Higher level of transformation spirit? Steward Qian was shocked. That soft-looking literati was actually at the high level of god transformation? How could this great Xia possess a cultivator at the high level of god transformation? Who told you that this is a god transformation cultivator from Great Xia? Xian Fei Yang smiled mysteriously. Ha? Not from Daxia? Steward Money was puzzled. It's obvious that this is Brother Ling Tian's personal power, but it can also be said that it's the Grand Xia's. After all, Brother Ling Tian is the Grand Xia's crown prince. It seems like this De Xia crown prince is really something else. Steward Money sighed. Now you know why I fancy Brother Ling Tian, right? Xian Fei Yan laughed. My subordinate understands. It's still the pavilion master who has the foresight. Leaving the immortal treasure pavilion, Xiao Ling Tian directly returned to the crown prince's palace. The evil god sect. Li Ru, notify Yan Liang and Wenshou to pay attention to any suspicious people in Daxia City lately. And if they find anyone from the evil god sect, kill them directly. Xiao Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a brilliant light as he commanded Li Ru. Yes, Your Highness. Subsequently, Xiao Ling Tian, who had finished instructing Li Ru, headed to Xia Zhouyue's residence and handed over the god-transforming pill to his father. With this god transformation pill, Xiao Ling Tian believed that his father was not far from the god transformation realm. Daxia is gradually getting stronger. In the midst of this calm, Xiao Ling Tian spent 10 days peacefully, and during these 10 days, the evil god sect did not come back. For this reason Xiao Ling Tian was still puzzled for a long time. A protector of the 7th level of the transformation spirit had fallen. The evil god sect was indifferent. Was it not prepared to take revenge? Originally, he had thought of killing a few more evil god sect transformation god cultivators so that the power of reincarnation would break through 1,000,000. But now his hopes were dashed. If the evil god sect were to know that they were only providing him with sustenance for the power of reincarnation in Xiao Ling Tian's eyes, he didn't know how he would feel. During these 10 days, Xia Zhouyue also broke through to the transformation spirit realm, and the entire civil and military officials of the Great Xia Dynasty Hall were overjoyed by this. After all, the difference between a Great Xia with a god of transformation sitting on it and a Great Xia without a god of transformation sitting on it wasn't half a star. Which of the several neighboring dynasties doesn't have a harmonized god in their midst? Only he, Daxia, had no god of transformation after his ancestor's death. Now that the human king had broken through to the transformation god, they didn't need to fear the various forces anymore. Of course they didn't know about the several transformation god cultivators under Xiao Ling Tian's command. Only the top echelons of Great Xia knew about it. For example, Regent Xia Jioming, Prime Minister Meng Haoshuan, and Great General Su Zhen. Other than these three who knew the true strength of their Daxia today, the others had been stuck in the previous Daxia. Meng Haoshuan was the old ancestor of the Meng family of the Great Summer City, and his strength was already at the 8th level of Yuaning, a family second only to the previous 3 great families. After the 3 great families were destroyed by Xiao Ling Tian, they were now the veritable number 1 families. But of course the Xia family didn't count. The Meng family was also loyal to the Grand Xia. Meng Haoshuan had been assisting the former human king, Xiao Ling Tian's grandfather, when he was young, and had been serving as the prime minister until now, assisting Xia Zhouyue. As for Su Zhen, nowadays the Great Xia's great general, his strength was the 7th level of Yuaning, and he was also the head of the Su family. After the destruction of the 3 great families, the Su family was also the new top family of the Great Summer City, the Great Xia Dynasty Hall. Xia Zhouyue was in the morning court, reporting to the human king. The northern Liang King's army has already departed and is now heading towards our Daxia city. Prime Minister Meng Haoshuan stepped forward and bowed to Xia Zhouyue. Did the Northern Liang King finally make a move? Hearing the Prime Minister's report, Xia Zhouyue's eyes stared and murmured, "Human King, I would like to lead the army and go forward to stop the Northern Liang King." At that moment, Suzhen stepped forward and asked for orders. Great General is in no hurry. Prime Minister, where has the King of Northern Liang arrived now? Xia Zhouyue asked Meng Haoshuan. Human King, the Northern Liang King's army has now arrived at Menzhou City, and is still 5 cities away from Maidasha, and is expected to arrive at Maidasha City at noon tomorrow. Meng Haoshuan respectfully returned. Menzhou City? Prime Minister, did the other side kill any of my innocent people of Dixia? This is not true. The Northern Liang King and the others just want to overthrow our Dixia royal family so that they can take their place. For these innocent people they shouldn't innocently kill them. Meng Haoshuan paused and continued. But these cities in the Northern Liang King's pathway have basically chosen to surrender. It can't be helped. They're definitely no match for the Northern Liang King. There's no need to resist and die. Xia Zhouyue nodded her head. How many large armies are on the other side? Nearly 2 million. Meng Haoshuan said in a deep voice. After all, 2 million is not a small amount. How many troops do they have in Dixia today? Chapter 19, The Great War. 2 million. Da Xia, how many troops are available today? Hearing what Meng Haoshuan said, Xia Zhouyue's face also sank slightly. Plus the ones recruited in the last few days. About 1 million or so. At those words, Xia Zhouyue fell into silence. 1 million. It was still an ordinary army. And it was certainly no match for the Northern Liang King's army. After all, the King of Northern Liang had 1 million elite troops, as well as an additional 1 million recruited troops. Ryoko, men, go and bring the Crown Prince here. Xia Zhouyue instructed to the outside. Hearing that the Human King had gone to invite the Crown Prince, Meng Haoshuan and Suzhen's eyes lit up. After all, they had seen the recent performance of the Crown Prince in their eyes, not to mention the experts under the Crown Prince's command, and the rest of the ministers all looked puzzled. What is the purpose of inviting the Crown Prince in this situation? Couldn't the Crown Prince have solved the matter? Not long after, Xia Ling Tian came down to the court hall led by the guards, followed by Li Ru. My son sees his father. Xia Ling Tian saluted Xia Zhouyue. Li Ru, meet the Human King. Behind him, Li Ru also saluted, but it was without kneeling. Xia Zhouyue and Meng Haoshuan were indifferent to this. After all, they knew that the people around the Crown Prince were all extraordinary. However, there are always people who don't know what this man is capable of. And this time, when a minister saw that Li Ru didn't even kneel down when he saw the King of Men, he stood out and shouted at Li Ru, "Who are you that you don't even kneel down when you see the King of Men?" Xia Ling Tian looked towards this person and realized that he didn't recognize him, but he was a minister of the 3rd grade, which was considered a high level in Dixia. Just as he was about to say something, Xia Zhouyue was the one who opened his mouth and said, "Lo Aiqing, this is my guest. No need to kneel. Yes, King of Men." Seeing this, the person also retreated. "Father, I don't know what I've been called here for," Xia Ling Tian asked. "Tian, the Northern Liang King has led a large army to attack. The King of Northern Liang attacked?" At those words, Xia Ling Tian was slightly stunned. He didn't think that the Northern Liang King would be so quick to sulk. Originally, Xia Ling Tian thought that the Northern Liang King would attack for at least 1 or 2 more months, but he did not expect it to be so fast. "That's right, Tian. How do you think we should respond at the moment?" Xia Zhouyue looked at Xia Ling Tian and asked, "Father, how many soldiers are available to my Dixia today?" 1 million or so. Xia Zhouyue returned. $1 million. How many armies of the Northern Liang King? 2 million. How long will it take to reach my Daxia city? Xia Ling Tian asked again. About noon tomorrow. In that case, Great General, you can immediately move the 1 million troops to Changmen and just guard the perimeter of the city gate. Xia Ling Tian commanded. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. After saying that, Suzhen directly left. Father, have you found any traces of the Great Han Dynasty? After Suzhen left, Xia Ling Tian turned to Xia Zhouyue again and asked. This is not found at the moment. Xia Zhouyue shook her head. Father, leave this battle to my son. My son will make the Northern Liang King have no return, even with the help of the Great Han Dynasty. Good. In that case then you are in full charge. All of you are at the Crown Prince's command. I am honored to follow the orders of the Human King. Although the ministers were puzzled, they did not dare to disobey. Xia Ling Tian then led Li Ru out of the courtroom and headed to the city gates. Your Highness, the Northern Liang King's 2 million troops are estimated to be mixed with the army of the Great Han Dynasty. On the side, Li Ru guessed. That's right, I think so too. In just a few days the king of northern Liang, couldn't have recruited 1,000,000 troops so quickly. It would be nice to recruit 300, 000 to 400, 000. Xia Ling Tian nodded. How does your highness intend to respond? Soldiers are no longer more refined. Even if the king of northern Liang, has an army of 2 million. I don't believe that the 10,000 Yuaning realm Western Liang Iron Cavalry can't deal with it yet. Besides, there are still 20,000 Jindan realm Western Liang elites and light cavalry. Together with my great Xia's million-strong army, will completely annihilate his northern Liang king this time. Return a clear sky to my daxia. Xia Ling Tian said confidently. Time passed quietly and soon came the next day. It had been less than an hour since the northern Liang king had arrived. Your highness, there's roughly half an hour left before the northern Liang king's army arrives here. On the city wall, Yan Liang came to Xia Ling Tian and reported. Half an hour? All set? Xia Ling Tian asked. It's been arranged. The Western Liang Iron Cavalry is hiding all around. Just waiting for your highness to give the order. Yan Liang respectfully returned. Xia Ling Tian nodded his head and stopped talking. Everyone was looking ahead, waiting for the arrival of the northern Liang king. Coming. Half an hour later, Xia Ling Tian said softly. The crowd looked ahead, only to see the densely packed army of the northern Liang king coming towards Daxia city. Right in front of him was none other than King Li Beixiong of northern Liang. Beside Li Beixiong was Duanzong and Hua Guang's crowd. Soon, the northern Liang king's army had appeared 1,000 meters outside of Daxia city. Xiao Jiu Yue, this king is here. Li Beixiong looked above the walls of Daxia city and shouted. Xiao Jiu Yue, this king advises you to come out of the city and surrender. Daxia is no match for this king. Xia Ling Tian looked at Li Beixiong, gently smiled, and said to Su Jin beside him, Great General, you go and respond to him to fight if he wants to fight. Where is all this nonsense? Upon hearing this, Su Jin stepped forward and drank at Li Beixiong. Li Beixiong, what's the need for nonsense? If you want to fight, Xia, will not fear you. What? Where's Xia Jiu Yue? Doesn't he dare to come out and let you? Su Jin, be the shield? Ha ha. Li Beixiong laughed out loud. Then he commanded to the people beside him, attack and take Daxia city. Yes, your majesty. The army attacked and took Daxia city. Instantly, all of the northern Liang king's army attacked towards the gates of Daxia city. Where are the western Liang elites? On the city wall, Hua Xiong bellowed. The deafening sound resounded. Get out of town and kill the enemy. After Hua Xiong finished speaking, he directly jumped off the city wall towards the northern Liang king's army to kill them. Yes, behind them, 10,000 western Liang elites were also following. Where are the light cavalry? On the side, Wen Chou also let out a loud shout. The deafening sound rang out again. Get out of town and kill the enemy. Wen Chou was also charging directly into the army of the northern Liang king. Yes, inside the city, 10,000 light cavalry also instantly rushed into the battlefield. Although there were only a mere 20,000 soldiers, they were all Jindan cultivators or above. And they were not at all weak in the face of the northern Liang king's 2 million troops. Not to mention that there were also Hua Xiong and Wen Chou, two spirit transformation cultivators. Once they charged into the battlefield, it could be said that it was a complete one-sided slaughter. How is it possible? King, 20,000 Jindan cultivators? In the back, Duanzong looked at the only 20,000 people that had come out of Daxia city and was shocked. You ask me, who do I ask? Damn it, how can Daxia still have such strength? Li Beixiong was also shocked. His face was unsightly, and he drank to the army. Kill them for me. They only have 20,000 people. Heap them even for this king. Prince, look at those two people. It is a transformation god cultivator. At this time, Duanzong discovered Hua Xiong and Wen Chou and pointed at the two of them in horror. What did you say? Li Beixiong was dumbfounded when he heard Duanzong's words and instantly froze when he looked in the direction Duanzong was pointing. How could there still be a god transformation cultivator in Daxia? Li Beixiong muttered. Chapter 20, The Northern Liang King's Army Destroyed. Great Han Dynasty, it's your turn to make a move. Seeing that Daxia possessed a spirit transformation cultivator, Li Beixiong was gloomy and had no choice but to say to the two people behind him. The two stood behind the Northern Liang King, giving the impression that they had no presence. If Li Beixiong hadn't suddenly spoken to the two of them, they would probably have thought that they were just Li Beixiong's servants. These two were none other than the royal ancestors of the great Han dynasty, Han Junxian and Han Junyi. The two are blood brothers. Bei Liang Wang, we have misjudged the strength of Dixia. Han Junxian looked at Hua Xiong clown and whispered, "What do you mean?" Li Beixiong asked in astonishment. "One of these two is a third-level transformation spirit. The two of us brothers are no match." What? Li Beixiong was shocked. The third level of transformation spirit? How could there be such a strong person in Grand Xia? The two of us will go and hold back this transformation god third grader. And you have the army surround that transformation god first grader and wear him out. Han Junyi said. Yes, please, both of you. The two of them charged directly towards Wenshou. The duo had one transformation spirit first and one transformation spirit second. And they felt that they shouldn't have much of a problem dragging down a transformation spirit third. Nay, what they encountered was Wenshou, the Chinese mastermind. Everyone, surround that first level transformation god cultivator and wear him out. After the two rushed towards Wenshou, Li Beixiong also drank to the army. Above the walls of Daxia City, Your Highness, the two people rushing toward Wenshou, one at the second level of transformation spirit and one at the first level of transformation spirit, should be from the great Han dynasty. Li Ru looked at Xia Ling Tian and said, "Oh, it's really colluding with the Korean dynasty." The corner of Xia Ling Tian's mouth rose slightly. Then he instructed Yan Liang, have the Western Liang Iron Cavalry move out. Let Liangshan take down Li Beixiong. Yes, Your Highness, Yan Liang respectfully responded, then bellowed to the outside of the city. Western Liang Iron Cavalry, do it. Ryaozhen, take down Li Beixiong. Yes, General. From the battlefield came Ryaozhen's response. Then he saw 10,000 Western Liang Iron Horsemen suddenly appear from the four sides of the battlefield and kill the Northern Liang King's army. Great General, it's time for your army to move out. Xia Ling Tian looked at Su Jin and said, Your Highness, taking down Li Beixiong, these large armies will not be broken, and they can be incorporated. Rebels, I don't need them in Dixia. Everyone, kill without mercy. Xia Ling Tian fatally said, That is, Your Highness. Su Jin led the order and went down to order all the million troops to go out of the city to kill the enemy. For a while, the entire battlefield was filled with the smell of countless blood, and countless troops of the Northern Liang King were being madly slaughtered. Swish! Ah! Wenshou chopped off one of Han Junyi's arms with his sword, and Han Junyi screamed miserably as he flew backward. Big brother! Seeing this, Han Junxian hurriedly came to Han Junyi's side and shouted, How are you? Damn! This person is too strong, we are no match. Second brother, the situation is not good, let's retreat. Han Junyi said with an ugly face. I thought that the two of them should not have much problem dealing with a transformation spirit third grader. But I did not expect this person to be so strong. Only a few moves and he was chopped off an arm. If he fought on, wouldn't he lose his head? But our army? What do you care about the army when it's already time? Let's save our lives first. Go. After saying that, the two of them directly disappeared towards the distance. Ha! Want to run? Seeing the movements of the two, Wenshou sneered and instantly caught up with them. A sword stabbed directly toward Han Junyi's throat. Big brother, be careful. Seeing Wenshou stabbing at Han Junyi, Han Junxian hurriedly shouted. Hearing Han Junxian shout, Han Junyi was about to dodge, but it was too late. Directly stabbed through the throat by Wenshou's sword. Put, you! Han Junyi pointed at Wenshou, and a mouthful of blood spurted out, and with it, he fell to the ground, dying. Big brother! Seeing Han Junyi killed, Han Junxian let out a sad sob. There was no time to think about it but to fly away quickly into the distance. Just how can he escape in the hands of Wenshou? Less than a few minutes has stepped in the footsteps of Han Junyi died miserably under the sword of Wenshou. On the other side, Li Beixiong was shocked when he saw the army being madly slaughtered and killed, and then looked at Han Junyi and the two of them, only to find that they had all died horribly. How could this happen? How could Dixia be so strong? Li Beixiong muttered. He knew that his power was gone, and he couldn't fight against Daxia at all. Duanzong, run away. We're no longer Daxia's opponent. After saying this, Li Beixiong no longer stayed and ran away towards the back at a fast speed. Just before he could run a few hundred meters, he was stopped by Ryaoshan. Who are you? Looking at Ryaoshan, the Northern Liang King was shocked. Vice Commander of the Western Liang Iron Horsemen, Liangshan, has come to take your head for a moment. After Liangshan finished speaking, he drew his waist-matched sword and rushed towards Li Beixiong. Another transformation god cultivator. In the midst of Li Beixiong's horror, he was directly beheaded by Liangshan with a sword. The fleeing Duan Zong on the other side was also killed by one of the Western Lian Iron Cavalry's first captains. At this point, the entire top echelon of the Northern Lian King's army had all been decimated, leaving only the soldiers of the army still suffering from Daxia's massacre. It wasn't until an hour later that all of the Northern Lian King's army was killed, with none surviving. It also declared that in this great battle, Great Xia had won a great victory. None of the soldiers summoned by Xia Ling Tian suffered any casualties, and at most, only a few were seriously injured. The millions of troops of Great Xia also did not suffer many casualties due to the timing chosen to join the battlefield was too good. Congratulations to the generals under the Lord of Reincarnation for slaying the enemy to gain 5 million channels of reincarnation power. At this moment, the system's voice was also heard in Xia Ling Tian's ears. 5 million Dao. It seems that war is the way to gain the power of reincarnation quickly, Xia Ling Tian thought secretly. With 5 million Dao plus the remaining 500,000 Dao itself, it now possessed 6 million Dao of reincarnation power, which was enough for a first-class human master to summon 6. Your Highness, the enemy troops have all been ambushed. When Cho came to Xia Ling Tian and reported, very well, clean up the battlefield and return to camp. Yes. After giving his orders, Xia Ling Tian headed directly towards the royal palace. Returning to the royal palace, Xia Ling Tian directly met with Xia Zhouyue. Father, the rebel Northern Lian King has been destroyed. Looking at Xia Zhouyue, Xia Ling Tian reported, good, worthy of being my son. I knew that the Northern Lian King was not your opponent. Ha ha. Hearing what Xia Ling Tian said, Xia Zhouyue laughed out loud. Father, this time the Northern Lian King attacked, and it has been determined that the Great Han Dynasty is behind it. In this great battle, 2 god transformation cultivators appeared, so they should be from the royal family of the Great Han Dynasty, and roughly 400,000 to 500,000 of the 2 million troops are also from the Great Han Dynasty. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhouyue's face sank slightly as she hummed. This Great Han Dynasty is really bullying people too much. Father, now that the Northern Lian King's army has been destroyed, the people of Daxia will surely be able to see how powerful my Daxia is now, and father should take advantage of this time to once again raise 1 million troops, and with Dahan losing 500,000 troops and 2 transformation gods, it's the best time for my Daxia to attack Dahan. Xia Ling Tian slowly said, not bad, this Dahan has always wanted to attack my Daxia, now it's time for me to strike back. Hearing Xia Ling Tian's words, Xia Zhouyue also nodded in agreement. In that case, my son will take his leave. Chapter 21, Xiahou Yuan comes out. At this time, the entire people of Daxia were aware that the rebel Northern Lian King had been executed by the king of the people of Daxia, and for a time all the people were shaken. After all, the previous Daxia was already on the verge of destruction in the face of enemies from all sides, and everyone was not holding any hope for the Daxia human king. I didn't expect that Daxia, which was not hoped for by everyone, could shock everyone by wiping out all of the Northern Lian King's 2 million troops in one day in the face of the Northern Lian King's 2 million troops. The Korean dynasty. Your Majesty, it's not good. Something has happened to old ancestor. A royal elder ran to the Korean human king with an anxious face and shouted, Grand Elder, what's causing you to be so flustered? What happened to old ancestor? The great Korean human king looked at the Grand Elder and questioned, Human king, the old ancestor life mark dissipated. What? At those words, the great Korean human king instantly rose from his seat. Didn't old ancestor and the others go to Daxia with Li Beixiong? Did something happen? Daxia definitely out of the change. Life mark dissipation on behalf of the old ancestors they fell. The Grand Elder's face showed sadness, and even more so with a hint of worry. With the fall of the old ancestor, how could they survive in this land of 100 kingdoms without a goddess of transformation old ancestor sitting in their midst? The king of the Koreans was also at a loss, as well as at a loss for the future of Korea. Grand Elder, quickly go to Daxia to investigate and find out what exactly happened in Daxia. With that, the great Korean human king commanded the Grand Elder. Good. Old me will set off for Great Xia. 6 million chakra powers. It's time to summon a first-rate human master. In the Great Xia Royal Palace. In the Crown Prince's Hall. Xia Ling Tian muttered. A first-rate manjia was in existence that could fight beyond the 5th rank. And with his current power, the manjia that came out of the world would never be of a lower realm. Even Li Ru and the others were at the 7th level of the spirit of transformation when they came out of the world. And Xia Ling Tian was looking forward to it. System, summon a first-class man of honor. Congratulations to the Lord of Reincarnation for summoning a world-class man, Xiahou Yuan. Xiahou Yuan, Cao Cao's general, also known as General Baidi. Xia Ling Tian's heart was delighted. Xiahou Yuan was good at running thousands of miles to fight. In his early years, he accompanied Cao Cao on his conquests and supervised the transportation of grain and provisions for Cao Cao during the Battle of Guandu. In the 16th year of Jianan, he defeated Lu Xiong when he stayed in Chang'an, and then broke Yunxian and pacified Guanzhong, for which he was named Marquis of Bochangting. Later, he led an army in Liangzhou, expelling Ma Chao, defeating Han Sui, destroying Song Jian, sweeping away the Chang'an and taking the right side of Guanzhong by storm. After Zhang Lu surrendered to Cao Cao, Xiahou Yuan stayed in Hanzhong and resisted Liu Bei for more than a year. He was attacked by Liu Bei's general Huang Zhong at Dingjun Mountain and died in battle. His posthumous name is Marquis Min. System: View Xiahou Yuan's information. Name: Xiahou Yuan. Word: Myoji. Dynasty: Late Han Dynasty. 3 kingdoms. Equivalent rank: first-rate human being. Talent: first class. Realm: first level of Cave Void. Troop type: Chao's army. Class: first class. Sure enough, the Cave Realm. This realm was similar to what Xia Ling Tian had previously thought. In his guess, it was either the peak of the Transformation God or the Cave Void realm, and it didn't let him down. Moreover, Xiahou Yuan's army is top-notch, being Cao Cao's army, the Cao family army. My lord Xiahou Yuan sees your highness. Xiahou Yuan came to Xia Ling Tian and saluted. General Xiahou, please do not be polite. With the help of the general I have no fear of the great Xia. Ha ha. Xia Ling Tian laughed. Then he once again said to the system. System: Summon 10. 000 Cao family army and 100. 000 Yuzhou army. Summoning successful. Consumed 2 million channels of reincarnation power. 3 million channels of reincarnation power remaining. Troop type: Chao's army. Class: first class. Realm: 1 vice commander of the 6th heavenly day of the transformation spirit. 10 first captains of the 3rd heavenly day of the transformation spirit. 100 small captains of the 1st heavenly day of the transformation spirit. And 889 members of the late to peak Yuaning team. Troop type: the Yuzhou army. Class: second rate. Realm: 1 commander of the 6th level of transformation spirit. 10 vice commanders of the 3rd level of transformation spirit. 100 captains of the 1st level of transformation spirit. 1000 junior captains of the peak of Yuaning. And 889 members of the early to late stage of Yuaning. Seeing the realms of these soldiers, Xia Ling Tian instantly froze like a wooden chicken. The light transformation god realm surprisingly has more than 200, and the rest are all in the Yuaning realm. With this kind of soldiers, who else in his great Xia can be blocked? In the following days, Xia Ling Tian arranged for all the troop units, and each general was responsible for leading their respective troop types. Originally, Xia Ling Tian was prepared to expand the Western Liang elite and light cavalry to 100,000, but thinking about the fact that his current power of reincarnation was only 3,000,000 Dao, it was better to forget about it. It's always good to keep a few cards in reserve for the unknown. No matter what. White Tiger Dynasty. Evil God Sect Residence. Boom. A terrifying aura emanated from within the Evil God Sect, and the entire Evil God Sect's elders and even disciples were startled by this aura. Swish, swish, swish. 4 figures instantly appeared in the Evil God Sect's main hall. Precisely the 4 elders of the Evil God Sect. This is Patriarch breaking through to the celestial realm? The Grand Elder felt the aura and was pleasantly surprised. Patriarch has finally broken through the celestial realm. My Evil God Sect doesn't need to hide anymore. Not bad. With the Patriarch around, we no longer need to fear this White Tiger Imperial Dynasty. For a while several people were excited. 4 elders. Right at this moment, a voice rang out from the Great Hall, and then a figure appeared on top of it. It was none other than the Evil God Sect Patriarch. See Patriarch. Congratulations to Patriarch for breaking through the celestial realm. Seeing the Patriarch appear, the 4 of them simultaneously congratulated him. No need to be polite. This breakthrough to the celestial realm is also thanks to the blood food you guys prepared. Or else I'm afraid this clan wouldn't have broken through to celestial so quickly. The Evil God Sect Patriarch faintly said. Patriarch, now that you have broken through the celestial realm, what should my Evil God Sect do next? This was the 2nd elder of the Evil God Sect. At the 7th level of Cave Void, that old monster from the White Tiger Dynasty was already at the celestial realm 100 years ago. And now I'm afraid he's already at the 2nd level of celestial. So I'm afraid that this clan is no match for the time being. Hearing the 2nd elder's words, A cold look flashed in the evil god sect patriarch's eyes. You guys continue to collect blood food, and when I break through the second level of celestials I'll settle the score with the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty. Yes, Sovereign, Patriarch, a few days ago, a senior protector that my subordinate sent to Dasha fell in Dasha. There's something wrong with this Dasha. At that moment, the third elder on the side suddenly said, Dasha? A dynastic power can kill a high-level god transformation cultivator? At those words, the evil god sect patriarch was surprised. That's what I can't understand. I'm afraid there's some kind of change in this Dasha that we don't know about. Since that's the case, third elder, you personally lead a trip to see what's going on. By the way, collect a wave of blood food in Dasha. Yes, Sovereign. Father, you wanted to see me? Xia Ling Tian came to the bedchamber and looked at Xia Joshua and asked, Tian, in the past few days, I have expanded my army by 1 million. And in total, I already have 2 million soldiers. And the domestic affairs have also been prepared. When do you think we can attack Korea? Xia Joshua said. In that case, the sooner the better. Then, tomorrow. Good. Xia Ling Tian nodded. This time, father will just send 1 million troops, and I will have Yan Liang and Wenshou lead the light cavalry with the Yuzhou army. Good. The matter is in your hands. Chapter 22, The End of the Korean Dynasty. On the following day, 1 million soldiers were stationed outside of Dasha city, with Yan Liang and Wenshou standing directly in front of them at the head of their respective troop types. Your Highness, everything is ready, Yan Liang said as he looked at Xia Ling Tian. Good. This time I will trouble you two generals. Korea has been bullying my Disya. Now let him, Korea, taste the taste of being destroyed by my Disya. On this expedition, not a single member of the royal family of Daehan will be left behind. Xia Ling Tian commanded. My lord will obey. Let's go. All troops depart. 3 days later, Yan Liang and Wenshou arrived at the border of the Great Han Dynasty with an army of 1 million men. Ahead is the border of the Korean Dynasty. Looking at the Korean Dynasty that was close at hand, Yan Liang sighed softly. Without strength but with ambition, this Great Han Dynasty deserves to be destroyed by our Grand Xia. On the side, Wenshou also sneered and said, Report. At this time, Yan Liang shot the scouts who had gone out to investigate the situation at the border of the Korean Dynasty to return. General, the Great Han Dynasty has stationed 1 million troops at the border, commanded by a Peak Yuaning general. The scout came to Yan Liang and Wenshou and said respectfully on one knee, What is the strength of an army of 1 million? Yan Liang asked. All of them are some qi refining cultivators, with only a small number of foundation establishment cultivators. The scout returned. Yu Ming, notify the next. The army will attack directly. Those who surrender can be integrated into the army. Those who resist will be killed without pardon. Hearing the words of the scout, Yan Liang looked to the side of the vice-general and commanded. Yu Ming, the very commander of the Yuzhou army, was at the 6th level of the transformation spirit, only 1 level lower than Yan Liang. Yes, General, Yu Ming respectfully answered, then turned towards the army and began to command the army to attack. Kill. Charge. At that instant, 10,000 light cavalry and 100,000 Yuzhou troops directly crossed the border and killed towards the army of the Great Han Dynasty. Not good. Enemy attack. When a group of Disya's legions rushed into the border of the Great Han Dynasty, the soldiers in charge of the sentries were immediately startled and hurriedly blew their horns. This is the Legion of Dasha? At the border station of the Great Han Dynasty, the general of the Great Han Dynasty who was guarding this place was shocked when he realized that these large armies were the legions of the Great Xia. Quickly inform the king that Disya has led a large army into my Great Han. All men, take up arms and kill. At one time, the millions of troops of the Great Han Dynasty all picked up their weapons and charged towards the Yuzhou army. Clang, clang, clang. For a while the entire border battlefield was filled with the smell of blood, because as soon as the two sides came into contact, the Korean Dynasty's army was simply slaughtered, and the two sides were simply not on the same level. Damn it, how is this legion of Great Xia so powerful? Surprisingly, all of them are Yuaning cultivators? When the generals of the Great Han Dynasty saw this situation, they were horrified and their faces were gloomy. He didn't expect this Disya legion to be so strong. It wasn't even a match. When did Disya have this horrible legion? In the middle of the battlefield, Yu Ming looked towards the rear of the Great Han Dynasty's army, and then his target locked onto this Great Han Dynasty's general, a cold smile flashing from the corner of his mouth. Swish! Yu Ming instantly accelerated through the countless soldiers of the Great Han Dynasty and headed towards the general. Seeing the Yuming who suddenly rushed towards him, the general's face changed, and he directly drew his waist-matched sword to make a defensive move. It seems you are the general of this great army. Not long after, Yu Ming arrived beside the general and said with cold severity, "You Disya dared to invade my Han dynasty. Are you trying to start a war between the two countries?" Looking at Yu Ming who appeared in front of him, the general asked with a grave expression on his face, "A war between two nations? Ha, you Korean dynasty deserve it?" Yu Ming coldly smiled and said no more. The large sword in his hand directly slashed towards this general. Seeing this, the general was also quick to raise the sword in his hand to block it horizontally. With a clang, the sword in the general's hand directly broke. How? Possible? Spirit transformation cultivator? The general had a horrified look on his face. And Yuming's attack was unabated. A sword split the general in half, which could be considered cruel. Listen everyone, your general is dead. Now those who lay down their arms and surrender will live. Those who resist will be killed without pardon. Yu Ming let out a loud shout, and at once the entire battlefield was plunged into a short pause. Subsequently, the general is dead? The general is dead. Let's surrender. I don't want to die yet. We surrender. We surrender. Don't kill us. At one time the remaining 400,000 troops all dropped their weapons and shouted for surrender. Good. All those who surrender will be merged into the army and attack the great Han dynasty with me. Han dynasty, the national capital. In the middle of the king's palace. Your Majesty, it's not good. A eunuch came outside the chambers of the king of the Koreans and shouted, "What's all the yelling about? Come in." The king of the Koreans drank. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. News has come from the border that Daxia has led a large army towards my great Han. Walking into the palace, the eunuch hurriedly reported, "What do you mean? Daxia has attacked my Han?" At those words, the great Han human king instantly rose to his feet. Shocked. Yes, Your Majesty. This news came from the border. How could this happen? Daxia, how did he dare? Receiving the confirmation, the Korean human king was instantly dumbstruck. The great Korean king was very reluctant, but he didn't know what to do now. Come on people, quickly go and invite the Prime Minister here. Just say that I have something to discuss. After a long time, the king of the Koreans shouted at the door. A short while later, Prime Minister Daehan came to the chambers. Saluting, he said, "I see the king." Ai-chan excuses himself. "Prime Minister, now that Daxia is attacking my great Han, and I'm afraid we've taken the border now. What do you think we should do?" "Prime Minister?" the great Korean human king asked in a hurry. "What? Your Majesty, Daxia has attacked my Korea?" Hearing what the king said, the Prime Minister was also instantly startled. "That's right, now I don't know how to face Daxia. Does the Prime Minister have any good ideas?" The great Korean human king nodded his head and inquired. "This, king, nowadays my Daehan is simply no match for Daxia. 500,000 elite troops were lost in Daxia, and even the old ancestor fell in Daxia. We are powerless to resist in the face of the current Daxia." The Prime Minister said with a horrified, helpless face. "I know all of this, so isn't this why I'm asking you?" Hearing what the Prime Minister said, the Korean king was annoyed. "I'm asking you to think of ways to deal with the great Xia, not for you to strike at me. The only way this can be done nowadays is to notify the White Tiger Dynasty and request that the White Tiger Dynasty intervene to have the Grand Xia withdraw its troops and not attack my Korea." The Prime Minister thought for a moment. Will the White Tiger Dynasty agree to step in? Moreover, Great Xia has already entered my Great Han territory. It's simply too late to notify the White Tiger Dynasty. Chapter 23, Attacking the Korean Capital. Since the millions of Daxia's army attacked the border of the Korean dynasty, within 5 days the army was like a crackerjack, invincible, even down 8 cities. And the border million army, which was highly expected by Daehan, hardly played any role. Only half a day was wiped out 600,000, and the remaining 400,000 were all incorporated by Daha. This shocked countless people and martial artists from all over the Great Han Dynasty. Han Tianchen, the king of the Great Han people, even urgently convened a court meeting after a fruitless discussion with the Prime Minister. "Dear ministers, in the face of today's Daxia, can there be a way to break the enemy?" Han Tianchen's brows were deeply locked as he swept his gaze over the entire court and bellowed. At this moment, his heart was extremely anxious, and Daxia's strength and decisiveness exceeded his expectations. The royal family's 2 old ancestors traveled to Daxia, to the point where they never returned to bury their bones, and there were even 500,000 of Daehan's elite army. The fall of the old ancestor made his Daehan directly into a desperate situation, and now he is facing a strong attacking Daxia. He has no countermeasures. Now that the Daxia army had attacked and taken the 8 cities with almost no obstruction, it made his heart extremely heavy. The many civil and military officials below looked at each other with sad faces, and no one spoke. Even the Prime Minister was silent. As the Prime Minister of Korea, he knew very well that even the old ancestor had fallen to the Great Xia, so how else could they resist the Great Xia up and down the Korean dynasty? The Great Han dynasty, full of civil and military elites are all here, is not even a little to break the enemy's strategy? Seeing that the crowd of civil and military officials all shut their mouths, Han Tianchen angrily shouted, his face cold and stern. At this time, Great Han's imperial captain Gong Lin stepped out with a worried look on his face as he looked toward Han Tianchen and respectfully saluted. Your Majesty, at this point in time, the only way is to ask for help from the White Tiger dynasty. At those words, Han Tianchen wore a bitter smile. Lieutenant, I have already discussed this method with the Prime Minister, but the White Tiger dynasty is too far away, and it is simply too late now. Seeing Han Tianchen say this, Imperial Captain Gong Lin also fell silent. Yes, the White Tiger dynasty was just too far away from their Great Han. Even if a cultivator at the peak of Yuaning traveled now, it would take 5 days to arrive. One round trip is 10 days. Will Xia give them that time? Obviously, this is not possible. Ryoko, the Imperial Captain Gong Lin added, Your Majesty, in that case then we can only borrow troops from the Deqi dynasty and the Dewu dynasty to ask for assistance. Borrow troops and ask for help? The entire court was silent. Han Tianchen was also silent. For a time, the entire Korean courtroom was silent. Microcosm, seconded. After a long time, the Prime Minister took a deep breath and said respectfully with a step forward. Han Tianchen's eyes closed slightly, as if he had aged a lot in an instant. Borrowing troops to ask for assistance meant that the armies of the Daqi dynasty and the Dewu dynasty would be allowed to set foot in the great kingdom of Korea, and that these two dynasties would definitely make incomparably excessive demands of him. For example, cutting off territory and ceding it to the other side would be a disgrace to Korea. But at this moment, there is no other way but to borrow troops and ask for help. Since that's the case, Prime Minister, Lieutenant, the two of you should go on separate missions to the Daqi dynasty and the Dewu dynasty. Lips die and teeth get cold. They should understand. If we let Xia break through my Korea, they'll be the next to take their turn. Han Tianchen said warily. Then he retired from the court and left. Below, the Prime Minister and the Lieutenant both looked at each other with some emotion. Who would have thought that in the old days, Xia, which was even weaker than their Dahan, would have become so powerful today? At Szechuan city of the Korean dynasty, Yan Liang and Wenchou led a large army stationed there. Countless soldiers were clad in helmets and armor, standing tall, with their lances pointing to the sky, their eyes frenzied and their morale high. On top of the city wall, Yan Liang and Wenchou looked ahead, their faces calm. Although in the eyes of the duo, the present-day Great Han dynasty was unbeatable, they still played steadily and did not attack rashly. When a lion wrestles a rabbit, it also uses its full strength. The great taboo of war is underestimation of the enemy and blind arrogance, and on the opposite side of Mizukawa Castle was a majestic giant city. On top of the city wall, it was guarded by countless Dahan soldiers. Several generals frowned as they looked toward Mizukawa Castle, which was 30 miles away. They knew that Daxia's army was currently stationed at Szechuan City. Only 5 days from the Great Xia's attack on the Great Han, there were already 8 cities taken by the Great Xia and completely lost. Now the entire Korean dynasty has less than 1 million soldiers at its disposal, all of whom are here at this moment to defend the city, just to be able to hold off the Great Xia so that they could wait for reinforcements to arrive from the Deqi dynasty and Dewu dynasty, because after this city, it was the capital of their Great Han dynasty. Even if they died, they had to fend off the Great Xia's army, and never let the Great Xia enter the national capital. As for how long you can hold it, a day, 2 days, or half a day? They didn't have the slightest bit of bottom in their hearts because they had completely seen the might of the Great Summer. Everyone, no matter what, we must defend this city. We must never give up even if we die. Behind us, all of them are our homes, and we must not let the Great Xia step in. Several generals looked at the hundreds of thousands of troops behind them and shouted. Yes, all of the army responded respectfully. General, ahead is Jingtian City, and beyond this city is the capital of the Republic of Korea. In Szechuan City, Yu Ming came to Yan Liang and reported. Inform the army to prepare for the attack. Today, take Jingtian City. Yan Liang droned in a cold voice. Yes. An hour later, the army set off, heading towards Jingtian City. Soon, the army arrived at 1,000 meters of Jingtian City. Attack! The Phantom Army charges. Yan Liang bellowed. At that moment, the 100,000 Yuzhou troops behind them rushed towards Jingtian City, attacked the city and kill. 100,000 Yuzhou troops surrounded and rushed towards Jingtian City under the leadership of Yu Ming. Above the walls of Jingtian City, "Welcome!" several generals bellowed. He saw hundreds of thousands of Korean dynasty troops instantly rushing out from the city gates and attacking towards the Yuzhou army. Yu Ming sneered and directly rushed towards the top of the city wall with a healthy stride. "Swear to defend the city." Several generals saw Yu Ming charging into the city wall and directly attacked Yu Ming with a loud shout. Although several people were all Yuaning cultivators, how could they be a match for the 6th level of spirit transformation? Yu Ming. The long sword in Yu Ming's hand was lightly swung. An eye-catching sword intent rushed out, instantly killing several generals, who were not a match at all. The enemy general is dead, and all who surrender will not be killed. After killing a few people, Yu Ming shouted at the battlefield. The many soldiers of the Great Han Dynasty froze in place for a moment as they heard the words. This has just begun and the general is dead? In this moment of days, many more soldiers were killed, and the rest of the soldiers could only helplessly surrender in a hurry at the sight of the situation. They had discovered that the strength of these people from Daxia was simply not something they could deal with, and were completely out of their league. Continuing to resist will only lead to death. The problem is that the city can't be defended as usual. The great battle had just been triggered and had ended after the Spectre had killed the enemy general. It's all about tackling. Chapter 24, The Removal of Korea and the Attack of Daki, the capital of the Republic of Korea. In the middle of the courtroom. Report. A guard came to the courtroom and anxiously shouted, "Your Majesty, Jingtian City has been taken by Daxia. The generals have died in battle, and the last several 100,000 of my Great Han's army have either been killed or integrated into Daxia's army." What? Someone please tell me what's going on here and why I can't even hold it for a day. When the Great Han human King Han Tiancheng heard the report from his guards, he was instantly startled, and there was an uncontrollable fear within his heart. With the loss of Jingtian City, the last hundreds of thousands of Dahan's army will either be destroyed or incorporated, and Daxia will enter the capital city straight away, with no more soldiers to fight against it. How can we resist this Daxia today? The Prime Minister and the Lieutenant only set out yesterday Daki Dynasty and Dawu Dynasty. Even if the two dynasties are willing to send troops, it is already simply too late to save him Han. Your Majesty, according to the intelligence, there are 100,000 Jindan or above cultivators in the Great Xia's army this time, so we're not a match for them at all. Below, a minister in charge of intelligence stepped forward and said with a trembling voice. The minister was scared out of his wits when he learned of this information. An army of 100,000 Jindan cultivators, not to mention Korea. Even if reinforcements from Daki and Dao arrive, I'm afraid they won't be a match for Daxia, right? In fact, it was still that the cultivation of the people he had sent out to scout was too low, and he was unable to scout out the specific realm of the 100,000 Yuzhou army. Otherwise, if they were to know that it wasn't 100,000 Jindan cultivators, but 100,000 Yuaning cultivators, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to raise any resistance anymore. 100,000 Jindan cultivators? At those words, Han Tianchen fell directly onto the throne, his face pale. No wonder, but all the cities and pools that Daxia has passed through are taken down as if they were broken. And with this army, how can they resist? Your Majesty, how about fleeing? Take advantage of the present to immediately evacuate the royal city. Should still be able to talk about the claws and teeth of Daxia. Another minister stepped forward, alarmed, and cried out, "Asshole, I am the Lord of the Great Han, the King of the people of the Great Han. How can I flee in distress?" Han Tianchen was furious and loudly reprimanded. The human king of Korea, Han Tianchen. Steeply, a loud cry came from the outside world, shaking the entire king city. The countless people in the city gave a sudden lurch and looked up in surprise. What kind of person actually dared to call the human king by his name? In the courtroom, a group of civil and military officials were stunned and looked at each other. Han Tianchen's eyes burned with anger, and he walked straight out of the courtroom. He wanted to see who it was that dared to call him by his name so directly. Behind him, the civil and military officials all followed. Arriving outside the court hall, Han Tianchen swept his eyes into the void just in time to see two silhouettes standing in the void. Both of them were wearing battle armor and holding lances and swords, their gazes calmly staring at the crowd. It was Yan Liang and Wen Shou. Transformation cultivator? Seeing the duo, Han Tianchen's face was unsightly. Only a spirit transformation cultivator could walk as if they were walking in the void. Even Yuaning cultivators couldn't. And at most, they could only float for a short time. So seeing these two, Han Tianchen knew that both of them were God realization cultivators. Who are you? In fact, Han Tianchen already had an answer within his heart, but he was just unwilling. General Yan Liang of the Daxia Yuzhou Army, Daxia Light Cavalry General Wen Shou. Faint voices came out from the mouths of the two. At those words, Han Tianchen revealed a miserable and bitter smile. Defeated. His Korean dynasty was completely defeated. He lost to this Daxia dynasty that he had not paid much attention to. Han Tianchen, I'll give you a decent way to die. Cut yourself. Yan Liang looked at Han Tianchen and said expressionlessly, what are you, Daxia, going to do with me? Han? Han Tianchen asked in a stern voice. As long as the top brass of your Daehan dynasty cut themselves and announced the dissolution of the Daehan dynasty and its incorporation into my Daxia will treat the people of Daehan equally. Well, I hope you guys do what you say you're going to do. A day later, the human king of the Korean dynasty, Han Tianchen, notarized the world, announcing his abdication and dissolution of the Korean dynasty. Effective immediately, the Daehan dynasty was merged into the Daxia dynasty and became the land of the Daxia dynasty. As soon as this news was announced, countless people throughout the entire Korean dynasty were shaken in disbelief. Subsequently, after announcing this news, Han Tianchen, the human king of the Republic of Korea, cut himself in the middle of the court. Some civil and military officials who were sensible also cut themselves here, because their families were in the city, and if they didn't listen to Daxia, their families would all be hard to escape death. As for some of those who were afraid of death, they were thinking of finding a chance to escape. But how could they escape from the royal city guarded by the Yuzhou army? They were all killed here. After taking care of everything, Yan Liang and Wen Shou were ready to return to Daxia to report to Xia Ling Tian, so that Xia Zhouyue could send someone to come and take over this place. However, at this time, Yuming was the one who came to report. General, a 1,000,000-man army has been spotted 100 miles west of the king's city, with the word Daki floating on its flag. 1,000,000 troops? Daki? At those words, Yan Liang was slightly silent. Then he said, it seems that this is the reinforcements Han Tianchen requested, but it's a pity that they came too late. Yu Ming, lead 100,000 Yuzhou troops forward and inform the other side that Dahan has become my Daxia's territory, so that they can hasten to evacuate this place. If you don't leave, you will be killed directly without amnesty. Yes, General. Yu Ming led 100,000 Yuzhou troops to the west side of the royal city, and soon, he saw that the millions of troops from the Daxi dynasty had arrived. Who is it in front of us? This place is already my great Xia territory. Leave quickly. Looking ahead at the millions of troops of the Daxi dynasty, Yu Ming stepped forward and bellowed. The one who led the army this time was Qili, a general of the Daxi dynasty. Beside him was the Prime Minister of Korea, who had traveled to Daki. Hearing Yu Ming shout, Qili looked at the Korean Prime Minister with a puzzled look on his face and asked, what's the situation? Your Korea has fallen? How did it happen so fast? I've only been gone for less than 2 days and the capital has already fallen? At this time, the Prime Minister of Korea also had a bewildered look on his face. It's only been 2 days since we left, and Korea was captured by Daxia? Your Dahan has now fallen. If you still need us to help you repel Daxia, you will have to cede at least 30% of your country's area with my Daxi. Looking at the Korean Prime Minister, Qili said in a deep voice, good, General Qili. As long as you help my Han drive out Daxia, 30% of the country's area I promise for the king, the Prime Minister assured with a grave look on his face. Upon hearing this, Qili smiled as he walked towards the front and shouted in the direction of Yuming's army. I am the Lion and Tiger army of the Daki dynasty, and I have been invited by the Dahan dynasty to come. Daxia, you guys hurry up and evacuate the great kingdom of Korea or don't blame me, Daji, for taking action against you. Daxia, in the Yuzhou army. Upon hearing this, Yu Ming's face turned cold. Daki dynasty, since you're looking for death don't blame me. Daxia, Yuzhen Vong, up, not a single one. At that moment, the 100,000 Yuzhou troops were like vicious tigers charging directly at the Daki legions in front of them. Qili froze at the sight. So decisive? I just shouted and you guys just attacked? However, when he saw the number of people on the other side, Qili smiled coldly. 100,000 troops dared to attack my Daxi's 1,000,000 lion and tiger army. Go on, wipe out all of this Daxia. Qili bellowed. Chapter 25 Enhancement of the Qi Luck Augur. War. The million-strong army behind Chile instantly rushed out. Kill! As soon as the two armies came into contact, Daki's soldiers were already dead or wounded. It was important to know that Dacia's 100,000 strong Yuzhou army could all be Yuaning cultivators, and there was no shortage of God realization cultivators among them. What about Daki? Even though it is the lion and tiger army, the kingpin army of Daki, the strongest of them are only a few Yuaning cultivators, and the Jindan cultivators are only a few tens of thousands. How is it a match for the Dacia Yuzhou army? Shili looked at the battlefield. The blink of an eye, his Daki army has actually lost hundreds of thousands of people. 100,000 Yuaning cultivators? Shili stared at this in disbelief. This does Xia uses Yuaning as its pawns? Where did the great Xia get so many Yuaning cultivators? Damn! This is the Dacia you want me to deal with? Are you trying to get me killed? Shili looked at the equally dumbfounded Prime Minister of the Korean dynasty beside him and cursed angrily. How? How is that possible? How could Dacia be so terrifying? Prime Minister Daehan looked at the battlefield and murmured in disbelief. Go to hell, you dare to harm my old man. Shili's mouth bellowed, and directly drew out the matching sword on his waist to cut off the head of the Prime Minister of the Republic of Korea with a single slash. Until his death, this Prime Minister of Korea was still in a state of disorientation and was killed by Chile without reacting at all. Everyone pull back and run as far as you can. Chile bellowed and ran straight to the back. As for the army, he couldn't care less. It was better to run first. At this moment, the lion and tiger army of the Dachi dynasty had already been killed with less than 200,000 left. And only a few minutes had passed. Hearing Chi Li's shout, everyone was running towards the back, but unfortunately, the Yuzhou army would not give them a chance to escape. Within a while, the only remaining 200,000 lion and tiger army was also completely annihilated by the Yuzhou army. Where do you want to run? Chi Li, who was running away, was startled when he heard this voice and looked up to the front, where a figure was walking slowly towards him. It's the Phantom. Transformation cultivator? Seeing this person, Chile was horrified and hurriedly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Elder, spare my life. I was compelled by a villain to bring my troops to Korea. I didn't know that Elder was here. I still ask Senior to spare my life. Offend my Dacia and die. Yu Ming lightly shouted, instantly appearing in front of Chile, the long blade in his hand slashing straight down. No. One cut. Yu Ming put away his long sword and left straight away. A field of blood and a split in half Chile flowed in the same spot. General, the army of the Daki dynasty is all but destroyed. Yu Ming came to Yan Liang and reported. Well, inform the army to return immediately. Yan Liang nodded and commanded. Yes. Yu Ming led the way. Yan Liang, this place has just been taken not long ago. I am afraid of trouble. You go back and report to His Highness. I will lead the light cavalry to sit on this place. On the side, Wen Shou suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Yan Liang felt that Wen Shou was right. A dead dynasty, I'm afraid, would make all the major neighboring dynasties look at this land. There is no need to worry about these dynastic forces with Wen Shou in town. Good. Then I'll leave all those soldiers I've collected with you, and return with only my Dacia soldiers. Yan Liang nodded. May. Congratulations to the generals under the Lord of Reincarnation for slaying the enemy army and gaining 6 million channels of reincarnation power. Xia Ling Tian, who was cultivating in the Crown Prince's Hall, suddenly heard the system's voice and instantly woke up. It looks like Yan Liang and the others have already taken the Great Han Dynasty. I didn't expect this Great Han Dynasty to be able to provide the power of 6 million paths of reincarnation without a transformation spirit cultivator. This is out of my expectation. Xia Ling Tian murmured to himself. How could he have known that if it wasn't for the millions of troops from the Daki dynasty suddenly killing them, a Daehan would only provide 3 million Dao at most? Anon. Above the royal palace of the Great Xia dynasty, a sudden skyrocketing dragon roar resounded throughout the entire Great Xia city, carrying a sense of extreme joy. All the people of Daxia city, the cultivators stopped their hands and looked up at the sky, only to see a white scaly dragon shadow suddenly appeared in the sky above the royal city, which was surging merrily, and the shadow body also rose from 1 zhang to more than 2 zhang. Xia Zhouyue was also leading the 100 officials to walk out of the courtroom one after another and look at the sky. This is the Qi Luck Augur enhanced? Xia Zhouyue looked at the situation, unsure. Then he burst out laughing as if he had thought of something. Haha, proposed decree. Spread the word. The Korean dynasty officially removed. The great Korean soil all returned to me Daxia. Behind the civil and military officials were not clear. At this time, when they heard what Xia Zhouyue said, they all reacted to the fact that Korea was destroyed by his Daxia. After all, they all knew about the king's expedition to Korea. Congratulations to the king. Long live the king. The 100 officials were overjoyed and bowed down respectfully towards Seojuyu, shouting loudly, their faces all excited. The Daxia dynasty had opened its borders and expanded its territories, and as Daxia subjects, they were honored to be a part of it. What's more, as the great summer's fortune grows, they will also be affected by their fortune, enhancing their talent and qualifications, and their cultivation speed will exceed that of the past. This is the benefit of qi. The stronger the qi, the stronger they will be within the Daxia, and the entire dynasty will benefit. This is the joy of all the people of Daxia. Xia Jiuyue laughed. In the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Pavilion Master Xian Fei Yang looked in the direction of the Grand Xia Royal Palace, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Is this the extermination of a party dynasty by Xia? Xia Ling Tian, Crown Prince. It seems that you, who have been silent for 16 years, are not willing to be lonely. Just that, by destroying a party's dynasty like that, how will you face the White Tiger dynasty's accountability next? Xian Fei Yang murmured with a light smile. He was curious and looking forward to how Xia Ling Tian would surprise him next. Is it a flyby or? 3 days later, Yan Liang led his army back to Daxia City. Your Highness, I am fortunate that the Korean dynasty has been destroyed. Yan Liang came to the Crown Prince Hall and reported to Xia Ling Tian. Well, hard work. Xia Ling Tian nodded and asked, where's Wen Chou? Didn't come back with you? Your Highness, with the destruction of the great kingdom of Korea, the turmoil in the country, as well as to prevent the invasion of other countries, Wen Chou has decided to stay in the great kingdom to hold down the fort. Yan Liang explained. So that's how it is, or the two generals thought it through. Xia Ling Tian released. By the way, Your Highness, after overthrowing the great Han dynasty this time, the Daqi dynasty led 1,000,000 troops to come, which were completely destroyed by the last general's Yuzhou army. Then, Yan Liang told Xia Ling Tian about the Daqi dynasty. Daqi dynasty. No wonder the power of 6,000,000 paths of reincarnation was obtained this time. So it's because the Daqi dynasty intervened. Hearing Yan Liang's report, Xia Ling Tian finally understood why he had obtained so much reincarnation power this time. He then said, how could a great Han still provide him with so much reincarnation power after the death of a transformation god elder? This matter, I know. You go down and arrange for all the generals to have a good rest. All relax for 3 days. Xia Ling Tian faintly said. At those words, Yan Liang smiled slightly. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 26 Strength of the White Tiger Dynasty. Daxia. In the Hall of the Nurturing Heart, the two of them, the great Xia Human King Xia Jiuyue and Xia Ling Tian, were sitting down in it to discuss state affairs. Tian, the two generals are back? Xia Jiuyue asked softly. Well, Yan Liang has returned, and Wen Chou is still holding down the territory of Dahan. Xia Ling Tian nodded his head and said, Father, the great Han has been destroyed. Father needs to send someone forward to receive the territory as soon as possible to avoid more trouble. At this point in time, the territory of Korea can be said to be a masterless land. When the neighboring major dynasties know that Korea has died, I am afraid that the major dynasties will flock to. So Daxia must bring the realm of Dahan under control as soon as possible. And with Wen Chou in the picture, the matter won't be too difficult. You are right. I will immediately go and instruct the Prime Minister to go and arrange for someone to travel to Dahan. Xia Jiuyue agreed. By the way, Father, this trip to Dahan encountered a large army from the Daqi dynasty. It should be Dahan seeking help from Daqi, but it has been destroyed by Yan Liang and the others. Next, Father still needs to pay attention to the movements of the Daqi dynasty. Dahan had originally sought help from the Dachi and Dewu dynasties, but the Dewu dynasty simply ignored Dahan, so only the Dachi dynasty came alone. The Lieutenant Gong Lin, who went to the Dewu dynasty to seek help, returned to Dahan after a fruitless search for help only to find that Dahan had already been destroyed by Daxia, so he also directly stayed away from Dahan's territory. Daqi dynasty? Don't worry, I'll pay attention to Daqi, but now that we've destroyed Korea, I'm afraid that the White Tiger dynasty will hold my Daxia accountable for this. Xia Jiuyue nodded her head, but then thought of the White Tiger dynasty, but was filled with sadness. After all, several of their dynasties were under the jurisdiction of the White Tiger dynasty, and it was impossible for the White Tiger dynasty not to ask questions when the following dynasties were destroyed. White Tiger dynasty? Does Father know the exact strength of the White Tiger dynasty? Regarding the White Tiger dynasty, Xia Ling Tian had only heard of the name. As for the rest, it could be said that he had no knowledge of it. However, the White Tiger dynasty is, After all, aside of the imperial dynasty, the strength must be incomparably powerful, and today's Daxia is certainly not an opponent. Our Grand Xia is just a dynastic power. How can we know the strength of the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty? Xia Zhouyue smiled bitterly, but it's definitely powerful beyond compare. The gap between today's Daxia and the White Tiger Dynasty is not a star and a half. At those words, Xia Ling Tian was also slightly silent. This time, it does seem like he was a bit reckless and didn't think about what he might encounter after destroying Korea. Nowadays, the strongest in Daxia is Xiahou Yuan, who is at the first level of Cave Void, and with Xiahou Yuan's first-class human master's rank, although he can deal with the 6th level of Cave Void. However, the White Tiger Dynasty was a party dynasty. The minimum requirement for advancing to the Imperial Dynasty was to have a celestial powerhouse, and powerful Imperial dynasties even had multiple celestial powerhouses and even Nirvana ancestors. Although he didn't know what stage the White Tiger Dynasty was at, it was certain that it possessed celestial powerhouses. Nowadays, his power of reincarnation possessed 6 million channels, and if he used them all, he could summon 6 first-rate human masters, and each of them would be stronger than the ones that came out first by roughly 2 to 3 minor realms. In that case, the 6th should be able to reach the celestial realm, right? Thinking of this, Xiaoling Tian felt that this White Tiger Dynasty didn't need to worry too much. He didn't believe that this White Tiger Imperial Dynasty possessed a Nirvana realm ancestor. Father, let's not worry about this White Tiger Dynasty for now, or let's deal with the territory of Korea first. Whoever dares to get their hands on Dahan's territory in the middle of the journey, directly let Yan Liang attack the other side's land. I'd like to see who else dares to ignore my Daxia, Xia Ling Tian said confidently. Apart from the Imperial Dynasty, the several surrounding dynastic powers, Xia Ling Tian had never placed in his eyes at all. If it wasn't for the fact that he was still a bit wary of this White Tiger Dynasty, now he would want to overthrow all the dynasties and make it his great Summerland. In such a situation, he was able to summon the top human out of the world. Looking at how confident Xia Ling Tian was, with an air of invincibility, Xia Zhouyue was suddenly very pleased. It seems it's time for me to abdicate, Xia Zhouyue thought in her heart. Okay, Tian, do as you say. Xia Zhouyue laughed. Leaving the palace of nurturing the heart, Xia Ling Tian arrived in the Daxia city, followed by Li Ru at his side. How strong do you think this White Tiger Dynasty is? Walking through the streets of Daxia city, Xia Ling Tian asked Li Ru beside him. Your Highness, my subordinate feels that this White Tiger Imperial Dynasty shouldn't be too strong. At least the Nirvana realm is definitely absent. Hearing Xia Ling Tian's question, Li Ru pondered for a moment and said, Oh, what makes you think that? Seeing that Li Ru was so certain, Xia Ling Tian was curious. My subordinate has recently read some of the Qingzhou historical records, and this place we are in, including the several neighboring dynasties, is a remote place belonging to the Qingzhou, and the White Tiger Dynasty that governs these places shouldn't be too strong amongst the dynasties, otherwise it wouldn't be governed by the White Tiger Dynasty but by another dynasty, Li Ru explained. At those words, Xia Ling Tian nodded slightly. He agreed with what Li Ru said. The place where Daxia is located is the northern realm of Qingzhou, and Qingzhou has a total of 5 major realms in the southeast, west, north, and west, and the northern realm is the weakest realm of the 5 major realms. The northern realm is precisely governed by the White Tiger Dynasty, and the entire northern realm plus the Great Xia has a total of 10 major dynasties, all of which are under the jurisdiction of the White Tiger Dynasty. The two of them were already walking to the land of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion as they spoke. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion was exactly what Xia Ling Tian was aiming for this time. As one of the major forces in Qingzhou, one should at least know more than them about the strength of the White Tiger Dynasty, not to say that they knew everything about it, right? Walking into the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Xia Ling Tian directly headed towards the 4th floor. Your Highness, what brings you here? When he came to the 4th floor, he happened to see Steward Qian here. Steward Qian also saw Xia Ling Tian and went forward to inquire. It should be convenient to come to your pavilion master to inquire about something, shouldn't it? Xia Ling Tian laughed lightly. Conveniently convenient. I'll take you to see the pavilion master. Trouble Steward Qian. Subsequently, under the lead of Steward Qian, Xia Ling Tian once again met this Immortal Treasure Pavilion master. Xian Fei Yang, Brother Fei Yang, here to nag you again. Don't mind. Xia Ling Tian laughed softly. Ha ha, what Brother Ling Tian said. Xian Fei Yang laughed and asked, I don't know if Brother Ling Tian came here this time to inquire about the White Tiger Dynasty? Xia Ling Tian froze and smiled bitterly. It seems that Brother Fei Yang knows me very well. Even I know what I want to inquire about. It's not hard to find out about this. After all, in this northern land, I don't think there's much that Brother Ling Tian could care about besides the White Tiger dynasty. Xian Fei Yan laughed. Then I wonder if Brother Fei Yan can give me the answer I want to know? The White Tiger Imperial Dynasty possesses 3 celestial realm powerhouses. The strongest is said to be at the 6th level of the celestial realm, and roughly 10k void realm cultivators. Of course, that's just what I know. And as for whether or not there are any more, it's not something I can know. After all, I'm also just an immortal treasure pavilion sub-pavilion master here. Is the 3 honored celestial realms. At those words, Xia Ling Tian smiled faintly. This strength, though, is also strong, but not so much that he was afraid. Thanks a lot, Brother Fei Yang. Chapter 27, The 3 Great Dynasties Unite. In the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed, and during the 10 days, many officials of Daxia have already traveled to Dahan to take office. With the assistance of Wen Shou, he easily took charge of the entire territory of Dahan, and since then Dahan officially became the territory of Daxia, renamed Dahanfu. It was worth mentioning that the Daqi dynasty and the Daewo dynasty had also attacked the territory of Korea during those 10 days. After all, they can't be indifferent to such a big piece of fat meat. Only under Wen Chao's intimidation, they all retreated in defeat. Daqi dynasty. In the middle of the courtroom, the Daqi human king looked at the crowd of civil and military officials below, his face slightly gloomy. Dear ministers, my Daqi's 1 million lion and tiger army was annihilated by Daxia. Even the great general Qili died at the hands of Daxia. How do you think this matter should be dealt with? A cold and stern voice came out from the Daqi human king's mouth. It was obvious how angry the Daqi human king was inside at this moment. Your Majesty, this Daxia is so arrogant to destroy my Daqi's millions of troops. This matter must not be left alone. Among the 100 officials, an old man past his prime stepped forward and said respectfully, it's none other than the Prime Minister of Daqi. Of course I can't just let it go. It's just that you guys have seen the strength of this Daxia. Even one of the generals stationed in Dahan is a god-realizing cultivator. How do you guys think we should face this Daxia? At these words, the 100 officials fell silent. A general is a god-realizing cultivator. And there are 10,000 Jindan plus soldiers under this person's command. When has Daxia become this powerful? To be able to send a goddess of transformation cultivator to be stationed in Dahan. It was obvious that this Daxia could not be just this one goddess of transformation cultivator. And it was not known that there were several goddess of transformation cultivators within Daxia. What? Are they all dumb? Seeing the silence of the 100 officials, the Daqi human king droned. Your Majesty, I think that my Daqi can join forces with Daewu and Daku dynasty to put pressure on Daxia, and if possible it would be best to destroy this Daxia. At that moment, another minister stepped forward and saluted. The Great Lone dynasty, exactly one of the dynasties to the east of the Great Han, originally separated by a Great Han. The Great Lone and the Great Xia basically cannot fight a peace. Now that Korea has been destroyed and has become the territory of Daxia, it is unlikely that Dalia will be indifferent to such behavior by Daxia. As for Daqi and Daewu dynasty, they are even more neighboring to Daxia. Facing Daxia nowadays, lips are dying and teeth are cold. Your Majesty, what Lordly said is good. Nowadays, no matter if it is my Daqi or Daewu or Dalone, alone against Daxia is not estimated to be his Daxia opponent. The only way is to raise the strength of the 3 countries to overthrow this Daxia, and return a clear sky to my northern realm. The Prime Minister concurred. The Daqi human king was silent, obviously pondering whether this move was feasible or not. After a long time, the great Qi human king spoke. Nowadays, that's all that's left. Humph. I don't believe that my 3 countries' strength of 6 god transformation cultivators and millions of troops can't solve a great Xia. Your Majesty is wise. The 100 officials chimed in. In that case, let the Prime Minister and Ministerly go ahead and send out a mission to Daliao and Daewu. The great Qi human king commanded. The microcosmic minister accepts the order. At this time the Great Martial Dynasty and the Great Orphan Dynasty are also discussing the matter of this Daxia. Nowadays the Daxia are bringing them a sense of threat. For 100 years the Northern Realm has been in a state of peace, although there are small frictions between countries, but no dynasty has ever perished. Now that this calm situation has been broken by this Daxia, how can they remain indifferent? So when the Daqi emissary arrived and told the reason, the 3 countries directly just clicked together and agreed to join hands to deal with this Daxia. After the 3 great kingdoms deliberated, it was decided that the Great Orphan Dynasty would attack the realm of the Great Han and take care of Wen Shou. Daqi and Daewu Dynasty were attacking from the east and west of Daxia, attacking from both sides, and the time was set for 3 days later. Since they held the decision to overthrow the Grand Xia this time, the 3 great royal dynasties were all out in full force. A total of 6 great god-realizing cultivators and 5 million troops. They still don't believe that such strength still can't destroy a great Xia. Da Xia, in the Crown Prince's palace. Phew! Finally breaking through the 7th level of Yuaning. Xia Ling Tian, who was in cultivation, woke up and had already broken through to the 7th level of Yuaning. In 10 days' time, breaking through from the 3rd level of Yuaning to the 7th level of Yuaning, it had to be said that it was simply heaven-defying. If outsiders were to learn about it, they would be absolutely horrified. Your Highness. Suddenly, Li Ru's voice sounded outside the door. Come in. Li Ru pushed his way in. Your Highness, General Wen Chou has sent an urgent report. Walking into the Crown Prince Hall, Li Ru reported. Oh, what is it? Xia Ling Tian was curious. Wen Chou sent an urgent report. Apparently he had encountered something. General Wen Chou said that he found out that the Great Orphan Dynasty is mobilizing its troops, and that the entire border of the Great Orphan Dynasty is already stationed with 2 million troops. Looking at this situation, it's obviously preparing to invade the Great Han Palace. At those words, Xia Ling Tian's face turned slightly cold. Great Orphan Dynasty. Is this looking for death? Your Highness, it's impossible for this Great Lone Dynasty to be unaware of my Xia's strength, and now that it dares to attack in force, I'm afraid that it's united with De Qi and De Wu Dynasty. Li Ru said softly. I see. Wen Yu, inform the 3 generals Huaxiong Yan Liang Xia Ho Yuan to prepare for battle. Xia Ling Tian commanded. Yes. Li Ru answered and turned toward the barracks. De Lone, De Qi, De Wu. Since you seek death, let's take you and sacrifice you to the foundation of my great Xia's accomplished imperial dynasty. A fine light flashed in Xia Ling Tian's eyes. System, summon 190, 000 light cavalry to be handed over to Wen Chou. Summoning successful. Consumed 9 million Dao of reincarnation power. Remaining 1 million Dao of reincarnation power. Troop type, light cavalry. Class, second rate. Realm, 2 6th level harmonized god commanders, 23rd level harmonized god vice commanders, 201st level harmonized god captains, 2000 peak Yuaning junior captains, and 778 early to late Yuaning team members. Although he knew that the strength of these soldiers summoned was definitely not weak, Xia Ling Tian was still a bit shocked. It was the same as the strength of the Yuzhou army, but because it was a collection of 200,000 light cavalry, the commander possessed 2. However, it seems that this general of Wen Chou's strength is a bit too low. The commanders were all at the 6th level of transformation spirit, and the vice commanders were also at the 3rd level of transformation spirit. Wen Chou, on the other hand, was still hovering at the 3rd level of the transformation spirit. It couldn't be helped though. Who made the system set up that way? The ones that came out first would suffer a great loss regardless of whether they were human experts or soldiers, because the fact that they came out first showed that Xia Ling Tian's forces weren't too strong yet, so their cultivation levels were relatively weak. However, these soldiers are summoned by the system. Even if their strength is higher than that of Wen Chou, there will not be any problem of disobedience or anything like that. They will only follow Wen Chou's orders completely. It was as if these human Jia's cultivation level was so much higher than Xia Ling Tian's that they would still obey him unconditionally. The system produces a good product. However, the general's cultivation was too low, so it really didn't sound very good to talk about it. It seemed that after this matter they needed to be allowed to retreat and die for a period of time. With Ren Jie's talent, I believe that it wouldn't be too difficult to break through the realm. Xia Ling Tian thought as he did. Chapter 28 Upgrade Requirements for the System. With 200,000 light cavalry stationed in the Dahan Palace, Xia Ling Tian was already not the least bit worried about the Great Orphan Dynasty's attack. Joke, 200,000 Yuaning or above cultivators. There are even more than 200 harmonized god cultivators. What is the Great Orphan Dynasty? Not to mention the Great Orphan Dynasty, is the White Tiger Dynasty? In addition to the absence of peak experts, as far as the light cavalry of this strength to sweep the White Tiger Dynasty's army, Xia Ling Tian feel enough. As of now, these 3 dynasties should be the Great Orphan Dynasty in charge of attacking the Great Han Palace. So the Great Martial Dynasty and the Great Qi Dynasty are the ones attacking my Great Xia territory? Humph. Thinking that you can deal with my Grand Xia just like that? Whimsical. Thinking of this, Xia Ling Tian no longer hesitated and continued to summon. System, summon 90,000 Western Liang elites. Today's Xiliang elite is only 10,000 strong. It's time to expand. Summoning successful. Consumed 900,000 channels of reincarnation power. Remaining 2 million channels of reincarnation power. Troop type, Western Lion Elite. Class, second rate. Realm, 1 commander of the 6th level of Harmonized Spirit. 9 vice-commanders of the 3rd level of Harmonized Spirit. 90 captains of the 1st level of Harmonized Spirit. 90 junior captains of the Peak of Yuaning. And 89,000 members of the team from the early to late stage of Yuaning. Poor Hua Xiong was already at the same level of cultivation as the first captain. No, after this matter, it is necessary to let these human Jia hurry up and close their doors to dive into cultivation. How can a general's cultivation be so low? Xia Ling Tian thought darkly. He has not thought of his own cultivation today is only Yuaning 7. In the major soldiers even a team member is not as good as 100,000 Shilian elites plus 100,000 Yuzhou troops, and 10,000 Shilian iron cavalry along with 10,000 Shaoclan troops. Dao, Dazi, your end has come. Xia Ling Tian sneered. There are still 2 million paths of reincarnation power. In that case, system, summon 2 second-rate human masters. Congratulations to the Lord of Reincarnation for summoning the world's second-rate human masters Jiang Wei, Deng Ai, Jiang Wei, Deng Ai, deadly enemies of Shu and Wei? Surprisingly, it was these two who came out of the woodwork. Jiang Wei, courtesy name Boyo, was a native of Wing, Tianshui County, Liangzhou, and a famous military strategist of Shu Han during the Three Kingdoms period. He was originally a general of Chao Wei's Tianshui County, but later surrendered to Shu Han and was highly respected by Zhuge Liang. After Fei Yi's death, Jiang Wei took over the military power of Shu Han, and invaded Wei for 11 times. After that, Lu Zhen surrendered to Wei and Shu Han fell. Jiang Wei intended to take advantage of Zhong Hui's ambition to restore his country and surrendered to him. However, he was defeated and died in the chaos at the age of 62. Deng Ai, whose real name was Deng Fan, was a native of Yiyang, Ariang, and was an outstanding militarist and general of the state of Wei during the Three Kingdoms period. Deng Ai was an accomplished scholar and military man, well versed in the art of war, and also had a great deal of experience in internal affairs. He was awarded the title of Marquis of Fangqing Township and General of Anqi for his achievements in defeating Jiang Wei and Wenqin. After defeating Jiang Wei repeatedly, Deng Ai was moved to be the general of Western Expedition. In 263 A.D., Deng Ai and Zhong Hui led their armies to attack Shu Han, and Jiang Wei retreated to Jiangya and held on with Zhong Hui. Deng Ai made his way to Jiangyu, Nianzhu and Chengdu, forcing Lu Zhen to surrender, which led to the demise of Shu Han. Afterwards, Deng Ai was slandered and framed by Zhong Hui, and was taken into custody by Sima Zhao. Finally, together with his son Deng Zhong, he was killed by Tian Su, a military general dispatched by Wei Jiao. In the 9th year of Tai Shi, Deng Ai was rehabilitated. System, check the duo's profile. Name, Jiang Wei. Word, Bajo. Dynasty, the Three Kingdoms period. Equivalent rank, second-rate human master. Talent, second-rate. Realm, the 3rd level of Cave Void. Troop type, infantry. Class, second-rate. Name, Deng Ai. Word, Shizai. Dynasty, the Three Kingdoms period. Equivalent rank, second-rate human master. Talent, second-rate. Realm, 5th level of Cave Void. Soldier type, volunteer army. Class, second-rate. Jiang Wei, Deng Ai see your highness. The two men came to Xia Ling Tian's side and bowed respectfully. The two generals are excused. Now that the big battle is imminent, the two generals go forward to the military camp to join Xiahou Yuan. Xia Ling Tian commanded. Yes, my lord will take his leave. Looking at the departing duo, Xia Ling Tian pondered slightly. Now the first-class person has come out of the world one person. It is Xiahou Yuan. Hesitation came out too early, and Xiahou Yuan, who was originally the first strongest person in Daxia, is now relegated to second place. After all, Xiahou Yuan is a first class, can cross the 5th order to fight? Although Jiang Wei is the 3rd weight of the whole virtual, can cross the 3rd order, but still not as good as Xiahou Yuan. However, Deng Ai was the 5th level of Cave Void and could battle the 8th level of Cave Void. It seems like a first class still can't come out too early. Nowadays, 6 second-rate talents have been born: Hua Xiong, Wen Chou, Yan Liang, Li Ru, Jiang Wei, and Deng Ai. There are also 4 second-rate man spots versus 4 first-rate man spots. The top quota could not be summoned with insufficient reincarnation power, and even if he possessed enough reincarnation power, Xia Ling Tian was not prepared to summon it now. After all, it's top tier. and maximizing benefits is surely the only way to be stronger at last call. Xia Ling Tian suddenly felt that the number of system slots at this level was just too few, and now there were only a total of 9 slots to summon. Though if all 9 of these slots were summoned out into the world, the Northern Realm Hegemony White Tiger Dynasty would certainly be no match for the towering Grand Xia. But how can De Xia stop at the northern border? The Northern Realm was just a bullet point in Qingzhou, not to mention the other 8 states outside of Qingzhou. Since Xia Ling Tian descended into this world, it was destined that his Daxia would not be able to stop here, and he would definitely lead Daxia to the peak of the world and reign over the world. System, how can I get you upgraded? Xia Ling Tian asked. Previously, he had felt that these human Jia quotas were completely sufficient, so he had never cared about the system's upgrade requirements or inquired about them. Now that most of the human slots are out of the world, it's time to think about how to get the system upgraded. Lord of Reincarnation, consume 50 million reincarnation power to upgrade the reincarnation system to 2 levels. 50 million. At those words, Xia Ling Tian was dumbfounded. Nowadays, 10 million reincarnation power had never been obtained, and I didn't expect that upgrading a 2 level would require 50 million reincarnation power. It still doesn't look like you'll be able to get the system upgraded at all in the short term, but it would be enough to take down the entire Northern Realm, wouldn't it? Thinking about this, Xia Ling Tian decided on the path he should take in the future, taking control of the entire Northern Realm. Ever since obtaining the reincarnation system, it was destined that Xia Ling Tian's life would be spent in the midst of hegemony. Only then would he and even the entire Great Xia remain strong. Although so many people would die and many families would be broken, it was the nature of being born in this world where martial arts were honored. If you don't move forward, you move back. Man is not for himself, God is for him. It wasn't like he was a saintly mother's heart, so for his own sake and even for the sake of Daxia, he could only say he was sorry. After thinking about it, Xia Ling Tian once again fell into cultivation. Your Highness, the king has declared that your Highness will go to the Palace of Nourishing Heart. The next day, Xia Ling Tian, who was immersed in cultivation, was interrupted by the guards. Father King is looking for me? Could it be that the De Wu dynasty and De Qi dynasty have sent out troops? Xia Ling Tian thought. Got it. I'll be right there. Xia Ling Tian answered and got up to walk towards the Hall of Nurturing Heart. P.S. Great people, move your rich little hand. Free gift to the author Fungus. Thank you. Chapter 29, The Evil God Sect reappears. Father, is there something you want to see me about? Arriving at the Hall of Nurturing Heart, Xia Ling Tian looked at Xia Zhouyue and asked, Tian is here. Xia Zhouyue's face was serious as he said, Tian. Recently scouts came to report that the 2 countries, Daqi Dynasty and Da Dynasty, have been foolishly moving and deploying their troops frequently, and I suspect that they may be trying to gather their troops to attack against my De Xia Dynasty. And it also seems that the Great Orphan Dynasty in the southeast has the intention of attacking Great Han. Xia Ling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Originally he had only guessed that the 3 great kingdoms might have joined forces. Now that he heard what Xia Zhuyu said, Xia Ling Tian was already 100% certain. It seems that these 3 major royal dynasties are determined to exterminate his Grand Xia, but it is hard to say who will exterminate who. Xia Ling Tian sneered in his heart. As for why the 3 great royal dynasties were united, they must have reached some kind of agreement to divide the territories of De Xia and De Han equally after destroying De Xia, or something like that. Moreover, they must have known that if they didn't join forces, they might be broken by him, De Xia, one by one, and it would be better for them to join forces to make a preemptive strike than to do so. Father, I have already guessed this matter. The Great Han Dynasty was destroyed by my Grand Xia, and they must have known about the strength of my Grand Xia, so in order not to be broken by my Grand Xia one by one, they will definitely choose to strike first. Xia Ling Tian laughed. So what do we do nowadays? The 3 great royal dynasties are united and have at least 5 million or more troops. Will we be a match? Xia Zhouyue worried. Oh, father, don't worry. Xia Ling Tian laughed and said, soldiers are no longer more elite. So what if there are 5 million soldiers? The Yuzhou army and the Western Lian elite under my command are enough to deal with it. At those words, Xia Zhouyue nodded slightly. However, the face was still slightly worried. After all, although these soldiers of Xia Ling Tian's were strong, their numbers were too small, and the so-called ants bite the elephant, so how could he not be worried? Although Xia Zhouyue knew that these soldiers of Xia Ling Tian's were very strong, she didn't know the exact strength, or else she wouldn't have been as worried as she was. Moreover, yesterday, Xia Ling Tian had expanded another group of troops, so Xiaoling Tian wasn't worried about the three major kingdoms having to join forces at all. As long as they dared to come, Xiaoling Tian would definitely let them have no return. Father, don't worry too much. Just send someone to keep an eye on the movements of the two major dynasties, and inform me in time if there are any changes. Xiaoling Tian said. Good thing too. By the way, today the news came from the West Ridge city side, saying that recently for no reason at all there have been a good number of teenage girls who have disappeared for no reason at all, causing all the people to be in a state of panic. Xia Zhouyue suddenly said, teenage girls disappearing for no reason? At those words, Xiaoling Tian frowned slightly. Could it be evil god sect? Steeply, Xiaoling Tian thought about it. Wasn't this what Xian Fei Yang said, that the evil god sect needed to use these teenage girls as blood food for cultivation? These teenage girls who disappeared for no reason must have been taken by this evil god sect. What audacity! Daring to come and wreak havoc in my great Xia territory. Xiaoling Tian's face was cold. It seemed that this evil god sect was really looking for death. Tian, do you know why these people are missing? Hearing Xiaoling Tian's muttering, Xia Zhouyue was puzzled. Father, just leave this matter to me. I'll go first. Xiaoling Tian hurriedly said a sentence and left directly. In place, Xia Zhouyue shook her head helplessly. Li Ru. Returning to the Crown Prince Hall, Xiaoling Tian directly shouted. Your Highness. Li Ru appeared and saluted. Inform Deng Ai to make a trip to Xiling City. There are some teenage girls missing there. They should have been captured by the evil god sect. Let Deng Ai rescue them and kill anyone who finds the evil god sect without pardon. Xiaoling Tian coldly commanded. At those words, Li Ru's face was also slightly angry. This evil god sect really deserved to die, daring to come to his great Xia to capture people to serve as their blood food. Yes, Your Highness, Li Ru answered and turned forward to inform Deng Ai. Third Elder, the young boys and girls of this city have basically all been captured by us, and there is no longer any usable blood food in this place. In. 5 people were situated here. One of them said to an old man at the head of the group. The old man was none other than the evil god sect's third elder, a powerhouse at the 6th level of Cave Void. The remaining 4 were the protectors of the evil god sect, all of whom were high-level harmonized god cultivators. Well, have you poked around this dasha yet? The third elder nodded and asked. Third elder, this dasha has some strength. There are several god transformation cultivators in the city, and there are even tens of thousands of cultivators at the Yuaning Jindan realm. Seeing the third elder ask, the other protector who was responsible for investigating the information said in a deep voice, that strong? It seems that this dasha is a bit uncomplicated. No wonder it was able to kill 2 of my evil god sect's protectors. Hearing what this person said, the third elder was slightly surprised. A dynasty is just a dynasty. How could it possess such strength? My subordinate also thinks so. And this Disya also overthrew a Korean dynasty a few days ago. The man nodded in agreement. Ignore this dasha for now. Let's focus on capturing the blood meal first. Pack up and get ready to head to the next city. Afterward, the 5 of them left the inn and headed towards a mountain forest outside the city, which was exactly where they stored their blood food. Half an hour later, several people came to a cave. A glance inside is actually imprisoned hundreds of young girls. These teenage girls looked at the 5 people who walked in. All of them had a look of fear, and some of the timid ones even cried out in fear. What's all the noise? Shut up. If you make any more noise you'll be killed now. A transformation god protector shouted at the men. At that moment, everyone closed their mouths, not daring to make a single sound. Zhou Yun, take them back to the sect and we'll head to the next city. The third elder looked at the several people and commanded. Yes, elder. Several people responded. Still want to travel to the next city? This, then, will be your burial place. Suddenly, a voice resounded in the ears of several people. And then they saw a figure walking towards them from outside the cave. It was Deng Ai who was dispatched by Xiaoling Tian. Who are you? Looking at Deng Ai, who had suddenly appeared, the third elder and the others looked grave. The 5th level of Cave Void? How is it possible? How could a Cave Void realm powerhouse appear in this place? Feeling Deng Ai's strength, the third elder was shocked beyond belief. That such a remote place would have a Cave Void powerhouse existed was something he really couldn't understand. To wreak havoc on the people in my great Xia's borders, you are not worthy of death. Seeing these 100 or so people who had been captured by these evil god sect, Deng Ai's face was grim, and he was already furious inside. Luckily, he had arrived just in time, and these children hadn't been harmed in any substantial way. What? You're from Daxia? Hearing what Deng Ai said, the third elder was instantly horrified that this person was actually from Daxia. Great Xia! Actually possessing a cave void powerhouse? Chapter 30, New Uses of the System. What? This person is actually at the 5th level of cave void? Hearing the third elder's words, the 4 spirit transformation cultivators behind him were greatly alarmed. Humph. So what if it's Daxia? You're only at the 5th level of cave void. I'm still afraid of you? The third elder let out a cold snort, then directly rushed towards Deng Ai. Although the fact that this person was at the 5th level of cave void surprised him slightly, he was not afraid of him. Surprised? He just didn't expect that a cave void 5th level would appear in this place. However, it's only the 5th level of the cave void. He was the 6th level of cave void. And the difference of 1 level in this realm was a world of difference. When it was too late, just an instant later, the third elder had appeared beside Deng Ai. The third elder sneered and bellowed, "Go to hell! Heavenly crippling hand!" Looking at the attacking third elder, Deng Ai's eyes narrowed slightly, directly slapping his palm towards the third elder. Boo! The third elder immediately flew backwards. Obviously his attack was no match for Deng Ai, and he was directly sent flying by Deng Ai's palm. Ahem! How is it possible? How can you be so strong? The third elder rose from the ground and looked at Deng Ai with a horrified expression. He couldn't figure out why he was repelled by the other party when he was clearly only a cave void 5th level. Ha! How can a mole know how high the sky is? Deng Ai let out a cold shout, and then his aura of the 5th level of cave void erupted. Although it was the 5th level of cave void, it was as if it was comparable to the peak of cave void in the feelings of the third elder. Berserk spiritual chi swept in, and with a slap of his hand, Deng Ai saw a giant palm emerge, suppressing towards the 5 third elders. Feeling this terrifying aura and the incoming giant palm, the third elder's face showed fear as he hurriedly shouted, "Spare my life, I am the third elder of the evil god sect. If you kill me, my evil god sect will definitely not spare you." Ah! Deng Ai ignored the man's shouts, and a few screams followed. The third elder and the other 5 were all slapped by this palm and their corpses were completely dissipated into the world. Are you all the people of this city? After the third elder and the others died, Deng Ai looked at the 100 or so young boys and girls and asked, Back to His Excellency?" Yes. A teenager returned warily. The feeling Deng Ai gave them was just too strong. The 5 people who had captured them were all destroyed without even blocking a single move under this man. Much thanks to your lordship for saving your life. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. For a while, everyone was thanking Deng Ai. They knew that this person must have come to save them. And this person had said that he was from Daxia. Daxia, isn't that their country? I didn't expect the court to send a strong man specifically to save them. Well, go back, all of you. Your parents must miss you all immensely at the moment. Deng Ai said softly. These are just a group of children, or his Daxia got the people, but even by the evil god sect as blood food. This evil god sect is really damned. At the moment, Deng Ai was filled with murderous intent towards this so-called evil god sect. Thank you. My lord, we will return. My lord, we will definitely become soldiers when we grow up to defend our Daxia and repay you for saving our lives, a teenager said suddenly. Upon hearing this, Deng Ai smiled faintly and said, Good, then I will wait for the moment when you become soldiers. Get back in there. Congratulations to the generals under the Lord of Reincarnation for slaying the enemy and gaining 8 million reincarnation power. 8 million? So much? Xiaoling Tian was surprised, and then his face was gloomy. With so much reincarnation power, this evil god sect must have sent strong people from the whole void realm. I still don't know how many people have been scourged within my Daxia. This evil god sect is really looking for death. When the 3 great royal dynasties are resolved, you evil god sect will be next. Now that he had gained 8 million reincarnation powers, together with the previous 3 million he already possessed 11 million. At this point it's the top people who are able to summon the world. However, Xiaoling Tian wasn't prepared to summon the top human experts right now. It would be too much of a loss to do so now. This was because with his current power, the top human eminent world would at most be at the peak of cave void. This is not what he wants. The top human outstanding at least need nirvana realm. Otherwise how to shock the world? How can he live up to the name of top human eminent person? Not to mention top tier human experts. Even first tier human experts Xiaoling Tian decided that he wouldn't even summon them until they reached the celestial realm. But there are currently 4 second-rate human slots left. Should they be summoned? Thinking about it, I decided not to summon it for now. At present, with his strength the 3 major king dynasties are already not afraid at all. And so on after taking down the 3 major king dynasties he will have to be even stronger. And then the summoning will be even more powerful. And with a limited number of spots available, you definitely want to use it for the best value. However, the man-at-arms will not be summoned for a while, but the soldiers will be able to summon a wave of them, just in time to summon the troopers of Deng Ai and Jiang Wei out of the world. System: summon 100,000 soldiers each of Deng Ai and Jiang Wei respectively. Summoning successful. Consumed 2 million channels of reincarnation power. Remaining 9 million channels of reincarnation power. Troop type: Shu Han Infantry. Class: second rate. Realm: 1 9th level Harmonized Spirit Commander. 10 6th level Harmonized Spirit Vice Commanders. 103rd level Harmonized Spirit First Captains. 1000 first level Harmonized Spirit Junior Captains. And 889 players from the late stage of Yuaning to the peak of Yuaning. Soldier type: Wei's Righteous Army. Class: second rate. Realm: 1 9th level Harmonized Spirit Commander. 10 6th level Harmonized Spirit Vice Commanders. 103rd level Harmonized Spirit First Captains. 1000 first level Harmonized Spirit Squad Leaders. And 889 late stage Yuaning and peak Yuaning team members. Seeing the strength of these soldiers, Xiaoling Tian knew that the strength of the soldiers out of the world had been raised again, obviously because of Deng Ai and Jiang Wei coming out of the world. After all, they were two cavernous void powerhouses, which played a great role in increasing Xiaoling Tian's power. Hey, Hua Xiong and the other's strength is too low for me now. What can I do? There is simply no way to raise up at once by cultivating. When they cultivate up, my power is not known to be strong. To what extent? Xiaoling Tian sighed. Xiaoling Tian suddenly felt sorry for these people who came out early. After all, it was because of him that they were so weak. But again, he had to come out of the world. Otherwise, how could he be powerful? One can only say that it's bad luck to come out first. Lord of Reincarnation can consume the power of reincarnation to raise the strength of men and soldiers to the current grade of their birth. Suddenly, the system's voice resounded in Xiaoling Tian's head again. You can consume the power of reincarnation to enhance your strength? Xiaoling Tian was pleasantly surprised. Exactly. System, why didn't you say so earlier, causing me to get all worked up over this? Xiaoling Tian buried the grievance. Lord of Reincarnation, you didn't ask me either. Xiaoling Tian was speechless. Do I need to ask this? Can't you be a little more conscious? Fine. You're the system, you say. What does it mean to move up a current notch? Although Xiaoling Tian probably knew what it meant in his heart, he still asked to put his mind at ease. It's the highest realm of the current emergence. In the case of Deng Ai, it can be elevated up to the 5th level of Cave Void. The troop type is exemplified by the commander. The commander that comes out first can be upgraded to the 9th level of Transformation Spirit. This is good. In that case, there's no need to worry about the person or soldier who came out first falling behind to the point of not being able to keep up. Hearing this, Xiaoling Tian was very satisfied. Chapter 31, The Beginning of the Great War. How much reincarnation power can be consumed to raise the realm? Xiaoling Tian asked. Although this function was very good, but if the consumption was too great, Xiaoling Tian felt that it would be too pitiful. The human Jie transformation god realm consumes 100,000 for each level of advancement, and the cave void realm consumes 500,000 for each level of advancement. Soldiers consume 100 for each level up in the Yuaning realm, and 1000 for each level up in the Huanshan realm. Fortunately, this consumption is at least within acceptable limits. Hearing the system's explanation, Xiaoling Tian smiled slightly. At least, the price of elevation wasn't too outrageous, although it wasn't cheap either. Knowing that the second stream summoning out of the world was only 100,000, and now elevating a realm would cost 100,000. However, the quota of human Jie was currently limited, so this consumption would raise the human Jie's strength, which Xiaoling Tian said was acceptable. System, raise Hua Xiong to harmonized God perfection. After a cultivator reaches the realm of God transformation, there is an additional realm of completion, which means that the next step after the peak of God transformation is God transformation completion. The peak of transformation spirit was actually the peak of the 9th realm of transformation spirit, and the only way to reach perfection was to truly complete this realm and prepare for the next realm. Elevation successful, consumed 900,000 power of reincarnation, remaining 1 million channels of reincarnation power. Just as the system finished speaking, Hua Xiong, who was in the middle of the military camp training the Western Liang elite, suddenly gave a start. Then an aura of the perfection of the transformation spirit suddenly erupted from Hua Xiong's body, and all the Western Liang elites were shocked. Is this? Hua Xiong was dumbfounded, and then a message appeared in his mind. This message told him that it was Xia Ling Tian who had raised his strength to transformation god perfection. Your Highness. Hua Xiong was shocked, not realizing that His Highness had such tactics. Although Hua Xiong has not said anything, but his own as a general is not as good as his own men in the realm. Hua Xiong heart shun not suffocated, that is not true, but now that it was better. His Highness had raised his strength to transformation god perfection, and this situation was directly solved. System, raise Wenshou to harmonized god perfection again. Xia Ling Tian said again. Elevation successful, consumed 700,000 Dao of reincarnation power, remaining 7.4 million Dao of reincarnation power. Then, Wenshou, who was far away in the Dahan mansion, fell into a phase of shock just like Hua Xiong, and then information appeared in his brain, and Wenshou understood. Wenshou, thanks your highness. Wenshou made a deep bow in the direction of Daxia. Xia Ling Tian then raised Yanliang and Li Ru to transformation god perfection one after another as well, consuming 400,000 reincarnation power. Because Yanliang was originally at the 7th level of the transformation spirit and Li Ru was even at the 9th level, he didn't consume much. System, how much reincarnation power is needed to raise all troop types by one current maximum? Xia Ling Tian asked. There were too many types of soldiers for him to count them one by one, so he only had to ask the system. As long as it was acceptable, Xia Ling Tian was prepared to raise so previously out of existence troop types to the current maximum. Lord of Reincarnation. It requires the consumption of 3 million reincarnation power. 3 million. Nowadays, one still has 7 million. Consuming 3 million is completely enough. Think about it. Then raise all the soldiers. Xia Ling Tian directly commanded. Elevation successful. Consumed 3 million chakra power. Remaining 4 million chakra power. Immediately, a rushing aura swept through the entire Daxia city. All of the city's subjects were horrified. They didn't know what was going on. Was there another great enemy coming to attack his Daxia? At this point, all of Xia Ling Tian's second-rate troop commanders had all been elevated to the 9th level of the harmonized god, and the first-rate troop vice-commanders had also arrived at the 9th level of the harmonized god realm. And those captains? The team members also arrived at the god of transformation, Yuaning realm. The 3 great royal dynasties. Even if you don't come to trouble my Grand Xia will still go to you. Xia Ling Tian's gaze flickered as he whispered. The Great Orphan Dynasty. Your Majesty, news has come from Diqi and Dewu Dynasty that they are all ready to attack Daxia tomorrow. One of the generals reported to the king of the Great Orphan. Good. Inform the Great General that when Diqi and Dewu attack Daxia, they will immediately attack Dahan. The Great Orphan King commanded. Yes. The next day, Xia Ling Tian received a message from Xia Zhouyue. The Daqi dynasty led 1 million troops from the eastern part of Daxia, and the Dewu dynasty even led 2 million troops from the western part of Daxia, formed a two-sided pincer attack situation to encircle him Daxia, and the south of Dahan. Wenshou has also sent news that the Great Lone dynasty led 2 million troops to attack the border of Dahan. On the side of the Great Han Palace, Xia Ling Tian was not worried at all. With Wenshou and 200,000 light cavalry, the Great Orphan dynasty would only seek its own death. As for the Daqi and Dao dynasties, Li Ru notified Jiang Wei, Hua Xiong to lead 100,000 infantry with 100,000 Xiliang elites, and the Xiliang Iron Cavalry to head to the eastern border to overthrow the Daqi dynasty's army, followed by a direct assault on Daqi's land. Informed Xiahou Yuan, Deng Ai and Yan Liang to lead 100,000 righteous troops along with 200,000 Yuzhou troops and 10,000 Chao family troops to the western border to overthrow the Dao dynasty's army, and then go straight into Dao. Within 3 days, I want all of Diqi and Dewu territory to be returned to my Daxia. A stern color flashed in Xia Ling Tian's eyes as he commanded Li Ru. Yes, your highness, Li Ru answered and left. Half an hour later, Jiang Wei Hua Xiong and his duo led an army of 200,000 men towards the eastern border. Xiahou Yuan, Deng Ai and Yan Liang led an army of 300,000 toward the western border. Tian can a few generals in these armies deal with the millions of armies of the 2 major dynasties? Above the city wall of Daxia City, looking at the departing Xiahou Yuan and the rest of the army, Xia Zhouyue asked worriedly. At those words, Xia Ling Tian smiled faintly. Father, can't you see the strength of these armies? Xia Zhouyue froze, then looked at the army in front of her, releasing her divine thoughts to sense it. Then Xia Zhouyue directly froze in place. Jesus, what did he sense? Hundreds of thousands of troops surprisingly did not find a single soldier below Yuaning. All of them were cultivators above Yuaning. And among them, there was no shortage of God realization cultivators. This is his de Xia's army? How can it be so horrible? Xia Zhouyue turned her head slightly to look at Xia Lingtian, only to see that at this moment, Xia Lingtian was looking at the departing army in front with a smile on his face. Obviously Xia Lingtian was not worried at all. Yeah, how could such a terrifying army lose? Although there are only hundreds of thousands of numbers, and the enemy army has millions, but on this hundreds of thousands of troops, which one is not able to 1 against 10? Against 100? Daqi dynasty and De Wu dynasty to take what to resist? Tian what kind of terrifying inheritance have you obtained? Xia Zhouyue thought inwardly. Ever since Xia Lingtian had been able to cultivate, it had been refreshing his perceptions, and sometimes he wondered if Xia Lingtian was that Tianer of his or not. Chapter 32, Destroying the Daqi and De Wu armies. The eastern border of Daxia. After a day's time, Jiang Wei and Hua Xiong had arrived here with their army. General, it will take about 3 more hours for the Deqi dynasty's army to arrive. A scout came to Jiang Wei and Hua Xiong and reported. General Jiang Wei, what do you think? Hearing the scout's report, Hua Xiong looked at Jiang Wei and asked, this is the territory of my Grand Xia. It is not appropriate for a great battle to take place within my Grand Xia. Inform the army to advance and block the Deqi dynasty from entering my Grand Xia territory. Jiang Wei said faintly. Hua Xiong nodded his head and instructed the adjutant general beside him. The army then set out again. An hour later, the two armies met on top of a plain. This was the border between Deqi and Daxia, and beyond this plain was the border of Deqi. In the middle of the Daqi dynasty's army, the one who led the army this time was none other than the Grand Marshal of the Daqi dynasty's army in horses, Lang Qi, with the cultivation of peak Yuaning. Accompanying them were the 5 generals of Daqi, as well as the 2 god transformation ancestors of the Daqi royal family. Marshal, the army has arrived at the junction. A general looked at Lang Qi and reported. Well, keep moving forward and directly enter the Great Xia territory. Lang Qi faintly commanded. Report. Just then, a scout outside the door came to report. Marshal, General, a large army of hundreds of thousands has appeared ahead. It should be the army of Great Xia. The scout reported. The Daxia army? Come on, get out there. Lang Qi brought a few people to the front of the army and looked in the direction of Daxia. Who's up ahead? Give your name. Lang Qi directly shouted out. Daxia Jiang Wei, Daxia Hua Xiong. As Lang Qi's words fell, Jiang Wei and Hua Xiong's voices also came. Daxia, just with your hundreds of thousands of troops you want to deal with my Deqi's millions of troops? Lang Qiling snapped. Ha ha, it's enough to deal with you. Daqi, generals, kill. All Daqi soldiers, leave no one behind. Hua Xiong laughed and drank. Not a word of nonsense, just a declaration of war. Behind them, 100,000 Shiliang elites and 10,000 Shiliang iron cavalry instantly charged towards the Deqi army. A murderous aura rushed through the sky, filling the entire sky. Kill. Jiang Wei saw this and didn't say anything. A direct order. Behind them, 100,000 infantrymen also rushed out. Tap tap tap. The entire earth was filled with a vibrating sound that resounded through the sky. Looking for death. Lang Qi gave a sardonic laugh. All of you, go. Let these Daxia people see how powerful my Deqi is. In the direction of Deqi, millions of figures also rushed out instantly. The two armies instantly battled together. The killing continued, and the sound of screams spread throughout the battlefield, foreshadowing the ferocity of the battlefield. Lang Qi looked towards the battlefield, his face going from cold to grave to shocked. How is it possible? How is this Daxia soldier so powerful? Cold Kai murmured. He found that all the Daxia soldiers he saw were in the Yuaning realm, and he didn't see a single Jindan realm. There were even so many figures that had realms that he couldn't even see through. Brush up. 2 figures appeared beside Lang Qi, their faces so grave that they looked towards the battlefield. It was none other than the 2 great transformation god ancestors of Deqi. Damn, the intelligence was wrong. This Daxia is a bit too strong, one of them said with an ugly face. Lang Qi, reveal the order to withdraw. We are no match for Daxia. If we continue to fight, this last bit of my Deqi's army will be extinguished. The other man commanded directly to Lang Qi. Old ancestor. This 200,000 strong army of Great Xia are all Yuaning or above cultivators. How are we going to fight? Quickly withdraw the army. The man was outright angry. Yes, old ancestor. Lang Qi's face was filled with horror as he heard this. He thought that only some of them were cultivators above Yuaning, But he didn't expect that all of them were above Yuaning. So how could he fight? All men, withdraw. Retreat quickly. Leng Qi directly shouted to the battlefield army. Just this moment, his Daki's millions of troops are already losing hundreds of thousands of people. And then drag on. Really want to be destroyed by the Great Summer. Oh, want to quit the army? What kind of place do you think my Disya is? Coming and going as you please? Jiang Wei let out a cold smile and disappeared directly into place with Hua Xiong, charging directly towards Diqi's army. Die! The two voices resounded directly in the ears of the Diqi crowd. The crowd looked up and instantly saw Jiang Wei slap a palm towards them, and under this palm, an aura palm print emerged in the void. Boom! The giant palm slapped down, and the entire Daki army was instantly killed or injured. Only two old ancestors of the Daki royal family remained, and although they were not yet aligned, they were also dying of serious injuries. Cave realm? The two looked at Jiang Wei, who had landed in front of them, and were horrified. This Dasha actually possessed a strong person of the cave void realm? Dasya, who possesses the cave void realm? They Diqi even thought of destroying Dasya and dividing the territory of Dasya? How heavenly is this? Former seniors, spare your life. Looking at Jiang Wei who was walking towards them, the two of them hurriedly begged for mercy. If you violate my Dasha, you are not worthy of death. Ignoring the two men's pleas for mercy, Jiang Wei directly slapped his palm out again, and the two men instantly died. After killing the two, Jiang Wei looked at the battlefield. At this point, Diqi's million-strong army was already less than 300,000, and after Hua Xiong joined the battlefield, these armies were even more unstoppable. Each swing of Hua Xiong's sword was the death of hundreds or thousands of people. Soon, the entire million-strong army of Diqi was all killed, with none surviving. General, all enemy troops are completely destroyed. The deputy general came to Jiang Wei's side and reported. Very well, the army will rest for an hour and then march into the Diqi dynasty. Yes, western border of Dasha. A mountain range was in the middle of a mountain range, and this was exactly the border between the Great Xia and Great Martial dynasties. At this time, Xiahou Yuan Deng Ai and the others were also colliding with the army of the De Wu dynasty. Kill all grand samurai pawns without amnesty. Xiahou Yuan, Yan Liang and Deng Ai looked in the direction of the Dao army and drank in a cold voice. At once, 200,000 Yuzhou troops, 100,000 righteous troops and 10,000 Chao family troops charged towards the De Wu army, and the two armies instantly battled together. Although the Dao army has 2 million troops, which is 1 million more than Daki, however, they were all Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators, with a small number of Jindan cultivators, and then in front of Dasha 300,000 Yuan baby army, completely as a group of lambs to be slaughtered. No resistance, even though more ants can bite an elephant. It depends on what kind of situation it is. If it was 100 Yuaning cultivators there was still a possibility that they could be destroyed by De Wu, but with 300,000 Yuaning cultivators or more, even if De Wu doubled his army, it would still be useless. Damn it, this Daki dynasty has wronged my De Wu dynasty. A spirit transformation cultivator was slapped to death by Deng Ai after he let out a roar. It was none other than the Great Martial dynasty's goddess of transformation ancestor. On the other side, an elder ancestor of the transfiguration god was also decimated by Xiahou Yuan with a single slash. 1 hour later, the entire 2 million strong army of the entire De Wu dynasty was completely annihilated without a single trace of retention. Chapter 33 Xia Zhouyue's Bitterness. The border of the Dehan province. The 2 million troops of the Great Orphan dynasty were marching towards the Great Han Palace. Marshal, the entire Dehan territory is only garrisoned by 200,000 troops led by a Disya general. Aren't we looking a bit too high on this Disya? A general in the Great Orphan dynasty's army looked at his own marshal and asked. In his opinion, the entire realm of Dehan was only garrisoned by a general of Dasha and the 200,000 troops under his command. Was this much of an army worthy of the 2 million troops of their Great Orphan dynasty? Lu Qi, the battlefield is unpredictable in the middle of the battlefield. The fact that this Dasha was able to destroy Dehan shows that this Dasha has to be uncomplicated. Marshal Delone looked at this general and said indifferently, no matter what, you can't underestimate any opponent. It's a major battlefield taboo. Yes, Marshal, my lord is instructed. The general sniffed and showed shame when he learned that there were only 200,000 troops stationed in the territory of Dehan. He had indeed underestimated this Dasha. How long until we reach the Korean border? Seeing that the general knew the error of his ways, Marshal Daikoku didn't say anything else and asked casually, Marshal, there's still an hour to go before we reach the border of Korea. Inform the army to speed up their advance. By this time, the Daki dynasty and the Daewoo dynasty should have already attacked the territory of Dixia. We can't afford to lag behind them. The marshal commanded. Yes, General. The eastern border of Korea. This is the place that is close to the Great Orphan Dynasty. And this is the only way that the Great Orphan Dynasty can go if they want to attack the Great Han. That's why Wenchou stationed himself here early with 200,000 light cavalry. General, 2 million troops from the Great Orphan Dynasty have appeared ahead, and it is estimated that they will arrive here in only half an hour. A scout came to Wenchou's side and reported. Half an hour? Wenchou murmured. Then commanded the commander of the light cavalry beside him. Inform all the troops to enter the jungle and hide, and when the other side arrives, directly kill him and catch him off guard. Although Wenchou is not afraid of the 2 million troops of the Great Orphan Dynasty, but after all, the number is 10 times that of them, and an ambush wave will also solve the battle faster. He had already received the news that Hua Xiong and the others, but they had all settled the armies of the Dachi and Daewoo dynasties, and at this time, they were all expected to have attacked the territory of the two dynasties, so how could he lag behind? Yes, General, the commander answered, then turned around and went forward to order the army. Of the 200,000 light cavalry, the two commanders could both be at the 9th level of the transformation spirit, and the rest of them had been elevated to their current highest realm by Xia Ling Tian. This strength against a Great Orphan Dynasty was simply unchallenging. Right in front of the eastern border of the Great Han was a jungle land. A jungle that covered an area of 1,000 miles. A jungle this size, hiding 200,000 people is easy. Soon, half an hour passed. The 2 million troops of the Great Orphan Dynasty entered the jungle. Brush it off. At that moment, countless figures suddenly appeared in the army as if they were ghosts, and the sharp long swords in their hands mercilessly harvested these Great Lone Dynasty's army. Enemy attack. Ambush. The Great Orphan Dynasty reacted instantly when they saw the situation and shouted in a hurry. Nay, in just a few breaths, the entire army had already been tackled by the 200,000 light cavalry by hundreds of thousands of people. Kill! Wenchou bellowed and instantly rushed into the big lonely army. Die! With a slash, the general was directly cut in two, looking for death. Right at this moment, two figures in the army of the Falun Gong dynasty rushed towards Wenchou at great speed. Ha! The second level of transformation spirit? Wenju sneered. The second level of the transformation spirit dared to attack away at him. Who gave you the courage? Who gave you the courage? The two transformation spirit cultivators said. Who is Liang Jingru? Wenchou slashed at the two people rushing towards him, only to see a 40-meter blade chi emerge, directly chopping towards the two people. What? Higher level of transformation? Under the aura of this blade, the two of them also sensed Wenchou's strength, and were instantly shocked. In a hurry, he raised his weapon in his hand to defend against the incoming blade chi. Nay, the two of them were only at the first and second level of the transformation spirit, so how could they withstand Wenchou's attacks? Bang! Put! When the attack descended on the two, immediately a mouthful of blood sprayed out. The body directly flew out backwards and smashed into the ground. Cough! High level of transformation god. Damn it! Run away! Rising from the ground, one of them cursed angrily and hurriedly ran towards the distance. It's just that I'm afraid they're thinking too much if they want to escape in front of Wenchou. Wenchou bullied his way up and chopped out again. In the eyes of the two people who were horrified, they were directly killed by Wenchou. It seems that these two are the royal ancestors of the Great Orphan Dynasty. Looking at the dead duo, Wenchou murmured. Then he looked at the battlefield. At this time, the battle in the field is close to the end. The whole big lonely dynasty 2 million army left to less than hundreds of thousands. In the hands of 200,000 light cavalry, they simply couldn't hold out for more than a few breaths before they were all exterminated. General, the Great Orphan Dynasty's army has been completely destroyed. The two commanders came to Wenchou's side and reported. Rest for half an hour and attack the Great Orphan Dynasty. Yes, Da Xia, in the Crown Prince's palace. Congratulations to the generals under the Lord of Reincarnation for killing the enemy and gaining 15 million channels of reincarnation power. Hearing the system's voice, Xia Ling Tian slowly opened his eyes. 15 million, so much. It seems that the great armies of the three great royal dynasties have been destroyed. Xia Ling Tian said softly. From the amount of reincarnation power obtained, Xia Ling Tian could basically guess where the battle had gone. After all, 15 million? No matter which side of the dynasty could not possibly provide that much. There was no other possibility except for the total annihilation of the three major royal dynasties. In that case there's only the control of the territories of the three great royal dynasties left. Thinking of this, Xia Ling Tian got up and headed to the Palace of Nurturing Heart. Xia Ling Tian knew that generally when nothing was going on, father was basically practicing in the middle of the heart nurturing hall. The natural reason for going to see Xia Zhouyue was to tell him about the results of this battle so that Xia Zhouyue could send officials forward to take over the territories of the three great kingdoms. Father, my son begs to see you. Arriving at the Hall of Nourishing Heart, Xia Ling Tian shouted into the hall, Tianer, come in. At those words, Xia Ling Tian directly pushed the door in. Tianer, why did you suddenly come to see father? Xia Zhouyue asked. Father, the armies of the three great kingdoms dynasties are destroyed, and my son has come to inform my father that he can send officials to the three great kingdoms dynasties to take up their positions. Xia Ling Tian returned. Oh, the armies of the three great royal dynasties are destroyed? At those words, Xia Zhouyue was startled. I didn't expect to destroy the three great king dynasties so quickly, but I should know that the three great king dynasties had sent at least 5 million troops this time. These generals and soldiers of Tianer are really something. Subsequently, Xia Zhouyue was the one with a bitter expression on her face. Although the three great royal dynasties were extinguished, but with such a large country, how could he, Xia, have so many officials available? We can't send all the Xia officials to the three kingdoms, can we? What about his territory? Chapter 34, Enthronement Imminent. Why? Does father have any concerns? Seeing Xia Zhouyue with such a look, Xia Ling Tian said in disbelief, AI, with such a large country as the three great kings dynasties, how can I have so many officials available in Xia? Xia Zhouyue sighed. At those words, Xia Ling Tian was also slightly stunned. Indeed, that was something he hadn't considered. Each of these three major royal dynasties was similar to his Xia, and even the great orphan dynasty's territory was even more extensive than his Xia. How could he Daxia have so many officials in such a large country? Not to mention that a group of them were just dispatched to take up their posts in the Dahan province a few days ago. After thinking for a while, Xia Ling Tian said, Father, why don't we temporarily use the native officials of these dynasties? And for each dynasty, I'll let a general be responsible for guarding there, so that they wouldn't dare to go against the grain. This will have to do for now. Hearing what Xia Ling Tian had said, Xia Zhouyue felt that it could only be so. Good. In that case my son will go down in command. After saying that, Xia Ling Tian turned around and prepared to leave. Wait. Xia Zhouyue suddenly called out to Xia Ling Tian. Father, is there anything else? Xia Ling Tian turned his head and looked at Xia Zhouyue. Tianer, father thinks that you are more suitable than father to be this great Xia human king. Xia Zhouyue said softly. How could this? Father think so? Xia Ling Tian was surprised. Although Xia Ling Tian knew that he would sit in this position sooner or later, and that he was destined for the path he would take in the future ever since he obtained the reincarnation system, battle for the world, but he didn't expect it to be this fast. Tianer, father is old and doesn't have that ambition. During this period of time, what you've done father has seen in your eyes and knows that you have a heart for hegemony. So father has decided to let you become the great Xia human king to lead great Xia to the entire continent. Father will just be an emperor enjoying the earth. Xia Zhouyue explained with a smile. At those words, Xia Ling Tian pondered slightly. Ryoko, father, don't worry. With my son here, I will definitely lead my great Xia to the top of the continent. Xia Ling Tian solemnly said. Haha, good. Worthy of being my son. Xia Zhouyue patted Xia Ling Tian's shoulder and laughed. When the territory of the three great kings dynasties is completely stabilized, I will pass the throne to you. In that case, my son will take his leave. Go on. Xia Zhouyue nodded her head. A day later, Jiang Wei and Hua Xiong led their army straight into the Daqi dynasty. Xiahou Yuan Deng Ai and the others led their armies straight into the Dewu dynasty, and Wen Shou also led light cavalry to attack the Delone dynasty. After entering the royal city, the royal families of the three major royal dynasties were all executed, and within a day, all parts of the dynasty were completely controlled by the Grand Xia Legion. Your Highness, several generals have sent word that they have completely taken control of the three great royal dynasties' borders. Li Ru came before Xia Ling Tian and reported. Notify a few generals to spread the word to the world that the Daqi dynasty has been changed to Daqifu, the Dewu dynasty has been changed to Dewufu, and the Delu dynasty has been changed to Delufu, which has even returned to my Xia territory. Xia Ling Tian nodded his head and commanded. Also have Jiang Wei lead the infantry under his command to garrison Dazi. Yan Liang lead the Yuzhou army under his command to garrison Dao. Wen Shou lead the light cavalry to garrison Dakwa. And the rest of the generals return. Yes, Your Highness, Li Ru answered and then asked, Your Highness, what about Han? After Wen Shou was stationed in Dagwa, the territory of the Dahan province was turned into a state of emptiness. Dahan is surrounded by either Delon or Dawu and Diqi. Now that these countries have all been taken down by Grip de Xia, there is basically no need to worry about Dahan being invaded. However, in order to prevent any rebellion within the territory, let Hua Xiong lead 10,000 Shiliang Iron Cavalry to go forward to garrison the area. Let the Western Liang elite return. After contemplating, Xia Ling Tian arranged. By the way, within the several major mansions, let the generals select a few officials to manage all matters within the territory. A day later, a furor rose within the territory of the three great kingdoms. The royal family was destroyed by Daxia, and the dynasty was renamed Fu became the land of Daxia. All the people and martial arts families were shocked for a while. A good country was suddenly destroyed just like that? Everyone was on edge, and no one knew what this Daxia would do to them. When Xia Ling Tian's instructions reached Jiang Wei and the others, several people immediately began to deal with all matters within the territory. Basically, some officials from the original territory were chosen to handle everything. 3 days later, everything was on track, and in addition to the generals responsible for holding down the fort in the major mansions, Xiahou Yuan Deng Ai and the others returned to Daxia. Your Highness, all the major realms are on track, and the two generals Xiahou Yuan and Deng Ai have returned to the army. On this day, Li Ru came to the Crown Prince Hall and reported to Xia Ling Tian. Did anything happen? Xia Ling Tian asked. The entire northern realm consisted of just over a dozen dynasties, and with the sudden destruction of the three major royal dynasties, I'm afraid that the other major dynasties would all be on edge. Moreover, there would definitely be a dynasty that would notify the White Tiger dynasty. Returning to the White Tiger dynasty would certainly not be indifferent after learning of this matter. I'm afraid that I'll have to face the White Tiger dynasty's pressure next. Your Highness, there are no surprises for the time being, but it is estimated that soon the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty will know about my Grand Xia. After all, the Northern Realm is a place under the jurisdiction of the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty, and it will surely be enraged after something so great has happened. Li Ru analyzed. Inform several generals that there can be no relaxation in the next few days, and inform me promptly of anything you find. Yes, Your Highness. Afterwards, Li Ru retreated and went forward to inform several generals of what Xia Ling Tian had explained. At the time of the destruction of the three major royal dynasties, the Great Summer's Qi Luck Augur Dragon once again soared, from a body of 2 zhang to a huge 10 zhang, and when the Qi Luck Augur rose to 100 feet, it was a sign that it could be promoted to an imperial power. Early the next morning, in the middle of the Great Xia Dynasty Hall, Xia Ling Tian is also here, was called by Xia Zhouyue, obviously to command something. Xia Ling Tian's heart is also clear. Dear ministers, today I am going to announce something. Above the throne, Xia Zhouyue looked at the crowd of civil and military officials below and majestically said, 3 days from now, it will be the 100th anniversary calendar of my Daxia's founding, at which time I will abdicate and the crown prince will take over the position of Daxia's human king. Do you all have any different opinions? The 100 officials were all shocked at his words, but no one objected. At this time, His Highness the Crown Prince had long since ceased to be the wasteful Crown Prince they knew before. The recent performance of the current Crown Prince was clear to them. There are countless strong generals and many armies under his command. The fact that the 4 major dynasties such as the Great Han were destroyed by his Great Xia could all be attributed to His Highness the Crown Prince. So how could they dare to have any opinions? I have no opinion. Your Majesty is wise, the 100 officials said at the same time. Chapter 35, Movements of the White Tiger Dynasty and the Evil God Sect. White Tiger Dynasty. The imperial city of White Tiger City. In the middle of a royal residence. Your Majesty, my subordinate has something to report. A steward came into an attic and shouted into it. Come in. A man's voice came from the loft. When the steward walked into the attic, he saw a middle-aged man looking at some kind of book. Your Majesty, urgent news from the east. The steward came to the man and whispered. This person was none other than one of the princes of the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty, King Ji Baifa. King Ji put down the book to look at the steward and asked softly, what news? A dynastic power named Great Xia has suddenly risen to power, overthrowing the 4 neighboring dynasties and replacing them. The steward returned. Upon hearing this, King Ji gave a slight start and asked in surprise. In the east, there are only 5 dynasties in total, right? Yes. The steward nodded. This Great Xia dynasty is acting like this. Is it not putting my White Tiger dynasty in its eyes? What is the origin of this dasha? After thinking for a while, King Ji asked, Your Highness, this dasha is one of the 5 major dynasties in the East. Originally, the strength of the several major dynasties were about the same. I don't know why this dasha's strength suddenly skyrocketed, destroying 4 major dynasties in a row. There's such a thing? Hearing what the steward said, King Ji revealed a hint of surprise. Under the jurisdiction of the White Tiger dynasty, the strengths of all the dynasties were comparable, and their peak strengths topped out at the early stage of the transformation spirit. And this dasha was able to overthrow the 4 major dynasties, so it doesn't seem that simple. Moreover, doesn't this dasha know that these dynasties are all subordinate forces of his White Tiger dynasty? Is acting like this provoking his White Tiger dynasty? Your Highness, why don't I go and destroy this dasha? The steward asked. The eastern region is under the jurisdiction of the Ji King, and now that this matter has arisen, he can't help but ask about it. He, on the other hand, was at the 3rd level of the cave void. In his opinion, dealing with this dasha was completely sufficient, and if the emperor knew about this, he would definitely ask for his Ji Wangfu. This dasha dares to provoke my White Tiger dynasty like this. I'm afraid that it still has some strength. I'm afraid that you alone can't deal with this dasha. King Ji shook his head and said, In this matter, wait until I notify the emperor. The steward was shocked. If the emperor knew about this matter, wouldn't it make the emperor ask for his Ji Wangfu? Well, do you think the emperor would not know about something as big as this happening? Maybe the emperor is waiting for this king to go and explain. King Ji waved his hand. Yes, your majesty. Half an hour later, King Ji came to the palace to seek advice from the emperor of the White Tiger dynasty. My brother has met his royal brother. In a pavilion, King Ji met the current emperor Ji Tianzong. The royal family of the White Tiger dynasty was precisely what the Ji family had established 1,000 years ago. King Ji, on the other hand, is the half-brother of the current emperor. There were a total of 4 princes in the entire White Tiger imperial dynasty. Except for King Ji, the remaining 3 belonged to the king of a different surname, whose ancestors had followed the old ancestor of the Ji family to establish the White Tiger imperial dynasty 1,000 years ago, and had been ordained into the hereditary princely system. Be excused. I thought you wouldn't come to see me. Ji Tianzong looked toward Ji Baifai and said softly, My younger brother wouldn't dare. It seems that imperial brother is already aware of what's happening in the east. King Ji bowed his head back. As expected, what else would the entire northern realm be unaware of that the emperor would not be aware of? Although the eastern part of the country was under his jurisdiction, but the entire northern realm was under the emperor's jurisdiction. What are you going to do about this? Ji Tianzong asked as his eyes looked at the sky. Imperial brother. This great Xia ignored my White Tiger imperial dynasty to suddenly overthrow the 4 great dynasties. I feel that this great Xia may be quite uncomplicated. I dare not make any decisions without authorization. At those words, Ji Tianzong fell into deep thought. Ryoko. In any case, the northern realm is under the jurisdiction of my White Tiger dynasty, and I will not allow any uncontrollable factors to occur in the northern realm. White hair. I will let 3 clan elders accompany you to go forward to this dasha. How to act you can see to it yourself. The Ji family elders, each one of them was a high-level cave void powerhouse, plus Ji Baifa, a peak cave void 9. Although this dasha might have some strength, Ji Tianzong didn't think that such a lineup couldn't deal with a dasha that had suddenly risen to prominence. My brother accepts the order. Evil God sect residence. Patriarch, it's bad. The 3rd elder's life mark has dissipated. The evil God sect's 2nd elder hurriedly arrived at the patriarch's hall and anxiously said, What did you say? The evil God sect patriarch who was in cultivation snapped his eyes open when he heard the 2nd elder's words. 3. 3rd elder's life mark has dissipated. The 2nd elder's face showed sadness as he said again, How is it possible? Didn't the 3rd elder go to the territory of Great Xia? Is there anyone else in this Great Xia who would be the 3rd elder's opponent? The evil God sect patriarch was puzzled. The 3rd elder was at the 6th level of the cavernous void realm. This Xia was only a dynasty. Could he still kill the 3rd elder? Patriarch, this Grand Xia is very uncomplicated. Just today news came from below saying that this Grand Xia has already wiped out the 4 neighboring dynasties. I'm afraid that the 3rd elder really did die at the hands of the Grand Xia. The 2nd elder looked at the evil God sect patriarch and said, he could be shocked when he learned the news. A great summer that was on the verge of extinction suddenly became so powerful that it overthrew the 4 major dynasties with a thunderous force. Now it was his evil God sect's 3rd elder who had fallen in the middle of the great summer. There is still such a thing? Does this dasha have some great power supporting it? The evil God sect patriarch was surprised. Patriarch, what do we do now? This Daxia killed several people from my evil god sect. First the protector, now even the third elder died in his hands. We can't let go of this Daxia. The evil god sect patriarch was silent, and then commanded, inform the 2 grand elders and the 4 elders that the 3 of you will immediately head to this Grand Xia, and first find out the strength of this Grand Xia, and if you can, directly exterminate this Grand Xia. Yes, sovereign. Just as the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty and the evil god sect were thrown into shock over the matter of the Grand Xia, the entire Grand Xia was already busy over the matter of Xia Ling Tian's ascension to the throne. Just today, a piece of news was also spread throughout the entire Great Summer Frontier. 3 days later the great Xia human king, Xia Zhou abdicated and was succeeded by the crown prince, Xia Ling Tian, as the great Xia human king. For a time the entire Daxia population was astonished. Why would a good Daxia human king suddenly abdicate to allow Prince Xia Ling Tian to succeed him? Everyone was puzzled, and more than anything else, they were worried about the future of the Grand Xia, because the name of this Xia's crown prince is a waste of space. They have heard it all before, so if the crown prince succeeds the throne of man, what should this Xia do in the future? Nowadays, no one knew about Xia Ling Tian's methods except for a few high-ranking officials of the Grand Xia. Everyone thought that the great Xia's ability to overthrow the 4 great dynasties was due to human king Xia Zhou, and no one would think of Xia Ling Tian. 3 days later, a new day opened as the sun rose. Today, it was the day Xia Ling Tian ascended the throne. Chapter 36 Xia Ling Tian ascends to the throne. The great Xia dynasty was unaware of the matter between the White Tiger dynasty and the evil god sect. At this moment, the Grand Xia dynasty was preparing for a great event that would be remembered in the history of Grand Xia, and it was none other than Xia Ling Tian ascending to the throne to become the new Grand Xia human king of Grand Xia, and the 3rd human king of Grand Xia. It was a clear day. On this day, the entire Daxia city was filled with joy, and everyone's faces were covered with the color of smiles. Regardless, the ascension of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to the throne was a great joyous event for the entire Grand Xia. As for the development of Daxia, it was not for them, the common people, to decide. Since the late king decided to pass the throne to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, he must have had his intentions. Knock, knock, knock. The ancient sound of the bell, coming from the depths of the palace, was a million times louder and spread throughout the entire Daxia city. The bell, in all, rang 9 times. 9. For the poll, only when a new king ascends to the throne, or when a human king dies, will 9 sounds be rung. In the courtroom, the civil and military officials stood on both sides. Outside the courtroom, there were countless other low-level officials standing with their heads bowed. By order of the late king, Crown Prince Xia Ling Tian is extraordinary in martial arts, has a good character, and is a good ruler. Today, I will pass the throne to the wise, and the Crown Prince will succeed me as the human king of Daxia. I hope that after the Crown Prince ascends to the throne, he will display great power to lead my great Xia dynasty to greater heights. A eunuch held the imperial decree and announced in a loud voice. After the announcement, the eunuch walked towards Xia Ling Tian and handed over the imperial decree. Crown Prince, accept the decree. Above the throne, Xia Zhou sat on it, wearing a golden dragon robe, and majestically said to Xia Ling Tian, as for the throne, Xia Zhou didn't have any reluctance. After all, this was his only son. My son accepts the order. Xia Ling Tian came forward, knelt on both knees, and after kowtowing 3 times to Xia Zhou above the throne, he received the imperial decree in the eunuch's hands. The future of Daxia depends on you. Xia Zhou stepped down from the throne, reached out and patted Xia Ling Tian's shoulder and said softly. Then with his hands behind his back, he left the middle of the courtroom in large strides. Greetings to the Taishang king. Seeing this, the prime minister, the great general, and the others hurriedly knelt down and shouted. Behind them, the 100 officials also followed and shouted, looking at Xia Zhou with unwilling eyes. After all, they had also shared their lives with Xia Zhou for decades. Now that the late king has abdicated, they are also a bit sad. When Xia Zhou's figure completely disappeared from the eyes of the crowd, the 100 officials rose to look at Xia Ling Tian. I beg to see the king. In the midst of a crowd of 100 officials chanting, Xia Ling Tian walked towards the throne step by step. With this, he would officially become the king of this great Xia dynasty. Sitting on top of the throne, Xia Ling Tian's mind moved, and instantly an imperial dragon robe appeared and was worn on Xia Ling Tian. It was the reincarnation emperor armor. At this moment, Xia Ling Tian finally knew why the system had rewarded him with the reincarnation emperor armor and the reincarnation emperor sword. Because it's a symbol of the emperor. From the very beginning, the system was designed to allow Xiaoling Tian to become the lord of all over again and embark on the path of hegemony. Boom! When the emperor armor was revealed, a terrifying imperial might suddenly surfaced and swept across the entire imperial hall, causing all civil and military officials to feel tremendous pressure and find it difficult to move. This pressure lasted for several breaths before slowly dissipating. All the beloved ministers, please rise. Xiaoling Tian looked at the 100 officials and gently raised his hand and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, the 100 officials rose to their feet and said respectfully. It was only at this moment that they realized that under that surge of imperial might just now, their backs had long been wet with sweat. Prime Minister, report on the situation in Daxia today. Xiaoling Tian looked towards Feng Liang, the current Prime Minister of the Grand Xia, and asked, Feng Liang, now more than 100 years old, is to follow the first human king of Daxia until now. From the founding of Daxia until now 100 years have been serving as the Prime Minister of Daxia, can be said to be loyal to Daxia. Hearing Xiaoling Tian's question, Feng Liang pondered for a little while before stepping forward to report. Your Majesty, now that my Great Xia territory encompasses the land of the 4 great dynasties, the sphere of influence is expanding like never before, and the strength has also reached its peak since the founding of the country. However, in the process of rapid expansion, inevitably also appeared a number of problems. First of all, the newly occupied territory of my Daxia officials' serious shortage. Preliminary estimates at least still missing tens of thousands of core officials. Secondly, the newly occupied territory still possesses quite a few people who are hostile to my Grand Xia dynasty, because there are generals under the king's command to hold down the fort, so there is no unrest, but this is not a long-term solution. These people still need to be indoctrinated to be able to do so. Feng Liang knew that the new king would definitely replace a large number of officials in the courtroom for his own inner circle, and if you want to make the new king happy, then surely you must have made a great contribution to Daxia. Therefore, upon hearing Xiaoling Tian's question, Feng Liang also answered back after careful consideration. If he could satisfy Xiaoling Tian, then he would still be able to hold on to the position of Prime Minister for the time being at least. If he couldn't satisfy Xiaoling Tian, then I'm afraid that it wouldn't be long before he would be removed from his position as Prime Minister. Not bad. It seems that the Prime Minister still knows quite a bit about the situation in Daxia. Xiaoling Tian nodded his head in satisfaction and said in a deep voice with a straightened expression, since this is the case, then this matter will be the responsibility of the Prime Minister to fill the vacant officials as soon as possible, with the Ministry of Appointments and the Ministry of Rights being responsible for assisting. The microcosmic minister accepts the order. Feng Liang respectfully accepted the order. Today, I announce one thing. Daxia established the First Legion. Xiahou Yuan, Deng Ai, Zhang Wei, Yan Liang, Wenshou Huaxiong and other soldiers under their command are all merged into the First Legion. Afterward, Xiaoling Tian looked to the right side of the 100 officials, Xiahou Yuan and Deng Ai, and called out, Xiahou Yuan, Deng Ai, the end of the line. The duo stepped forward. Today, I enthrone Xiahou Yuan as the second-ranked general of my Daxia First Legion, and Deng Ai as the third-ranked general. Xiaoling Tian commanded. My lord will take the order. Thank you, Your Majesty. The two led the way respectfully. Xiahou Yuan, the Chao family army is officially renamed the Xia family army today. I will obey. Appoint Jiang Wei, Yan Liang and Wen Chou, and Huaxiong as third-grade generals of the First Legion. After saying this, Xiaoling Tian once again looked at Feng Liang and said, since the 4 generals are stationed in various parts of the Grand Xia, this matter will be passed on by the Prime Minister. The microcosmic minister accepts the order. Xiaoling Tian nodded his head slightly, looking at a person to his left here. It's none other than Li Ru. Li Ru. Xiaoling Tian shouted, I am here. Li Ru stepped forward. Today, Li Ru was enthroned as the Minister of the Ministry of Public Works of my Daxia, with the first rank. The original Ministry of Public Works Minister is automatically downgraded to Ministry of Public Works Minister. All Ministry of Public Works officials deferred down one level. The grade remains unchanged. Do you all have any comments? Hundreds of officials looked at each other. Did not think the first was demoted was actually the Ministry of Public Works, but although the official position down but the grade did not fall is also considered a piece of unexpected joy. I have no opinion. It's all up to the king. The crowd returned in unison. The Daxia dynasty official position has a prime minister in charge of the government. Under the jurisdiction of the 6 ministries are from the first grade. However, after Xiaoling Tian made Li Ru the minister of the Ministry of Public Works of the first grade, the original minister of the Ministry of Public Works, although he was demoted to the Ministry of Public Works Minister, but the grade is still from the first grade, and the rest of the people's grades are also unchanged. Just then, Deng Ai, who was standing at the forefront, frowned and turned to look outside the hall, his face grave. Deng Ai, what happened? Seeing Deng Ai act in such a manner, Xiaoling Tian also stared slightly and asked in a deep voice, Your Majesty, the enemy is coming. Deng Ai waved his right hand, and a battle sword appeared in his hand, while Xiahou Yuan on the side also took out his weapon and stood sternly at attention. Chapter 37, Xiahou Yuan's terrifying strength. Outside of Dashia City, about 100 miles away, there were 4 figures flying towards Dashia City, their aura revealing itself to be terrifying. It was none other than the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty's Ji King, Ji Baifa, and the 3 clan elders of the Ji clan. Apart from Ji Baifa, who was at the peak of the 9th level of Cave Void, the remaining 3, 1 at the 9th level of Cave Void and 2 at the 8th level of Cave Void, could not be said to be less powerful. The 4 of them were very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in the sky above Dashia City. A terrifying aura swept out from the 4 of them towards the entire Dashia City, and for a moment, all the people of Dashia City looked up at the 4 of them in shock. What realm of powerhouse is this? Even his breath is so terrifying? In the middle of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, is this someone from the White Tiger Dynasty? Xian Fei Yan was inwardly shocked when he felt the aura of the 4. I didn't expect the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty to come so quickly. Brother Ling Tian, will you still be able to get through this time? Xian Fei Yang murmured. In his mind, he felt that this time, De Xia was afraid that it would not be able to get through this difficult time. After all, these 4 people knew that they were terrifying just by looking at their aura, so how could De Xia resist? Although Xia Ling Tian had given him many surprises, but that was only limited to the Transformation God realm. Now that these 4 people were clearly strong people of the Cave Void realm above the Transformation God, he didn't think that Xia Ling Tian would be able to get through it unscathed. Although he also wanted to help Xia Ling Tian a bit, but he was unable to do so, and he was only a spirit transformation cultivator. This king, the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty's Ji King, who is the human king of the Great Xia Dynasty. Come and see this king quickly. In the void, King Ji looked in the direction of the Great Summer Palace and shouted, Daring, this is the Great Xia territory, how can we not allow you to act recklessly here? There was a steep roar from the royal palace. And then Ji Baifa saw a figure appear in front of him and the others. It was Deng Ai. Who are you? Ji Baifa looked at this person and was quite shaken inside. The 5th level of the Cave of the Void? I didn't expect that this De Xia was really a bit capable. There were even strong people in the Cave Void realm. No wonder it was able to overthrow the 4 neighboring dynasties. The 1st Legion of Dashia. 3rd Grade General Deng Ai. What is your business here in my Dashia? Deng Ai looked at the 4 Ji Baifa, his face stern. Doesn't your Grand Xia know that the Northern Realm is under the jurisdiction of my White Tiger Imperial Dynasty? For your Grand Xia to overthrow the 4 great dynasties, is this defying my White Tiger Imperial Dynasty? Ji Baifa questioned in a cold voice. Humph. It's not your turn to be in charge of how my Grand Xia acts. Deng Ai snorted coldly, not putting a few people in his eyes in the slightest. Although Deng Ai was only at the 5th level of Dongshu, while the strength of these people he could sense were all above the 8th level of Dongshu. He was definitely not an opponent, but he was a Chinese hero. How could he put these people in his eyes with all his pride? A good Dashia. Since this is the case, then there is no need for you Dashia to exist. Ji Bai fumed. With that, he released his own terrifying aura and transformed it into an attack towards Deng Ai. When Ji Baifa's terrifying aura erupted, Xiahou Yuan in the middle of the court boring changed his face and looked towards Xia Ling Tian and said gruffly, Your Majesty, this person is at the peak of the 9th level of the cavernous void. General Deng Ai is afraid that he is not an opponent. Peak Cave 9? Hearing Xiahou Yuan's words, Xia Ling Tian was also startled. I didn't expect that this White Tiger Imperial Dynasty really valued him. De Xia, even sending a peak of the 9th level of Cave Void, then I'm afraid that the other 3 could not be any weaker. System, raise Xiahou Yuan to the 5th level of Cave Void. Thoughts surfaced in his mind. Xia Ling Tian no longer hesitated to directly raise Xiahou Yuan to his current peak. Elevation successful, consumed 2 million channels of reincarnation power. Xiahou Yuan was originally a Cave Void 1st level. Each level up needs to consume 500,000 chakra power, and upgrading to the 5th level of Cave Void consumes exactly 2,000,000 Dao. And with Xiahou Yuan's ability as a first-class human being, with the 5th level of Cave Void can fight across 5 small realms. That is, he can fight the consummation of the cave void realm. It is not a difficult task to deal with these 4 people. Just in the system words fell. The temple in the body of Xiahou Yuan is also steeply erupted a horror aura. Although the whole virtual 5, but then Ji Baifa's whole virtual 9 pinnacle, but also more than a step. General Xiahou this is. The 100 officials in the hall were all shocked by this aura of Xiahou Yuan. Xiahou Yuan, the 4 people outside are at your disposal, dead or alive. Xia Ling Tian faintly commanded. My lord will lead the way. Xiahou Yuan respectfully salute. Then footsteps move figure disappeared. Reappeared has been in the Dasha city over Deng Ai body. At this moment, Deng Ai looked at the incoming attack with a grave expression on his face. Waving the battle sword in his hand, he directly chopped towards the front, only to see a stream of light immediately shoot out from the battle sword. Boom boom. The 2 men's attacks collided, instantly creating an intense explosion in the void. Ji Baifa was shocked, not expecting this person at the 5th level of cave void to be able to resist his attack. Although he hadn't used his full strength, it shouldn't be something that a cave void 5th level could resist either. Oh, a bit of strength, but that's as far as it goes. Ji Baifa let out a cold smile, then drank to the 3 people behind him. Make your move and overthrow this great Xia. The 3 of them no longer hesitated upon hearing this, and one by one, they released their own terrifying aura to transform into a stream of light, flying towards the great summer palace. Boom boom boom. Several other terrifying attacks followed. If these attacks were allowed to strike the Great Xia Royal Palace, it was estimated that the entire Great Xia Royal Palace would become a place of ruins, looking for death. Seeing this, Xiahou Yuan let out a furious cry. Then he appeared directly above the Royal Palace to slash down at the incoming attack. Bang! 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 An attack collided and exploded in the void. General Deng Ai, you deal with one of them and leave the remaining 3 to me. Xiahou Yuan spoke to Deng Ai and directly rushed towards the Ji Baifa trio. Dragon Battle Vault. Xiahou Yuan shouted. The weapon in his hand directly attacked at the 3 people. The horrible aura directly enveloped the 3 people, making it impossible for them to dodge. In their haste the 3 had no choice but to be passive in their defense. The 2 royal clan elders directly behind Ji Baifa were split in 2 and exploded into a blood mist under this attack in just one glance. Ji Baifa didn't fare well either. Although he blocked the attack, he was seriously injured and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Damn it! This person is only at the 5th level of cave void. How can he be so powerful? Ji Baifa looked at Xiahou Yuan, his face filled with horror. He couldn't understand why an attack of a cave void 5th level he and the 2 clan elders had failed to block. Not only were the 2 clan elders dead, but he himself had been seriously injured and had no strength to fight again. Just one strike is so terrifying. Is this really the 5th level of cave void? Ji Baifa turned his head slightly to look at the last clan elder who was fighting with Deng Ai. Only Deng Ai bellowed, "Die!" Directly split it in half with a sword. At this point, only Ji Baifa was left of the 4 people from the White Tiger Imperial dynasty who had come to attack. Ji Baifa's eyes were dumbfounded. Why was this so? He couldn't figure out how a great Xia dynasty alone could have 2 such terrifying cave void 5th levels, especially this one who had seriously injured him with a single strike. Chapter 38, 59 million reincarnation power. Someone from the White Tiger dynasty? Xiahou Yuan looked at Ji Baifa, whose eyes were lost in thought, and questioned. At those words, Ji Baifa turned his head slightly to look at Xiahou Yuan. Your Grand Xia killed 3 of my White Tiger Imperial Dynasty's clan elders. Aren't you afraid that my White Tiger Imperial Dynasty will ask for your Grand Xia? Ha! Asking for offense from my Grand Xia? Do you think my Grand Xia will be afraid of one of your White Tiger Imperial Dynasties? Xiahou Yuan let out a cold smile, and then directly resolved him with a slash. Thus, the 4 White Tiger Dynasty's cave void powerhouses who had come to question the Great Xia had all fallen in the Great Xia. In the crowd below Daxia City, there were 3 old men looking at Xiahou Yuan in the void with gloomy faces. Grand Elder, can you deal with this person? One of the old men looked at the man in the center and asked gruffly. This person was none other than the 2nd elder of the Evil God sect. Obviously these 3 people were none other than the Evil God sect's 3 Grand Elders, the 2nd elder and the 4th elder. Although this person is at the 5th level of cave void, he is definitely capable of rivaling cave void perfection. I'm but only at the peak of the 9th level of cave void like that Ji Baifa. How can I deal with it? The Grand Elder shook his head and let out a bitter laugh. I didn't expect this Great Xia to still have such a strong person. No wonder the 3rd elder fell here. The 4th elder said with an ugly face. Let's go. This Daxia is not something we can deal with unless the Patriarch himself comes. But this Daxia killed 4 people from the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty. so there's no need for us to do anything anymore. The Grand Elder directly turned around and left after saying that. The second elder and the fourth elder could only stop helplessly when they saw this. There are 3 other cave void powerhouses? The moment the 3 of them turned to leave, Xiahou Yuan also looked steeply at the 3 of them. No good. We've been discovered. Go! The first elder exclaimed, instantly rising up in the air and flying towards the outside of the great summer city. Behind him, the second elder and the fourth elder were stunned, but they also hurriedly followed. It is? Besides Xiahou Yuan, Deng Ai's face changed when he felt the aura of the 3. General Xiahou, this is someone from the evil god sect who cannot be spared. Deng Ai hurriedly chased towards the 3 after he finished speaking. What the people of the evil god sect had done in his great summer frontier was something they could not forgive. And now that they had found the people of the evil god sect, it was definitely impossible to spare the other party. Xiahou Yuan also hurriedly chased towards the 3 when he heard Deng Ai's words. Within a short while, Deng Ai's 2 men had caught up with the evil god sect's trio. People of the evil god sect, barging into my great Xia, die! Deng Ai shouted and directly chopped out with his sword. The sword light shining in the sky directly enveloping the 3. Heart demon chop. The Grand Elder shouted angrily and rushed to counterattack. Boom! The void exploded, and Deng Ai gave a slight lurch, his face looking at the Grand Elder with a grave expression. Peak Cave 9? General Tang, leave this man to me. At this time, Xiahou Yuan also arrived and said to Deng Ai. He then directly attacked towards the Grand Elder. Seeing this, Deng Ai also directly rushed towards the second elder duo. He wasn't an opponent at the peak of the 9th level of Cave Void. How could he still not be an opponent with these 2? Dasha, what do you mean? The Grand Elder looked at Xiahou Yuan, who was attacking him, and asked grimly, do I need to tell you what your evil god sect has done in my Great Xia territory? Die! Xiahou Yuan bellowed and slashed at the Grand Elder. Damn it! How does this Dasha know that we are from the evil god sect? Big Elder face ugly. But Xiahou Yuan attack has arrived. Simply cannot think more, can only hasten to resist. Block for me! The Grand Elder roared, his aura raging. Boom! The blades clashed, and there was a great deal of light. Ah! A knife chopped down. The Great Elder directly did not block the tragic death on the spot. A mountain in the aftermath of this were split into pieces, turned into a sky of powder particles. After resolving the Grand Elder, Xiahou Yuan looked towards Deng Ai. Sword strike. 9 styles of heavenly sword. Only Deng Ai let out a loud cry. In his hand, the long sword transformed into a giant sword shadow. Ah! Da Xia, you shall not die. Under this sword, the 2 had nowhere to hide and were directly decimated. The evil god sex people are not worthy of death. Deng Ai snorted coldly and put away his long sword. General Tang, the enemy has been destroyed, go back and report to the king. Xiahou Yuan came to Deng Ai's side and said, yes. Deng Ai nodded, and then the 2 of them flew towards Daxia City. Congratulations to the generals under the Lord of Reincarnation for slaying the enemy to gain 40 million channels of reincarnation power. In the Great Xia Dynasty Hall, the system's voice rang in Xia Ling Tian's head. 40 million Dao? How many cave void powerhouses are here? Xia Ling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. This White Tiger Imperial Dynasty really valued his Great Xia. It even sent so many cave void powerhouses. These days Xia Ling Tian also had a general understanding of the acquisition of the power of reincarnation. Generally, the power of reincarnation provided by a Yuaning cultivator was above 10,000 and below 100,000. In contrast, the power of reincarnation that a God-realizing cultivator could provide was above 100,000 and below 1 million. And it goes without saying that Cave Void must have been more than a million and less than 10 million. And now that they had gained 40 million at once, there must have been not a few Cave Void powerhouses. Together with the 19 million from before, it now had 59 million channels of reincarnation power, which was enough for a system upgrade. However, now he was still left with 9 human Jie slots, so there was no rush to upgrade. And he still had to improve his grassroots power first as the main priority. Your Majesty, the incoming enemy has been killed in full. At this time, the Xiahou Yuan duo returned and spoke respectfully towards Xia Ling Tian. Well, hard work to the 2 generals. How many Cave Void cultivators came from the other side this time? Xia Ling Tian faintly asked. Back to the king. 4 Cave Void from the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty and 3 Cave Void from the Evil God Sect. And the Evil God Sect? So it's not all from the White Tiger Dynasty. Xia Ling Tian realized. At this time, the crowd of civil and military officials in the courtroom were all in shock when they heard Xiahou Yuan's words. White Tiger Dynasty? The Evil God Sect? A caveman? Goodness, are they already so powerful in Daxia? They even killed the White Tiger Dynasty's cave void powerhouse? There was also this evil god sect. Although he didn't know what kind of power it was, it must not be weak to have a cave void powerhouse, yet it was still killed by his Daxia. Who are these generals of the king that are so powerful? And how did the king take these people under his wing? For a time, everyone was in awe of Xia Ling Tian. At this moment, they finally understood why the Taishang king wanted to pass the throne to the king, because only under the king's leadership could he, Daxia, go farther. Well, this matter has been settled. Prime Minister, you as soon as possible will be the Daxia officials to make up to go to all parts of the country to take office. The rest of the people and so on, everything is normal. Xia Ling Tian looked at the 100 officials and commanded, I obey. The 100 officials responded, retreat, long live the king. After leaving the court hall, Xia Ling Tian directly headed to the Imperial Extremity Hall, which was none other than the chambers of the great Xia human king. After Xia Zhouyue abdicated, he basically lived in the Palace of Nourishing Hearts on a regular basis, while the Imperial Extremity Hall became Xia Ling Tian's chambers. Chapter 39 Batch Summoning Terrifying Soldier Strength. Bang bang bang. Within the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty, in the middle of the palace, a succession of shattering sounds suddenly came from an ancient room, and the rows of soul jade slips placed on top of the high platform suddenly shattered. For something's wrong. The face of the disciple in charge of guarding this place changed drastically. Each of these soul jade slips represented a high-ranking figure of the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty as well as a member of the royal family. Now that it had even shattered it meant that 4 Cave Void Realm Imperial Dynasty executives had fallen. This was a rhythm that was going to change the sky. His White Tiger Dynasty's Cave Void powerhouses had fallen, and there were still 4 of them. So when the emperor found out about it, would he not be enraged? After freezing for a moment, this disciple hurriedly reported upwards. Soon, the bad news spread to the top levels and finally reached the ears of the emperor of the White Tiger Dynasty. For a time, the entire palace was thrown into shock. At that moment, Ji Tianxing headed directly to the middle of the imperial tomb. This is where his Ji family's oldest ancestor is. Old ancestor, father, white hair is dead. In the imperial tomb, Ji Tianxing looked at the several old ancestors and his own father and said in a deep voice, Ji Baifai is his royal brother, but also sent by him to Daxia, but now is dead in this Daxia. Can imagine how he feels inside. What did you say? White hair is dead. How did he die? Ji Tianxing's father, the White Tiger Dynasty's supreme emperor Ji Gu, was instantly enraged when he heard what Ji Tianxing had said. Ji Baifai was his son, and now he's dead? Father, it's my son's fault for letting my FA and the 3 clan elders go forward to settle this great Xia before figuring out its strength. It's my son who got by FA killed. Ji Tianxing blamed himself. He then truthfully told his father and several old ancestors about the matter of the Great Summer, the sudden rise of Daxia, overthrowing the 4 neighboring dynasties with thunderous force. Now it even killed one of the princes and 3 clan elders of his White Tiger Dynasty. You don't know anything about the strength of this Daxia? An old ancestor suddenly asked. Unclear. Ji Tianxing shook his head and smiled bitterly. Without knowing clearly, you let your imperial brother go forward like this? How can you be an emperor? Ha! He's your royal brother. And he died in Daxia because of a single order from you. Ji Gu roared. The one who died was his son. So how could he not be angry? Father, I'm sorry. Ji Tianxing bowed his head and said softly, Alright Ji Gu, the person is already dead, it's useless for you to blame the heavenly pale. To the side, an old ancestor spoke out to advise. Then he turned to Ji Tianxing and said, Investigate the strength of this Grand Xia first. Don't act rashly for the time being before figuring out the strength of this Grand Xia. Yes, old ancestor. Ji Tianxing answered. Well, you go down and take care of it. Yes, Tianxing excuses himself. Evil God Sect. At this moment, the Evil God Sect was no different from what was happening within the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty, and was also in shock because of the deaths of the 3 elders. The entire Evil God Sect only had a total of 5 elders, and now surprisingly, 4 were already dead, and the Evil God Sect, which was originally ecstatic because of the Patriarch's breakthrough into the Celestial Realm, had once again hit rock bottom. Patriarch, now that all 4 elders have fallen to the Great Xia, where should my Evil God Sect go from here? The Evil God Sect's only remaining 5th elder inquired to the Patriarch, who was sitting above the first place. It was ridiculous to say that it was because this 5th elder's strength was relatively weak that the Evil God Sect Patriarch did not send him to Daxia, but he did not expect to pick up a life as a result. I didn't expect this Xia to be so powerful that even the Grand Elder of the 9th level of Cave Void died at his hands. The evil god sect patriarch's face was gloomy. The 3 elders being dead was something he didn't expect. A small Xia dynasty could even kill his evil god sect's 3 elders. Did this Xia possess celestial realm powerhouses? Instruct the disciples under the door that they are not allowed to go anywhere during this period of time. All keep a low profile. The evil god sect patriarch looked at the 5th elder and commanded. Now the evil god sect in addition to him is only the 5th elder, a whole virtual realm cultivator. The rest are a number of transformation god cultivator protector and ordinary disciples. This strength is no longer able to fight with the White Tiger dynasty and the Great Summer. I didn't expect that the evil god sect would encounter such a change just after his emergence. It seems that this place is not a place to stay for a long time anymore. As for revenge, he already didn't want to at all at this time. This Daxia definitely possessed the celestial realm. He was only in the 1st level of celestial. There was absolutely no need to take this risk. Yes, sovereign. The 5th elder answered and then went down to order a group of disciples to go. Daxia dynasty. In the Imperial Extremity Hall, Xia Ling Tian, who now had 59 million chakra power, decided to raise all the generals under his command to the peak. Only then would he, the great Xia, be unafraid of any power. System, upgrade all of Li Ru, Yan Liang and Wen Chou, Hua Xiong, and Jiang Wei to the 5th level of Cave Void. At this point, all 5 were still at the Transformation God Perfection realm, and raising to the 5th level of Cave Void would require 5 million rounds of power each. Elevation successful, consumed 5 million chakra power. Remaining 5 million chakra power. Xia Ling Tian sighed. The increase in strength was fast, but the consumption of this power of reincarnation was also huge. I had thought that summoning the human Jia was the main way to consume the power of reincarnation, but now I realized that summoning the human Jia was really cheap, and enhancing the strength of the human Jia was the big part of the consumption. A second-rate Manjia but 100,000 reincarnation power. Now just to enhance the strength of a little bit on the consumption of more than 2 million a person. Can imagine how much reincarnation power the follow-up want to enhance have to need. System, summon 90,000 Western Liang Iron Cavalry and Xia Family Army. Nowadays, Xia Ling Tian's soldiers under his command are only first class, only 10,000. The rest of the several second-class soldiers are 100,000, and the Yuzhou army is 200,000. This time, Xia Ling Tian decided to expand all the major troop types. Summoning successful. Consumed 18 million chakra power. 5 million chakra power remaining. Troop type, Western Liang Iron Cavalry. Class, First Class. Realm, 1 Cave Void Triple Commander. 9 Cave Void 1 Vice Commanders. 90 Harmonized Spirit Perfection Senior Captains. 900 Harmonized Spirit 7 Junior Captains. And the remaining members of the team are all Harmonized Spirit 1 to 6. Troop type, the Xia Family Army. Class, First Class. Realm, 1 Cave Void Triple Commander. 9 Cave Void 1 Vice Commanders. 90 Harmonized Spirit Perfection Senior Captains. 900 Harmonized Spirit 7 Junior Captains. And the remaining members of the team are all Harmonized Spirit 1 to 6. This, Xia Ling Tian was shocked. He didn't expect all the team members to be above the Transformation God. So these 2 main types of soldiers could be the full Transformation God realm. 200,000 Transformation Spirit Cultivators? Who can resist? Can White Tiger Dynasty? Not to mention that all of these troop types can cross the ranks. System, in summoning 800,000 Yuzhou troops and 900,000 Western Liang elites. Summoning successful. Consumed 17 million chakra power. 5 million chakra power remaining. At this point, Xia Ling Tian's power of reincarnation was only 5 million. And the 2 second-rate soldiers under his command surpassed the million mark. The number of millions possesses 1 Grand Commander of the 3rd level of Cave Void, 10 Commanders of the 1st level of Cave Void, 100 Vice Commanders of the Perfection of the Spirit of Transformation, 1,000 Captains of the 6th level of the Spirit of Transformation, 10,000 Junior Captains of the 3rd level of the Spirit of Transformation, and the rest are all members of the Yuaning Cultivators. Chapter 40, The Foreigner's Appearance. The Fall of the North. Qingzhou, the northern region of the Northern Territory. Here were situated the 3 major kingdoms under the White Tiger Dynasty. The borders of the 3 great royal dynasties were then a huge desert land, the Sahad Desert, which carried out the land of the 3 great royal dynasties. A certain desert floor suddenly began to surge. Buzz. With that, the entire desert floor began to shake and tremble. The wind in the middle of the desert was also blowing and whistling, rolling up yellow sand all over the sky. Jia Jia, my clan has finally come out. The damn seal has finally broken. Delicious human blood eaters, wait for the descent of my scorpion clan. Jia Jia. A terrifying Jia laugh resounded from the yellow sand in the sky. Immediately afterward, he saw countless black holes appearing in the desert, followed by a series of pace sounds. Obviously something was about to come out of the holes. Not long after, see the black hole and the emergence of a head of tall, fierce-looking fangs exposed scorpion-like species. Each scorpion exudes a violent, ferocious atmosphere. Its strength is even more horrifying. Each head and the baby above, and even no lack of the god of the whole virtual realm. They just appeared from the black hole and flew in all directions. Not long after, an army of the scorpion race that could be seen everywhere on the entire Saiha desert sped towards the land of the three great royal dynasties in a frantic manner. Anyone who finds these scorpions will be shocked. The Scorpion Clan, a foreign race that has existed for tens of thousands of years in the Green State, made a fishy mess in the entire Green State 10,000 years ago, brutally killing countless human races. In the end, they had no choice but to unite all the major powers in the entire Qingzhou to issue a war against them, forcing the entire Scorpion Clan back into the Saiha Desert. Because it was impossible to completely exterminate it, the great power elders had no choice but to seal it in the Saiha Desert. I didn't realize that the seal had been broken now. To the foreign races, the flesh and blood of the human race was the best heavenly treasure. Throughout the entire continent, the war between the human race and the alien race has never stopped, carrying out the entire history of the continent. Prepare for battle. There is a foreign invasion. In a human city, one of the generals defending the city suddenly yelled. It was because he saw that in the middle of the sky in the distance, a group of black and huge-sized unidentified things were flying towards them, exuding a furious aura that made the heaven and earth change color. What is this thing? As the Scorpion Clan approached the city, the generals defending the city got a good look at these enemies. For a while everyone was all pale and terrified. These hideous-looking creatures with exposed fangs were horrible creatures that they had never seen before and had no idea what they were. Jie Jie, human race, we're here. Sons, kill. In the Scorpion Clan, a scorpion that looked like a general roared with a braying smile. The huge body directly rose up in the air, and then landed on top of the city wall. The double pincers for a moment was instantly the death of countless soldiers. This scorpion was then seen directly feeding on the dead human directly with its mouth wide open. It's simply tragic. Using the human race as food. Witnessing the tragic deaths of the soldiers being mercilessly devoured, the crowd was cold and had no will to fight. Quickly inform the king that an unknown creature has invaded my Sunset Dynasty. A general roared, then directly rushed closer to revolt amongst the Scorpion Clan. Not a moment, the entire city guards were all killed. More and more scorpions flew into the city, wreaking havoc. The people of the city, whether women, children, old or young, as long as it is the human race, are hard to escape the hands of these scorpions, all became their food. The city soon fell and became a hell on earth. This scene didn't just happen in this one spot. The entire territory of the three northern royal dynasties was filled with the figures of these scorpion races. Not an inch of grass grows wherever it passes. 3 days later, the three northern royal dynasties all fell, and all of the human races, except for the few that escaped, all became blood food for these scorpion races. White Tiger Dynasty. In the palace, Ji Tianzong was also shocked when he learned of what happened in the north. These foreigners have actually broken the seal from the middle of the Saiha Desert? With a look of panic on his face, Ji Tianzong once again came to meet his old ancestor in the middle of the imperial tomb. The alien race was incredibly powerful. It was simply not something that he, White Tiger Dynasty, could deal with, and the only way to do so was to notify the old ancestor to unite all the major forces of the Qingzhou to besiege them. Tian Song, what happened again? The imperial ancestor looked at Ji Tianzong's face full of panic and asked in dissatisfaction. As the emperor of the White Tiger Dynasty, to become so panicked was really a disgrace to his White Tiger Dynasty. The old ancestor, something big is going on. The foreign race in the Saiha Desert has broken the seal. Seeing the old ancestor, Ji Tianzong hurriedly said. A look of fear was revealed on his face. What did you say? The old ancestor was shocked at his words. A foreigner out of the world? How is that possible? Old ancestor, the foreign races have come out and are frantically slaughtering the human races of the three major royal dynasties in the north. I'm afraid that it won't be long before they attack my White Tiger Imperial Dynasty. Ji Tianzong said anxiously. When these foreign races finished off the three great royal dynasties, they would surely spread out in all directions. And he, the White Tiger Dynasty, would surely be the first target. How is it possible? How did the foreign races suddenly come out? Did the seal break? After receiving the confirmation, the imperial ancestor was also in a state of panic. The foreign race, 10,000 years ago, was immensely powerful, and it would have been impossible to seal it if it hadn't united the power of the entire Qingzhou. Now that the foreign race had broken the seal, how could he, the White Tiger dynasty, resist? Tian Song, you quickly gather all the generals to guard the borders, and I will immediately go amongst the major forces to seek support. The imperial ancestor directly commanded. Now it is urgent. Does not allow him to have too much thinking, or I am afraid that the White Tiger dynasty will be destroyed by these foreigners. Yes, old ancestor. Da Xia, in the imperial poll hall. At this time from Xiaoling Tian ascension to the throne has been the past 10 days. The whole of Da Xia is also on track. Yan Liang Wenshou and other people stationed in the 4 major provinces within the territory of no one dares to be reckless. Over time the subjects within these realms would surely grow stronger and stronger in their belonging to the Grand Xia. At this moment, Xiaoling Tian was reading some historical records of Qingzhou. After all, Da Xia could not always be hunkered down here, and knowing more about Qingzhou would be of great benefit to Da Xia's future development. In the historical records, Xiaoling Tian knew that the entire Qingzhou was divided into 5 major realms: the East Realm, the South Realm, the West Realm, the North Realm as well as the Middle Earth. The current location of Da Xia is precisely in the northern border of Qingzhou, which belongs to the jurisdiction of the White Tiger dynasty. Your Majesty, General Wenshou has sent an urgent report. At that moment, Li Ru's voice came from outside the hall. Urgent report? Xiaoling Tian was puzzled. Currently the Great Xia should not have any other enemies besides the White Tiger dynasty as an enemy. So how could there be an urgent report coming in? Did the White Tiger dynasty make a move against the Great Orphanage? Come in. What is it? Xiaoling Tian looked at Li Ru and asked. Your Majesty, the news from General Wenshou says that foreigners have appeared in the 3 major kingdoms in the north, and at this point, these 3 kingdoms have completely fallen to become blood food for the foreigners. Li Ru held a piece of information in his hands and reported to Xiaoling Tian. Da Gufu, precisely close to the north of the place, so Wenshou is also the first time to find out what happened in the north. Chapter 41 is Xiaoling Tian's arrangement. Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty. Alien. Xiaoling Tian's face became grave. Today he happened to have read about the alien race in the Qingzhou historical records, and he was even more aware of the hatred between the alien race and the human race. Now that the foreign races have come out, I'm afraid it will be a catastrophe for the human race. Just as Wenshou had said in the news he had sent, the 3 major royal dynasties in the north had fallen completely, becoming blood food for the foreigners. Pass the order to gather all the officials and deliberate in the courtroom. No longer hesitating, Xiaoling Tian immediately summoned the 100 officials and held a court meeting. A quarter of an hour later, the civil and military officials gathered in the court hall, each with a curious look on their faces. The king convened a court meeting at this time. I don't know what it was about. Did something happen? The king has arrived. Without waiting too long, in a shrill and feminine voice, Xiaoling Tian walked out from the back of the court hall and sat on top of the dragon chair. Greetings to the king. Long live the king. Seeing Xiaoling Tian come, all the civil and military officials were kneeling on both knees and shouting. All of you love ministers are excused. Xiaoling Tian spoke faintly. Thank you, Your Majesty. General Wenshou of the Great Orphanage has sent an urgent report that foreigners have appeared in the north and are frantically slaughtering the human races among the 3 major kingdoms. And now the 3 major kingdoms in the north have completely fallen to the foreigners as blood food. Looking towards the crowd of civil and military officials, Xiaoling Tian directly informed the crowd of the news from Wenshou. When these words came out, the crowd was directly horrified. Alien. All of them had the information of the foreign race floating in their minds. Some of them knew everything about the foreign race 10,000 years ago, while some of them had a half understanding, but all of them knew a little bit about the foreign race, the mortal enemy of the human race. These foreign races treated the human race as blood food and basically had no mercy for them. Your Majesty, it is recorded in the historical records that the foreign races are ferocious in nature and regard the human race as blood food. Now that the northern dynasty has fallen, I'm afraid that it won't be long before they show up in my Da Xia's territory. An elderly minister quavered. Obviously, at this moment, his heart was full of fear for the foreigners. Looking at this situation, this minister should know quite a lot about the foreigners. On the right side, Xiahou Yuan and Deng Ai's eyes were slightly bright, and a strong battle spirit emerged from them. When the foreigners come out, he, Da Xia, will surely go against the foreigners, and the battlefield. Is the destiny of these military generals of theirs? What's wrong with dying in battle for the sake of the Grand Xia? Your Majesty, a foreign race has emerged. We need to spread this news as soon as possible so that the major powers can come and deal with this foreign race. Prime Minister Feng Liang stepped forward and said. Xia Ling Tian pondered slightly and said, when the foreign race came out and the three major royal dynasties in the north fell, the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty must have known about it before we did, and they will definitely try to find a way to deal with this foreign race. As for us, just hold down the Great Summer Frontier. We can't let the foreign races appear in my Great Summer Frontier. Hearing what Xia Ling Tian said, Feng Liang was slightly stunned. Then he also reacted. When the foreign races came out, the one who was most worried was definitely the White Tiger Dynasty. No matter what, the Northern Realm now belonged to the jurisdiction of the White Tiger Dynasty, and they were definitely the group of people who were the most worried. The Great Orphanage is the land closest to the north. If the foreigners want to attack Great Xia, they will definitely come from the Great Orphanage. Li Ru, notify Hua Xiong to lead 1 million Shilian elites and 100,000 Shilian Iron Cavalry to Dagufu to support Wenchou. Xia Ling Tian commanded. Nowadays, there is only Wen Clu and 200,000 light cavalry in the Great Lonely House. If the foreigners attack, I'm afraid that Wen Clu alone will have a hard time resisting. Your Majesty. At this time, Xiahou Yuan and Dang Ai both stepped forward, their faces changing. Seeing this expression on the duo's faces, Xia Ling Tian knew that these two must also want to head to the Great Orphanage. Slightly pondering, Xia Ling Tian also said once again, Xiahou Yuan, Dang Ai, the two of you also each lead the troops under your command to the Great Orphanage. Now the Xia family army has a huge 100,000, and there is also Hua Xiong's 100,000 Western Liang Iron Cavalry. This strength thought to deal with this foreign race should not be a problem. However, the exact strength of this foreign race, Xia Ling Tian and the others currently knew nothing about it. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. The two of them instantly rejoiced at the words and respectfully saluted. Prime Minister, and all the ministers, you are responsible for helping me deal with all matters within Xia, and to make all the people return to Xia as soon as possible. And as for the matters outside the country, you don't have to worry about them. The generals under my command will take care of them. In Xia Ling Tian's mind, the Prime Minister as well as these ministers, as long as the matter will be dealt with within the daxia, is the biggest help to him. As for the external, there are a group of generals on the line. In the future, he daxia will definitely have more and more people who are outstanding. That is, the civil ministers will also have. Some of the core positions in the Great Summer would definitely end up being held by these people. I accept the decree. The 100 officials saluted. Xiahou Yuan, you guys head to the Great Orphanage as soon as possible. Retreat. Qingzhou, Middle Earth. In the middle of the Tianluo Emperor's court, the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty was one of the top forces in the Middle Earth, while the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty was precisely dependent on the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty. The Fei are out, you say? The Emperor of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty sat high above the imperial throne, looking down at an old man kneeling on both knees and asking in surprise. This person was none other than the old ancestor of the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty, and it was obvious that he had come to the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty to request for support. A group of civil and military officials are here on both sides of the court hall. Enlightened Emperor. Yes. Now that the three northern kingdoms of my White Tiger Dynasty have completely fallen to become the blood food of the foreign races, I would like to ask the Emperor to send strong men to exterminate these foreign races. The White Tiger Imperial Dynasty's old ancestor knelt on the ground and said with his head lowered. Upon hearing this, Emperor Tianluo pondered slightly, then looked at the 100 officials and asked, all of you, what do you think should be done about this matter? Emperor, these scorpion clans suddenly broke the seal and came out. They must not be weak. I think it's better for me to send someone to the Saha Desert to find out more about it before making a detailed plan. The Prime Minister of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty stood out and said respectfully after bowing to the Tianluo Emperor. As the Prime Minister of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty, the terror of the Scorpion clan is still quite understand. 10,000 years ago was the collection of the entire Qingzhou major forces before it was sealed in the Saha Desert. Now out of the world, even if the strength is not as good as the year, I'm afraid that will not be worse to wear. If he went forward rashly, he might not be a match for this Scorpion clan at all. In that case, who does the Prime Minister think should be sent? Emperor Tianluo nodded and opened his mouth to ask. The Saha Desert is the lair of these Scorpion clans, and I'm afraid that if you want to explore the specifics, you'll need a Nirvana or higher powerhouse to do so. The Prime Minister analyzed. In that case, General Yu Wu will be the one to go. Emperor Tianluo looked at a person to his right and decided, "My lord will obey." Yu Wu stepped forward and led the way. Yu Wu was one of the 4 great generals of the Tianluo imperial dynasty, and his strength was already at the 3rd level of nirvana. Emperor Tianluo felt that the scorpion race had only just come out, and that there were certainly no scorpion races that were too strong to break the seal at the moment. After all, the original seal was mainly aimed at these powerful scorpion races. Chapter 42, Attack of the Fae. When Yu Wu and the White Tiger dynasty's ancestor returned to the Northern Realm, Emperor Tianluo also spread the news of the foreign race's emergence to the major powers in the Qingzhou. After all, if a foreign race came out of the world, it was a great enemy of all the races, and he definitely had to notify all the forces to come and deal with it. The Qingfeng mountain range was a famous mountain range in the Qingzhou, as it housed a top-tier power, the Qingyun sect. The foreign races are coming out, so all the elders should get ready. Don't let those vomiting scorpions appear on my Qingzhou land again. In the Qingyun sect's main hall, the Qingyun sect's patriarch commanded the group of elders below. "Patriarch, are we going to send someone to the Saha Desert?" The grand elder of the Qingyun sect looked up to the head Qingyun sect leader and asked. Upon hearing this, the Green Cloud sect patriarch fell into silence and didn't give an immediate answer, seemingly contemplating something. 10,000 years ago, a foreign race appeared to wreak havoc throughout the Qingzhou, and their major forces had to fight back. But nowadays, it's just some pioneering foreign races coming out, and there's a White Tiger dynasty in between. No need for now. You guys go a few people to the Tianluo imperial dynasty and see how the Tianluo emperor arranges things. After a long time, the Green Cloud sect patriarch spoke. Upon hearing this, the group of elders all nodded their heads and then directly left with a salute towards the patriarch. The northern border of Qingzhou, in the Saha Desert. My king, now that my Scorpion clan has 1,000,000 troops that have broken the seal, all of them are Yuaning or above, and are ready to go to war at any time. In the endless desert floor, a majestic and spectacular sand city stood in it, looking like a huge scorpion lying prone in the sand from afar. Within the sand city, 10 figures stood, respectfully looking up at a huge scorpion face revealed above, their gazes hot and full of admiration. This is their king, one of their Scorpion clan. Bloodwash Qingzhou and make all the races a blood meal for my Scorpion race. A majestic and terrifying voice came out from its huge face, making people not dare to look directly at it. By the king's command, the 10 figures responded respectfully. Then he turned around and left this sandy city and went above the desert. All of the endless Scorpion races here are here. The very millions of Scorpion races that broke the seal. All of them were above the Yuaning realm. And there were countless people in the harmonized God Cave Void realm. That is, there were not a few in the celestial realm. The 10 figures in the sandy city were precisely the 10 generals of the Scorpion clan, each of them at the Nirvana realm or above. The strength of the Fae was truly terrifying. Departure. The 10 people shouted and then headed towards the northern border. Millions of Scorpion soldiers followed closely, revealing a look of impatience. Since their birth they have been sealed in the desert underground all year round without seeing the sun. Now that they had regained their lives, they needed to vent. And it went without saying that the object of this venting was all of the human race. In the sky above the northern realm, a figure was flying towards the Saha Desert at breakneck speed. Suddenly the figure lurched and looked ahead. It is? The Scorpion clan army? The figure was alarmed. Damn it! I didn't expect the Scorpion clan to have such strength just after breaking the seal. This person was none other than Yu Wu, who had traveled from the Tianluo imperial dynasty. The Nirvana triple he could feel the strength of this Scorpion race army. All of them were Yuaning or above, and it was the Nirvana realm that he felt several strands. Not thinking much, Yu Wu instantly returned towards the direction he came from. He had to hurry to report to the emperor. The foreigners were already attacking the White Tiger dynasty, and their strength was even more powerful. Generals, according to the intelligence ahead is the northern land of Qingzhou, which is ruled by the White Tiger imperial dynasty. And the strongest person is no more than the celestial realm. Unbeatable. Somewhere in the Saha Desert near the northern border, an army of the Scorpion race was advancing, the yellow sand blowing in the sky and the rolling aura of bloodshed filling the air. Each Scorpion clan member was about 10 feet tall and held a large blood-red sword with a cold light flashing. The face was hideous. Fangs were exposed, and a piece of black scale armor above the body was as tough as steel. Well, just slaughter them all and leave no survivors. At the front of the army, a general of the Scorpion race opened his mouth faintly, extremely calm, but the content of his words sent shivers down people's spines. Yes, General. The Scorpion race commander grinned as his aura exploded, his fierce aura rushing to the sky. and he was clearly a celestial powerhouse. He looked toward the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty territory in the distance, already a little impatient. The human race back then suppressed their foreign race in the Saha Desert underground, tens of thousands of years without seeing the sun. This hatred, not to share the sky. This time, they must slaughter the human race and occupy the land of Qingzhou. 3 days later, the Scorpion clan's army arrived at the northern border of the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty. At this time, there are already millions of troops from the White Tiger Dynasty guarding this place, because Yu Wu informed the people of the White Tiger Dynasty in passing when he returned to the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty. The Scorpion clan's army had already come to attack, so let it send troops to garrison the area, and the army of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty, would come afterward. With this strength, it's really unbearable. Scorpion Dust looked ahead at the White Tiger Dynasty's army with a cold smile on his face. Scorpion Dust was none other than one of the 10 Scorpion clan generals. Here, it's just a northern border of Qingzhou. Naturally it's not strong enough. What we need to pay attention to are the major forces in the Middle Earth of Qingzhou. On the side, another Scorpion clan general, Scorpion Tiger, said in a deep voice. In this place, there are numerous dynasties that exist besides this White Tiger Dynasty. Split some of the army and go ahead to wipe out all these dynasties. This person is Scorpion Wind. Yes, General. A commander behind him answered. Afterwards, he saw the Scorpion tribe's million-strong army split out into 2 ways, each with 200,000 troops heading towards the eastern and western parts of the northern realm, and each way of the army had several strong Scorpion tribesmen of the celestial realm present, and the eastern part where the Scorpion clan had gone was exactly where the Great Summer was located, in the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty's army. This time, the White Tiger Dynasty could be said to have come out in full force, with several old ancestors as well as many royal clan elders being here. Old ancestor, when will the army of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty come? We're no match at all for this Scorpion race army. Several clan elders looked at the old ancestor and asked anxiously. They could all feel the power of these Scorpion clans. If the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty didn't come again, I'm afraid that all of them would be wiped out if the Scorpion clans attacked. It should be soon. Stall. The old ancestor sighed. In fact, he didn't have a bottom in his heart. After all, the army was not expected to move out that quickly. Great Xia Dynasty, Imperial Extremity Hall. At this moment, Li Ru walked away in large strides, his face solemn as he saluted Xia Ling Tian. Your Majesty, General Wenshou has sent word that the foreigners have sent out 1 million troops to color 3 roads, and one of the armies is heading towards my Dasha de Gufu. And this army, it's not weak. Li Ru was full of solemnity and solemnly reported. Upon hearing this, Xia Ling Tian's face instantly became grave, not expecting this foreign race to come towards his great Xia. Know the exact strength? Xia Ling Tian asked. Nowadays, there are 4 people, Xiahou Yuan Huaxiong Wen Clown Dang Ai, and his soldiers sitting in the great orphanage, but the strongest of the 4, Xiahou Yuan, can only deal with cave void perfection, and since the Fei race was a race that almost occupied Qingzhou 10,000 years ago, it was impossible for their strength to be weak. Chapter 43, 2 summons Wei Yanzhou Tai out of the world. The exact strength is unclear, but there should be alien powerhouses above celestial, Li Ru gruffly said. Celestial realm? Xiahou Yuan's several people's current strength should be considered invincible in the cave void realm, but if they encountered a celestial realm powerhouse they would definitely not be an opponent. Nowadays, there are millions of Shilian elites in the great orphanage, and there are 200,000 first-class soldiers Shilian Iron Cavalry in Xiajia army, so that the face of the alien race is also the peak masters may be insufficient. Hua Xiong and the others have already arrived at the Dagua mansion, haven't they? Thinking of Xiahou Yuan and the others who set out a few days ago, Xia Ling Tian asked. Your Majesty, it has arrived. Good. I know. You go down. Keep in touch with the great orphanage at all times. Yes, Your Majesty. Li Ru respectfully saluted and then left. System, summon a second-rate human master. After Li Ru left, Xia Ling Tian decided to summon a man of honor once again, and now that he had so much strength under his command, he was even the king of the great Xia people. The strength of the person summoned out of the world this time would definitely not be low, and several other generals would be able to use the power of reincarnation to raise their strength because of the person's appearance. Xia Ling Tian, congratulations to the Lord of Reincarnation for summoning Wei Yan, the world's second ranker. Wei Yan, General Jin Yuan, a Shuhan general during the Three Kingdoms period? System, check Wei Yan's profile. Name, Wei Yan. Word, Wen Chang. Dynasty, late Han Dynasty. 3 kingdoms. Rank, second-rate general. Talent, second-rate. Realm, cave void perfection. Troop type, Shu Han infantry. Class, second-rate. Caveat emptor consummation. Seeing Wei Yan's realm, Xia Ling Tian was delighted. Although they hadn't reached the celestial realm, with the overstepping abilities of the human masters, which one of them wasn't able to fight against the celestial realm? My lord Wei Yan. See the king. At this time, Wei Yan, who had come out of the world, came and bowed respectfully in front of Xia Ling Tian. Secretary of Love to forgive me. Secretary of Love to come at the right time. Now Daxia is worried that there is no strong person to sit in the town. After Xiahou Yuan and Deng Ai left, the strongest person in the entire Xia was only Li Ru, a cave void powerhouse. And there were no other strong people to press the battlefield. After all of the generals that Xia Ling Tian had summoned and arrived were all on guard throughout the Great Xia. The last general thanks the king for his love. Well, General Wei, for the time being, you will stay in the palace. Prevent the small and petty people from coming and causing trouble. Xia Ling Tian commanded. With Wei Yan, a cave void perfection, sitting in the Daxia royal palace, Xia Ling Tian no longer looked worried. Yes, your majesty. Wei Yan led the way. Men, arrange a place for General Wei to stay in the palace. Xia Ling Tian shouted to the outside of the hall. A eunuch then came in and took Wei Yan away. System, upgrade Xiahou Yuan, Deng Ai, Wen Chou, and Hua Xiong to cave void perfection. After Wei Yan left, Xia Ling Tian directly decided to raise all 4 generals of the Great Orphanage to cave void perfection. So, I think it should not be a problem to deal with this alien army. With the strength of Xiahou Yuan's first-class human strength, cave void perfection could completely deal with the celestial 5th realm. That is, the remaining 3 could deal with the celestial 3rd realm. If a few people join forces, it was the late celestial stage that shouldn't be a problem. Of course, the main thing is to see what experts the foreigners have come this time. But this location where Daxia is located is just a dynasty in the land under the White Tiger dynasty. It was thought that these foreign races shouldn't send too many experts. After all, they still had to deal with the White Tiger Imperial dynasty as well as the major forces in Qingzhou. Elevation successful. Consumed 10 million reincarnation power. Remaining 4 million reincarnation power. AI. This power of reincarnation is still really unproductive. Xia Ling Tian sighed. With 59 million chakra power and only 4 million left to use today, it was indeed unspent. A power without a celestial being in attendance is always inferior. Since that's the case, then summoning a second-rate human being in, it only requires 100,000 chakra power anyway. Thinking of this, Xia Ling Tian decided to summon a second-stream human Jian, and this time it must be above the celestial realm. However, there was no more power of reincarnation to raise the realms of the rest of the human masters. System, summoning a second-rate human master. Congratulations to the Lord of Reincarnation for summoning the world's second-rate human master Zhou Tai. Chao Tai, a general under Sun Quan of Wu. Name, Zhou Tai. Word, young flat. Dynasty, late Han Dynasty. 3 kingdoms. Rank, second-rate general. Talent, second-rate. Realm, second level of celestials. Troop type, cavalry. Class, second-rate. The second level of celestials, although it wasn't very high, it was at least the celestial realm. Now, 8 second-rate human masters have been born, and there are only 2 spots left. My lord Zhou Tai. See the king. Zhou Tai came to Xia Ling Tian and respectfully said, well, General Zhou has come at the right time. You will immediately head to Dagufu to aid Xiahou Yuan and the others in stopping the foreigners. Wang Palace now has Wei Yan sitting in the town is already enough. As for Zhou Tai, or go to the front line is good. My lord will obey. Zhou Tai's eyes revealed a glint of excitement on his face. I didn't realize there was a battle to be fought right out of the gate. There's still 3 million chakra power left. I wonder if it will allow Xiahou Yuan to break through to the celestial realm. After thinking about it, Xia Ling Tian directly asked the system. System, how much power of reincarnation does it take for a human Jie to break through to the celestial realm? It takes 2 million channels of reincarnation power to raise the celestial realm by 1 level. $2 million? There were exactly 3 million left, which would allow Xiahou Yuan to break through to the celestial realm. System, break Xiahou Yuan to the celestial realm. Elevation successful. Consumed 2 million power of reincarnation. 300,000 remaining. At this point, Xia Ling Tian's power of reincarnation could be said to be completely depleted. Then a holy decree came out. From this day forth, Wei Yan and Zhou Tai shall be enthroned as third-grade generals of the 1st Legion of the Grand Xia, the Great Orphanage, the Border. All 4 of Xiahou Yuan are here. Behind the 4 were the major armies under the command of several people. 1 million Shilian elites, 200,000 light cavalry, 100,000 Shiliang iron cavalry with 100,000 Xia clan troops, and 100,000 of Deng Ai's volunteers, a total of 1.5 million armies, none of which were below the Yuaning realm. If this strength was seen by the White Tiger dynasty, I'm afraid that they would instantly doubt their lives. For a dynasty's army to be so terrifying, I'm afraid that it's the Tianluo imperial dynasty that's just like that, right? Report. Just at this moment, a scout came to Xiahou Yuan, several people kneeling on one knee, and reporting to the 4 generals. The foreigners have already appeared and are only about half an hour from here. Is it coming? How many Fei are there? Hearing the report from the scouts, several people were all excited, as if they didn't put the foreigners in their eyes in the slightest. About $200,000 or so, the scout returned. $200,000? So little? Xiahou Yuan was stunned. Was the foreigners looking down on them? How dare they send such a small army to attack him in Xia? General, although the number is small, these foreigners are still somewhat strong. 200,000 of them are all Yuaning or above cultivators, and among them, there are quite a few harmonized spirit cave void as well. This scout was a deputy commander in his Xia family's army, at the 1st level of the cave void realm, so the strength of the foreigners was roughly probed clearly. Chapter 44, First Battle Against the Fei. Ha! This strength want to attack my daxia? I'm afraid it's a fool's dream. Xiahou Yuan sneered. It wasn't just Yuaning or above. Were there few people of this realm in their respective armies? It was the transformation spirit realm that had hundreds of thousands of people. The strength of this alien army is something we can completely not care about. The only thing we need to care about is the strength of this army. I wonder if there are many celestials or above. On the side, Wen Shou said with a slightly gloomy face, although the strength of this alien army was not in their eyes, it didn't mean that this alien race didn't have experts. After all, it was the alien race that stirred up the wind and clouds of Qingzhou 10,000 years ago. Indeed, if it wasn't for the fact that the king had raised our strength, we wouldn't even be opponents at the celestial realm. Hearing Wen Chao's words, Xiahou Yuan also nodded his head. Let's hope there are no strong people above the 8th level of celestials. The strongest among them was Xiahou Yuan. As it was, the 1st level of celestials could only deal with the 6th level of celestials. Notify the Xia clan's army to all ambush the surrounding area, and when the alien race arrives directly kill it by surprise. Xiahou Yuan instructed the scouts. Yes, General. The scout answered and then went down to make arrangements. Time passed slowly, and soon there were only a few minutes left before the half hour, and the crowd could see the figures of the foreigners. Swish! Suddenly a silhouette appeared in the middle of Xiahou Yuan's 4 men. Farewell, 4 generals. Zhou Tai looked at the 4 and laughed softly. Are you, Zhou Tai? Xiahou Yuan froze, then reacted. Not bad, the king sent me to support the 4. Zhou Tai nodded. This is very good. The foreign races have already appeared. Everyone prepare to make your move. We must not allow these foreign races to enter my Great Xia territory. Good. The Fei are getting closer. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 100 meters. Just as the alien army entered the border at a distance of 100 meters, 100,000 Xia clan troops suddenly killed, catching the alien race directly off guard. Kill. Seeing this, Xiahou Yuan directly let out a loud shout. Kill. On the side, when Clown Hua Xiong and a few others also followed with a loud shout. Behind them, the million-strong army instantly rushed into the middle of the alien army. Not good. There's an ambush. In the alien army, a commander Scorpion was instantly startled at the sight of this situation, and then he shouted out angrily, kill and tear these humanoids apart. Conquest. Conquest. Conquer. All the Scorpion clan's army had this thought floating in their minds at the same time as they rushed towards the human clan's army. The charging Scorpion clan soldiers swung their pincers with force, generating a streak of powerful chi in a direct and frenzied attack against the human clan. As soon as the 2 armies came into contact, it was a fierce battle. Blood flew. The ground is full of broken limbs. Soldiers from both sides went back and forth, swords flying and smoke filling the air. With their numerical advantage, the Xia family army and a host of other soldiers displayed amazing combat power, killing the alien army in defeat. Xiahou Yuan wielded the long sword in his hand with an athletic stance and accurately chopped off the head of a Scorpion clan warrior. When Zhou Huaxiong and the others also each found their own opponents and displayed great strength. However, there was no lack of generals with outstanding strength in the alien army, who quickly organized their soldiers and launched a fierce counterattack. The Scorpion general was the first to rush to the front line, with a huge body and abnormal berserkness that was almost unrivaled. On the battlefield, the generals of the two armies fought to the death. The earth trembled, and heaven and earth lost their colors. Although the Xia clan's army performed brilliantly, the alien army had established a solid defense line that was difficult to break through. Xiahou Yuan clenched his teeth tightly, determined to charge with all his might. He swung his long sword as if it were a whirlwind, slashing the enemy, each swing bringing up a powerful force of qi to defeat the enemy. Meanwhile, when Zhou Huaxiong and the others were not willing to show weakness and fought fiercely across the board, they were agile, attacking and defending, killing several Scorpion race generals and inspiring confidence in the Xia family army and other soldiers. Finally, in the ferocious battle, the Xia clan army and the others gradually gained the upper hand. The alien army was demoralized and their fighting strength gradually weakened. Xiahou Yuan took advantage of the situation and led his army to launch a fierce attack, suppressing the alien army into a retreat. After a round of attacks, the ground was covered with countless corpses lying on the ground, both alien and human. However, Xiahou Yuan and the others had a large number of soldiers after all, and although these foreigners were not weak, they were certainly not a match for Xiahou Yuan and the others. In less than a moment, the 200,000 strong army of foreigners was already more than half dead or wounded. The commander of the Scorpion clan, a celestial 7th level powerhouse. At this moment, he could be said to be enraged at the sight of this situation and let out a thunderous roar. Because the Scorpion clan had been sealed underground in the desert for countless years, there was a lack of resources, causing the population of his Scorpion clan to plummet, and now the total population was only 10 million. Now breaking the seal and coming out is even more, only 1 million people. As a result, in such a small place in just this a moment on the loss of more than 100,000 clansmen, how can he not be angry? How could this border dynasty be so powerful? These large armies are surprisingly all Yuaning or above, and there are even so many spirit transformation cultivators? The Scorpion race commander looked towards the human race in the middle of the battlefield. His face was filled with shock. This strength was simply more powerful than even his Scorpion race army. All of you, get on and eliminate all of these humanoids. After discovering the strength of the human race, this commander immediately said to the 5 people behind him. These 5 were the 5 celestial realm warlords under his command. Yes, Commander, the 5 of them answered, and then they directly rushed towards the battlefield, taking away countless human lives in the field in just an instant. 5 celestial realms? When the Scorpion clan's 5 celestial realms rushed into the battlefield, Xiahou Yuan also discovered these 5 people. Everyone, one person against one. We can't let this heavenly human realm Scorpion cripple the army. Xiahou Yuan commanded and directly charged towards the strongest of the 5, being at the celestial 5th realm. The remaining 4 were 2 celestials at the 4th level and 2 celestials at the 3rd level. Foreigners run wild. Die! Xiahou Yuan rushed into the battlefield, the great sword in his hand slashing directly towards the celestial 5th level Scorpion. Xiahou Yuan was agile and had exquisite sword skills. A sword slashed out. The light of the sword was like a rainbow, and it went straight for the celestial 5th and the Scorpion clan. The other 4 were also on par with each other, each fighting the Scorpion race's celestial warlord. The battlefield was filled with swords, flames rushing to the sky, and the heavens and earth trembled. This Scorpion clan that was killing the human soldiers heard Xiahou Yuan's words and looked up, just in time to see the attacking Xiahou Yuan. Jia, how dare you attack me even at the 1st level of celestials? Looking for death. This person let out a cold laugh and directly waved the pincers in his hand towards the attacking Xiahou Yuan. Die! Xiahou Yuan's sword fell at once. This foreigner let out a miserable cry, and his double pincers were directly chopped off by Xiahou Yuan. As the alien screamed miserably, Xiahou Yuan once again slashed towards this person. Boom! A blade fell, and the blade directly engulfed this person. Chapter 45, Destroying the 200,000 Scorpion clan's army. After killing this person, Xiahou Yuan looked at the remaining few battlefield. When Zhou and Huaxiong each took on a celestial triple, temporarily indistinguishable. Zhou Tai himself was a celestial too. Taking on a celestial 4 was a breeze. The other party had already fallen into a disadvantage, and it was expected that he would soon be taken down by Zhou Tai. Dang AI, on the other hand, was caught in a disadvantageous position against the last celestial four. After all, Deng Ai was only at the cave void realm perfection today. Seeing this, Xiahou Yuan no longer hesitated and directly swung his sword towards the celestial fourth level foreigner. Die! Xiahou Yuan's face was cold, and he directly chopped out a sword, as fast as a lightning bolt. The head was directly severed by this blade in the horrified gazes of this celestial fourth level foreign race. Look out! At the rear of the alien army, the 7th level celestial commander also realized that Xiahou Yuan had decimated the two celestials under his command in an instant, and immediately became furious. Human! You seek death! This commander shouted and instantly attacked towards Xiahou Yuan. Endless rage turned into substance, and a pair of thick pincers also had black poisonous flames rising from them, slashing down towards Xiahou Yuan, blade cutting the vault. Xiahou Yuan shouted, the long sword in his hand instantly releasing a blinding light as he slashed down towards the commander's attack. The moment the blade and the pincer clashed, it was as if a violent tremor occurred in the heavens and earth, and countless sparks splashed everywhere. The collision of the two's power caused a terrifying wave of explosive air, blowing everything around in all directions. Xiahou Yuan resisted the commander's attack with all his might. His body is tough as steel. His entire body exuded a powerful aura, and the invisible pressure made the air around him seem to freeze. Boom boom boom. The two attacks collided together, and the light directly illuminated the entire void, and the horrifying aftermath spread to destroy the sky and the earth, making both sides of the pawns feel tremendous pressure and move away from the two battlefields. General Tang, go help the other few generals to settle this quickly. I'll hold this person back. After the strike, Xiahou Yuan directly said to Deng Ai who was at the side. Okay, General Xia, be careful. Deng Ai responded with a stony face. This person's strength he could sense was stronger than Xiahou Yuan's, so he had to help the rest of the several generals to finish off their opponents as soon as possible before coming back to help Xiahou Yuan. Human mole cricket, dare to kill my Scorpion clan's strongest. Die! The commander bellowed angrily and once again attacked towards Xiahou Yuan. The qi and blood were like oceans emitting horrifying aftershocks, and from a distance it looked as if a demonic god had descended into the world. Chop! Xiahou Yuan took a deep breath and let out an earth-shattering roar, his body's aura raging furiously as an indescribably brilliant blade aura chopped towards the Scorpion race commander. Boom boom boom. As the attacks collided, the air was filled with bursts of sound, and Xiahou Yuan was immediately sent flying 100 meters. Obviously at this moment, Xiahou Yuan was not a match for this Scorpion clan commander. A human of the first level of celestials can be so powerful? Although Xiahou Yuan fell into the wind, this commander was shocked beyond belief. Knowing that he was a celestial 7, how could he not be surprised that this celestial 1 human was able to catch one of his moves and only slightly lose the wind? Foreigners, be destroyed! Xiahou Yuan gave a cold and stern cry and once again rushed towards the Scorpion race commander. And for a while, the two of them issued a heaven-shaking battle in the void. After a few moves in a row, the Scorpion clan commander became more and more alarmed the more he fought. Is this really just a celestial 1 human? Asterisk 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 off. The Scorpion race commander let out a furious cry and directly sent Xiahou Yuan flying before looking into the middle of the rest of the battlefield. At this time, the Scorpion clan had already suffered a complete defeat. The 200,000 Scorpion clan army was now less than a few tens of thousands, and the several celestial generals under his command had all been killed by several people. Damn it, human race, you seek death. Seeing this commander instantly became furious, not realizing that in just a moment's time, this 200,000 strong army under his command had already suffered such heavy losses. If the general knew, he would not let him off easily. Die! The furious commander no longer thought much about it and instantly attacked frantically towards Xiahou Yuan. He wanted to tear this celebrity to shreds. If this person hadn't held him back, wouldn't his subordinates have suffered such heavy losses? Seeing the furious Scorpion race commander attacking, Xiahou Yuan was also staring at his face. Ready to strike. General Xia, we're here to help you. Just then, Wen Shou and the others arrived and shouted. At those words, Xiahou Yuan revealed a hint of a smile. Good coming. Kill. Xiahou Yuan raised the greatsword in his hand and once again met the Scorpion race commander. Clang! Each slash on top of the Scorpion clan commander's twin pincers was as if it was cutting on top of steel. Fei, die! At this time, Wen Shao's 4 attacks had already arrived, and in an instant, all 4 terrifying attacks struck the Scorpion race commander, sending him flying. Bang! The Scorpion clan commander smashed directly into the ground, splashing up countless dust. Damn it! You humanoids seek death. The Scorpion race commander was furious. It was unforgivable that he was injured by a few tiny human races. Roar! The Scorpion race commander let out a roar, and his entire body instantly turned into a huge and incomparable giant scorpion, with countless twin pincers sweeping towards the Xiahou Yuan. Several people. For a while Xiahou Yuan's 5 were all caught in the middle of a grueling battle. At this moment, the entire Scorpion race army was all exterminated except for this Scorpion race commander, and none survived. But even though they had wiped out this Scorpion clan's army, they had also lost quite a few soldiers. When the Scorpion clan's army was completely destroyed, this Scorpion clan's commander also realized it and froze with a shock. The 200,000 strong army he led was completely destroyed, overwhelmed by these human ants. Just as the Scorpion race commander froze, it was also captured by Xiahou Yuan, and at that moment, a terrifying attack from Xiahou Yuan went towards the Scorpion race commander. Chop! The 5 of them also instantly sent out a terrifying attack at the same time, attacking the Scorpion race commander. 5 terrifying blade-ons instantly swept through the Scorpion race commander. Bang! 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 Ah! 5 loud bangs came, and the Scorpion race commander immediately let out a miserable sound. The Scorpion race commander stood dumbfounded. A bright red blade mark surfaced above his neck, and then a stream of black blood gushed out furiously. My king will not let you go. The Scorpion race commander muttered a sentence, and after saying that, his entire huge body directly collapsed to the ground with a loud bang, and he couldn't die anymore. Finally dead. Looking at the dead Scorpion race commander, Xiahou Yuan took a deep breath and sighed. These vomit scorpion bodies are really hard as iron. So hard to kill. Hua Xiong also exclaimed. Then he looked into the middle of the battlefield. Countless corpses of the Scorpion race's army were spread all over the land, and among them, there were also quite a few generals of other people's races. Those damn scorpions! Looking at these tragically dead human soldiers, Xiahou Yuan angrily cursed. Major military commanders, tally up this casualty. Xiahou Yuan commanded. P.S. Readers, move your little fingers to click a free gift. Chapter 46, Retreat of the Foreigners. General. The Xia family army suffered more than 500 casualties in this battle. General. The Western Liang Iron Cavalry lost over 400 men in this battle. Reporting to the general. The Western Liang Elite and others lost more than 10,000 men in this battle. Half an hour later, the commanders of the various armies came to Xiahou Yuan and the others to report. Hearing these reports, several people's faces were gloomy. I didn't expect to lose more than 10,000 men in this battle. Give these brothers who died in battle a good burial. Xiahou Yuan sighed and said, in this battle, although all of these foreign races were destroyed, the strength of these foreign races was also not bad, and still brought them great casualties. This had almost never happened in previous battles. It was when they overthrew the 4 major neighboring dynasties that they hadn't suffered any major casualties. It should be known that nowadays, every single soldier of the major military types of Daxia was above Yuaning, which was an incomparably powerful existence in all dynasties. Not to mention dynasties, even the White Tiger Imperial dynasty did not have this strength. However, in the face of these foreigners is still lost more than 10,000 generals. These scorpions, with their hard bodies, are indeed stronger than our human race under the same cultivation level, and if it weren't for the fact that all of these soldiers can fight across the ranks, I'm afraid the casualties would be more than that. When Clown raised his eyebrows lightly and spoke faintly, these scorpion tribe, all have scorpion armor cover. Defense is powerful. A pair of pincers to kill extremely strong. If not encountered as their Daxia's soldiers, casually change another dynasty army. I'm afraid that the whole army has long been wiped out. The ones coming this time are only a small portion of these alien armies. I'm afraid we don't know how many more armies will be behind us. We must not slack off. Inform the king. Although we won this battle, it was nevertheless a disastrous victory. Great Xia King City, Imperial Extremity Hall. At this moment, Xiaoling Tian was in the midst of cultivation as countless auras converged around him. Congratulations to the generals under the Lord of Reincarnation's command for killing the enemy and obtaining 150 million channels of reincarnation power. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded in Xiaoling Tian's head, waking him up. Phew! Finally breaking through Yuaning perfection. A further breakthrough to transformation will allow us to condense a bilocation. Xiaoling Tian was looking forward to the appearance of the first bilocation. 150 million reincarnation powers? It seems that this foreign race has deployed quite a few experts, but it has finally been overthrown. Xiaoling Tian knew that so many reincarnation forces must possess quite a few celestial realm experts, and it was impossible for the soldiers under his command to have no casualties. The border of the White Tiger Dynasty. At this time, the border of the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty was also caught in the middle of a great war with the foreign races. Millions of White Tiger Imperial Dynasty soldiers fought fiercely against the 600,000 troops of the foreigners. However, the millions of troops of the White Tiger Dynasty's strongest were only at the Transformation Spirit realm, and their numbers were still incredibly scarce. So how could they be a match for the 600,000 million infants or more of the foreign races? The White Tiger Dynasty was completely fighting with their lives against these foreign races. All they were doing was stalling these foreign races, waiting for support from the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty. For a whole hour, the millions of troops of the White Tiger Dynasty had fallen by the millions, while the 600,000 troops of the alien race had only fallen by tens of thousands. Old ancestor, if we continue like this, our army will be completely wiped out by the foreigners. A clan elder looked at his own elder ancestor and said with an ugly face, "It's only been an hour, and Party B has already lost 1 million troops, and if it drags on any longer, it's estimated that their army will be completely wiped out. It must be stalled. The army of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty should be coming soon. We must not allow these foreign races to enter the boundaries of my White Tiger Imperial Dynasty." The White Tiger Imperial Dynasty's old ancestor said in a deep voice. Even if the army was completely destroyed, he still had to delay the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty from arriving. Otherwise, if he allowed these foreigners to enter his White Tiger Dynasty's territory, his White Tiger Dynasty would exist in name only, and countless of his subjects would die a horrible death in the hands of these foreigners at that time. It was a situation he never wanted to see. The war was continuing. Countless soldiers of the entire White Tiger Imperial Dynasty died tragically. That is, the 10 generals of the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty also died 6, and the royal clan elders were also killed and injured. After another hour, the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty was now left with only 1 million troops, while the foreigners still had a huge 500,000. They were completely unable to hold these foreigners back any longer. Old ancestor, it can't be delayed anymore. The clan elder looked at the battlefield in despair and murmured, "Is heaven going to kill my White Tiger Dynasty?" The old ancestor also had a look of despair on his face. The last 1 million troops were estimated to be unable to even stall for a quarter of an hour. "Faye, you seek death." Right at this moment, a loud voice came from the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty's territory. Swish swish swish. Only 10 figures instantly appeared beside the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty's old ancestor. "Seniors, you have finally arrived." Seeing these people, the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty's old ancestor was instantly delighted. He knew that these people must be the strongest of the major powers of Qingzhou who had come to provide support. These 10 people were none other than the Heavenly Luo Imperial Dynasty, the Green Cloud Sect, and a host of other powerful forces, each of which was a Nirvana realm powerhouse. At this time, the sound of vibration was also coming from the back of the crowd, and when they looked back, they saw that millions of troops were rushing towards the border at great speed. When the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty's old ancestor saw this scene, he finally revealed a hint of a smile. The army of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty was finally arriving. Soon, the 1 million-strong army arrived at the border. The foreigners deserve to die. All of them kill. At the front of the army, a general bellowed. Then he rushed into the battlefield instantly with his 1 million-strong army. This 1 million army was the elite army of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty. Every one of them was also above the Yuaning realm. But the Spirit of Transformation realm was rare. After all, the Spirit of Transformation realm was considered to be a middle-tier combatant in the Imperial Dynasty. However, in addition to the 1 million-strong army, there were also tens of thousands of Yuaning or above cultivators, and these were all disciples within the Qingyan sect and other forces. There was no lack of God transformation cultivators and cave void cultivators among them. When the army of the Celestial Luo Imperial Dynasty joined in, the situation was instantly reversed, and it was no longer a scene of being massacred by the foreigners. However, it didn't have much of an advantage. After all, each of these foreign races were not weak existences. "Kill, you foreigners, all of you deserve to die. Mutilate my human race, die." The battlefield was filled with shouts of murder and anger. These Qingzhou forces are not weak. Scorpion Dust looked at the army joining the battlefield and said with a grave expression on his face, "The number of our large army is still too small. I'm afraid that if this continues, we won't be a match for these Qingzhou forces." Scorpion Wind looked at the situation in the field and said in a deep voice, "What then? Should we withdraw our troops?" Scorpion Dust asked. Inside, it was a bit of an upset. "We've already killed millions of human armies today, so we can retreat." and come back to deal with these Qingzhou forces when all of the clan's armies have come out in droves. After a long silence, Scorpion Wind spoke. Well, in that case, withdraw. Several people nodded their heads at the same time, because they had already discovered that 10 Nirvana realm powerhouses had also come from the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty's side, and in the fight even if all 10 of them were also on the field, it was estimated that the army would also suffer heavy losses. Erlangs, this is the end of the day. All withdraw. Scorpion Tiger bellowed in the direction of the army. Upon hearing Scorpion Tiger's loud shout, all the Scorpion clan soldiers who were fighting were either killing or repelling their opponents, and then all of them retreated towards the back. Chapter 47, Deliberations of the Great Powers. Damn! They're trying to escape. Kill! Seeing that the Scorpion race's army was about to withdraw, the human race's army immediately shouted angrily, just as the army was about to give chase. Forget it, don't even chase after them. In the back, the strongest of the major powers of the Nirvana realm were all drinking. Upon hearing this, the armies all stopped and looked at the withdrawing Scorpion race army with unwillingness. If the battle goes on, they will definitely be able to wipe out all these foreigners. But these foreigners see that the situation is not right immediately as to withdraw. Simply cunning to the extreme. White Tiger Dynasty Palace. In a large hall, dozens of people were situated here. Gentlemen, what do you think will be done with this foreigner? The person who spoke was Wei Pang, a Nirvana powerhouse from the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty. There were a total of 5 forces that had come to support the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty this time. The Tianluo Imperial Dynasty, the Qingyun Sect, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, the Sacred Yuan Palace, and the Sword Pavilion, and each of these parties had sent out 2 Nirvana powerhouses. Now that the foreign race has just broken the seal, the army must be small in number and the strongest are scarce, or else they wouldn't have immediately withdrawn their troops when they saw us coming. That's right. I suggest that we immediately gather our army and attack towards the Saha Desert to completely eliminate this foreign race. We're not at all sure how strong this foreign race is. I'm afraid it's not wise to rush into the middle of the Saha Desert. After all, it's the foreign race's base camp. For a while, the crowd was here, discussing how to deal with this foreign race. The alien race's strength is unknown. We really can't rush into the middle of the alien race's base camp. Wei Peng looked at the crowd of people who were talking and said helplessly, I'm afraid that if we want to explore the situation of the Saha Desert clearly, I'm afraid that we'll need an entry Saint Realm powerhouse to go there. And I'm afraid that with just a few of us entering the Saha Desert, we'll have no way of returning. What then? Are we just going to guard this alien? Yes. It's not a good idea to guard like this. The longer time drags on, the more this foreign race comes out, and I'm afraid that even we won't be a match for this foreign race by then. Hearing what Wei Peng said, there were instantly a few people who asked with ugly faces, everyone, nowadays, we can only notify the Sacred Realm entry ancestors within our respective forces. And only by investigating the situation of the Saha Desert Fae will we be able to decide how to deal with this Fae. It'll have to do. The crowd sighed helplessly. Don't look at them. They were all Nirvana realm powerhouses, but they were simply not enough to face this alien Nirvana realm. Report. Right at this moment, a scout from the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty came, his face grave. What is it? Seeing this scout, the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty's old ancestor sitting at the back asked. Because this person was the one he sent to the western and eastern lands to investigate the matter of the foreigners. After all, the Fae had assigned 2 large armies to these 2 regions before the Great War. At that time, they couldn't even take care of their own White Tiger dynasty, so how could they go to the aid of these 2 places? Now that the foreigners had retreated, he had asked this person to go and investigate to see what was going on. Old ancestor, the several great dynasties in the West all fell or simply not a match for the foreigners. And all the human races all died miserably under the foreigners. The scout's face was pale, and now he was furious when he remembered the tragic situation in the West, which was almost exactly the same as the tragic situation of the 3 northern royal dynasties. Damn Fae! The White Tiger dynasty's face was ugly as it cursed angrily. What is the situation in the Eastern Daxia? In the eyes of the White Tiger imperial ancestor, this great Xia was quite a bit more powerful than the major dynasties, but it was thought to be no match for this foreign race. However, upon hearing what the scout said, the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty's old ancestor was dumbstruck. Old ancestor, this Daxia's strength is exceptionally terrifying. The entire northern realm is all dead and wounded everywhere, but this Daxia is unharmed. And the 200,000 foreign races that traveled to the Daxia were all but annihilated by the Daxia. The scout said gruffly, this Daxia, so strong? In the 200,000 foreigner army that went to Daxia, He had seen several celestial realm powerhouses, yet this strength had been wiped out by Daxia's entire army. Wouldn't it be that this great Xia was already more powerful than even his White Tiger dynasty? What is the origin of this Daxia? On the side, Wei Peng, who heard what the two said, suddenly asked, to be able to overthrow the 200,000 strong army of the foreigners. This strength was not to be underestimated. Elder, this Grand Xia was originally a dynastic power under my White Tiger dynasty, but recently for some reason its strength has suddenly increased greatly, and now I'm afraid that it's my White Tiger dynasty that's inferior to this Grand Xia. Hearing Wei Peng ask, the White Tiger Imperial dynasty's old ancestor also explained, "Oh, a dynasty power is so powerful?" Upon hearing this, Wei Peng's few people revealed a hint of curiosity. The strength suddenly increased greatly. Is not obtained what inheritance or what treasure? Since this great Xia dynasty is not weak, let the other party send troops to the border to garrison this foreign race with us. This is not only our mission, but also the mission of all the races. With that, Wei Peng instructed the White Tiger Imperial dynasty's old ancestor. This, senior, the strength of Daxia nowadays is no longer weaker than my White Tiger dynasty. And this Daxia also killed one of my White Tiger dynasty's princes and 3 clan elders a few days ago. So I'm afraid that they won't care at all about my White Tiger dynasty's transfer orders. The White Tiger Imperial dynasty's old ancestor laughed bitterly. There's such a thing? Hearing what the White Tiger Imperial dynasty's old ancestor said, Wei Peng was surprised. Since that's the case, then I, the Tian Luo Imperial dynasty, will go ahead. Tong Gu, just you make a trip to Daxia to have it come to the border to garrison the foreigners. Wei Peng looked at a person behind him and said, it was another Nirvana realm powerhouse from the Tian Luo Imperial dynasty. Good. Tong Gu nodded slightly, his entire body radiating a majestic aura, displaying his formidable strength as a Nirvana realm powerhouse. Daxia, Imperial Extremity Hall. Li Ru came in a hurry. Your Majesty, the alien armies on the border of the White Tiger Imperial dynasty have all withdrawn into the Saha Desert. Li Ru reported. Oh, at those words, Xia Ling Tian was slightly surprised. The White Tiger dynasty shouldn't be a match for these foreign races, right? The foreign races have suddenly retreated. Could it be that other forces in Qingzhou have intervened? That's right. It was the Tian Luo Imperial dynasty of the Qing prefecture and the major forces of the Qing prefecture that led a large army to repel the foreigners. Li Ru nodded. Xia Ling Tian frowned and pondered for a while, then said, since they have already sent out troops to repel the alien army, then we should just wait and see for a while and guard the borders of Great Xia. Li Ru bowed and led the way, then left. Xia Ling Tian silently looked into the distance, his heart filled with thoughts. He knew that this withdrawal of the foreigners was just the beginning, and that the situation in the entire northern realm and even in Qingzhou would change as a result of the foreigners coming out. The strength of the foreign race surely couldn't be just that simple, or else it wouldn't have been possible to cause all the forces in Qingzhou to join in the crusade 10,000 years ago. I'm afraid that this time, the Fae retreated just to wait for more Fae to come out. No matter what, being strong is the hard way. Xia Ling Tian murmured a sentence. As long as the strength is strong, what do you care what kind of cow, ghosts and snakes? All the way across the push is. Chapter 48, Poisonous Scholar Jia Dang, Black and White Xianjian. System, raise the realm of all outworlders to the second level of celestials. This overthrow of the alien race's 200,000 strong army had provided Xia Ling Tian with 150 million reincarnation power, and was the first time Xia Ling Tian had obtained so much. These were definitely to be used to enhance the strength of the soldiers and human Jia under his command, and only when they were strong would they be able to better face these brutal foreigners next. Elevation successful, consumed 30 million reincarnation power, 120 million remaining. The celestial realm requires 2 million channels of reincarnation power for each upgrade. Other than Xiahou Yuan and Zhou Tai, the other 7 are all cave void perfection. Upgrading to the celestial second level consumes a total of 28 million. Plus Xiahou Yuan upgrading by 1 level, exactly 30 million. In summoning 800,000 light cavalry under Wenchou, and 900,000 troops each under Jiang Wei Deng AI, the strength of the human jade has been raised to its current peak, and the next step is definitely to increase the strength of the troopers. Summoning successful, consumed 26 million power of reincarnation, remaining 94 million. At this point, the number of second-rate soldiers under Xia Ling Tian's command exceeded 5 million. System, raise all troop strengths to their current peaks again. The power of reincarnation is insufficient. The elevation has failed. There's over 90 million left, and it's not enough to boost? Xia Ling Tian thought about it a little and also roughly understood. Although the soldier upgrade consumes far less than the human Jia, but it can't resist the number of soldiers is too much. Now he had a total of 5 million second-rate soldiers under his command and 200,000 first-rate soldiers. If all of them were elevated to the peak, it could be imagined to be a horrifying figure. Since that's the case, then let's raise 200,000 first-class soldiers. Elevation successful. Consumed 64 million reincarnation power. 30 million remaining. Troop type, Western Liang Iron Cavalry. Class, First Class. Realm, 1 commander at the 9th level of Cave Void. 10 vice commanders at the 6th level of Cave Void. 100 captains at the 3rd level of Cave Void. 1,000 junior captains at the 1st level of Cave Void. And the rest of the team members ranging from the 9th level of the Harmonized Spirit to Harmonized Spirit Perfection. This strength could not be described as horrifying. There were more than 2,000 Cave Void realms in the Western Liang Iron Cavalry and Xia family army alone. Not to mention there were more than 3,000 Cave Void realms in the 3 million second-rate soldiers that had just been summoned out of the world, plus soldiers that haven't been previously upgraded to their current peak. Without counting, Xia Ling Tian was startled. Without realizing it, the Cave Void realm under his command was about to break through the number of 10,000. There are still 2 more second-stream human master slots. Since that's the case, then let's summon them all. System. Summon 2 more second-rate human masters. Congratulations to the Lord of Reincarnation for summoning the world's second-rate human master Jia Yan. Black and White Xianjian. Jaden? Black and White? Jia Dan. Xia Ling Tian knows that in the 3 kingdoms, he is known as the poisonous scholar Jia Dan, who was Cao Cao's strategist. As for Black and White Xianjian, isn't that a fictional character from Qin Shi Mingyu? Can this be summoned? Black and White Xianjian is the first-class master of the Luo network of the Word of Heaven, known as the Black and White Xianjian in the Jianghu, wielding the black and white twin swords. Even Wei Zhuan was almost killed in his hands. System. Check the duo's profile. Since it was summoned, Xia Ling Tian didn't think much more about it. Everything was what the system said anyway. Name, Jia. Word, Wenhe. Dynasty, Late Han Dynasty. 3 kingdoms. Equivalent rank, second-rate human master. Talent, second-rate. Realm, 5th level of Celestials. Troop type, none. Name, Black and White Xianjian. Word, none. Dynasty, Qin Shi Mingyu. Equivalent rank, second-rate human master. Talent, second-rate. Realm, 7th level of Celestials. Troop type, Roulette's Demon and Ghost Slayer. Class, second-rate. Seeing the duo's profiles, Xia Ling Tian was slightly pleased, especially since Black and White Xianjian had come at just the right time. The Roulette group of assassins is also known as an intelligence organization, and what Da Xia, lacks the most today is intelligence. The White Tiger dynasty was not to be mentioned. It was no threat to the Grand Xia, but Qinzhou. Xia Ling Tian could be said to be confused about the land of Qinzhou. Other than knowing about a Tian Luo imperial dynasty, what forces were in Qinzhou and what was a situation, Xia Ling Tian was ignorant. Xia Ling Tian raised his head to look, only to see a fluctuation in the void. Jia Dan and Black and White Xianjian walked out of the void and came before Xia Ling Tian to respectfully salute. My humble subordinates greet the king. The 2 lovebirds are excused. Xia Ling Tian laughed lightly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Black and White Xianjian, I will give you a task. Immediately set up Luo Net. Let it penetrate the entire Qinzhou. Anything I want to know, you Luo Net should be able to investigate. Xia Ling Tian commanded. Black and White Xianjian bowed slightly. Your Majesty, my subordinates will do their best to fulfill your mission. Xia Ling Tian nodded. He knew that Qinzhou had a complicated terrain with many hidden forces. If he could infiltrate and obtain some intelligence, it would be of great significance to Xia Ling Tian's future foray into Qinzhou. Although the strength of Luonet nowadays was currently not enough to accomplish this mission, he believed that Luonet would definitely be able to become an important intelligence assassin organization in Xia. System. Summon 1 million demon killers. Summoning successful. Consume 10 million chakra power. Remaining 19. 8 million chakra power. Troop type, demons and ghosts. Class, second rate. Realm, 10 demon level assassins at the 9th level of Cave Void. 100 charm level assassins at the 6th level of Cave Void. 1000 sprites level assassins at the 3rd level of Cave Void. And the remaining sprites level assassins at the 9th level of Harmonized Spirit to Harmonized Spirit Perfection. Black and White Xianjian, you go to the barracks. The members of the spirits and demons are waiting for you. Yes, Your Majesty. My subordinates take their leave. With a respectful salute, Black and White Xianjian turned around and left. Xia Ling Tian nodded his head in satisfaction, then looked at Jia Yan and said, You've come at the right time. Now that I am in a place where no one is available in the great Xia dynasty. Jia Dan's face revealed a look of gravity as he bowed deeply to Xia Lingtian. Your Majesty is too modest. I am ashamed. I will do my best to share the king's worries. Xia Lingtian nodded slightly, then once again said to the system. System, raise Xiahou Yuan to the 7th level of Celestials. Elevation successful. Consume 10 million chakra power. 8 million chakra power remaining. Raise Jia to the 7th level of Celestials. Elevation successful. Consumed 4 million chakra power. Remaining 8 million chakra power. At this point, only 8 million of the 150 million power of reincarnation remained, which was no longer enough to elevate another human Jie to the 7th level of Celestials. The power of reincarnation. It's really not enough to use anymore. Xia Lingtian sighed. $150 million sounded like a lot, and it was gone in a while when he used it. But at least the strength of his command, no matter if it was a human or a soldier, had increased tremendously, and it was worth it to spend any amount of reincarnation power. The next day, in the Great Xia Dynasty Hall, Xia Lingtian announced something that shocked the civil and military officials. Effective immediately, Jia is enshrined as the Minister of Justice. Chapter 49, The Shock of the Sky Luo Imperial Dynasty's Envoys. In the Great Xia territory, a figure was flying extremely fast in the void. Looking at its target, it was obviously the capital of Great Xia City. An hour later, this person appeared above the void of the Great Summer City's royal palace, and with a fixed look, it was the Nirvana powerhouse of the Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty, Tong Gu, who had arrived from the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty. Who is the king of the Daxamites? As soon as he appeared, Tong Gu was the one who let out a loud shout that spread throughout the entire royal palace. Who's this? This person is so bold. How dare he be so arrogant in my Great Xia capital? This person seems to be very strong. Is my Dai Xia its opponent? What nonsense! The king has countless experts under his command. This person is definitely not a match for several generals. In the Great Summer City, all the subjects were looking up at Tong Gu. Swish! Just as Tong Gu's voice fell, two figures emerged in the void, and it was black and white dual Jian and Jiayan. Who are you? The two men looked at Tong Gu, their faces somber, because they cannot see through this person's realm, to know that the two of them is the 7th level of the Celestial Man, but also can fight the Celestial Man perfect, but cannot see through this person's realm. What does it mean? This person was an expert of the Nirvana realm, above the Celestials. Two Celestials at the 7th level? Tong Gu revealed a hint of surprise as he looked at the duo that had suddenly appeared. This Dai Xia was really a bit uncomplicated. A strong person of the Celestial 7 realm would even appear in a dynasty? This strength was something that some imperial dynasties couldn't even compare to, such as the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty. I am an emissary of the Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty. Now that the foreigners have come out to plague Qingzhou, since you, Da Xia, have such strength, then hasten to send troops to the border of the Saha Desert to garrison the foreigners. A messenger from the Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty? In the royal palace, Xia Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly, invisibly emitting a kingly aura that was daunting. How could the Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty know that my Da Xia is not weak? It even sent someone to inform Da Xia to send troops to the border of the Saha Desert to guard the foreigners? Xia Lingtian was puzzled, but then he was relieved. It should be that Xiahou Yuan and the others had attracted the attention of the Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty by destroying the 200,000 strong army of the foreigners. Black and white. Jia, you guys come down. This emissary, please also take a seat in the courtroom. Without further thought, Xia Lingtian appeared on top of the square outside the court hall and said to the three people in the air, "Yes, Your Majesty." Black White Xin Jian and Jia Dang respectfully responded. The three of them fell into the square. You are the king of the Great Summer people? Hearing the duo address Xia Lingtian, Tong Gu was surprised. He scanned Xia Lingtian, but inwardly, he was shaken. This person looked at the age of only 16 or 17 years old, but was actually a dynasty human king. He himself was even unable to see through his realm, and his subordinates even possessed a number of celestial powerhouses. The more he looked, the more alarmed Tong Gu became. That's right, I am the king of the Great Summer people. This messenger, please. Xia Lingtian smiled faintly and walked towards the middle of the courtroom. The black, white, and Xianjian people bowed and followed. Seeing this, Tong Gu also followed in the footsteps of several people and walked towards the courtroom. Along the way, Tong Gu looked around at the crowd of royal palace guards and was once again shocked inside. These guards were surprisingly all cultivators above the god of transformation, and from time to time, one could also see commanders of the Cave Void realm. This strength was simply comparable to the Imperial Palace Guards of the Imperial Dynasty. These palace guards were the most elite soldiers that Xia Ling Tian had selected from amongst the major military types to form the Great Xia Palace's Forbidden Army. There are only 200,000 of them at the moment, but every single one of them is above the middle stage of transformation of God, and the great captains and above are all Cave Void powerhouses. Soon, the people came to the court hall. Xia Ling Tian walked towards the throne, and after sitting down, he looked at this messenger from the Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty and inquired, "I wonder what the messenger came to my daxia to say?" Now that the foreign races have come out, all the major forces in our Qingzhou have dispatched soldiers or clan disciples of their families to station at the border of the Saha Desert, just to prevent the foreign races from entering our Qingzhou to go on a killing spree. I don't think it's possible that your Grand Xia doesn't know about the fearsomeness of the foreigners, and your Grand Xia overthrew 200,000 foreigners' armies a few days ago. Therefore, I've come here to invite Great Xia to send troops to the border to garrison the Fei along with our major forces, so that when our major forces' ancestors have probed the situation of the Fei clearly they will directly attack the Fei's lair to completely destroy it. Upon hearing this, Xia Ling Tian pondered slightly and looked towards Tonggu. This messenger, my Grand Xia is only a dynastic power. I'm afraid you're a bit overestimating my Grand Xia. With regards to attacking the foreign races, Xia Ling Tian did not have any aversion. It just so happened that he was at the bottom of his reincarnation power nowadays, and as long as he killed a wave of the foreign races, his Great Xia's bottom line would definitely be strengthened once again. But now no one knows the strength of the alien race. Is that these Qingzhou big forces do not know the specific strength of the alien race? Xia Ling Tian also dare not blindly will be sent to the army. In case the strength of the alien race is too strong, Xia will not be a heavy loss? Great Xia Human King, even though your Great Xia is still a dynastic power, your strength is already comparable to that of an imperial dynasty. This you, Great Xia, do not deny, do you? Tonggu's voice was slightly cold, obviously a little displeased with Xia Ling Tian's excuses. I wonder how much you know about the strength of this foreign race. 10,000 years ago, this foreign race possessed an emperor who was a powerhouse at the Saint King realm, and 10 kings who were all at the Great Saint realm, and its generals were all at the Nirvana realm and the Sainthood realm. Of course, this is all the strength of 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago the foreign race was sealed in the Hazar Desert by our major forces' old ancestors. The foreign race that came out today should be one of the kings. The specifics still have to wait for our old ancestors to probe clearly before we can know. Realm of the Holy King. Great Sacred Realm. Xia Ling Tian was appalled. He didn't expect this foreign race to be so powerful. And 10,000 years ago when Qingzhou was able to seal such a powerful foreign race in the middle of the Saha Desert, it was obvious that none of these forces had a simple existence. And what about his Great Xia? Nowadays, the strongest is just the Celestial Realm, and there isn't even a single Nirvana powerhouse. However, in response to this, Xia Ling Tian did not have a trace of fear. With the existence of the reincarnation system, he believed that sooner or later, he, Da Xia, would be able to reach this point, or even surpass it. Good. In that case I can send 1,000,000 troops to the border. What does the messenger think? The only way to be strong is to kill. Only then can you gain the power of reincarnation. After thinking about it, Xia Ling Tian no longer hesitated and agreed to send troops. This is best. I wonder how strong this army of the Human King is. If it's too weak I'm afraid it will only become cannon fodder. Tonggu nodded and inquired about the strength of the army. Although the strength of Xia's high-end battle force and the royal palace guards he had seen was indeed very strong, he was not sure how strong the large army was. But after all, Da Xia was only a dynastic power, so it shouldn't be too strong. 1,000,000 transformation spirits, of which there are roughly 1,000 in the Cave Void realm. In addition I will send a few more generals in the Celestial realm. What does the messenger think of this strength? Xia Ling Tian faintly said. With such strength, Xia Ling Tian did not believe that he could still not satisfy this messenger. What? What? 1,000,000 transformers? At those words, Tonggu was instantly shocked. Shocked. Chapter 50 Zhang Liao. Zhang Wenyuan's appearance. 1,000,000 transformations. It was his Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty's army that was just this strong. Why is this Daxia dynasty still a dynastic power if it's so horrible? I didn't expect Xia to be so powerful. This strength is already fully capable of becoming the main force of our great army. Returning to his senses, Tonggu sighed. It is good that the messenger is satisfied. Xia Ling Tian smiled faintly. In that case, I will return to the border to report first. And the great Xia human king will also please have his army come as soon as possible. With that, Tom Gu excused himself to Xia Ling Tian. Don't worry, messenger. The army will reach the border of the Saha Desert tomorrow. Tong Gu nodded, then left straight away. Li Ru, inform Xiahou Yuan and Deng Ai to lead their troops to the border of the Saha Desert to join the major powers in resisting the alien invasion. Let Hua Xiong and Zhou Tai go with them as well. And Wen Chou can just station himself at the Dagua mansion. After Tong Gu left, Xia Ling Tian instructed Li Ru. The soldiers under Deng Ai's command are now breaking the number of millions. And they are even in the peak realm. Plus Xiahou Yuan's 100,000 Xiajia army, which can't be described as not powerful. Yes, Your Majesty. Da Xia, the border of the Great Orphanage. Although the foreigners have retreated now, Xiahou Yuan and the others do not dare to have the slightest slackness, except for Wen Chou, who was holding down the fort in the middle of the Great Orphanage. Several of Xiahou Yuan's men were in the middle of the border. Right at this moment, Xiahou Yuan frowned and took out a transmitting note from his waist, and immediately Li Ru's voice came from it. General Xiahou, the Human King's order. General Xia and General Deng are ordered to lead the troops under their command to the border of the Saha Desert to join the major forces of Qingzhou in suppressing the foreigners. General Hua Xiong and General Zhou Tai to accompany them. Xiahou Yuan and the others immediately rose, bowed in the direction of the Great Xia King City, and solemnly said, "The last generals will lead the way." Afterward, Xiahou Yuan looked at Deng Ai and said, "General Deng, immediately gather the army and head to the border of the Saha Desert." Good. Deng Ai nodded and hurriedly went down to give orders. A quarter of an hour later, 1,000,000 troops assembled. Departure. Saha Desert border. Xiahou Yuan let out a loud cry. His aura rushed to the sky. 10,000 horses roared, and the sand and dust rolled. Xiahou Yuan led a huge army towards the border of the Saha Desert. Xiahou Yuan was calm and majestic, displaying absolute dominance over the entire army. Behind him were elite generals such as Deng Ai, Hua Xiong, and Zhou Tai, with incomparable bravery and outstanding military talents. A day later, Xiahou Yuan led the army finally arrived at the edge of the border of the Saha Desert, and at a glance, he could already see the major forces of Qingzhou's army. At the border, the Tianluo imperial dynasty and other large armies had also discovered Xiahou Yuan's army. In the barracks, Tong Gu, is this that great Xia's army? Wei Peng looked toward Xiahou Yuan's army in the distance and asked Tong Gu to the side. It should be the Great Summer Legion without a doubt. Tong Gu nodded. Upon hearing this, Wei Peng looked towards this large army with a rather grave expression on his face. When Tong Gu came back from Daxia, he also told him about the strength of Daxia, for which Wei Any could be shocked and couldn't believe it. A dynasty only had many generals of the celestial realm, and even had an army of 1,000,000 transformation spirits. If Tong Gu hadn't said it to him personally, he wouldn't have been able to believe it at all. Soon, Xiahou Yuan's army had arrived here. Xiahou Yuan looked at the surrounding armies of the major forces of Qingzhou stationed around him, but inwardly, he smiled disdainfully. The so-called Qingzhou's top power army was just not on par with his Daxia dynasty. Are you all the generals of Daxia? At this time, Wei Peng brought Tong Gu as well as the people of the major powers to Xiahou Yuan and asked, "Nirvana realm." Seeing Wei Peng's several people, Xiahou Yuan's face stared. That's right, I, Xiahou Yuan, the second-grade general of the First Legion of the Great Xia, and these are the third-grade generals of the First Legion of my Great Xia. Although the strength of these top powers' armies was similar to his Grand Xia, the peak powerhouses were not something that his Grand Xia could currently compare to. You've come at the right time. Now that the northern side of the border is still in a state of emptiness, you Daxia will be stationed there. With that, Wei Peng pointed towards the north. Xiahou Yuan followed his gaze and instantly his face turned cold. There, it was the right way to the Saha Desert, and if the foreigners attacked they would definitely choose to attack from there. Is this using him, Daxia, as cannon fodder? Leaving the court hall, Xia Ling Tian returned to the Imperial Extreme Hall. Today's Daxia is still too weak. AI. When he thought of the strength of the foreign races that the emissary from the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty had spoken of, Xia Ling Tian was just bursting with helplessness. Holy kings, great saints, this strength was completely uncontrollable for today's Daxia. Even if it was just an entry sage realm, Daxia couldn't deal with it at the moment. System, summon a first-class man of honor. As a last resort, Xia Ling Tian decided that it would be better to summon a first-rate human expert. Although there were only 4 first-rate human expert slots available today, but with Xiahou Yuan and the others traveling to the alien borders and who knows what would happen, there was always a benefit to having one more strong person. Congratulations to the Lord of Reincarnation for summoning Shi Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao? One of the 5 good generals of Chaoying. His face is like purple jade and his eyes are like bright stars. He was first a general of Lubu, but when Lubu died at the White Gate Tower, Cao Cao was persuaded by Liu Bei and Guan Yu to treat Liao with the same courtesy, and Zhang Liao surrendered to Cao Cao's family. After Sun Quan led the army into the invasion, Zhang Liaoji stimulated Li Dian after the 3 went to war together, led more than 2,000 riders to defeat the enemy army of 100,000, almost captured Sun Quan himself, mighty town of the Easy Jin, killed everyone in the south of the Yangtze River is afraid to hear the name of Zhang Liao. The children do not dare to cry at night. He died after being shot in the waist by Ding Feng during the attack on Wu. Name, Zhang Liao. Word, Wen Yuan. Dynasty, Late Han Dynasty. 3 kingdoms. Equivalent rank, first-rate human being. Talent, first class. Realm, Nirvana 1. Troop type, Huban Guard. Class, first class. Nirvana 1? Xiaoling Tian was overjoyed. He had thought that it would be the celestial perfection realm, but he did not expect to directly arrive at the first level of Nirvana. Zhang Liao is a first-rate human being. Nirvana 1 is fully capable of fighting Nirvana 6. He, Xia, finally had his first Nirvana powerhouse. Unfortunately, his power of reincarnation had already bottomed out at 4.9 million, which was simply not enough to raise Xiahou Yuan to the Nirvana realm again. However, 4 million could still raise Xiahou Yuan to the 9th level of Celestials. With Xiahou Yuan's first-class human level, the 9th level of Celestial was also able to fight against the 4th level of Nirvana powerhouses. System, raise Xiahou Yuan to Celestial 9. Thinking that, Xiaoling Tian immediately ordered. Elevation successful, consumed 4 million chakra power, remaining 900,000 chakra power. Just then, the void shook. A man in black armor with a handsome and determined face appeared before Xiaoling Tian's eyes. My lord Zhang Liao, see the king. As soon as Zhang Liao appeared, he directly kneeled on one knee respectfully towards Xiaoling Tian. General Zhang is excused. Xiaoling Tian looked towards Zhang Liao and lightly laughed. Thank you, your majesty. From this day forth, Zhang Liao is enthroned as a general of the 2nd rank in the 1st Legion. Chapter 51 The Potential Threat of Qingzhou. Zhang Liao, you immediately head to the border of the Saha Desert to support Xiahou Yuan and the others. At this time, the Saha Desert border must have the major forces of Qingzhou Nirvana Masters exist. Hidashia several generals are now only the realm of celestial beings. No Nirvana strong town may not be targeted by the major forces. After all, Daxia, was just a dynasty in the eyes of the major powers, so who cared? My lord will lead the way. Zhang Liao bowed and responded. He then turned around and hurried towards the Saha Desert at great speed. With Zhang Liao's strength of Nirvana 1, it would only take at most an hour or so for him to arrive at the Saha Desert. Looking at the departing Zhang Liao, Xiaoling Tian fell into deep thought. What forces does Qingzhou possess, and what realm are the top powerhouses he is not at all clear about right now? For sending Xiahou Yuan and the others, Xiaoling Tian was actually a bit worried inside. Daxia, was just a dynastic power, and one that had suddenly risen to prominence. Something that could be known with just a little bit of inquiry. And what will the forces of Qingzhou think when they know about his Daxia? Would he think that he, Daxia, had gained some heaven-defying inheritance to suddenly rise to prominence? And will he turn on him, Daxia, because of this? This made Xiaoling Tian worry. But the Tian Luo imperial dynasty personally came to invite. If not sent Xiahou Yuan and others to go, I am afraid that directly will offend these Qingzhou forces. When faced with the major forces of the questioning of the great Xia is difficult to resist. Moreover, now that the power of reincarnation had been consumed, Xiaoling Tian also wanted to send Xiahou Yuan and the others forward to kill the foreigners. Only then could he obtain a large amount of reincarnation power, allowing the great Xia to quickly become powerful. AI. This foreign race didn't come out sooner or later, but it happened to come out at this time. Xiaoling Tian sighed inwardly. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of this foreign race, Xia, could have completely annexed the White Tiger dynasty in a slow manner. However, now because of the foreign race's emergence, it directly made Daxia appear in the eyes of the major powers in Qingzhou. So how could he deal with it? Black and white. Xiaoling Tian shouted. Swish! The black and white double Jian appeared in the hall. Your Majesty, can you send any Luo network personnel to Qingzhou? Xiaoling Tian asked. Nowadays, if you want to know what's going on in Qingzhou, you can only rely on Luo's intelligence capabilities. Back to the king. My subordinates have already sent all the members above the cave void to investigate all over Qingzhou. At those words, Xia Ling Tian nodded slightly. Spirits and demons. Above caveman possess more than 1,000 of them. How can they investigate a bit of Qingzhou intelligence? Right? Saha Desert Border. Xiahou Yuan's face turned cold when he heard the place Wei Pang was talking about. The north side of the border, although not a necessary route for the foreigners, is definitely the preferred route. This place is not counted Hidasha. A total of 3 million troops are stationed in the southwest east 3 sides. Only the north side will be left to his Dasha garrison. What does this mean? Using his soldiers as cannon fodder? Steeply, an aura suddenly erupted within Xiahou Yuan's body, only to dissipate in an instant. However, just this instant the surrounding crowd was sensing it. Looking at Xiahou Yuan once again, he realized that this person had actually broken through the 9th level of Celestials. What's this about? Instantly breaking through from the 7th level of Celestials to the 9th level of Celestials? Wei Pang. Several people immediately showed shocked faces. They did not know what had happened. How did they suddenly break through in a good cause? And also broke through 2 weights in a row? This Dasha is so weird. There must be some secret. Wei Pang's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Xiahou Yuan, not knowing what he was thinking. What do you mean? The most dangerous place is left for us. Great Xia. To garrison? Why don't you Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty go and garrison it? At this time, the short-tempered Hua Xiong heard what Wei Pang said and instantly became furious. Looking at Wei Pang and snapping, Deng Ai Zhou Tai and several people's faces were ugly. It's the choice of the respective forces as to where to station themselves. It's just that your Great Xia came the latest and several other places were chosen. So your Great Xia can only station itself in the north. Hearing Hua Xiong drinking, Wei Pang showed a displeased look and said coldly, in fact, originally the north is his Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty stationed, but in the Tonggu returned to tell him the strength of Daxia, he immediately vacated the north side of the preparation to give it to the Daxia to garrison. After all, who would want to put their own army at risk? Moreover, 2 of the 3 million troops here were from his Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty, while the remaining 1 million were from the rest of the forces in Qingzhou. After all, only he, the heavenly Luo Imperial Dynasty, was a national power. The rest were all sects and families. How could there be so many large armies available? General Hua Xiong, forget it. The north is the north. I, Da Xia, am not afraid. Xiahou Yuan looked at Hua Xiong and shook his head. Humph. Hua Xiong snorted coldly and said nothing more. Although he Da Xia is not afraid of war, but being targeted like this is making them all unhappy inside. In that case, a few generals will go to garrison. Seeing Xiahou Yuan and the others agree, Wei Pang did not dwell on it. Farewell. Xiahou Yuan slightly arched his hand, then led Hua Xiong and the others towards the north, with 1 million troops following behind him. Quite an army of tigers and wolves. Looking at the millions of troops following, Wei Pang murmured, millions of transformation spirits. That is, there were thousands of strong people in the cave void realm. Da Xia, what makes a small dynasty have this strength? Wei Pang was puzzled. If it wasn't for the invasion of the foreigners at the moment, I'm afraid he would have long wanted to go to this Daxia to find out what was going on. He wasn't the only one with this thought. It was the rest of the people of the forces in Qingzhou who had this thought, especially since Xiahou Yuan had just suddenly broken through 2 realms. They were curious to know exactly what the reason was. Several of you. Has any news come back from your respective elder ancestors? No longer thinking much, Wei Pang looked at the remaining few people and asked. Nothing yet. Several people shook their heads. Their sacred realm ancestor had already entered the Saha Desert for 2 days, but there was no news until now. And I don't know how it's going. Hey, I hope it's okay. General Xia, these people are truly hateful, leaving the most dangerous place for us. On the way, Hua Xiong still had a face that was not forked. It can't be helped. The momentum is not as strong as it should be. That's just the way it is. Each of those people are strong above nirvana. We're no match for them nowadays. Xiahou Yuan sighed. Moreover, it is precisely my Daxia that needs to kill its enemies in order to become stronger. I know, just pissed off. Alright, General Hua Xiong, when my Daxia is strong in the future, the king will surely take action against these forces. Just bear with it for now. On the side, Deng Ai laughed softly. That's right, the entire Qingzhou will be my Great Xia territory in the future. As for now, let them be arrogant for a while. A quarter of an hour later, Xiahou Yuan and the others led the army to the north side of the border, and under the arrangement of Xiahou Yuan's few people, the entire army was covering the north side completely. As long as there were foreigners coming, they would definitely be the first to be informed. Chapter 52, The First Bilocation Gold. This is the border of the Saha Desert? 8 Nirvana? Somewhere in the void a figure emerged. looking at the army below the Saha Desert and murmured. The 8 Nirvana in the figure's mouth were obviously the Nirvana experts from the major forces in Qingzhou. The figure then looked to the north where Xiahou Yuan and the others were. Is that where General Xiahou and the others are? The figure was none other than Zhang Liao, who was sent by Xia Ling Tian to aid Xiahou Yuan. Afterward, Zhang Liao did not think anymore and rushed towards where Xiahou Yuan was. For 5 days in a row, the entire border was unusually quiet, and there were no foreigners to be seen at all. No one was relaxing though. They knew it was just the calm before the storm now. The Fae were surely going to come attacking towards them again. However, 5 days had passed, and there was no news of the Saint Realm entry ancestors from the major forces in Qingzhou who had traveled to the middle of the desert, causing the crowd to worry. My king, the human race lost 300,000 troops on this expedition. In the center of the Saha Desert, there was a huge sand city standing at the bottom of the desert floor, exactly where the alien race was. In a magnificent hall within the sandy city, there was an old man sitting quietly, his head full of white hair disclosed, just like an ordinary old man. A single human can cause my Scorpion clan to lose 300,000 troops? The old man looked at the 10 people in front of him and responded indifferently. The old man was none other than one of the kings of the foreign races, Scorpion Sha, a terrifying powerhouse of the Great Saint Realm. No one had expected that the king of the foreign race would have already broken the seal and come out of the world for one. My king, forgive me. This matter is my subordinate's poor consideration. Ordered the army to be divided into 3 roads, one of which 200,000 troops went to a territory called the Great Xia Dynasty. I didn't expect that this road of 200,000 troops to be completely wiped out. Scorpion Wind stepped forward to apologize. When he realized that one of the 400,000 troops assigned out had been completely wiped out, he immediately sent his clan to Xia to investigate. And that's how he learned about Xia. If it wasn't for the fact that their king was at the key to breaking the seal, he would have long ago led his army to overthrow this great Xia. Oh, what is the origin of this Xia? Can it overthrow my Scorpion clan's 200,000 strong army? Hearing Scorpion Wind's words, Scorpion Sand revealed a hint of surprise. The information coming from below this Xia is just a dynastic power of the human race. A dynastic power can destroy my Scorpion clan's 200,000 strong army? At those words, Scorpion Sand's face showed anger. Which of his Scorpion clan's army was not an elite? To let a party dynasty destroy 200,000 troops was simply heavenly. Seeing Scorpion Sofa's anger, Scorpion Wind's few people were silent. Ryoko, Scorpion Sha once again asked, how many of my Scorpion clan's armies are out in the world today? Back to my king. 5 million have already come out, and the remaining 5 million should break the seal soon. Hearing this number, Scorpion Sand fell into deep thought. In that case, you will lead these 5 million sons and daughters to attack Qingzhou. This time, no matter what, you must take Qingzhou. After a moment of silence, Scorpion Sand opened his mouth, his voice devoid of any fluctuations. Yes, my king. Scorpion and the other 10 all responded respectfully. King, what if a powerful person above the holy realm of Qingzhou comes out? Scorpion Dust looked to Scorpion Sand and asked with worry. The Green Continent was, after all, a continent, and the 5 top powers within it basically possessed Saint Realm powerhouses. Don't worry, the Saint Realm powerhouses will naturally be dealt with. You only need to take care of those below the Saint Realm in Qingzhou. Scorpion Sand said faintly. Yes, King. Seeing this, the 10 people were all showing bloodlust. There were no Saint Realm powerhouses to strike at them. So what did they have to fear under the Saint Realm? Scorpion General, have those few human races' sacred realm entrance been resolved? After Scorpion Wind and the others left, Scorpion Sand asked another person who stood respectfully behind him. The Scorpion General was a great general of the 9th level of entry sainthood under Scorpion Shah's command. King, they have all been taken down and are now being held in underground cages. The Scorpion General respectfully returned. Well, kill them all. It doesn't serve any purpose anymore. He didn't kill before because he hadn't broken the seal yet and didn't want to attract the attention of some old undead in Qingzhou, but now that he had already broken the seal and emerged, he didn't need to care about this at all. Yes, King. The Scorpion General respectfully returned. Xia, in the Imperial Pole Hall. Bang! A shattering sound came. Xia Ling Tian, who was cultivating, violently opened his eyes. Phew! Finally breaking through the transformation god realm. Xia Ling Tian's face showed a smile. Xia Ling Tian had been in the middle of cultivation for the past 5 days, doing nothing, and today he finally broke into the transformation god realm. Breaking through the god of transformation meant that his nine-turned Yuaning was finally able to condense an avatar out. As Xiaoling Tian was thinking about how he should be able to make his Yuaning coalesce into an avatar, a Yuaning avatar within his body suddenly rushed out of Xiaoling Tian's body and appeared in front of Xiaoling Tian's eyes. This Yuaning incarnation looked exactly the same as Xiaoling Tian, only without the wisdom and light between his eyebrows. Xiaoling Tian looked at this Yuaning in surprise, his heart filled with doubts. Suddenly, only a white quality light suddenly bloomed around the Yuaning incarnation, wrapping it up, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. Xiaoling Tian stared intently at the Yuaning incarnation in the white quality light, speculating in his heart about what might happen. An hour later, as the light gradually dispersed, a figure completely identical to Xiaoling Tian appeared in front of him. How is it possible? This is my doppelganger? Xiaoling Tian whispered to himself in shock. He didn't realize that the so-called incarnation was actually coalesced in such a way. Greetings to the honored one. At this moment, the incarnation was seen arching its hand slightly towards Xiaoling Tian and smiled. Do you have memories of me? Xiaoling Tian looked at the doppelganger and asked in confusion. I will know what my honors want me to know, and I will not know what I do not want me to know. The doppelganger explained. Hearing this, Xiaoling Tian was also relieved. No matter if it was himself or his doppelganger, it was just himself anyway. From now on you'll be called Jean. Externally you are me. Because this doppelganger was of a metallic physique, Xiaoling Tian also named it Jean. Yes, Kim nodded, agreeing. Well, there's nothing to do for now, so you can cultivate here instead of me. With Jean as his doppelganger, Xiaoling Tian was also a lot easier. Just like cultivation could completely allow his doppelganger to replace himself. And in the future some of the Daxia government affairs can be handed over to do. At most some major things need to be personally dealt with him on the line. Jean nodded, then headed to one of the attics to start cultivating. To the doppelgangers, the honored one was the supreme existence, because it was the honored one that created them, so it was impossible to disobey Jin's orders for Xiaoling Tian, much less to develop a hint of dissatisfaction. It's been 5 days and the Fae haven't moved a bit. What are they waiting for? After Jin left, Xiaoling Tian looked in the direction of the Saha Desert and murmured. So many days the foreign race did not move. Obviously not normal. I'm afraid that this foreign race does not know what is being prepared against the Qingzhou. Chapter 53, The anger of the crowd. Daxia withdraws its troops. In the middle of the Saha Desert, 5 million Scorpion clan troops were vastly concurrently sending out towards the border of the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty. Each of these scorpions is about 10 feet tall, covered in dark armor all over the body, and filled with several arms holding blades. A steady stream of scorpion race stepped in. Their ferocious aura surrounded them, emitting excited hissing sounds that shook the hearts of the people. Soon, this 5 million scorpion race army was only 10 miles away from the border of the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty. Report! A member of the Xia clan army hurriedly ran to Xia Hoyuan to report. General, the alien army has moved out and is less than 10 miles from here. Upon hearing this, Xia Hoyuan's face stared as he asked, how many foreigners are there? At least millions. Millions. Xia Hoyuan was inwardly shocked. He had seen with his own eyes the power of the foreigners, and a mere 200,000 foreigner troops had caused him to suffer heavy losses in the Grand Xiao Legion. Now that millions of alien armies are coming, it is estimated that he, the Xia, with his millions of armies will not be able to stop them at all. General Hua Xiong, go quickly and inform the people of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty that the foreign races are attacking the northern side of the border in a big way, so that they can hurry up and move their armies here. Xia Hoyuan immediately commanded Hua Xiong. Millions of alien armies relying only on his Xia's millions of military strength would definitely not be able to withstand this alien race. Yes, Hua Xiong answered and hurriedly rushed towards the center of the border where Wei Ping and the others were. Inform the army to prepare for battle. Xia Hoyuan then commanded the generals behind him. Yes. Xia Hoyuan looked at the desert in front of him with a grave expression. Vaguely he could already see these alien hordes. General Xiahou. At this time, Zhang Liao stepped out from the back to look at Xia Hoyuan. General Zhang. Xia Hoyuan nodded his head. The foreigners are powerful and more than several times our number. The situation is not optimistic. Zhang Liao came to Xia Hoyuan's side and said with a grave expression on his face, if the same number of people were present, his Daxia Legion was completely not inferior to these alien armies. After all, which one of his Daxia soldiers was not a genius who could fight over the ranks? However, this time, the alien race had sent out an army of 5 million, 5 times as many as theirs, and it was no longer something they could resist at all. Let's hope that the Qingzhou army comes over to support us as soon as possible. As long as we can stall the other side's 3 million foreigners for us, why would my great Xia be afraid? Xiahou Yuan nodded his head and said helplessly, soon. Half an hour passed. Coming. Xiahou Yuan saw that a dense and loud scorpion race army had appeared ahead. Everyone prepare for battle. We can't let these foreign races enter into the middle of my human race's territory. A loud cry was heard into the entire Daxia army. All of them were tightly gripping the weapons in their hands and waiting for their turn. Both sides were getting closer and closer as the Scorpion clan's army came like a black cloud, giving off an unstoppable might. Kill! Xiahou Yuan raised his arms and led the Daxia Legion to charge the Scorpion clan army in front of him. The battlefield instantly boiled over as the two sides fought. Daxia's soldiers fought hard to resist the Scorpion clan's attack, although the number was less than 1/5 of the Scorpion clan. But each of Daxia's soldiers were geniuses who could fight across the ranks, and for a while both armies were caught in a fierce battle. As time passed and the Scorpion clan's army became numerous, the Daxia soldiers were slowly looking a bit overwhelmed. The Scorpion clan's army pushed forward with its astonishing offense, barely showing signs of stopping. Xiahou Yuan's face was grave and his heart was anxious. He knew deep down that if he couldn't delay the Scorpion clan's attack, the Grand Xia Legion would soon be completely crushed. Xiahou Yuan took one step and appeared directly in front of the many Scorpion clans of the Celestial Realm. The weapon in his hand swept across the sky. The sword light shone in the sky, instantly taking away several Scorpion clans of the Celestial Realm. Boom! When the rest of the Scorpion race of the Celestial Realm saw Xiahou Yuan, they instantly attacked towards him, the sharp blades in their hands directly colliding with Xiahou Yuan's weapons, resounding with bursts of thunderous sounds. In just an instant, the numerous Scorpion clans' faces changed drastically, horrified, only to see Xiahou Yuan's hand weapon burst out bursts of golden light. Countless sword chi shot out from it. These several celestial generals immediately issued a click sound, hard as iron scorpion body cracked, and then directly burst into a sky of blood rain. With one strike, several Scorpion clan celestial generals directly fell. After killing these people, Xiahou Yuan looked towards the place of the army, and his face was suddenly as gloomy as water. At this moment, although these foreigners had fallen by as many as hundreds of thousands, yet he, the Daxia soldiers, had also sacrificed as many as 200,000 soldiers. These 5 million Scorpion tribe army, although Yuaning occupies the majority, but the transformation of God realm also has more than 1 million. Whole virtual even has tens of thousands of numbers. Even the celestial realm has hundreds of zones. As for his Daxia's million-strong army, there were only a few thousand cave void realms, and even though they could cross the ranks, the number of Scorpion clans was simply too many. As for the celestial realm, there were only a few generals, including him, Deng Ai, and Zhou Tai. The longer the delay, the more unfavorable it would be for Daxia. Damn it, why haven't these Qingzhou forces come yet? Xiahou Yuan cursed angrily and charged into the battlefield again to kill the enemy. No matter what, these foreigners deserved to die. Xiahou Yuan fought to kill the enemy on the battlefield, doing his best to protect the position of the Grand Xia Legion. His weapon danced like the wind, as if he was a god of war. But facing the millions of Scorpion race armies, he felt overwhelmed. Deng Ai, Zhou Tai, two people are also crazy killing these Scorpion tribe army. Although the two people now only the second level of the Celestial, but generally under the 5th level of the Celestial, as no one is the two people's opponent. Nay, the number of foreigners was simply too great, and all of them were already beginning to lose their strength. At the back, Zhang Liao was also anxious as he looked at the situation in the field. However, he didn't dare to make a move easily, because he realized that there were 10 Nirvana realms that also existed at the back of the Scorpion clan's army, and if he were to join the battlefield, these 10 Nirvana powerhouses would surely come to stop him right away. When that time came, facing 10 Scorpion clans of the Nirvana realm, the people of Great Xia were in danger. Swish! General Zheng. A figure instantly appeared beside Zhang Liao, and it was Hua Xiong who had traveled to seek help from the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty. General Hua Xiong. Has the army of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty arrived? Seeing Hua Xiong, Zhang Liao hurriedly asked. General Zheng, these damned Qingzhou forces aren't willing to come to support us at all, saying something about how the other borders can't be guarded without a large army, and telling us to hold out on our own. Hua Xiong's face was ugly, and he was angry inside. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Liao immediately burst into a rage. Bastard! Is this not putting the lives of my Daxia generals in your eyes at all? General Zheng. What now? Hua Xiong said anxiously. At this moment, the battlefield is already in a completely unfavorable situation for his Daxia. Millions of Xia soldiers have already sacrificed more than 400,000 at this moment. That is, the Xia family army has fallen more than 10,000 people. And although the foreign race has lost a lot, enough to be destroyed by the Great Summer as many as 1,000,000. However, the foreign race still has a huge 4,000,000. Great Summer simply cannot stop, since these Qingzhou forces are unkind. Don't blame me, Xia, for being unrighteous. Inform General Xia to withdraw his troops and return to Daxia, and let them guard this border on their own. Zhang Liao's face was grim as he ordered. Yes. Chapter 54 The Great Xia with heavy losses. General Wei, is it really okay for us to do this? In the camp of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty, Tonggu looked at Wei Peng with a shifting face and inquired. Facing Hua Xiong, who came to ask for help, it was Wei Peng who ordered that the Daxia Legion should not be supported. What's wrong with that? It's just a dynastic power. Hearing Tonggu's words, Wei Peng coldly laughed. Let this Daxia consume a wave of foreigners first, and we'll have a much easier time then. But in that case, this million-strong army of Daxia will surely be wiped out. Tonggu worried. This is exactly what I want. A dynastic power only surprisingly possesses this kind of strength, surely possessing some kind of secret. Weakening their strength will only make it simpler for us to deal with Great Xia in the future. Wei Peng laughed softly. At those words, Tonggu stopped speaking. He knew that even if he said more, it would be impossible to change Wei Peng's decision. Ever since he returned from Daxia and told Wei Peng about the strength of Daxia, he knew that Wei Peng was already hitting this Daxia. Not only Wei Peng, it was the rest of the forces in Qingzhou that were estimated to not have a single one that wasn't curious about this Daxia, especially when they saw Xiahou Yuan suddenly raise his realm by 2 levels with their own eyes. The crowd wanted to obtain this secret method of raising strength that Daxia possessed even more. On the other side, Xiahou Yuan was furious when he learned that the Qingzhou forces would not come to support him. Damn the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty. Damn the Qingzhou forces. We were invited to come and garrison the border, but now we are treated as abandoned troops. Xiahou Yuan roared angrily, but there was nothing he could do. Everyone withdraw and return to Daxia. Without further thought, Xiahou Yuan immediately ordered to inform Deng Ai and Zhou Tai to retreat with the army. From the time he was arranged by Wei Peng to have his Daxia stationed here, he had a feeling of uneasiness, and he did not expect that now he was really treating his Daxia soldiers as cannon fodder. When all the surviving Daxia soldiers received Xiahou Yuan's order, they all began to withdraw towards the rear without a hint of fighting. The rear of the Scorpion clan's army. Scorpion Wind looked at the evacuating Daxia crowd with a cold smile on his face. Is this a withdrawal? This army had indeed given him a great shock, taking on 5 million of his foreign race with 1,000,000, not to mention destroying 1,000,000 of his, while the other party had only lost less than 500,000 soldiers. Seeing the other side of the powerful, their 10 generals were also ready to take action, but it was at the time when they wanted to take action but found that they were locked up. They knew that this must be the other party's Nirvana powerhouse watching them, and if they made a move the other party would surely kill the battlefield as well. In that case, we might as well let our soldiers kill each other. He is not afraid of the 5 million sons and daughters of the foreigners. Is it not possible to be afraid of these millions of troops? It's not as if a few hours have passed and the other side has already begun to withdraw their troops. If he fought any longer, his Scorpion race sons and daughters would absolutely wipe out this million-strong army. They've withdrawn. Shall we pursue them? Scorpion Dust looked at the withdrawing Xiahou Yuan and the others and asked softly. There's no need to chase. Our aim is Qingzhou. Just push straight towards it. Scorpion Wind shook his head and said, Good. The remaining few people nodded in agreement when they heard what Scorpion Wind said. The king gave them the task of taking Qingzhou. Since this is the case, just directly advance. Who dares to block them? Directly kill without amnesty. General, 15,000 of my Xia family's army were killed in this battle. The commander of the Xiajia army came to Xiahou Yuan's side and said with a heavy face. At this moment, they had already retreated from the border place and were heading back towards Daxia. 15,000 people. Xiahou Yuan murmured, his face as gloomy as water. These are all his Daxia's elite. Is the soldiers under his command? There are only 100,000 of Xia's army is now killed in action so much. You can imagine at this moment Xiahou Yuan's heart how angry. General Deng, how many soldiers have fallen under your command? Xiahou Yuan looked at Deng Ai and asked softly. He knew that the biggest casualties this time were Deng Ai's soldiers, and that more than 10,000 casualties in his Xia family's army was already considered a small number. $45 million. Deng Ai had an iron face and gritted his teeth. Tianluo Imperial Dynasty. Sooner or later, my great Xia will destroy his Tianluo Imperial Dynasty. The crowd shuddered when they heard this figure. 450,000. These are his people of Xia. Soldiers, although they were all summoned by Xia Ling Tian, each one was a living, breathing life. Several generals, you return to Daxia first, I'm going to go do something. At this time, Zhang Liao suddenly said to Xiahou Yuan and the others, General Zhen? The crowd looked to Zhang Liao, worried. At this time Zhang Liao suggested that something was wrong. They all knew what Zhang Liao wanted to do. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Those Qingzhou forces stationed at the border. The strongest person is only at the 5th level of nirvana. He's no match for me. Zhang Liao smiled faintly and left directly after speaking to the crowd. Let's go. Let's go back to Daxia first. Looking at the departing Zhang Liao, Xiahou Yuan said with a slight sigh. Report. In the middle of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty camp, a soldier suddenly rushed in and shouted anxiously. General, it's bad. The foreigners have stepped into my borderland. The people who were deliberating in the camp were stunned when they heard what the soldier said. What did you say? The Fae have stepped into the border so soon? A Nirvana powerhouse from a top-tier power in Qingzhou was instantly surprised and asked. Yes. These foreigners are currently heading towards us. The soldier rushed back. At those words, the faces of everyone in the camp changed drastically. How could it be possible to attack the border so quickly? Where's the Grand Xia's army? It was exterminated so quickly? Wei Peng asked in disbelief. He had seen the strength of this great Xia army with his own eyes. Millions of transformation spirit cultivators. How could they be destroyed so quickly? Back to the general. The Xia legions have all withdrawn when they lost more than 400,000 troops again. What? This Daxia dares to withdraw its troops privately? Damn it, this Daxia is a deserter. Who gave them the guts? After this matter, we must go to this Daxia to ask for punishment. How dare you be a deserter? The people were each angry when they heard what the soldier said. Just because of this Daxia's sudden withdrawal, these foreigners were allowed to step into the middle of the border. Damn it! Looking at the crowd in such a state, Tonggu shook his head with a helpless face. You don't go to support others and use them as cannon fodder. Knowing that you can't beat them and have lost so many soldiers, it's strange that you don't evacuate. At this time, if you don't hurry to gather an army to fight against the foreigners, and you are still here to ask the people of Daxia, it is really stupid. Gentlemen, nowadays, we should hurry up and gather an army to fight against the foreigners instead of wasting our time here. As a last resort, Tonggu could only open his mouth to remind him. He was afraid that these people would just focus on this tongue and forget that the foreigners were already at the city's doorstep. Right. Everyone hurry up and gather your armies to go and stop the foreigners. The affairs of Daxia will be dealt with after the foreigners are wiped out. Hearing Tonggu's words, Wei Peng also reacted. The people nodded their heads and were about to go forward to gather the army. Still want to question my Daxia? Do you deserve it? Chapter 55, The Invincible Zhang Liao. Who? The crowd was shocked that someone had broken into their camp without them even realizing it. Swish! A figure suddenly appeared in the middle of the camp as if it were a ghost, and it was none other than Zhang Liao. Who are you? Wei Peng looked at Zhang Liao, who had suddenly appeared, and asked with a grave expression on his face. To be able to break into the middle of their camp without them noticing, it was obvious that this person was not that simple. However, when Wei Peng sensed Zhang Liao's realm, he was slightly stunned and then laughed coldly. A Nirvana first level dared to intrude into their camp. He really didn't know how to die. Which one of the 10 of them present was not above the first level of Nirvana? He himself was even at the 5th level of Nirvana. Second-ranked general of the 1st Legion of Daxia, Zhang Liao. Zhang Liao swept his eyes over the crowd and said coldly, it was these people who ordered not to allow support for his Daxia, causing Daxia to lose hundreds of thousands of troops in battle. These people really deserve to die. Someone from Daxia? The crowd was shocked when they heard Zhang Liao's words. Daxia, how dare you come to our camp? Wei Peng's face changed as he looked at Zhang Liao and shouted angrily. Who gave you the authority to even withdraw your troops privately? You don't send troops to support the attack of the foreigners. And you have the nerve to come and ask me why Daxia withdrew its troops? Zhang Liao smiled coldly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I came here to ask you all why the foreigners attacked without sending troops to support them? Wei Peng's face sank as he spoke. All the major legions are stationed at their positions unable to leave. And since you, Daxia, are responsible for guarding the northern part of the border, you should have to die defending the foreigners. And for you, Daxia, to be a deserter and allow the foreigners to step into our human territory. You Daxia are the sinner of the entire Qingzhou. That's right, because of your great Xia's move, which has caused the foreign races to now step into my human race's borders. Your great Xia's sin is unforgivable. The rest of the people from the major powers were all pointing fingers. Ha ha, what a sin! Zhang Liao let out a loud laugh. And then his eyes condensed as he swept his gaze over the crowd and coldly droned. Because of you, hundreds of thousands of my army died in battle in Daxia, so let's take your lives to accompany you today. After saying that, Zhang Liao waved his big hand, and a large sword that flashed with cold light immediately appeared in his hand, with a purple arc of electricity emerging from the blade. A terrifying aura also erupted from Zhang Liao. Wei Peng's pupils shrank as he stared warily at the greatsword in Zhang Liao's hand, sensing a powerful killing intent. Looking for death. How dare a Nirvana first level be so arrogant? Wei Peng shouted angrily. A Nirvana first level even wanted to kill them all. It was simply heavenly. The others were alert and raised their weapons in preparation for battle. A cold smile flashed across Zhang Liao's eyes as he moved his feet and instantly arrived in front of Wei Peng. This person was the only Nirvana 5 here, and as long as this person was killed, the rest of the people would be nothing more than dirt to Zhang Liao. With a swing of the large sword in his hand, the light of the blade was like electricity, heading straight for Wei Peng. Seeing this, Wei Peng hurriedly raised the lance in his hand to block in front of him. However, he was no match for Zhang Liao as the greatsword easily cleaved through his lance before continuing to slash at him. What? Wei Peng was shocked and hastily backed away. A holy weapon? Looking at Zhang Liao's hand big knife, Wei Peng's face ugly. He did not expect that this person actually owns a holy weapon. He is only a very good spiritual weapon lance only, but also by Zhang Liao a knife cleaved. Sacred weapons, which were weapons that only sacred realm powerhouses could control, possessed exceptionally terrifying power and were categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and extreme sacred weapons. Although he didn't know what grade this holy weapon of Zhang Liao's belonged to, even if it was only a lower grade holy weapon, it wasn't something he could resist. Luckily, Zhang Liao was only in Nirvana 1. If his cultivation was a little higher, he was afraid that he would not be an opponent. What are you guys still waiting for? This person has a holy weapon. Go together. Thinking that, Wei Peng shouted at the crowd and charged at Zhang Liao once again. When the crowd heard Wei Peng's words, they immediately reacted and pounced on Zhang Liao. However, they immediately realized that they were not only facing Zhang Liao alone, but also the terrifying greatsword in his hand. Wei Peng and the others attacked, but Zhang Liao dodged their attacks with ease, while also returning the favor with lightning-fast speed. The large sword danced in the air. The light of the blade was like a meteor. Each strike was like life-threatening thunder, swift and fierce. The entire camp was in tatters and disrepair from the fighting of the crowd. Wei Peng and the others gradually felt overwhelmed. They originally thought that a Nirvana 1 was nothing more than that, but they didn't realize that Zhang Liao's strength far exceeded their imagination. Die! Zhang Liao snorted coldly and swung his large sword. The light of the blade was like electricity, and in the blink of an eye, he cut down 2 people. When the others saw this, their faces became even more grave as they increased their attacks. However, Zhang Liao was not giving in. Instead, he was getting more and more courageous. Each of his strikes was like a divine stroke, accurate and sharp, making Wei Peng and the others feel unable to resist. Is this guy really a Nirvana 1? How can he be so strong? The crowd was shocked and incredulous. Each of them was above the first level of Nirvana, yet they were never able to suppress Zhang Liao, and were instead forced into a disadvantage by the other party. It seems to have underestimated your strength. Wei Peng gritted his teeth. It's not me you're underestimating, it's my Daxia. Using my great summer legion as cannon fodder is the single biggest mistake you've done. With a cold snort, Zhang Liao once again attacked Wei Peng with his sword. The hearts of the people were tightened and they struck out. However, their attacks were as insignificant as an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to stop Zhang Liao at all. Die! A hint of coldness flashed in Zhang Liao's eyes, and his greatsword slashed down like thunder. No! Directly under Wei Peng's horrified gaze, he was cleaved in half by Zhang Liao's sword. When the others saw this scene, they were shocked and their hearts were filled with fear. They had thought that Zhang Liao was just an ordinary Nirvana 1, but they hadn't expected the other party to have such terrifying strength. You dared to kill the great general of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty. You, Daxia, will surely be retaliated against by the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty. A few people looked at Zhang Liao with a look of fear and said in a trembling voice, "It's not just him, you're all going to die." Zhang Liao let out a cold smile and continued to attack towards a few people. Seeing this, everyone was shocked, but none of them were able to block Zhang Liao's attack. Under Zhang Liao's great sword, one by one, heads flew up and blood flew across the ground, making the scene extremely bloody. Soon, There was only one person left in the camp besides Zhang Liao, and that was Tong Gu, who had never made a move. Inform your Tianluo Imperial Dynasty to send someone new to deal with the foreign races. I, the Xia, will no longer be involved in this matter. Looking at Tong Gu, Zhang Liao said coldly, you killed all the people of the top forces in the Qing state. Aren't you afraid that they will retaliate against you? De Xia. Upon hearing this, Zhang Liao sneered and directly left. Wait until you can finish off the Fei. Looking at the departing Zhang Liao, Tong Gu's face changed color. Chapter 56 System Upgrade. Xia Ling Tian's anger. Congratulations to the generals under the Lord of Reincarnation for killing the enemy and gaining 550 million reincarnation power. Congratulations to the generals under the Lord of Reincarnation for killing the enemy and gaining 230 million reincarnation power. In the middle of a pavilion, the system's voice suddenly came from the brain of Xia Ling Tian, who was in the process of dispersing his thoughts. Xia Ling Tian was stunned, then revealed a hint of a smile. It seemed that the foreigners had attacked again, and these powers of reincarnation were obviously obtained from the foreigners that Xia Ho Yuan and the others had slain. I didn't expect to gain so much power of reincarnation this time. It seems that Xia Ho Yuan and the others have killed quite a few foreigners. I just don't know how many of my Xia soldiers have died in battle. Xia Ling Tian sighed. The last time 200,000 foreigners attacked Daxia, they were destroyed by Xia Ho Yuan and the others, gaining 150 million chakra power. And now that a total of 780 million chakra power had been gained, I'm afraid that millions of foreigners had been killed. The power of reincarnation that had been at the bottom of the barrel was once more enriched. System. Raise all troop types to their current peak. Elevation successful. Consumed 280 million reincarnation power. 500 million remaining. Nowadays, the peak captains and above of the soldiers were all at the Cave Void realm, and the Grand Commander was even at the 9th level of Cave Void. And apart from the 2 million troops that had just been summoned earlier, the remaining 3 million had not even arrived at the peak. This time, the consumption of boosting 3 million troops was indeed huge, directly 280 million. It was fortunate that he had obtained enough reincarnation power this time, or else he wouldn't have been able to consume it. System. How much power of reincarnation do I need to consume to raise the Nirvana realm by one level? $5 million. 5 million? Raise all of the Outworlders to Nirvana 1. Of all the human masters out there today, only Zhang Liao is in the first level of Nirvana, which is also the peak realm he can currently ascend to. Elevation successful. Consumed 160 million chakra power. 340 million remaining. Thus, the forces under Xia Ling Tian's command had once again risen greatly, and now the only thing that was lacking compared to those top forces in Qingzhou was high-end powerhouses. It's time to upgrade the system. After the strength of all the human Jie was raised, Xia Ling Tian felt that it was also time to upgrade the system. After all, there were too few summonable human Jie nowadays, and there was even not a single spot left in the second stream. System. Upgrade. Thinking about it, Xia Ling Tian directly ordered. Upgrade commenced, consuming 50 million reincarnation power, 290 million reincarnation power remaining. This upgrade will take 1 day. During this time all functions of the system are unavailable. Please be patient, Lord of Reincarnation. Amount. Hearing what the system said, Xia Ling Tian was slightly stunned. He thought that the system upgrade would be just an instant, but he didn't expect to have to wait for a day, and all the functions were still unavailable. 1 day is 1 day. It's not that long. I also wonder how many places will be added to this upgrade. Xia Ling Tian is looking forward to it. These Chinese experts are the foundation of his foothold in this world. The more expert places he has, the stronger his daxia will be. Your Majesty, General Xiahou and the others have led their troops back to the country. Right at this moment, black and white Xian Jian appeared and came to Xia Ling Tian's side to report. Back so soon? Did the Fei settle it? Xia Ling Tian was puzzled. It had only been a few days. It shouldn't be possible to settle the foreigners so quickly, right? Is something wrong? I know. Bring them to the Imperial Extreme Hall. Without further thought, Xia Ling Tian instructed black and white Xian Jian. Subsequently, Xia Ling Tian also left this place towards the Imperial Extreme Hall. In the Imperial Palace. My lord, see the king. Xiahou Yuan, Deng Ai, Hua Xiong, and Zhou Tai came down to the Imperial Extreme Hall under the leadership of black and white Xian Jian, and bowed respectfully to Xia Ling Tian. At this moment, the four of them had thick breath and surging battle intent, and each of them was at the first level of Nirvana. Be excused. How did the four generals return so quickly? Have the foreigners all been settled? Xia Ling Tian looked at the four with a faint smile and softly inquired. Hearing Xia Ling Tian's words, all four of them changed in color. And the short-tempered Hua Xiong couldn't help himself and directly stepped forward to say indignantly, Your Majesty, this Tianluo Imperial Dynasty is too detestable. That general of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty placed us on the path of the foreigners to guard against the foreigners, and as a result, when the foreigners' army attacked and came, they didn't care about us at all. They didn't even support the N generals and the others, and they used us Xia soldiers as cannon fodder. At those words, Xia Ling Tian's face sank. He didn't expect this Tianluo Imperial Dynasty to act in such a way. This was completely putting his Xia generals to death. Your Majesty, because of this move by the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty, our army has suffered heavy losses. Xiahou Yuan said in a deep voice. How many generals were lost? Anger flared up in Xia Ling Tian's heart, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. My Xia clan army lost over 10,000 generals, and General Deng lost 450,000 generals in battle under his command. Xiahou Yuan's face showed a look of deep pain, and he respectfully reported, 450,000. Hearing this number, Xia Ling Tian's face was cold and incomparable, and the anger in his heart was rising even more rapidly. Your Majesty, we must not let this Tianluo Imperial Dynasty go. We need to make them pay. Zhou Tai said through gritted teeth. Don't worry. I won't easily let this matter go. Xia Ling Tian said in a cold voice. If it wasn't for the fact that his Grand Xia's current high-end battle power was not equal to that of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty, he would have wanted to overthrow this Tianluo Imperial Dynasty right now. By the way, where's Zhang Liao? You guys didn't meet? Subsequently, Xia Ling Tian remembered Zhang Liao. He had sent Zhang Liao to support Xiahou Yuan and the others. How come he didn't come back together? Your Majesty, because of this matter, General Zhang went to the generals stationed at the borders of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty. And I think all those people should have been taken care of by General Zhang. Xiahou Yuan returned. What strength is the other side? General Zhang said that the strongest is only the 5th level of Nirvana. At those words, Xia Ling Tian nodded slightly. With Zhang Liao's Nirvana 1 cultivation, as long as he doesn't encounter Nirvana 7 or above, he is basically invincible. What's the situation with the Fei now? Xia Ling Tian asked again. Because the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty didn't support us, we chose to withdraw all of our troops after losing hundreds of thousands more. The foreign races at this moment should have already attacked the White Tiger Dynasty. Upon hearing this, Xia Ling Tian pondered slightly and said, Inform Wen Shou, Yan Liang, Zhang Wei, Wei Yan, all of you to lead all of your armies forward to protect all of the people. In any case, all the people are innocent and cannot be allowed to be killed by the foreigners. And in the future, these people can all be my daxia subjects. Hearing what Xia Ling Tian said, Xiahou Yuan and the others also reacted. In the future, the entire Qingzhou will become his daxia's territory, and the people in Qingzhou will be his daxia's people. Although the behavior of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty and the others this time made them extremely angry, they must not allow these foreign races to brutally kill the people. It's best that these foreign races and the major powers of Qingzhou lose both. Yes, Your Majesty. Several bowed in response. Chapter 57, The Great Defeat of the Fei. Soon, Xiahou Yuan and the others left to go inform Wen Shou Yanliang and the others. Nowadays, the territory of Daxia has basically been stabilized, and even if Wen Shou and the others leave, basically there will not be any more problems. Moreover, the strength of the soldiers is now extremely powerful, so only a few of them need to be left behind to guard the town, and I believe that no one would dare to mess around. Subsequently, Wen Shou and the others all received orders from Xia Ling Tian, and each led their regiments towards the border of the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty. Xiahou Yuan and the others also set off again in droves. This time, Xia Ling Tian could be said to have come out in full force, dispatching all 5 million troops under his command. Wen Chao's 1 million light cavalry, Yan Liang's 1 million Yuzhou troops, Hua Xiong's 1 million Western Lian elites, Jiang Wei's 1 million infantry, and the 500,000 volunteers still remaining under Deng Ai's command, and 200,000 first-class soldiers. After all, the number of foreigners was still more than 4 million. He didn't want to see the same situation as before. In the Imperial Extreme Hall, looking at the departing Xiahou Yuan and the others, Xia Ling Tian pondered slightly. This time the foreigners attacked in force. It was impossible for the rear to not have Saint Realm powerhouses. If Xiahou Yuan and the others were to encounter the foreigner Saint Realm, I'm afraid that they would be in dire straits. Xia Ling Tian knew that although Xiahou Yuan and the others were powerful, they were currently only at the first level of Nirvana after all, and if they encountered a Saint Realm powerhouse they were simply not a match. Black and white. Swish. Your Majesty. Black and white Xianjian appeared and saluted. What's going on over the border now? Nowadays, the millions of demons and sprites under the command of Heibai Xianjian have long been spread over the major realms of Qingzhou, and it is impossible to hide some general news from them. Your Majesty, the 4 million troops of the foreign races are now wreaking havoc within the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty, and the 3 million troops of the Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty are also struggling to resist. But the situation is extremely unfavorable for the side of the Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty. Black and white Xianjian respectfully replied. And just now, we received news from General Zhang that many of the Nirvana powerhouses sent by the Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty and other major powers to garrison the area were killed by General Zhang. And the army that has no powerhouses to sit in on the ground is simply defenseless in the face of these alien hordes. Have these Qingzhou forces not sent any more experts? Xia Ling Tian asked again. With something this big happening on this border, shouldn't these Qingzhou forces be concerned at all times? Due to the suddenness of the incident, these forces have probably only just received the news. Xia Ling Tian nodded slightly. How is the investigation of the Qingzhou forces going? Your Majesty, Qingzhou possesses a total of 5 top-tier forces, namely the Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty, the Qingyun sect, the Sacred Yuan Palace, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and the Sword Pavilion. These 5 forces all possess Saint Realm powerhouses, and it is said that the old ancestors are all at the Great Saint Realm. Black and white Xianjian gruffly said, Great Sacred Realm. This strength was indeed not something his current daxia could deal with, but he thought that it should be soon. The Great Sage Realm only. Did these forces not send these Saint Realms to deal with these foreign races? This, my subordinate does not know. There has not been found to have been a great battle of Saint Realm powerhouses at the border. Keep an eye on the border with these forces, and report to me immediately if anything happens. Yes. A day later, Xiahou Yuan and the others led their army to step into this border battlefield once again. The alien race and the Qingzhou army that were fighting were both discovering Xiahou Yuan and the others. Generals, our reinforcements are coming. The soldiers let out cheers and their morale was instantly boosted. The army led by Xiahou Yuan and the others unfolded their formation on the battlefield and quickly joined the fight. Xiahou Yuan waved the lance in his hand. His figure shuttled between the enemy troops like lightning, and every time he struck, he cut down countless enemies. Wen Chou, Yan Liang, and Hua Xiong also showed their skills and engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy. When the generals of the alien army saw the arrival of Xiahou Yuan and the others, they couldn't help but feel a little anxious in their hearts. They had already witnessed the strength of Xiahou Yuan and the others, and in the previous battles, Xiahou Yuan and the others were practically iron hooves that their generals were unable to stop. Now that they had to face these powerful enemies, they all felt a trace of pressure in their hearts. However, Xiahou Yuan and the others did not change the entire battle situation at once. They were just fighting on the battlefield, depleting the enemy's strength. And in the process, the Qingzhou army took the opportunity to launch a counterattack. The entire battlefield instantly became chaotic, with martial generals from all sides leading their soldiers into a fierce fight. Corpses were everywhere, and blood stained the entire battlefield. Damn it! Where did 5 million troops suddenly appear? In the alien army, Scorpion Wind looked at the 5 million troops that had suddenly appeared, and immediately spoke out in shock and anger. These seem to be the same group that retreated earlier? On the side, Scorpion Dust also said with a grave expression on his face. Scorpion Dust furrowed his brows, his heart filled with doubt. They had obviously retreated before, so how could they reappear at this critical moment? Not good. Those several generals on the other side are all at the Nirvana realm. Damn it, do it! When Scorpion Wind saw Xiahou Yuan and the others in the realm, he instantly became furious. Without further thought, he spoke to the few people beside him and immediately rushed towards Xiahou Yuan and the others. The remaining 9 people beside him reacted and joined the battlefield in a hurry. The 10 of them, the low one is the 3rd level of Nirvana, and the high one is the 6th level of Nirvana, and they have not put these Nirvana 1st level human races in their eyes. However, as they rushed towards Xiahou Yuan and the others, they realized that their attacks seemed to have no effect. Xiahou Yuan and the others were undaunted. Their bodies exuded a powerful aura, and their moves were as comfortable as flowing clouds in water. Their strength was far beyond their imagination, causing them to feel tremendous pressure. An ominous premonition rose in Scorpion Dust's heart. These people were only at the 1st level of Nirvana. Why were they so powerful? They were no longer as gullible as they were before, but instead, they went all out and used all their strength. However, no matter how they struck, Xiahou Yuan and the others were able to easily dodge away and even returned the favor, posing no small threat to them. Scorpion Wind and the others gradually began to panic a little. They couldn't believe that they were unable to defeat these Nirvana first-level ants. Fei, damn it! Xiahou Yuan slashed back Scorpion Wind and shouted angrily. After Scorpion Wind was cut back by Xiahou Yuan, several other alien generals were also killed by Wenshou Huaxiong and others, and the battle situation instantly tilted towards the human side. The powerful strength of Xiahou Yuan and the others shocked the entire battlefield, and the Qingzhou army was so demoralized that they began to launch a counterattack. Damn it! Who the hell are you guys? How did the human race get any of you powerhouses? Scorpion Wind looked at the large number of dead sons and daughters of his Scorpion clan above the battlefield and angrily questioned. Humph. Is the might of my human race something that you foreigners can know? After saying that, Xiahou Yuan stopped talking nonsense and raised his sword to attack Scorpion Wind again. Scorpion Wind's heart was filled with anger and fear as he felt that he was unable to resist Xiahou Yuan's attack. Chapter 58, A Great Victory. During the intense battle, Xiahou Yuan seemed to become more and more powerful. Each of his attacks carried a destructive power, as if he was able to destroy everything. Scorpion Wind tried his best to block Xiahou Yuan's attack, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't. Xiahou Yuan's blade slashed across his body, blood splattered, and Scorpion Wind let out a mournful scream as he fell to the ground. Xiahou Yuan didn't stop as he continued to attack the other enemies. On the battlefield, the powerful aura demoralized the human soldiers, who no longer feared the might of the foreigners and began to actively counterattack. The Qingzhou army's morale gradually recovered, and the counterattack became more and more ferocious. As time passed, a few hours later, the 4 million troops of the foreigners had already been killed by Xiahou Yuan and the other armies to less than 1 million. It was the Scorpion clan's top 10 generals that only Scorpion Dust was left alive. Withdraw! Withdraw! Looking at such a tragic situation, Scorpion Dust's face changed drastically and he hurriedly shouted, 5 million troops. Surprisingly, they had lost 4 million without even breaching the border of the White Tiger Imperial dynasty, and even their 10 major generals had lost 9 of them, leaving him the only one left alive. This could be considered the worst defeat his Scorpion clan had suffered since its emergence. The king would surely be shaken to his core if he knew. Although the Scorpion clan was powerful, they were unbeatable to Xiahou Yuan and the rest of the army. Scorpion Dust also understood in his heart that if he continued to fight, he was afraid that he would pay a greater price, so he decisively ordered a withdrawal, hoping to save what was left of his army. However, just as Scorpion Dust ordered the withdrawal of the army, Xiahou Yuan and the rest of the army also sensed their intentions. They quickly adjusted their ranks and pursued towards the Scorpion clan's army in hot pursuit. The Scorpion clan soldiers were scattered, and seeing Xiahou Yuan and the rest of the army chasing after them like wolves and tigers, they could only desperately run away, trying to escape from this battlefield. However, Xiahou Yuan and the rest of the army did not intend to give them a chance to catch their breath. They closely surrounded the Scorpion clan's army and launched a wave of attacks. For a while, the battlefield was whistling with arrows, swords and knives intermingling, and fire. On this chaotic battlefield, the generals of the Scorpion race fell one by one, bloodied and miserable. When Scorpion Dust saw this, his heart was filled with grief and anger, but there was nothing he could do. Although he was one of the top 10 generals of the Scorpion clan with outstanding strength, he was unable to change the battle situation in the face of such a powerful enemy army. In the end, Scorpion Dust with the only remaining 600,000 troops also withdrew into the middle of the Saha Desert, just as Xiahou Yuan and the others were frantically killing the alien army. Above the battlefield, 10,000 meters in the air, there are 8 people standing opposite each other. It was none other than the Sacred Realm entry powerhouses of the human race and the Fey race. Each one of them exuded a terrifying aura, and the 8 of them were also covered in various injuries. Obviously went through a grueling battle. Ha ha, Fey, you've lost. On the side of the human race, a middle-aged man laughed loudly when he saw the situation of the great battle below. This person was a strong person from the Tianluo Imperial dynasty, and his cultivation was already at the 6th level of the Sacred Realm. The 3 people behind him were 3 strong men from the Qingyan sect, the Sacred Elemental Hall and the Sword Pavilion, with a cultivation fear of being at the 5th level of the Sacred Realm. The 4 people opposite were the 4 battle generals under the Alien King's command, 2 at the 6th level of the Sacred Realm and 2 at the 5th level of the Sacred Realm. When the 4 members of the alien race saw the defeated army below, each of their faces were gloomy. Human race, don't be too happy. When the king of my clan emerges, all of you will have to die. A Fey war general said to the 4 middle-aged men with an ugly face. Let's go. Afterward, the 4 battle generals of the foreign race directly disappeared with a flash of their figures. Your Majesty, just let them leave? Seeing the 4 people disappear, A few people behind the middle-aged man immediately came forward and asked, "Or do you still want to leave them behind? We're no match for them with just us." The middle-aged man, who was also the king in the mouths of several people, sighed. "If it wasn't for this 5 million strong army that suddenly joined us, we would have lost this battle in a mess." Several people nodded slightly at the words. Then looking down at Xiahou Yuan and the others, they all revealed a hint of doubt, because they simply didn't know who Xiahou Yuan and the others really were. Was there such a terrifying force in Qingzhou? These millions of troops, surprisingly, did not have any existence below the transformation god. That is, the cave void realm was unknown. This was an army of millions, all above the level of transformation spirit. What kind of concept was this? It was the Tianluo imperial dynasty that only had 1 million transformation spirits. They had begun to speculate. Could it be that these armies were all great powers from other continents? Your Majesty, do you know what forces these people are from? I don't know, but so far at least it's not an enemy. The king shook his head and said, "Let's go. Go back and report to the old ancestor. The king of the foreign race is expected to come out soon, and what comes next is no longer something we can handle." After saying that, the four of them also rushed towards the middle of Qingzhou. The alien army was defeated this time. The army has been a heavy loss. Short-term should not attack again. The next attack may be into the saint above the realm. Because the alien race's army was completely no match for this army below, sending another army to attack would be nothing but a gift. General, this time our army has lost 400,000 generals. As the battle ended, Xiahou Yuan and the others also began to count the results of the battle. Xiahou Yuan's face was heavy when he heard the soldiers' report, but he did not express much disappointment or sadness. In this fierce battle, losses of the army were inevitable. He understood that in order to achieve the ultimate goal of victory, sometimes a great price had to be paid, and they only lost about 400,000 troops, which was already considered a big victory. We should know that the foreigners had lost more than 3 million troops. What was this comparison if not a great victory? Although Qingzhou's 3 million troops had lost nearly 2 million, but how could Qingzhou's army be compared to his Daxia legion? In any case, he had done what he was supposed to do and had routed the enemy. Withdraw. Xiahou Yuan ordered the withdrawal of the army. He understood that it was pointless to continue the pursuit. This great victory had already caused the enemy's morale to reach its lowest point, and further pursuit would only increase unnecessary losses. The human soldiers withdrew from the battlefield and returned to their positions. The human army regained their victory, but the traces left behind by the entire battlefield were enough to make people feel emotional. Wreckage, corpses and blood filled the battlefield, and the scent of death still filled the air. In the crowd, Tonggu looked at the withdrawn Xiahou Yuan and the others with complicated faces. He didn't expect that after this Daxia had withdrawn his troops, he had led a terrifying 5 million troops to come and crush the foreigners. From the very beginning, it was they who made the wrong choice. If Wei Peng and the others had ordered to support Xiahou Yuan and the others in the beginning, not so much would have happened at all, and they themselves would not have been killed by Zhang Liao. Hey! Tonggu sighed slightly and thought no more about it. However, he was indeed not prepared to report back Zhang Liao's killing of Wei Peng and the others, and just consider them sacrificed in the alien war. P.S. Readers Group 3427744368. Welcome to join. Come in to exchange. Chapter 59, Breaking Through into the Holy Realm. Daxia Dynasty. Your Majesty, the 4 million troops of the foreigners have all been repelled by General Xia and the others. The foreigners have lost 3 million troops in battle, and we have lost more than 400,000 generals in battle. Inside the Imperial Extreme Hall, Black and White Xinjian looked solemn and respectfully reported the border war situation to Xiaoling Tian. Now the entire northern border of Qingzhou is under the watchful eye of the spirits and monsters, and anything that happens in the northern border of the Black and White Xinjian will be able to get it at the first time. Well, inform Xiahou Yuan and the others to strengthen the defense of the border, and not to let any of the foreigners set foot in the northern realm. Xiaoling Tian commanded in a deep voice. At this moment, the White Tiger dynasty had long been worthless in Xiaoling Tian's eyes, and Xiaoling Tian had already treated the northern border as his Great Xia territory. Yes, Your Majesty. Black and White Xinjian respectfully saluted and answered. Congratulations to the generals under the Lord of Reincarnation for killing the enemy and gaining 1.5 billion reincarnation power. Right after Black and White Xinjian retreated, a system voice suddenly came from Xiaoling Tian's head. System, have you finished upgrading? Xiaoling Tian was delighted and quickly asked. Lord of Reincarnation, the system has been upgraded and completed. Ha ha, yes. Xiaoling Tian was instantly excited. The system upgrade was complete. The number of human quotas had increased, and it just so happened that with so much reincarnation power nowadays, his great Xia's power was bound to increase once again. System, how many places have all been added after the upgrade? Xia Ling Tian asked in a hurry. Lord of Reincarnation. This system upgrade increases the number of second-rate human masters quotas by 10, first-rate human masters quotas by 5, and top-rate human masters by 1. Same as the initial quota? Hearing what the system said, Xia Ling Tian also smiled slightly. The number of places increased, and the number of men and women he could summon doubled once again. Originally, there were no more second-rate person spots. There were still 3 first-rate person spots, and 1 top-rate person spot. Nowadays, second-rate human masters possess 10, first-rate human masters were as many as 8, and top-ranking human masters had also increased by 1, becoming 2. Nowadays even just summoning second-rate human experts can arrive at the Saint Realm, right? Xia Ling Tian was inwardly surprised. At this moment, it was the Tian Luo imperial dynasty he no longer needed to be afraid of. It seems like it's time to unify the Northern Realm to elevate Great Xia to an imperial dynasty. Xia Ling Tian murmured. Although he had also become fearless of the White Tiger imperial dynasty before, if he directly made a move against the White Tiger imperial dynasty, the Heavenly Luo imperial dynasty would definitely not spare his Great Xia, and it happened to run into the invasion of the foreign races again, leaving Xia Ling Tian without much energy to deal with the White Tiger dynasty. Now that the foreign races had been repelled, he, Great Xia, would no longer be afraid of the Tian Luo imperial dynasty. Therefore, Xia Ling Tian felt that it was time to unify the Northern Realm. Lord of Reincarnation. This upgrade has unlocked a function, hereby rewarding the Lord of Reincarnation with a Jizhou tripod. Xia Ling Tian froze and quickly asked, System, what function? And what is the function of the Jizhou tripod? The Lord of Reincarnation can consume the power of reincarnation to elevate his realm, though the amount of reincarnation power consumed will be 10 times that of a human jie. At the highest, it can be raised to a great realm above the strongest human jie. Jizhou tripod, placed in the capital of Daxia, can suppress the qi of a country. The cultivation speed and well-being of the people of Daxia will be greatly increased because of it. After listening to the system's explanation, a hint of excitement flashed in Xia Ling Tian's eyes. This feature is just too important to him. All along his cultivation realm was a major drawback. Nowadays the realm of the human jie were already in the nirvana realm, while he himself had only just broken through the transformation spirit. The difference wasn't just 1.5 points. Originally, the power of reincarnation could elevate the realm of a human jie. Xia Ling Tian had been envious, and now it was finally his own turn. Even though the consumption would be 10 times that of a human jie, Xia Ling Tian would not hesitate to improve himself. After all, it's every man for himself and every woman for herself, and the limit of what one could raise would be one great realm above the strongest human jie. In the future, he himself would be the strongest bottom card of Daxia. There was also the Jizhou tripod, which suppressed a country's qi and boosted the cultivation speed and blessings of the entire Daxia's people, which could not be said to be unimportant to the development of Daxia. In the future, he, the children of Daxia, would surely become an existence where everyone was like a dragon. Taking a deep breath, Xia Ling Tian decided to raise his realm first before speaking. System, raise my realm to the current maximum. Elevation successful, consuming 1,245,000,000 of reincarnation power. As the system's voice fell, Xia Ling Tian's realm rose by leaps and bounds. The god of transformation is complete. Break. Caveat emptor perfection. Breaking. Celestial perfection. Breaking. Nirvana is complete. Breaking. It wasn't until the first level of sainthood entry that Xia Ling Tian's realm was completely stabilized. Boom. Boom boom boom. Instantly, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from within Xia Ling Tian's body, spreading throughout the entire royal palace, and then spreading out towards the entire Yudu. Everyone in Yudu, from the civil and military officials down to the people of the dawn, were all shocked by this terrifying aura. They all looked up to the sky, only to see a huge golden pillar of light rising up from the royal palace, illuminating the entire Yu capital. What kind of terrifyingly strong person is this? Could it be that someone has come to attack my Daxia again? No. You guys look carefully. This aura is coming from within the royal palace. This is a breakthrough of a powerful person from my Grand Xia. This, Mi Di Xia even has such a terrifyingly strong person? All of the people were suddenly surprised and cheered, and they fell to their knees and saluted in the direction of the palace. Ever since the Taishang king abdicated and the new king ascended the throne, Disya had always been refreshing their perceptions, and nowadays no one could even know how strong Disya really was except for the king. Now, another terrifying powerhouse had broken through. This undoubtedly made them more confident in the future of Daxia. Is this the scent of the king? The civil and military officials of Grand Xia were all shocked when they felt this aura, as they could all sense that it came from the king, Xia Ling Tian, the prime minister's residence. It seems that it's time for the old man to step aside, Feng Liang murmured as he looked in the direction of the royal palace. Feng Liang knew that the Daxia dynasty was bound to grow stronger and stronger under Xia Ling Tian's leadership, while he himself was only a small Yuaning cultivator who could no longer keep up with the pace of Daxia's development. Although he still belongs to the prime minister of Daxia, Feng Liang knows that it is only a matter of time before he is dismissed by Xia Ling Tian. Instead of doing so, it is better for him to take the initiative to step down and give way. Yangxin Temple, Xia Jiuyue, who was resting her eyes with her eyes closed, was also awakened by this aura of Xia Lingtian's. Tian'er. Xia Jiuyue looked into the middle of the imperial extremity hall with a complicated expression on her face. Tian'er, what kind of inheritance have you obtained? Where did those endless streams of civil officials and military generals come from? Now you've even broken through 4 realms in a row to reach sainthood. Since you've already broken through into sainthood and have many martial generals following under your command, father has nothing to worry about. Murmuring a sentence, Xia Jiuyue's footsteps directly disappeared in the heart-raising hall, as if she had never appeared. Chapter 60, Wood, Water, Fire and Earth. Is this the sacred entry realm? Feeling the enormous power within his body, Xia Ling Tian was pleasantly surprised. Previously, it was only the transformation spirit realm, although it was also very powerful, but when compared to the current sacred realm, it was nothing but a trifle, completely incomparable. He felt that his current self could destroy the entire Summer King's palace with even a casual strike. Breaking through 4 realms in a row means that it's possible to condense 4 doppelgangers again? Thinking of this, Xia Ling Tian revealed a smile on his face. Each split can represent one of his life. When 4 split cohesion out, plus gold, he can be equal to have 5 lives. Right at this moment, the 4 Yuaning incarnations also shot out from within Xia Ling Tian's body and appeared before his eyes. Immediately afterward, he saw 4 rays of light bloom to envelop him. In the middle of the day, the light disappeared. 4 figures identical to Xia Ling Tian's were revealed. Their faces, shapes, and breaths were all identical, as if they were one person divided into 4. Xia Ling Tian looked at his 4 selves, his heart filled with joy and anticipation. Each doppelganger possesses the same power and skill as his main body, and can act alone as well as perform joint attacks. This meant that he, Da Xia, now possessed 4 sacred realms. No, with Jin in himself that would be 6 entries sacred realms. With 6 Xia Ling Tian appearing in the Xia King's palace at the same time, no enemy would be able to withstand their attacks. The strength of the 6 was 1, and when Xia Ling Tian broke through into the Saint realm, Jin, who was in the midst of cultivation, also arrived at the Saint realm. Greetings to the honored one. As soon as the 4 appeared, they simultaneously arched their hands at Xia Ling Tian. Xia Ling Tian smiled faintly, satisfaction in his eyes. From now on, your name will be Kimmy. Your name is Water. Your name is Fire. You just called Dirt. Xia Ling Tian named the 4 one by one. Gold was in a golden robe. Wood wore a green robe. Water was in a light blue robe. Fire was in a red robe. And Earth was in a black robe. It was easy to distinguish by color. And Xia Ling Tian wasn't confused. Yes, the 4 nodded. Fire. You immediately head to the border of the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty to receive Xiahou Yuan and the others. Fire nodded and turned away. Mu, you travel to Qingzhou to spy on the movements of the forces in Qingzhou for me. No problem. Wood nodded in response. With that, he also turned to leave. As for you two, Xia Ling Tian pondered slightly, then said, Water, you head to the Western Realm. Earth to the Southern Realm. Take down all the forces in the Southwestern Realm within a month. Is there any problem? No problem. We're on our way. Water and Earth should leave. Kim. After a few people left, Xia Ling Tian shouted to the hall. Swish. Han. Kim appeared. Respectfully, you travel to the Eastern Realm and take down all the forces in the Eastern Realm and incorporate them into the Great Xia Kingdom. Yes, the 4 realms of Qingzhou, although the Northern Realm is the weakest, but the rest of the 3 realms weren't much stronger, and could be taken down completely with these few initiating Saint Realm doppelgangers. Besides, these were his doppelgangers, and as long as he granted several people permission, several people were able to use the system's summoning function, which was definitely a conquering artifact for Xia Ling Tian.
when his Xia became powerful, he could completely send out his bilocation to all parts of the nine-continent. By then the entire continent of the 9 continents would be filled with his Daxia generals.
System, how much reincarnation power is left?
Elevating to the sacred realm had directly consumed
245 million.
And if it wasn't for Xiahou Yuan and the others killing the alien race's army of more than 3 million,
the power of reincarnation he possessed would have been completely insufficient. Lord of Reincarnation, 545 million reincarnation power remaining, and 500 million.
Xia Ling Tian pondered slightly.
500 million is not too much and not too little, so how should it be used to maximize the benefits? System, replenish all the fallen generals of all the major armies. Now the major types of soldiers killed in battle add up to almost 1 million. Xia's current total military strength are less than 6 million. This number cannot be said to be small. Is it better to resurrect fallen soldiers or to summon them from new? What does that mean? You can resurrect soldiers that have been killed in action. Xia Ling Tian froze. You can, but you need to consume 10 times the amount of reincarnation power needed to summon it. At those words, Xia Ling Tian was shocked. A soldier who has already been killed in battle can even be revived? Is this system so bombastic?
Although the consumption was 10 times that of summoning, this was really nothing to Xia Ling Tian.
After all,
the power of reincarnation required for summoning was not much in the first place, and consuming more than just boosting strength. These millions of fallen generals were basically second-rate soldiers, and normally summoning 1 million second-rate soldiers would require the consumption of 10 million reincarnation power. That is to say, if he wants to revive these fallen soldiers, then he needs to consume 100 million.
System, resurrect. Without much thought, Xia Ling Tian directly chose to resurrect.
Although all of these soldiers were summoned by him,
each one of them was a real life, a general of his Daxia, and even more so,
he fought for Daxia before dying in battle. Not to mention 10 times,
even 100 times Xia Ling Tian would not hesitate. Resurrection successful, consumed 100 million reincarnation power. Remaining 445 million. Right after the successful system resurrection, far away in the camp on the border of the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty,
Xiahou Yuan and the others also instantly discovered these fallen generals.
It is?
Xiahou Yuan and the others looked at the reappearance of these generals who had already fallen in battle and were all slightly stunned. Then his face went wild with joy. They knew that this must be the king's tactic. After all, even they had been resurrected by the king from the reincarnation. And resurrecting these generals was certainly not a difficult task for the king. The king's methods are simply appalling.
On the side, Zhang Liao sighed. Yes, the king is simply unpredictable, and we're really lucky to have been drafted here by the king. Xiahou Yuan also chimed in. In the future, I'm afraid that those countless ancestors of the previous generations of great powers will appear one by one in my great Xia dynasty. We can't let the king down. System, since these generals can be resurrected, is it also possible for a human Jie to be resurrected if he dies in battle?
Finding out that these generals could be revived,
Xia Ling Tian also asked again. If all the human jerks could be resurrected,
then the system would really be simply unbeatable.
Not at the moment.
This time you can resurrect the soldiers also because of the system upgrade. When the system is upgraded to a certain level, maybe you can resurrect the people who have been killed in battle.
So that's it. Xia Ling Tian released.
But this was considered great news for him. It was just a system upgrade, and sooner or later he would upgrade the system to its full state.
How much reincarnation power is needed for the next upgrade? 5 billion. 5 billion. Is this a 100-fold increment for each upgrade? 1 day later. Your Majesty, it's not good. The eunuch's anxious voice suddenly came from outside the Imperial Extremity Hall. What is it?
Xia Ling Tian frowned and asked.
Nowadays, the Daxia's country is peaceful and prosperous within its borders, and there are no enemies outside its borders at the moment. So what could there be that would make the eunuch so anxious? Chapter 61, The Mysterious Xia Zhouyue. Your Majesty, King Tai Shang has disappeared. The eunuch looked nervous and apprehensive. What did you say? Father is missing? Hearing what the eunuch said,
Xia Ling Tian immediately changed his face and questioned.
Yes, Your Majesty.
The eunuch replied with trepidation.
When was that? Slaves also do not know.
This morning slaves went to the Yangshin Hall, did not see Tu on the king.
Everywhere also did not find. Slaves immediately came to report to the king.
Xia Ling Tian was distracted,
and after thinking for a moment, he ordered,
immediately organize men and horses and launch a search.
No matter what, we must find father's whereabouts. The eunuch hastened to take the order and hurriedly left.
Xia Ling Tian's heart was heavy. The large royal palace had countless experts, and the forbidden guards of the harmonized spirit cave void realm took turns to guard it. So how could the Father King suddenly disappear into thin air? As for enemies, Xia Ling Tian didn't think anyone could take Xia Zhouyu captive under his nose. Did Father slip out of the palace on his own? Xia Ling Tian murmured, then directly headed towards the Palace of Nurturing Heart. Arriving at the Nurturing Heart Hall, Xia Ling Tian found that everything was normal. The hall was still neat and tidy without any signs of abnormality. After rummaging through the temple for a while without finding any traces, he then prepared to leave. Suddenly, Xia Ling Tian saw an envelope existing above a table corner. Xia Ling Tian hurriedly took it over to unwrap it. Tianer. By the time you read this letter, Father had already left Daxia. As for where it went, Tianer, you don't need to know for now. But don't worry, Father will be fine. In fact, your mother didn't die. She just had to leave because of some things. Tianer, don't hate your mother. In fact, she loves you more than anyone else. Back then, if your mother hadn't left, I'm afraid our father and son would have died long ago. These more than 10 years have not told you the truth, just want you to spend your life peacefully as an ordinary person. It's just that Father didn't expect you to change so much lately. Even Father can't see through it anymore. Father knows that you must have gained some kind of unimaginable inheritance. And with your strength in the Saint Realm today, Father doesn't have to worry about your safety anymore. Tianer. Father has gone to look for your mother. There's no need to look for Father. We'll naturally meet again when the time comes. My son Xia Ling Tianqi. Father. After reading the letter, Xia Ling Tian's heart trembled slightly. It seems that the mother's identity is very uncomplicated. I didn't expect this kind of mundane thing to actually come across me. And Father even knows that he has reached the sacred realm. So surely Father isn't that simple either? Xia Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. No wonder when he first bound the system had detected that his talent had been sealed. It must have been done deliberately by someone. Father, Mother, I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. Xia Ling Tian murmured a sentence, and then went straight to the Nurturing Heart Hall. Since it was his father's own decision to go, there was no need for him to look for it again, and it was probably impossible to find it. The border of the White Tiger Dynasty. Your Majesty, what brings you here? Xiahou Yuan, Zhang Liao and the others were shocked when they saw Xia Ling Tian split fire. They completely did not expect Xia Ling Tian to personally come to this border battlefield. Your Majesty, it's too dangerous here. I will send you back to the palace. Zhang Liao stepped forward and said in a hurry. This was the border of the Great War with the foreign race. And although the foreign race had retreated in a great defeat, no one knew if this foreign race would send experts to deal with them. Don't worry. I'm just an alter ego of the Honored One. The Honored One is currently in the palace. Fire waved his hand and laughed. Ah, split? Hearing what Fire said, Zhang Liao and the others immediately revealed a look of shock. This one that looked just like the king was actually the king's doppelganger? Alright, General Xiahou, tell us about the current situation at the border. Fire interrupted a few people to ask about the current situation. Your Majesty, the foreigners have lost over 4 million troops this time, so they shouldn't attack our human territory again in the short term. Seeing this, Xiahou Yuan also respectfully returned. Although it was an alter ego, after all, it was also the king, they were still respectful. Did the foreign races not have any Saint Realm powerhouses out? Fire asked suspiciously. No, the strongest of the two attacks on the foreign races were only at the Nirvana realm. I'm sure the foreign races' Saint Realm powerhouses should be dealing with the Saint Realms of the major powers in Qingzhou. Xiahou Yuan shook his head and said, everyone knew about the might of the foreign race, and their Saint Realm powerhouses were definitely in the minority. And since no Saint Realm powerhouses had appeared in the two attacks, it was obvious that they had been stopped by the forces of the Green State. After all, it was facing these terrifying foreign races from 10,000 years ago. It was impossible for Qingzhou to just send some ordinary armies to come. There were definitely Saint Realm experts as well. It was just that they were dealing with the Saint Realm of the foreign races, so none of them had ever seen them before. Hearing this, Fire nodded slightly in agreement with Xiahou Yuan. Is anyone from the White Tiger Dynasty here? Fire's gaze looked across the border and asked to a few people. Your Majesty, the White Tiger Dynasty's army was all killed in this battle, and even their old ancestors were all killed by the foreigners. Xiahou Yuan respectfully returned. The White Tiger Dynasty's ancestor was only in the celestial realm, and had no advantage at all in the battle with the foreigners, and the entire White Tiger Dynasty was basically all killed in action. Nowadays, there was only one Ji Tianxong left in the entire White Tiger Imperial Dynasty, still struggling to hold on. The greatest loss of the attack of the foreigners is this White Tiger Dynasty. The dynasty and the army all killed.
is the old ancestor is also all the tragic death under the foreigners. Xiahou Yuan, you lead the Xia family army directly to the imperial city of the White Tiger dynasty. After today the entire northern realm will become my great Xia territory. A stern color flashed in Fire's eyes as he commanded Xiahou Yuan. Yes, your majesty. Xiahou Yuan had an excited look on his face as he hurriedly responded. He, Da Xia, was finally going to unify the northern realm, and at this moment, even the Tian Luo imperial dynasty would not be able to stop them. Your majesty, what about us? Seeing that Xiahou Yuan had a mission, Deng Ai's few people also went up to inquire. You can just stay here to guard the foreigners. A White Tiger imperial dynasty Xiahou Yuan traveling is sufficient. Yes. Upon hearing this, several people looked dejected. Seeing this, Fire could only smile helplessly. These people were really a fighting maniac. Alright, the most important task now is to guard this place and resolutely not allow the foreigners to step in. After saying that, Fire's gaze looked somewhere to the left, where 1,000,000 troops were also stationed. Are those millions of troops the forces of Qingzhou? Fire asked faintly. Exactly. Your Majesty. Originally, the Qingzhou forces had 3 million troops, but 2 million were killed in battle against the foreigners. Zhang Liao returned. Fire nodded slightly and said, General Zhang, go and tell them that the northern border belongs to my great Xia territory from now on, and that the Qingzhou army is not allowed to enter. So tell them to return to Qingzhou immediately. P.S. 342774368 Group Number. Welcome to Join in Communication. Chapter 62, Taking Down the White Tiger Dynasty. Yes, Your Majesty, Zhang Liao answered and then headed towards the Qingzhou army. Soon, Zhang Liao came to the army. General Zhang. Tonggu's face changed slightly when he saw Zhang Liao. This person's bravery was what was still reverberating in his mind. Slaughtering all the Nirvana cultivators from all the forces in their green state with just his Nirvana one realm. The king has ordered that from today onwards, the northern border belongs to my Daxia, and all of your armies will return to Qingzhou immediately without staying. Zhang Liao's voice was cold and majestic. His body was tall and his heroic face revealed an unrivaled pressure. Feeling Zhang Liao's aura, Tonggu's heart shook. General Zhang, we are only here to fight against the foreigners, never to mess around. Please don't make things difficult for us. General Zhang, Tonggu said in a deep voice. Zhang Liao let out a cold smile, his eyes sharply scanning Tonggu and the army behind him. Do you think you can fight the Fei with just you? Upon hearing this, Tonggu sighed slightly and said, I know that we are no match for the foreigners, and this time, if it wasn't for you Xia leading a large army to come, I'm afraid that we would have been wiped out long ago. Good to know. I'll give you 1 day to evacuate the north immediately, or you should know the consequences. Seeing how determined Zhang Liao was, Tonggu could only nod his head in agreement. In that case, we will evacuate the north within a day. Seeing this, Zhang Liao turned away without further ado. Hey! Looking at the departing Zhang Liao, Tonggu was also helpless. The power of the Daxia dynasty was beyond his expectations. Now it was meaningless whether their million-strong army was here or not. After all, this great Xia dynasty's 5 million troops were here, each with a strength of more than a transformation god. And with them and the alien army it was already impossible to make any big waves, unless the foreign races sent out Saint Realm powerhouses. And Saint Realm powerhouses were even more impossible for them to deal with except for the old ancestors of their major powers. Thinking about it, Tonggu also instantly ordered the retreat to the million-strong army. These people were not all his Tian Luo imperial dynasty's army, but rather the soldiers, disciples, and so on that had survived from all the top forces in Qingzhou. They came with an army of 3 million with 10 Nirvana powerhouses, but now they evacuated with only 1 Nirvana realm left in Tonggu, and only 1/3 of their army left. War. It's so cruel. White Tiger Dynasty. Above the courtroom of the palace, the civil and military officials stood on either side, and Ji Tiansong sat dumbfounded, his eyes lifeless. What had happened at the border had also reached his ears. The millions of troops of the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty were all wiped out. Even the old ancestor as well as his father were all killed in battle. All of a sudden, the White Tiger Dynasty was in a huge crisis. Ji Tiansong's mind was in a daze as he felt powerless and helpless. He once thought he was the emperor and could rule the world, but he did not expect his country to be so fragile. Emperor, it's not good. Suddenly, a eunuch ran over and shouted anxiously to Ji Tiansong, Your Majesty, a large army has rushed into the palace. What did you say? Ji Tiansong slowly turned his head and looked at the eunuch. The eyes were still as hexed as ever. Your Majesty, a large army has rushed into the palace. What should we do? The eunuch cried out anxiously again. Ha! Army? Ji Tianxong laughed, a trace of bitterness surfacing on his face. Who else could there be at this time who dared to rush into his White Tiger Dynasty's palace except for that suddenly rising Great Xia Dynasty? Bring them here. His voice was weak and feeble, as if he were speaking to himself. The eunuch froze slightly, then turned away. He knew that the White Tiger Dynasty was finished. After today, I'm afraid there will be no more White Tiger Dynasty, Your Majesty? A group of ministers looked at Ji Tianxong, but they didn't know what to say. Dear ministers, I'm afraid that today is the day of my White Tiger Imperial Dynasty's demise. Ji Tianxong's face was horrifyingly pale. The 100 officials were silent. Some had even begun to flee towards various places. The White Tiger Dynasty was overthrown, and they didn't want to be buried here with it. Ha! Ji Tianxong just laughed, no longer caring at all about what the crowd was doing. Who are you? On top of the square outside the court hall, the only two remaining cave void 9 heavy clan elders of the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty looked at Xia Hoyuan, who had led an army of 100,000 troops, with shock on their faces, facing Xia Hoyuan's 100,000 strong army. The two men's hearts were horrified. Jesus, what kind of army of terror is this? All of them are above the god of transformation. Even the cave void realm is not known how many. This strength, not to mention the current White Tiger Dynasty, is the heyday of the White Tiger Dynasty, are not its opponent at all. General Xia Hoyuan, the second-grade general of the First Legion of the Great Xia Dynasty. Xia Hoyuan said coldly, the era of the White Tiger Dynasty has passed. From now on the entire northern realm belongs to my Grand Xia. Hearing Xia Hoyuan's words, the two clan elders turned pale. I wonder what this general is going to do with my long family. One of the clan elders asked cautiously. He knew that the dynastic changeover of his long family as the ruler of the White Tiger Dynasty would definitely not end well. Still, he asked reluctantly, who wants to die when you can live? Of course. Between words, Xia Hoyuan's figure moved and instantly appeared in front of the two, and the big knife in his hand directly flashed a golden light to cut the two people's throats to death. Die! As Xia Hoyuan's words fell, the two of them slowly fell towards the ground. Everyone, take control of the entire palace at once, and kill anyone who resists. Afterwards, Xia Hoyuan gave a direct order to the Xia clan's army. Yes, General. For a while, the entire palace was in a panic in the face of the invasion of the Xia family army. The Xia family army quickly took control of the entire palace, and all those who resisted were brutally killed. Xia Hoyuan slowly walked towards the middle of the court hall, and soon, Xia Hoyuan arrived in the middle of the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty's court hall. At this moment, only a few people were here in the courtroom, and the emperor of the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty, Ji Tianxong, was sitting on top of the throne. You are from the Great Summer Dynasty? Ji Tianxong looked at Xia Hoyuan, who walked into the courtroom, and asked softly. The second-grade general of the First Legion of the Great Xia Dynasty, Xia Hoyuan. Xia Hoyuan looked straight at Ji Tianxong. If you Great Xia act like this, aren't you afraid of being questioned by the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty? The Tianluo Imperial Dynasty? You think our Great Xia will be afraid of a mere Tianluo Imperial Dynasty? Xia Hoyuan sneered. At those words, Ji Tianxong's pupils shrunk. Was this Great Xia already so powerful that it didn't put the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty in its eyes? He didn't know if what Xia Hoyuan said was true or not, and he didn't need to know anymore, because none of this had anything to do with his White Tiger Dynasty anymore. What are you going to do? A hint of despair flashed across Ji Tianxong's face as he asked Xia Hoyuan. Notify the world of the dissolution of the White Tiger Dynasty and the establishment of the White Tiger House, to be taken over by my Grand Xia Dynasty, Xia Hoyuan said faintly. As for how you will arrange it, it will naturally be arranged by my Great Xia King. Chapter 63, Daxia's promotion to Imperial Dynasty. A day later, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the entire northern lands, shocking all the people as well as the people of the lineage clans. The White Tiger Dynasty announced its dissolution, and the Great Xia Dynasty officially took over the entire northern realm, becoming the new overlord of the northern realm. After the news was spread, the entire northern realm was thrown into a state of chaos and shock. The people were in an uproar, incredulous at the sudden news. As the rulers of the northern realm, the White Tiger Dynasty had ruled for hundreds of years and had always been considered an untouchable symbol of power in the northern realm. And now, they had taken the initiative to dissolve and transfer their power to the Grand Xia Dynasty. The people of the worldly clans were even more shocked and disturbed. As the nobles and powerhouses of the northern realm, they had worked closely with the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty for many years, enjoying privilege and prosperity. However, now, overnight, Their status and power were in jeopardy. They didn't know what kind of attitude and policy the Daxia dynasty would adopt towards them, whether they would suppress them or force them to submit. Everyone knew that it was definitely impossible for the White Tiger dynasty to disband without any reason, so there was only one possibility. The White Tiger dynasty was no match for the Grand Xia dynasty, and the entire courtroom had been completely controlled by the Grand Xia dynasty. For a time, the name of the Great Xia dynasty instantly spread throughout the entire northern lands, and no one knew about it. Daxia dynasty, Daxia city. Anan! A loud dragon's roar suddenly rang out, shaking heaven and earth. Countless Daxia subjects looked up into the middle of Daxia city. Roar! Only a golden scaly dragon silhouette that was hundreds of feet long instantly rushed out from the Grand Xia royal palace, hovering and roaming in the sky above the royal palace. The golden light above the shadowy dragon's body was incomparably powerful, causing people to feel a sense of awe. Hundreds of feet of Qi dragon. Is this my Great Xia becoming an imperial dynasty? The entire land of the 9 continents, from the supreme powerhouses, down to the people. Everyone knows that the Qi auger breaks through 100 feet, which is symbolic of the status of the imperial dynasty. Ever since the new king took office, my Grand Xia has been getting stronger. Not only did it unify the surrounding dynastic forces, but now it can even become an imperial dynasty. Long live the king. I never thought that one day we could be the subjects of a party's royal dynasty. Countless Daxia's subjects murmured excitedly, bowing and saluting in the direction of Daxia city, expressing their reverence for their king. Your Majesty, General Xiahou and the others have completely taken down the White Tiger dynasty, and now the Northern Realm can be said to be completely under my Grand Xia's control. In the middle of the courtroom, Jia Yu said with a slight salute to Xia Ling Tian, I didn't expect that in my lifetime I would be able to see the Great Xia unify the Northern Realm. The king is truly a god. Prime Minister Feng Liang was inwardly thrilled to unify the Northern Realm. This was something that they simply did not dare to think about in the past, but they did not expect that it would be done by the king today. All of the civil and military officials were also shaken, and they were constantly paying compliments to Xia Ling Tian. Alright, all of you. The Northern Realm has just been unified, and the regions need to stabilize it as soon as possible. Xia Ling Tian waved his hand and continued, Prime Minister, you will be in charge of this matter. If there are not enough officials to directly extend the use of officials from the original White Tiger dynasty, Xia Ho Yuan will cooperate with you. I believe no one will dare to disobey. Feng Liang stepped forward and respectfully said, the humble minister obeys the decree. Xia Ling Tian nodded slightly, then looked at Li Ru and said, Li Ru, from the Forbidden Guards select 300 people of the whole Void Realm to go to the south, west, and north to guard them respectively, and any forces opposing the Great Xia will be directly suppressed. The Forbidden Guards were the elite people that Xia Ling Tian had selected from amongst the major military types, and there were a few Forbidden Guards in the Cave Void Realm. The humble servant obeys the decree. Li Ru respectfully returned, immediately informed the world that with immediate effect, Daxia is promoted to an imperial power. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. At that moment, all the 100 officials were kneeling down and shouting respectfully at Xia Ling Tian. Since then, the Daxia dynasty has officially become a side of the imperial dynasty. In addition, then notify all the lineage clans that all those who survive in the territory of my Daxia, regardless of the forces, must send 1/3 of their disciples into the Daxia army, and 1/5 of the resources in the treasury to be included in the national treasury. Anyone who disobeys the order or reports falsely will be killed without pardon. Wow! Hearing what Xia Ling Tian said, all the 100 officials were immediately shocked. If this holy decree were to be spread into the middle of the Northern Realm, there was no doubt that it would definitely cause riots in all the worldly clans. 1/3 of the disciples, 1/5 of the resources. This was undoubtedly drawing their blood. Would these worldly clans really listen to Xia's holy decree and obediently obey? All of the 100 officials were worried, and it was obvious that they all felt that Xia Ling Tian's move was a bit of a forceful one. However, no one dared to say anything when they saw Xia Ling Tian's ice-cold demeanor. Jia Yu, this matter will be overseen by you, and you will be responsible for the execution of Black and White Xianjian, and any non-compliance will be killed directly without amnesty. The humble servant obeys the decree. The two men came forward and bowed respectfully. Sahad Desert, still in the middle of that huge sand city. The last general is guilty. Please punish the king. Scorpion Dust fell to his knees and pleaded with an old man in front of him. Why did you lose? The old man, the king of the Scorpion clan, looked at Scorpion Dust and asked indifferently. No change could be seen in his tone. Back to my king. We underestimated the Great Xia dynasty on the human side.
and they have an army of over 5 million transformation spirits.
So that led to our great defeat. Scorpion Dust whispered back. This Dacia dynasty again? Hearing what Scorpion Dust said, the Scorpion King's face was slightly angry. Last time, because of this Dacia dynasty lost 200,000 troops. This time it is even more than 4 million troops. This Dacia is simply looking for death. All 10 of you are at the Nirvana realm and you can't even deal with a single great Xia dynasty? The Scorpion King's face was gloomy as he said angrily. 10 Nirvana were actually destroyed by this Xia with only one left. It was simply a disgrace to his Scorpion clan. Back to my king. Several generals of this great Xia are also in the Nirvana realm, and each of them is incredibly powerful and able to cross the ranks. We are not opponents at all. Scorpion Dust hung his head and explained. What a bunch of losers. They can't even deal with a few Nirvana realms. The Scorpion King cursed angrily, his heart incomparably angry and irritated. Now that the army has lost so much, I'm afraid it's already difficult to attack Qingzhou again. Hearing the Scorpion King's scolding, Scorpion Dust also trembled and bowed his head. Scorpion General, what's the situation in the north now? No longer caring about Scorpion Dust, the Scorpion King asked the Scorpion General behind him. My king, the several Saint Entry realms in Qingzhou have returned within their respective forces, and only the 5 million troops of this great Xia dynasty are holding down the border. Scorpion returned respectfully. This great Xia dynasty has spoiled this king's great event several times. It's simply unforgivable. Scorpion General, you personally go and exterminate this great Xia for this king. The Scorpion General, the strongest general under his command, was at the 9th level of the sacred realm. He didn't believe that this small Xia dynasty could still resist. Yes, my king. P.S. A lot of people have said that the author has a problem ranking all of these generals. So here's what I'm basing my rankings on. 1 LV, 2 Zhao, 3 Dianwei, 4 Guan, 5 Horses, 6 Zhang Fei, Huang Su, Sun, 2 Xiaohou, 2 Zhang, Su, Pang, Gan, Zhou, Wei, Zhang Xiu, the Gun God, and Wen Yan. Although brave, but the life is too sad to fight the end of Deng Ai and Zhang Wei. As for Jia Yan, this is really wrong. Jia Yan should be first class, but it's not good enough to change now. And it's just a civilian summoned to deal with the imperial government, and won't go to war. Chapter 64, The Movements of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty. Qingzhou, Middle Earth. In the middle of the Tianluo Emperor's court, Emperor, the White Tiger Dynasty in the Northern Realm has announced its dissolution to be ruled by a party, the Great Xia Dynasty, which has been promoted to the Great Xia Dynasty. A minister reported respectfully towards Emperor Tianluo above the dragon chair. Emperor Tianluo nodded slightly, a strand of strangeness flashing in his eyes as he said, this time when the foreign races attacked, all of the top echelons of the White Tiger Dynasty were killed in action. And I didn't expect that one side of the dynasty would actually be able to pick up the slack. Emperor, I wonder what should be done with this great Summer Imperial Dynasty. This minister asked. No matter what, the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty belonged to the jurisdiction of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty, but now it was destroyed by this great Xia. If they, the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty, didn't do something about it, how would the other imperial dynasties look at them? Since the White Tiger Dynasty has already been destroyed, it's useless even if we destroy this Grand Xia. The Northern Realm always needs a party to govern. Emperor Tianluo slightly pondered, then said, send someone to go and negotiate with this Xia. As long as they normally pay tribute to my Tianluo Imperial Dynasty, I will recognize their identity as the Lord of the Northern Realm. Yes, Emperor. The minister responded. Below the line of military generals, Tonggu was standing respectfully. A bitter smile appeared on his face when he heard Emperor Tianluo's words. Everyone thought that the Grand Xia Dynasty had picked up the slack before taking down the White Tiger Dynasty. Yet was that really the case? Tonggu slightly stepped forward and saluted Emperor Tianluo. Emperor, this great Xia Imperial Dynasty is very strong. Why did General Tong say that? Upon hearing this, Emperor Tianluo frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, Emperor, this time, we were able to repel the alien army entirely because of this great Xia's army. Otherwise the Northern Realm would have long been taken by the alien race. Tonggu said faintly. What? Hearing what Tonggu said, all the ministers revealed a look of surprise. How can a dynasty be so strong? They thought that it was their major forces that were able to repel the foreigners this time, but they didn't realize that it was because of the Great Xia Dynasty? General Tong, are you sure you're right? Emperor Tianluo asked in a deep voice. Emperor, what I said is true, Tonggu explained. As I have seen with my own eyes,
This great Xia has an army of 5 million harmonized spirits or more, with the cave void realm abounding among them as well. All of the generals are at the Nirvana realm, and each of them is a demon that can fight across the ranks. How is that possible? When the crowd heard Tonggu's words, they were all filled with shock. This great Xia dynasty's army is so terrifying? The strength of the army of his Tianluo imperial dynasty is not even half as strong as this great Xia imperial dynasty. Is this really a party of imperial forces that has just been promoted? General Tong, you can't be mistaken, right? A just advanced imperial dynasty is just that. Can it be as terrifying as you say? As Tonggu finished speaking, someone immediately stood out and questioned. After all, if it was really like what Tonggu had said, wouldn't this great summer imperial dynasty be even more powerful than his Tianluo imperial dynasty? That's right, General Tong. How could this great summer imperial dynasty be as powerful as you say? If it's really like what you say, why have we gotten absolutely no half news for so many years? Hearing the crowd all questioning themselves, Tonggu was also filled with helplessness. The strength of the Grand Xia imperial dynasty would have been hard for him to believe if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Everyone, what Mr. Tong said is true. If you don't believe me, you can completely send someone to investigate. There was no way around it. Tonggu could only once again helplessly reassure him. What Tonggu said is not half false. Just then, a voice suddenly came from outside the courtroom. The crowd sniffed and looked, only to see a middle-aged man walk into the courtroom. Greetings, King of Jinbei. Everyone who saw this person bowed respectfully. This person was the one who had fought against the alien Saint Realm powerhouse in the Northern Realm, and was also the Jinbei king of the Tianluo imperial dynasty. Emperor, this time, the 5 million troops of the foreign races were repelled by none other than this great Xia imperial dynasty. The king of Jinbei looked towards Emperor Tianluo and said softly. At those words, a trace of gravity appeared on Emperor Tianluo's face. Tonggu said they can still suspect one or two, but the words of the king of Jinbei will not be false. I didn't expect the Northern Realm to produce such a powerful great Xia imperial dynasty. Does the king of Jinbei know what this daxia is really about? Emperor Tianluo asked. Possessing such strength, it surely couldn't be an ordinary imperial dynasty on one side. I don't know. This is also the first time that this king has seen this great Xia dynasty. King Jinbei shook his head, then said in a deep voice, Emperor, this time, the alien race has suffered a great defeat, and the next attack will probably be in existence above the Saint Realm, and the alien king may have already come out. Fey kings. At those words, everyone fell into silence. Each of the foreign kings was at the great sage realm. And this kind of powerhouse was something that only the old ancestor of his Tianluo imperial dynasty had reached. It was that there were only a handful of 5 people in the entire great sage realm of Qingzhou. In the great battle with the foreign races 10,000 years ago, all the forces in Qingzhou had suffered heavy losses. Although the alien race was eventually sealed, the great Saint Realm elders of the major powers had also fallen. And even the only Saint King of the Tianluo imperial dynasty had been severely injured by the alien emperor, and had also fallen shortly after sealing the alien emperor. It was for this reason that the Tianluo imperial dynasty, which was originally the overlord of the Qingzhou, had turned into a top-tier power today. A flash of exhaustion appeared on Emperor Tianluo's face. King Jinbei, what do you think we should do nowadays? Emperor, we should immediately contact all the major power elders and launch an attack on the foreign race before it completely emerges now. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid that the foreign race's kings will come out one by one. The king of Jinbei said solemnly. The foreign race possessed a total of 10 kings, and if all of them were to come out, they would be completely unable to resist. Not to mention the fact that the foreign race also had a Saint King Realm Emperor. Emperor Tianluo took a deep breath and nodded his head. Fine. I will then go see the old ancestor and explain the situation to him. King Jinbei, does this great Xia imperial dynasty have any powerhouses above the sacred realm besides the strength of this large army you are talking about? Thinking of this great summer that King Jinbei had spoken of, Emperor Tianluo once again asked. For the great Xia imperial dynasty's army to have such strength, they really didn't believe it when they said that there were no Saint Realm powerhouses behind them. At that time, the only thing that appeared in daxia was a large army. I don't know if there were any Saint Realm powerhouses. Emperor Tianluo pondered slightly, then instructed King Jinbei. In that case, King Jinbei, you make a trip to this great Xia and investigate what strength this great Xia imperial dynasty actually has. And I'll go meet with the old ancestor right now to explain the situation to the old ancestor. Good. The Jinbei king nodded slightly in agreement. Northland, White Tiger Dynasty, now the border of the Saha Desert of the Great Xia Dynasty. Ever since the foreigners were repelled, the entire border was also calm once again.
Your Majesty, I feel that we should attack directly into the middle of the Saiha Desert to wipe out this foreign race completely, in order to stop the future trouble. Inside the camp, Zhang Liao said respectfully to the fire. General Zhang, the strength of the foreigners should not be underestimated. It's not wise to rush in and attack. Hearing what Zhang Liao said, Fire smiled faintly. Steeply, a terrifying holy might came from the void. A foreign holy realm? Fire's eyes condensed and his gaze suddenly swept somewhere in the void. P.S. Readers Group 342774368. Welcome to join. Come in to exchange. Big move your little finger free gift point a little bit. The author will rely on you this 3 cents to live. Oh. Chapter 65, Killing the 9th level of the Sacred Realm in seconds. Fire. Zhang Liao. And the others immediately looked towards the void above. Swish. Only to see a figure emerge above the void all of a sudden. The figure's face was incomparably grim, emanating a terrifying holy might that shook 10,000 miles of space. His eyes were as deep as the black night, revealing endless killing opportunities. The alien holy realm. Seeing this person, Fire murmured a sentence. He did not expect that this foreign race would suddenly come to attack at this time. A large army from Daxia? Killing millions of my Scorpion clan's clansmen. I'll take you for a blood sacrifice today. The figure looked towards the millions of troops below with a fierce look in his eyes, and then he only saw his hand wave, and a glorious sword she flew out from his hand, cutting through the sky and instantly attacking and killing towards the troops below. This is a holy realm powerhouse of the foreign race. Zhang Liao looked at the figure above the void and said with a grave expression on his face, I didn't expect this foreign race to send a Saint Realm powerhouse so quickly. Several of Deng Ai's people's faces changed slightly. The Saint Realm? It was simply not something that the current them could deal with. It was Zhang Liao who was a first-class human being that could only deal with the 6th level of Nirvana today. Don't worry. Just as a few people were talking, Fire smiled softly. The figure then flashed and appeared directly above the army. As the fire appeared, a terrifying aura instantly erupted from its body as well. The endless spread of holy might directly covering the aura of the alien holy realm. How dare you? A small foreign race dares to violate my great Xia territory. Today I will make you pay the price. As soon as the words fell, a burst of blazing fire emanated from the fire body, instantly enveloping the entire body. Fire's face was cold. A fiery red longsword appeared in his hand, emitting a fiery and incomparable aura, and a sword she chopped out directly at the incoming attack of the foreigners. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the alien race's attack was directly decimated by the fire, erupting into a roar in the void. Looking at the fire that suddenly appeared, the foreign race Saint Realm powerhouse frowned. Entering the first level of sainthood? He was quite shocked that this person, who was only at the first level of sainthood entry, was able to smash his attack so easily. After the blow, Fire directly used the Eye of Reincarnation on this person, and a message directly surfaced in his mind. A great general under the Scorpion King of the Scorpion clan. The Scorpion General. Enter the 9th level of the Holy Realm. Surprisingly, it's the 9th level of the Sacred Realm. Fire was slightly surprised. He didn't expect this foreign race to directly send out a sacred entry realm 9. It really looked up to him. Dasya. Fire sighed in his heart as he sent out an attack without hesitation. The fiery red longsword transformed into a huge flaming sword light and blasted towards the Scorpion General. The Scorpion General was not willing to show weakness, and the holy might on his body continued to grow, transforming into a huge scorpion as if it were a behemoth. It violently swung its huge pincers and directly impacted towards the incoming sword mane. Boom boom boom. Fire and the Scorpion General's attack collided in midair with a loud roar. The Scorpion General's pupils suddenly shrunk, and his mouth exclaimed, how is it possible? Emperor. Soldiers, only to see. Fire's flaming sword light instantly smashed the Scorpion General's attack before chopping straight into the Scorpion General's body without pause. When the attack descended, the Scorpion General also felt the terrifying power contained in the attack. The Scorpion General's body was instantly cut in half by the sword light, splattering endless amounts of blood. Is this the 9th level of the Sacred Realm? A hint of contempt flashed in Fire's eyes. Although he knew that it was because of the fiery red longsword in his hand that he was able to kill this Sacred Realm 9 so easily, he still didn't care. After all, weapons were also part of strength, weren't they? This sword was exactly the Reincarnation Emperor's sword that the system had rewarded Xiaoling Tian with. Of course, this was just a fake product that the system had imitated. The genuine product was still in Xiaoling Tian's hands. However, even if it was a replica, it was still an incomparably terrifying divine weapon. And how could it be resisted by an entry Sacred Realm 9th level? This person is a great general under the Scorpion King's command.
So it seems that this so-called Scorpion King should be one of the 10 kings of the foreign races.
Fire murmured. It was only the Great Sage realm, and at this moment, he was completely unafraid of it. The 9th level of the entry sacred realm couldn't even catch one of his swords, and he didn't know how many swords this great sacred realm Scorpion King could catch from him. Is this Emperor already so powerful? Zhang Liaodang AI and several others were shocked when they saw this scene. When the alien Saint realm powerhouses came to attack, they thought that they were about to face a gruesome battle, but they didn't expect to be directly killed by fire. For a moment several people were dumbfounded. With His Majesty here, we don't need to be worried about the foreigners attacking at all. Returning to his senses, Deng Ai sighed. Yeah, no wonder the Emperor would send the Emperors. Ahem, would send the Emperor's doppelganger? It turns out to be so powerful. Facing Xia Ling Tian in fire, Zhang Liao and the others felt bad to address them. Meanwhile, somewhere in the void, the heavenly Luo Imperial Dynasty's Jinbei King, who had just arrived here, hadn't even had time to investigate the matter of the Great Xia when he discovered this Saint Entry Realm powerhouse from the foreign race had come to attack. The Jinbei King, who was still preparing to make a move, saw the fire that suddenly appeared directly kill this foreigner in seconds. He couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, shock and doubt filling his heart. I didn't expect this Daxia to be so terrifying that it could even kill an alien race at the 9th level of Saint Entry in seconds, obviously giving him the feeling that he was only in the 1st level of the Saint Realm. But even the 9th level of the Saint Realm could kill him in seconds. How strong was this person? I'm afraid that even those who had first entered the Great Sage Realm were not this person. After all, even those who had first entered the Great Saint Realm couldn't do it in seconds to kill the 9th level of the Saint Realm. Is it because of the sword? The Jinbei King looked towards the Emperor's sword in fire's hand. A hint of scorching color flashed in his eyes, but he didn't dare to have any excessive thoughts. This person was able to kill even a sainthood 9th level foreigner, but he was only a sainthood 6th level in this person's eyes. I'm afraid that he might not be as good as an ant. What exactly is the origin of this great summer imperial dynasty? Having this person around, it's already not weaker than the top powers of the Qing state at all. It seems that there is a need to report this matter of the great summer imperial dynasty to the old ancestor as soon as possible. Thinking about it, the king of Jinbei returned directly towards Middle-earth. Although he still hadn't investigated the specific strength of this Daxia, but with this fire alone he could already completely treat it as a party of top-level forces. Right after the Jinbei king left, fire glanced faintly in the direction of the Jinbei king. It was clearly impossible for an entry sacred realm 6th level to hide from him. Someone from the Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty? Fire knew that the matter of his Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty had definitely reached the ears of the Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty, and this person was afraid that he had been sent to investigate his Grand Xia. When the foreigners are settled, your Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty will be next. Fire sneered and thought no more about it. General Zhang, inform all the armies to stand at attention. The next great battle with the foreigners is not far away. Coming inside the camp, Fire directly commanded Zhang Liao and the others. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 66, For Human Masters Summoned to the World. Congratulations to the Lord of Reincarnation for slaying the enemy to gain 900 million Dao of reincarnation power. In the Great Xia Imperial Extreme Hall, the voice of the system suddenly came from the brain of Xia Ling Tian, who was in the middle of cultivation. 900 million? Xia Ling Tian was slightly stunned. There shouldn't be any enemies in the short term after the foreigners retreated. Then what was the situation with this 900 million reincarnation power? When he was about to ask the system, a message suddenly came from Xia Ling Tian's brain. Exactly what the fire had experienced. A foreigner at the 9th level of the sacred realm? It seems like this foreign race is being pushed so hard that they even sent in the 9th level of the sacred realm. Xia Ling Tian murmured a sentence. But for the strength of the fire, Xia Ling Tian was also a bit being surprised. All this time he had rarely done anything himself, basically letting the generals he had summoned settle everything. That was why Xia Ling Tian had never had any concept of his own strength. However, this time, after the incident with the fire, Xia Ling Tian also had a little concept of his own strength. Fire was able to kill the 9th level of the Saint Realm in seconds with the 1st level of the Saint Realm by virtue of a replica of the Emperor's sword. So it was definitely an existence that could stand up to the early stages of the Great Saint Realm. Not only fire, but each of the remaining several bilocations were of such strength. As for himself, he possessed a genuine Emperor's sword and Emperor armor, which could definitely be compared to a mid-Great Saint or above. Moreover, the Emperor armor was a Hongmeng-level defensive armor, and although Xia Ling Tian's strength was unable to fully activate the Emperor armor, even a late-stage Great Sage wouldn't necessarily be able to break through the defense of the Emperor armor.
I didn't expect this system upgrade to directly make my dasha several times stronger.
Xia Ling Tian sighed.
Before the system was upgraded, the strongest Zhangliaoan dasha was only the first level of nirvana. And now after the upgrade it is the great sage realm that can be completely eliminated from the eyes of the strongest.
This time, the foreign race lost an entry sage 9. So next time, I wonder if this Scorpion King will come personally.
Xia Ling Tian couldn't help but fall into thought. Nowadays the strength of the great Xia is growing extremely fast. As for the foreign races, Xia Ling Tian has completely disregarded them.
Next he would also have to think about how he should march into Qingzhou and prepare for the unification of Qingzhou.
After a short period of thinking, Xia Ling Tian decided that it would be better to summon a few human eminent beings.
After all, nowadays,
although the strength of his Xia was not weak, the strength of the generals under his command was a bit low. If he wanted to raise the strength of Xiahou Yuan and the others and himself, apart from cultivation there was only summoning people to the illustrious world.
And cultivation is obviously not something that can be raised up overnight. System, summon 4 second-rate human masters and give them directly to Jin, wood, water, and earth.
There were fire, Zhangliao, Xiahou Yuan and others within dasha, so there was no need for additional manpower.
And Jin 4 people are now alone all over Qingzhou.
Although with their strength there will not be any danger, but to do something or something always needs some manpower. That's why Xia Ling Genius decided to directly hand over the 4 human masters summoned this time to the Jin 4 to facilitate their actions. Congratulations to the Lord of Reincarnation for summoning the world Yuban.
Lu Jin, Zhang Ren, and Cheng Pu. Name, Yuban. Dynasty, Late Eastern Han Dynasty. Equivalent rank, second-rate human master. Talent, second-rate. Realm, the second level of entry sainthood. Troop type, infantry. Name, Lu Jin. Dynasty, Late Eastern Han Dynasty. Equivalent rank, second-rate human master. Talent, second-rate. Realm, fourth level of sacred initiation. Troop type, infantry. Name, Zhang Ren. Dynasty, Late Eastern Han Dynasty. Equivalent rank, second-rate human master. Talent, second-rate.
Realm, the fifth level of entry sainthood.
Troop type, cavalry. Name, Cheng Pu. Dynasty, Late Eastern Han Dynasty. Equivalent rank, second-rate human master. Talent, second-rate. Realm, sixth level of entry sacred. Troop type, heavily armored cavalry. Seeing the realms of the 4, Xia Ling Tian was slightly pleased.
I didn't expect the realms summoned out of the world to be so high this time.
But thinking about it, after all, he, Da Xia,
counting him nowadays had 5 sacred realm entrants.
System, how much reincarnation power is left?
The power of reincarnation that summoned the human Jia was completely negligible to Xia Ling Tian, and he wanted to see to what level the power of reincarnation nowadays could elevate his subordinates.
Back to the Lord of Reincarnation. 1. 395, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000
remaining reincarnation power.
Nearly 1.4 billion then.
To raise the Nirvana realm by 1 weight would require 5 million to be consumed. So to raise all of Xiahou Yuan and the others to Nirvana perfection would be 545 million.
It was a lot, but his current chakra power was completely sufficient. Raise all the human masters to Nirvana perfection. Without hesitation,
Xia Ling Tian immediately decided to raise it.
After all, the power of reincarnation was originally a consumable, used to raise strength. Elevation successful, consumed reincarnation power of 545 million, remaining 850 million. How much power of reincarnation is needed to ascend to the sacred realm? Now in addition to the just summoned Lejin 3 people, has all Nirvana consummation, and each is able to cross the stage, which can be equal to all into the holy realm. With so many sacred realms, ask which power in Qingzhou can compare. At this moment, Great Xia had completely become the number 1 power in Qingzhou, although no one in the outside world knew about it yet, but it was believed that soon Great Xia would be reigning over Qingzhou. Entering the Saint realm requires the consumption of 50 million chakra power. What? How much did you say?
Xia Ling Tian froze and asked in shock.
$50 million. The system affirmed. 50 million. Xia Ling Tian was speechless. Previously, each great realm enhancement was merely an increase of 2 or 3 times, but this time, it had even directly increased by 10 times. System, you're not punking me, are you?
Xia Ling Tian's face changed slightly.
50 million? How much reincarnation power would it consume to raise it?
No amount of reincarnation power could withstand such consumption.
Lord of Reincarnation.
The realms below the sacred realm just belong to the mortal realm, that's why the power of reincarnation consumed is not much.
And above the saint realm, having broken through the mortal level, The essence of life has changed dramatically.
So the consumption of the power of reincarnation has increased.
Hearing the system's explanation, Xiaoling Tian fell into deep thought. He had to admit that what the system said was indeed true.
Below the sacred realm and above the sacred realm,
the two were already completely different. The most obvious difference is the strength, and the difference is literally worlds apart. For example, 10 celestial perfection realms were definitely capable of rounding up a nirvana first or even second level to death. But if 10 nirvana perfections were definitely not going to be a match for the sacred realm entry, not to mention 10 people, even 20 or 50 people couldn't possibly be a match for the sacred realm entry. As they say, under the saints, all are ants. That's not the end of the story. In the face of the sacred entry realm, any more nirvana realms would be useless. P.S. Don't get too hung up on the troop types. I wrote them randomly because I have no idea what they are. Later on, it focuses on some famous troop types, such as Lubu's Parallel State Wolf Cavalry, the Trap Battalion,
and Zhao Yun's White Horse Righteous Bush.
I know that certainly many people doubt why I do not write Gao Shun and then Trap Camp out, because Gao Shun is really not powerful, can only come out in the early stage. But the early stage out of the Trap Camp certainly also want to come out. I set up the Trap Camp as the top soldiers, this time out too early on the two heavenly, so I'll be Gao Shun as a soldier will be summoned later along with the Lubu soldiers. Gao Shun for the commander. Chapter 67 Green Dragon Dynasty. It would take 50 million to ascend to the sacred realm, and he now had 850 million reincarnation power left, and there were a total of 13 people under his command who were at nirvana perfection. It was expensive, but it was still enough to raise everyone to the sacred realm. System, raise all the human masters to the sacred realm. After thinking for a long time, Xiaoling Tian still decided to ascend. Elevation successful, consumed 650 million of reincarnation power. 200 million remaining. There's still 200 million. How should I spend it? Should I summon Zhang Liao's human guards, or should I raise Zhang Liao to the third level of sainthood? Forget it. There's still 200 million just in time to raise Zhang Liao and Xiahou Yuan to the third level of sainthood. Zhang Liao and Xiahou Yuan are first-rate human experts, and they are fully capable of battling the 7th level of the saints when they are elevated to the 3rd level of the saints. As for the soldiers, he now has a huge 5 million under his command, which is completely enough. System, raise the duo of Xiahou Yuan and Zhang Liao to the 3rd level of sainthood. Elevation successful, consumed 200 million chakra power, 0 remaining. The power of reincarnation was once again consumed cleanly, but fortunately the strength under his command had grown by leaps and bounds, and at this moment, there was no longer any power in the entire Qingzhou that was a rival to his daxia. As for why Xiaoling Tian didn't raise his own strength, it was because his consumption was just too great. Human Jia would need 50 million to raise one weight. Using 500 million on himself to raise one weight was completely uneconomical. Moreover, with his current strength and that of several of his doppelgangers, there was no need to be overly fearful of powerhouses below the 6th level of the Great Sage realm. As for those above the 6th level of the Great Saint realm, without having encountered Xiaoling Tian, he didn't know if he was an opponent. In the meantime, Qingzhou, Eastern Border, Green Dragon Dynasty. The Green Dragon Dynasty was the top power in the Eastern Realm, and like the White Tiger Dynasty before the Northern Realm, it ruled over all the dynastic lineage clans in the entire Eastern Realm. However, the strength of the Eastern Realm was a lot stronger than the Northern Realm, and it was the Green Dragon Dynasty that was not comparable to the White Tiger Dynasty. Of the 4 realms in Qingzhou, the Northern Realm was the weakest one, and the strongest people were the few celestial ancestors in the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty, and the remaining 3 realms all possessed a Nirvana ancestor and several celestials. In the Green Dragon Palace, inside an imposing hall, on the main seat sat a middle-aged man with a thick breath, precisely the current human emperor of the Green Dragon Dynasty, Qin Yangyu. On each side of the bottom stood a group of ministers from the Green Dragon Imperial Dynasty. Your Majesty, the White Tiger Dynasty in the Northern Realm has been destroyed. At that moment, a minister stepped out and looked at the middle-aged man above him and said in a deep voice, "This person is the person in charge of the intelligence department, and what happened in the Northern Realm has also reached their Green Dragon Dynasty today." White Tiger Dynasty. Hearing what this minister said, Qin Yangyu frowned slightly. Any idea who did it? Qin Yangyu asked indifferently. The White Tiger Dynasty's strength was vastly different from his Green Dragon Dynasty, so Qin Yangyu did not take this matter to heart. The one who is now in charge of the Northern Realm land is a power called the Great Xia Dynasty, but how strong this Great Xia Dynasty is not known for the time being. The minister said respectfully, "What is the origin of this Great Summer Imperial Dynasty?" Isn't it afraid that the Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty will ask for punishment for destroying the White Tiger Imperial Dynasty?
A young man on the left side wearing armor with an amazing aura was also shocked when he heard this minister all.
General Wang. According to the scouts, this great Xia dynasty was originally a dynastic power in Qingzhou, and for some unknown reason its strength suddenly skyrocketed, and the White Tiger dynasty is no match at all. Furthermore, the foreign races in the middle of the Saiha Desert also came out some time ago, and millions of foreign races' armies were destroyed by this great Xia imperial dynasty. What? Hearing what the minister said, everyone was horrified. The Fei have actually come out of the woodwork? And to have millions of troops exterminated by this great Xia dynasty? Is this Dasha so powerful? Is what you say true?
Qin Yangyu also had a grave look on his face as he asked in a deep voice. The alien race in the middle of the Saha Desert. All the forces in the four realms of the entire Qingzhou were aware of it, and they knew all about the power of the alien race. However, this great Xia was able to destroy the alien race's millions of armies. So how strong was this great Xia in the end? No wonder the White Tiger dynasty would be destroyed by this great Xia. Not to mention the White Tiger dynasty, even he, the Green Dragon dynasty, was probably not a match for this great Xia. Back to your majesty, what I said is true in every way. At those words, Qin Yangyu's eyes narrowed slightly as he fell silent.
After a long time, Chen Yangyu looked at General Wang, who had spoken earlier, and said, General Wang, take a trip to the Northern Realm to investigate this great Xia dynasty and see just how strong this great Xia dynasty is. Yes, your majesty, General Wang respectfully responded, then turned around and prepared to leave. Steep, boom, a loud bang came from outside the hall, and then several silhouettes were seen flying directly backwards into the hall. Bang, 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 the silhouette smashed directly into the ground, bringing up a cloud of dust. What man? This sudden change instantly startled the entire crowd in the hall. Several military generals immediately shouted, all looking towards the outside of the hall. In the eyes of the crowd, only two figures were seen walking in blandly from outside the hall. One of them wore a golden robe, with a straight posture and handsome face. It was Xia Ling Tian's first bilocation gene. The other person was dressed in a blue robe, tall and imposing, and was none other than Chang Pu, whom Xia Ling Tian had summoned out of the world. Is it not simple to know the strength of my great Xia dynasty? Why do you all need to make another trip to my Grand Xia? Walking into the large hall, Jin smiled faintly and said to Qin Yangyu above, What? You are from the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty? Hearing what Jin said, everyone immediately revealed a look of surprise. Why would someone from the Grand Xia dynasty suddenly come to his Green Dragon dynasty? The Grand Xia dynasty? What are you doing here in my Green Dragon dynasty?
Qin Yangyu's face was gloomy as he questioned.
I'll give you two choices. Will you choose to submit to my Great Xia Imperial Dynasty or choose to be destroyed? Daring? What are you guys? And you want my Qinglong Imperial Dynasty to submit to your Grand Xia? Hearing Jin's words, the General Wang on the side immediately became furious and directly took out his own weapon to directly attack towards Jin. Unbridled. Behind him, Cheng Pu saw that this person even dared to make a move. Directly after a loud shout towards General Wang, a shot in the air. Bang! At once, General Wang felt a huge pressure coming towards him, and before he could react, he was directly suppressed on the ground, and his entire body was suddenly unable to move by half. What kind of horrible existence is this? General Wang had a horrified look on his face, knowing that he was in the celestial realm, but he was unable to move by this person's light slap? Could this person not be a Nirvana powerhouse? Qin Yangyu and the group of ministers all looked at Cheng Pu. They didn't expect this man who had been silent since he came in to be so powerful. Submission or death? The choice is yours. Ignoring the crowd's surprise, Jin once again said lightly. The gaze swept the crowd, making everyone feel an endless sense of oppression. Chapter 68, Controlling the Eastern Realm. Qin Yangyu's face was pale. He had never thought that there would be a day when someone would dare to be so arrogant in front of his Green Dragon dynasty. Great Xia dynasty, my Qinglong dynasty will never yield. Qin Yangyu let out a low, unwavering cry. Good. I appreciate your courage. Kim nodded, a sneer playing at the corner of her mouth. It's just a pity that such courage is useless in front of my Great Xia dynasty. As the words fell, Jin reached out and casually pointed. A golden aura immediately attacked towards Qin Yangyu, and in the middle of Qin Yangyu's horrified gaze directly passed through his forehead to obliterate him directly along with his soul, and his body collapsed softly on the ground. The entire hall fell into a dead silence. Submitting to my Grand Xia will save your lives, Jin said lightly, sweeping his gaze to all the ministers. Everyone lowered their heads amidst Jin's gaze, not daring to look directly at them.
Qin Yangyu's death made them all lose all their guts. One must know that Qin Yangyu was at the 7th level of the celestial realm, but in this person's hands, he was actually killed in seconds without even the slightest resistance. They understood that these two people of the Great Xia who had suddenly arrived at his Green Dragon Dynasty were definitely Nirvana or above. This level was that he, the Green Dragon Dynasty, only had one old ancestor. Are you waiting for the old ancestor of your Green Dragon Dynasty to come and rescue you? Seeing that the crowd was silent, Jean coldly laughed. If so, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Your old ancestor died before coming here. As early as when he came to the court of the Green Dragon Dynasty, Jean had already asked Cheng Pu to go ahead and exterminate the Nirvana ancestor of the Green Dragon Dynasty. What? Hearing what Jean said, everyone immediately looked up at Jean in horror. Two seniors, we are willing to submit to the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty. Please spare our lives. Then the crowd all said at the same time. Even the Nirvana realm ancestors were killed by this person. What else could they take to rebel against the Great Xia Dynasty? Unless they all didn't want to live anymore. Besides, each of them has their own family behind them. If they didn't submit to the Grand Xia, I'm afraid that all of their clans would be destroyed by these two, and no one would want to see such a situation. Great! Jean slowly nodded his head and opened his mouth to command. Immediately proclaimed the world that from today onwards, the Qinglong dynasty is officially merged into the Grand Xia dynasty, and anyone who dares to resist will be killed without pardon. The ministers in the Great Hall bowed their heads in response, their hearts filled with helplessness and fear. The death of the old ancestor had made them profoundly realize their insignificance and powerlessness. They had thought that their dynasty was immensely powerful, and that apart from a few top-level forces in the Middle Kingdom of Qingzhou, there was no need for them to be afraid of any forces in the four realms of Qingzhou and the Qing Dragon Dynasty. Yet the reality had completely disappointed them. In front of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, they were ultimately just weak existences. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was grave and silent, and no one dared to show the slightest sign of resistance. Qin Yangyu's death had taught them a lesson about what a truly strong person was. Under the rule of the Daxia Imperial Dynasty, they would be forced to submit and become a small vassal, losing their freedom and dignity. However, they also knew that this was the only option, the only way out. They were unwilling to die, and even more unwilling to see their clans exterminated, so they could only endure the humiliation and accept the rule of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. It was a choice of necessity, a fate that could not be escaped. The might of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty made it impossible for them to fight, so they could only bow down and submit, in order to save their clans and their lives. They knew that this was the beginning of a new era, an era ruled by the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty. Immediately announced down. From now on, all the dynasty forces in the East Realm are all dissolved. All the boundaries are returned to my Daxia territory. In my Daxia boundaries lineage clans can exist, but shall not exist any state forces. Those who do not follow directly kill without amnesty. Kim commanded again. His voice was cold and resolute, with unshakable majesty. The ministers in the hall couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. This was a situation they had never imagined, and the hegemony of the Daxia Imperial Dynasty was something they had never seen before. It was the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty that had never been so overbearing towards them. But, respectfully following seniors' orders, the crowd all responded. At this moment they had no choice. Everything was already doomed. The Green Dragon Dynasty had become a thing of the past, and the Grand Xia Dynasty would become their master. As for the Eastern Realm, from now on it will be changed to the Green Dragon Mansion. Cheng Pu, from now on you will be the head of the Green Dragon House, and you will be responsible for all matters here. Jean looked to Cheng Pu and commanded. Yes, Your Majesty. Cheng Pu respectfully answered. Your Majesty? Hearing Cheng Pu's address to Jean, everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect this man to be the emperor of the Daxia Imperial Dynasty. A generation of human emperors even went on a personal expedition? The humble servant and the last general see Your Majesty. For a moment, everyone bowed respectfully to Jean, no matter what. At this moment, they were all considered subjects of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. Be excused. From now on Cheng Pu is your top boss, and you are all at Cheng Pu's beck and call in all matters. Kim laughed. I obey. Kim nodded slightly. Cheng Pu, this place is all yours. After saying that, Jean directly turned around and left. The matter of the Eastern Realm had been dealt with, and it was time for him to return to the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty. With Cheng Pu sitting here in the East Realm, he was completely at ease. After all, Cheng Pu was at the 6th level of the Sage Entry Realm. Don't worry, Your Majesty, the last general will not let Your Majesty down. Looking at the departing Jean, Cheng Pu Bao testified. Afterward,
He looked at the group of ministers here and commanded, "From now on, this will assume the position of Lord of the Green Dragon House. See you, Lord Prefect." The crowd hurriedly saluted. "Well, you all know the Emperor's command, so hurry down and announce it." "Yes, Lord Prefect." The ministers rushed to convey Jin's order to all of the Eastern Realm. As the news spread, the entire Eastern Realm was thrown into chaos and panic. The various dynastic powers were under great pressure and threat, and they knew that if they did not follow the orders of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, they would face the fate of extermination. As for those lineage clans, although they could exist, they would also become subordinate forces of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. This was a huge blow to those lineage clans with a strong sense of family honor, but they also knew deep down that there was no other choice. And if they didn't follow the orders of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, they were afraid that it wouldn't be long before they disappeared into the history of the Eastern Realm. Under the rule of the Daxia Imperial Dynasty, they could only commit themselves to slavery and endure shame and humiliation. Of course, this was only their thoughts, and in the future they would know that submitting to Daxia was the best choice they had ever made in their lives. A few days later, the entire Eastern Realm gradually regained its calmness as the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty rose with undisputed might, replacing the Green Dragon Imperial Dynasty as the overlord of the Eastern Realm. The Daxia Imperial Dynasty ruled with its harsh means and quickly consolidated its control over the Eastern Realm. The destruction of the Green Dragon Dynasty had also become a wound in the history of the Eastern Realm, allowing people to deeply realize the terror and ruthlessness of the powerful. Chapter 69, Submission of the Two Southwest Realms. In the meantime, Western Realm, Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty. Who the hell are you guys? What exactly do you want to come to my Vermilion Bird Dynasty? Vermilion Bird Auditorium. A bellowing cry came out, and all the civil and military officials were looking at the Water and Yuban duo who suddenly appeared in the auditorium with gloomy faces. The speaker, a mighty and majestic man, was holding a bloodshed sword, his sharpness exposed. It was none other than Mao Zhe, the great general of the Vermilion Bird Dynasty. The Vermilion Bird Dynasty. Submission leads to life. Resistance leads to death. Water raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the people of the entire Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty before looking at the Vermilion Bird Emperor, Zhu Yuanliang, who was on top of the imperial throne, and said coldly, "Seeking death. Just the two of you want my Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty to submit." Hearing the Water's words, the entire court crowd was instantly furious, and the great General Mao Zhe was even outraged. He raised the bloodshed greatsword in his hand and swept it out. The blade was incomparably powerful, bringing up a powerful aura that swept towards the Water. "I don't know what to do." Seeing that this person even dared to attack, Yu Bian coldly snorted and turned into a shadow that instantly appeared in front of this person. He transformed his palm into a fist and blasted towards Mao Zhe with lightning speed. The fist was like electricity, bringing with it a strong concussive force. "What?" Mao Zhe was startled and drew back to defend himself. Boom! When a fist comes out, heaven and earth are shocked. Mao Zhe's entire body instantly flew out backwards and smashed into the ground, and the bloodthirsty sword in his hand was even blown off by Yu Ban's punch. This person is actually so strong? Seeing this scene, everyone was appalled. Great General Mao Zhe was the third strongest person in his Vermilion Bird Dynasty. His cultivation had long been at the 8th level of the Celestials, and no one was his opponent except for the Nirvana Ancestor and the Emperor. Yet he couldn't even take a punch from this man who suddenly appeared? This caused the crowd of the Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty to be incredulous. Yu Ban glanced indifferently at Mao Zhe, who flew out backwards, and said indifferently, "If you dare to do it again, die." As his words fell, Zhu Yuanliang stood up and looked at Yu Ban with a grim expression. "Who exactly are you people? Why did you suddenly intrude into my Vermilion Bird Dynasty?" "Ha!" Water stepped forward and smiled faintly. "We are from the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty." "The Grand Xia Dynasty?" Hearing Water's words, Zhu Yuanliang's face showed a trace of doubt. After all, the Western Realm is not as close to the Northern Realm as the Eastern Realm, and the matter of the Great Summer Dynasty is still being passed into the Western Realm. "What does your Great Summer Imperial Dynasty want?" Zhu Yuanliang asked gruffly. What exactly is the strength of these two people he cannot feel out at all, but from Yu Ban defeated Mao Zhe to see certainly not he can deal with. Is that his Vermilion Bird Dynasty Nirvana old ancestor is afraid that are not the opponent of these two people. It was simply impossible for such a strong person to exist in the Western Realm, so these two must have come from somewhere else? Thinking of this, a trace of uneasiness flashed within Zhu Yuanliang. "I, the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, am the king of Qingzhou, and all forces in Qingzhou will be destroyed if they do not submit." Water replied indifferently. As Shu Wei's voice fell, Yu Ban, who was on the side,
also immediately released his aura.
At that moment, a terrifying aura rose up to the sky,
like a lofty godly mountain suppressing towards everyone.
Puff, puff, as Yu Ban's aura pressed in.
All of them were unable to withstand falling to their knees one after another, and a hint of panic appeared on all of their faces.
Into the holy realm? Zhu Yuanliang's eyes instantly condensed, shocked,
looking towards Yu Ban and said with difficulty. His face had turned extremely pale.
Zhu Yuanliang's heart was unusually bitter.
He didn't expect this person to be at the sacred realm. This level was simply not something that his Vermilion Bird dynasty could fight against. It was his Vermilion Bird dynasty's old ancestor who was only a Nirvana triple.
Two seniors. Our Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty is a subordinate force of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty. Aren't you afraid of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty asking for punishment for such behavior?
Zhu Yuanliang hurriedly attempted to use the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty as a deterrent,
hoping to make these two give up. However,
as soon as his words left his mouth, he heard Yu Ban sneer.
Tianluo Imperial Dynasty? With them?
His words were full of arrogance and disdain,
making Zhu Yuan's conscience even more worried.
Zhu Yuanliang understood that these two were definitely not in existence to be messed with, and not even the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty could stop them.
AI, Yuanliang, submit to them.
Right at this moment, a sigh sounded in everyone's ears, and as the sound fell, an old man over half a decade old appeared in the courtroom.
Elder Ancestor.
Greetings, Elder Ancestor.
Seeing this person, Zhu Yuanliang and the crowd all shouted in a hurry.
This person was none other than the only Nirvana ancestor of the Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty,
Zhu Jun. Ignoring the crowd,
Zhu Jun looked towards Xue and Yu Ban and spoke. My Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty is willing to submit to your Great Xia Imperial Dynasty.
Please be merciful to the two seniors. That being the case,
from now on the Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty is disbanded and the Vermilion Bird Mansion is established,
due to the ban on assuming the position of the Mansion Master.
Hearing Water's words,
Zhu Jun and Zhu Yuanliang's faces changed, but they still nodded.
Although they were very reluctant, this situation simply did not allow them to refuse, or else the entire Vermilion Bird Imperial Dynasty would probably be destroyed by these two.
In addition, notify the entire Western realm that all dynastic forces are disbanded, and that no national forces will be allowed to exist within the borders of my Grand Xia Dynasty.
Zhu Yuanliang and Zhu Jun looked at each other, their hearts filled with helplessness and loss.
Yu Ban,
I'll leave this place to you.
Water then looked to Yu Ban and commanded, my lord will obey. Yu Ban respectfully responded. Water nodded,
then turned directly away.
With Yu Ban sitting here, he didn't need to worry about anything.
At the same time that the Vermilion Bird Dynasty submitted, the Xuanwu Dynasty in the Southern Realm was also taken down by Tu and Lu Jin.
In the face of the saintly realm of the Earth and Lu Jin,
without exception Xuanwu Dynasty and the two major dynasties of the Green Dragon and Vermilion Bird directly chose to submit to the same.
Subsequently,
the Xuanwu Imperial Dynasty was also announced to the public that it was disbanded and the Xuanwu Mansion was established, with Lu Jin assuming the position of the Mansion Master. All the dynastic forces in the Southern Realm were disbanded under Lu Jin's mandatory order and became one family force after another. Some of the forces that resisted were all mercilessly suppressed. Their dissolution was a huge change for the entire Southland.
Since then,
the Xuanwu Mansion had become the new overlord of the Southern Realm.
Great Xia Dynasty, Imperial Extreme Hall.
Congratulations to the Lord of Reincarnation's command for killing the enemy and gaining 15 million reincarnation power. Xiaoling Tian slowly opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth showed a hint of a smile, although it was not much, but a mosquito is still neat even if it is small. 3 days later, all three of the Jin Shui 2 people returned to Daxia to report to Xiaoling Tian.
My lord,
the remaining 3 realms have all been taken by us.
Chengpu and the 3 of them are sitting there separately. Aha!
Xiaoling Tian nodded his head slightly. Through the memories of a few people for what happened in the land of the Southeast and West realms he also knew exactly.
Now that the 4 realms of Qingzhou are all under my Grand Xia's control,
the next step is to face the several top powers of the Middle Kingdom. Several great imperial dynasties dissolved their subjugation to his Grand Xia, and I believe that soon the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty would learn about it. And as for how this Tianluo Imperial Dynasty would respond to this matter, Xiaoling Tian did not care at all.
The current Tianluo Imperial Dynasty was no longer the least bit dangerous in his eyes. Chapter 70, The Imperial Dynasty Shakes. Sahad Desert. In the alien base camp. How is it possible that the Scorpion General is dead? In a large hall, the Scorpion King's face was gloomy. He didn't expect to send the Scorpion General forward to overthrow the Grand Xia, only to have the Scorpion General die in less than a day.
What is the origin of this dasha?
That he could even kill a Scorpion General of the 9th Sage entry level?
The Scorpion King's face was grim and overflowing.
The Scorpion General,
one of the strongest generals under his command, was now dead in this dasha, so one could imagine how angry he was at this moment.
Scorpion Song, the Scorpion King roared, and the entire hall was instantly filled with a strong scorpion aura. Instantly, a huge scorpion light appeared out of nowhere, transforming into a huge black scorpion that hovered in front of the Scorpion King. This black scorpion was huge, its body covered with sharp barb-like scales, and the ground shook when its 4 huge claws stepped on the ground. On its tail, there was a pair of huge poisonous spikes that emitted a piercingly cold aura. It was none other than Scorpion Ming, another general under his command. There were only 6 Sacred Realm entry generals under his command,
and now that the strongest Scorpion General had fallen,
only 5 Sacred Realm entry generals remained.
While Scorpion Ming was the strongest of the several except for the Scorpion General,
and was already at the 8th level of Sacred Realm entry. Scorpion Ming was an elite member of the Scorpion clan,
familiar with all kinds of toxicity and specializing in using poisonous stinger attacks.
After he heard the Scorpion King's roar, he immediately appeared in the Grand Hall, his entire body exuding an intimidating aura.
"King, what are your orders?"
Scorpion Ming whispered, filled with loyalty and reverence. "When will the remaining Scorpion Kings be able to break the seal?"
the Scorpion King asked coldly. After the Scorpion King broke the seal and came out of the world, he had always had Scorpion Ming stationed at the place where the other several Scorpion Kings were sealed, so that he could always provide him with news.
"King, according to the estimation, the left Scorpion King and the right Scorpion King will need about 5 more days before they can break the seal, and the rest of the 7 kings will need about 1 more month."
Hearing the Scorpion King's words, Scorpion Ming respectfully returned.
5 days, and a month to go. The Scorpion King's brow furrowed slightly. Although time was running out, he could still afford to wait for this amount of time. In his opinion, the sudden rise of Dasha was definitely not a good thing. Dasha's strength was getting stronger and stronger. Not only did he kill millions of his Scorpion clan's army, but now he had even killed the Scorpion General of the 9th level of the Sacred Realm. This made the Scorpion King feel threatened. To be able to kill a Scorpion General of the 9th level of the entry Saint Realm, this Dasha definitely possessed a powerhouse of the Great Saint Realm. He had to take action. He couldn't just sit back and wait for death. Pass the order down. Immediately mobilize all of my clan's Sacred Realm entry powerhouses. And when all the Scorpion Kings break their seals, head directly to Dasha to completely annihilate them. The Scorpion King ordered through gritted teeth. The Scorpion clan didn't have many Sacred Realm entry powerhouses, but each Scorpion King possessed 4 or 5 under his command, and each one of them was so powerful that it was chilling. And when they joined forces, they could definitely pose a huge threat to the Grand Xia. "Yes, King," Scorpion Ming respectfully answered,
then turned around and left the Great Hall to command the orders given by the Scorpion King.
And the moment he left,
a sinister look flashed across the Scorpion King's eyes.
"Great Xia, killing so many of my Scorpion clan's clansmen will eventually be completely crushed by us." He let out a cold smile before turning around and leaving the Great Hall, making preparations for a devastating war to be waged against Great Xia next. In the meantime, Qingzhou Middle-earth, Tianluo Emperor's dynasty. In the middle of an imposing hall, Emperor Tianluo was sitting within the Grand Hall with a sad face. He had been in a state of anxiety for the past few days, ever since King Jinbei had returned from the Northern Realm to tell him about Xia. It was really because the news that King Jinbei had brought back was too shocking, and the entire Tianluo imperial dynasty was horrified by this news from King Jinbei.
An unknown powerhouse from the Great Xia had killed a powerful person of the alien race at the 9th level of the Sacred Realm with a single strike, entering the 9th level of the Holy Realm. This strength of the entire Tianluo imperial dynasty in addition to the old ancestor is that he is difficult to deal with. Yet this Dasha even has someone who can kill him with a single strike. What kind of strength is this? It was definitely an existence comparable to the Great Sage Realm. And it wasn't even an ordinary Great Sage. It was simply impossible to do anything below the 3rd level of Great Sage to kill an existence at the 9th level of Entry Sage in seconds.
Great Summer Imperial Dynasty. Just where exactly are you forces? And what is the reason for appearing in the Northern Realm? Emperor Tianluo's heart was filled with doubt and anxiety. He had never heard of the power of the Great Summer before, and was completely confused about it. First it was the foreign races coming out, and now this Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. Emperor Tianluo felt a tremendous amount of pressure. Emperor, King Jinnan, King Jindong,
and King Jinshi seek an audience.
Just then, the eunuch's voice came from outside the hall. What are the three of them doing here at this hour? Emperor Tianluo was inwardly puzzled and confused. Could it be that something has happened to the south, east, and west realms? There were a total of 4 princes in the Tianluo imperial dynasty, each responsible for the affairs of the 4 realms of Qingzhou, and at this time they came over to see him, and the Tianluo emperor had to mess with his thoughts. Let them come. Soon, the 3 princes stepped into the great hall. The king of Jinan was a burly man with a thick beard on his face and an electric gaze. The Zhendong king, on the other hand, was an elegant and handsome man with picturesque eyebrows that shone with shrewdness. The king of Jinshi, on the other hand, was a majestic and solemn middle-aged man with a gaze as deep as an unfathomable lake. I have met the emperor. The 3 of them bowed to Emperor Tianluo separately, their voices resounding. What is it that you have come to see me at this hour? Emperor Tianluo asked. The 3 of them looked at each other with gloomy faces. Then the Jinnan king stepped forward and spoke. Emperor, something has happened in the southern realm. The Xuanwu imperial dynasty has announced the dissolution of the establishment of a Xuanwu mansion. Emperor, the Eastern Realm's Green Dragon imperial dynasty has also announced the dissolution of the establishment of the Green Dragon House. Emperor, the Western Realm's Vermilion Bird imperial dynasty did the same, dissolving the dynasty to form the Vermilion Bird House. The Zhendong king and the Jinshi king also said at the same time. What are you talking about? Hearing what the 3 of them said, Emperor Tianluo's face immediately changed drastically. He hadn't expected things to go so far that all 3 territorial imperial dynasties had actually disbanded and formed a house. What does that mean? It represented that the southern, eastern, and western realms were no longer under the control of the Tianluo imperial dynasty, but had become independent forces. This blow was too much for Emperor Tianluo to bear. What the hell is going on here? Emperor Tianluo secretly gritted his teeth. His heart filled with rage. He felt as if he had been tricked, and the fact that the 3 territorial imperial dynasties had suddenly disbanded without his knowledge was a great mockery of his face and authority. Emperor, it's the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty. These 3 great imperial dynasties have all been subjugated by the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty, and the heads of these 3 great mansions established today are all people from the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty. Hearing this, Emperor Tianluo immediately trembled. Great Xia Dynasty. Hearing that name again, a strong uneasiness rose in his heart. Great Summer Dynasty. What exactly do you want? Emperor Tianluo muttered, and an unprecedented pressure instantly swept through his entire body. Chapter 71 Qingzhou Conference. Emperor Tianluo felt that the existence of the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty posed a huge threat to his dominance of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty. The Great Xia Imperial Dynasty had already subjugated the 3 major imperial dynasties of the southern, eastern, and western realms and established the 3 major provinces. And with the location of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty in the northern realm, this meant that the sphere of influence of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty had been completely and rapidly eroded by the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. The Great Xia Imperial Dynasty was so powerful. What exactly was behind it? Emperor Tianluo began to feel uneasy, realizing that if he didn't take action, the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty would most likely be completely overthrown by the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. I'll go inform the old ancestors now, and you guys keep an eye on the movements of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty. The heavenly Luo Emperor hurriedly spoke to the 3 Jinnan kings and left the middle of this great hall, rushing towards where the old ancestor of his heavenly Luo Imperial Dynasty was. At this moment, he had completely put the threat of the foreign races behind him, and to him the current Great Xia Imperial Dynasty was the biggest threat. Emperor Tianluo couldn't help but feel some panic in his heart as he quickly rushed to the location of the old ancestor, hoping to receive some instructions and help. After Emperor Tianluo hurriedly arrived at the old ancestor's location, he realized that the old ancestor was in closed-door cultivation, and he could only anxiously wait for the old ancestor to come out of seclusion. About half a day later, the heavenly Luo Emperor realized that the old ancestor had finally come out of the gate, and hurriedly came forward and respectfully said, "Old ancestor, you finally come out of the gate." Emperor Tianluo's complexion carried a hint of surprise. What's all the panic about? The old ancestor's eyes lifted as he looked towards Emperor Tianluo and asked. Emperor Tianluo bowed and said, "Old ancestor, a great Xia imperial dynasty has emerged from the northern realm, and the 4 realms of the Green State have now been unified by this great Xia imperial dynasty." What did you say? The old ancestor frowned in question with a hint of anger in his voice. And what kind of power is this great Summer imperial dynasty? The heavenly Luo Emperor didn't dare to hide anything, and immediately described everything he knew to the old ancestor. The more he listened, the more gloomy old ancestor Tianluo's face became, until Emperor Tianluo finished speaking. However,
When he learned that Grand Xia possessed a sacred entry realm 9 that could kill foreign races in seconds, old ancestor Tian Luo was also incredibly grave. He didn't expect that he had only been in seclusion for a few years, and that such a great event had occurred within the borders of his Tian Luo imperial dynasty. Not only did the foreign races suddenly come out of nowhere, but an unknown and powerful force emerged. Do you not know anything about the origin of this daxia? After a moment of silence, old ancestor Tian Luo looked at Emperor Tian Luo and asked in a deep voice. Emperor Tian Luo slowly shook his head and opened his mouth. I only know that this great Xia dynasty was originally a dynastic power in the northern realm, and all of a sudden it rose to replace the White Tiger dynasty, and now it's even taken the southwestern and eastern realms. Upon hearing this, old ancestor Tian Luo pondered, his mind pondering the origins of this great summer imperial dynasty. It was surprising that a dynastic power had suddenly risen to become so powerful, and there were even powerhouses of the great sage realm. Old ancestor Tian Luo would never believe that a tiny northern realm could give birth to such a powerful force. Could it be a force from another continent that wants to invade my Qingzhou? Old ancestor Tian Luo had to think so. After all, such a desolate place like Qingzhou, he really couldn't think of anything else besides other continents. Immediately notify the rest of the forces to have their old ancestors come to my heavenly Luo imperial dynasty, and say that I have something important to discuss that concerns the interests of their respective forces. Judging from the behavior of this great Xia imperial dynasty in taking over the 4 realms of Qingzhou, this great Xia imperial dynasty definitely possessed great ambitions and could attack them at any time. As for why he hadn't made a move yet, he felt that it should be because the current strength of the great Summer imperial dynasty might not be enough to deal with them. So before the great Xia dynasty could make a move against them, he had to gather all the forces in Middle-earth to discuss how to deal with this great Xia dynasty. Yes, old ancestor. The heavenly Luo emperor immediately took the order and immediately sent someone to the remaining 4 major powers to notify their old ancestors. Green Cloud sect, the great Summer dynasty. At this moment, the Qingyan patriarch had also received a message from Emperor Tian Luo, learning about the matter of the great Summer imperial dynasty. The foreign races haven't been wiped out yet, and yet another great Xia imperial dynasty has popped up. The Green Cloud patriarch's face was grave. The news from the Tian Luo imperial dynasty that this great Xia imperial dynasty that had suddenly appeared was powerful and likely possessed a great sage realm powerhouse forced him to pay attention. The great sage realm was already the peak existence of the current Qingzhou, and there were only 5 in total in the entire Qingzhou. However, now this great Xia imperial dynasty was suspected to possess one, and if this news was true, it would definitely break the order of Qingzhou for 10,000 years. Without further thought, the Green Cloud Patriarch hurriedly came to the Forbidden Land to report to the Old Ancestor. Old Ancestor, the Old Ancestor of the Heavenly Luo Imperial Dynasty has asked you to make a trip to the Heavenly Luo Imperial Dynasty, saying that you have something important to discuss. Half a dozen times, a voice came from within the Forbidden Land. What is it? A mysterious force has appeared in Qingzhou, suspected of possessing the existence of a great sage realm. Sect leader Cheng Yin respectfully said. As these words fell, a calm fell over the Forbidden Land. Ryoko, got it. Upon hearing this, the Green Cloud Patriarch gave a slight salute before leaving the Forbidden Land. At the same time, several other top powers, such as the Sacred Yuan Palace, Immortal Treasure Pavilion, and Sword Pavilion, also received news from the Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty at the same time. Elder ancestors within the major powers had moved to the Heavenly Luo Dynasty. A day later, the 4 great powers' great sage realm ancestors arrived at the Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty at the same time. Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty. In an imposing hall, old ancestor Tian Luo was sitting on top of the first place, and the 4 people below him were none other than the old ancestors of the 4 major powers. Gentlemen, this time, I've summoned you here to discuss an urgent matter. I believe that you all already know about this sudden appearance of the great Xia Imperial Dynasty, right? Old ancestor Tian Luo looked at the several people and said in a deep voice. Hearing the words of old ancestor Tian Luo, all 4 of them looked quite grave. Before coming, the Heavenly Luo Emperor had already informed their respective forces of most of the news. Facing this great Xia Imperial Dynasty that was suspected of possessing a great sage realm, it was they who had to pay attention. Brother Luo Yang, does this great Xia Imperial Dynasty really possess a great sage realm? The Qingyan sect's old ancestor looked at the Tian Luo old ancestor and asked gruffly. Old ancestor Tian Luo, whose real name was precisely Luo Yang. Luo Yang nodded his head slightly and said, an entry Saint Realm 9 that can kill a foreigner in seconds is definitely in existence above Great Saint 3. At those words, several people's faces changed slightly. The Great Sage triple above. It was just a few of them who were only at the third or fourth level of great saints.
Brother Luo Yang,
now that the foreign races have come out, this great Xia imperial dynasty possessing a great saint powerhouse isn't necessarily a bad thing for us, right?
At that moment,
the old ancestor of the immortal treasure pavilion suddenly said.
Hearing what this person said, Luo Yang sighed slightly and said,
"What you said is true, but this great Xia imperial dynasty has now taken over all 4 realms of the Qingzhou. From this it can be seen that this great Xia imperial dynasty possesses great ambitions,
a power that possesses strength and ambition. Do you think this great Xia imperial dynasty will coexist peacefully with us?"
Hearing Luo Yang's words, the crowd was slightly silent.
Chapter 72 Scorpion Race Kings collectively breaking the seal.
Luo Yang's words caused the several old ancestors present to look at each other with some concern. The sheer strength of the Grand Xia imperial dynasty and its rapid subjugation of the 4 realms of the Qingzhou had caused them to feel deeply worried about the ambitions and threats of the Grand Xia imperial dynasty.
What Brother Luo Yang said is reasonable.
This great Xia imperial dynasty is ambitious, will never coexist peacefully with us.
Finally,
the old ancestor of the sword pavilion spoke up.
Then how are we going to deal with it?
At once, the sacred Yuan Palace and immortal treasure pavilion's old ancestors both looked at Luo Yang. Luo Yang pondered for a moment and said with a faint smile, "Since the great Xia imperial dynasty has such ambitions,
we can't just sit back and do nothing.
I think our 4 forces should join forces to fight against the great Xia imperial dynasty."
Unite?
The other few ancestors looked at each other.
They knew what Luo Yang meant.
But uniting the 4 great powers was not that simple.
That's right.
Luo Yang nodded his head affirmatively.
This Grand Xia's origin is unknown.
None of us are sure how strong this Grand Xia's strength is. Only by joining forces can we better fight against the Grand Xia imperial dynasty.
Hearing Luo Yang's words,
several old ancestors fell silent.
They understood the reasoning behind what Luo Yang said. But uniting the 4 major forces was not an easy task. After all, each force had different philosophies, and it was hard to truly agree. However, in the face of the threat of the Grand Xia dynasty, they knew that if they did not make a union, their respective forces would face the fate of being broken and annexed one by the Grand Xia dynasty. After a moment of silence, the sword pavilion's old ancestor finally spoke. Brother Luo Yang has a point.
I agree that our 4 forces should join forces and fight against the great Xia imperial dynasty.
I also agree.
Then, the Sacred Origin Palace's old ancestor also took a stand. The Immortal Treasure Pavilion's old ancestor pondered for a moment and eventually agreed.
The rest of them agreed. If he didn't, I'm afraid that his Immortal Treasure Pavilion would immediately be isolated by several major powers.
Luo Yang nodded, slightly relieved in his heart. He knew that only if the 4 major forces joined forces, it would be possible for them to hold their territory in front of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty.
Brother Luo Yang, then what should we do next?
Old Ancestor Changyan looked at Luo Yang and asked.
Since they were united,
they were definitely making a plan to target the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty.
Luo Yang pondered slightly and said, now that the foreign race happens to come out, let's just let this Xia fight with this foreign race for now.
It's best for both parties to lose. So that would be the best outcome for us. Waiting for them to lose both of them is the best chance for us to destroy them. Several people nodded their heads at the words.
The Great Xia Dynasty Hall.
Xia Ling Tian sat high above the throne, and below him a crowd of civil and military officials stood respectfully.
Dear ministers, now that the 4 borders of Qingzhou are all under the control of my Grand Xia, how do you think Grand Xia should develop next? Xia Ling Tian looked at the crowd and spoke majestically. What? The 4 realms of Qingzhou are under the control of my Grand Xia? Instantly,
the crowd of civil and military officials were clamoring,
unable to believe their ears. However,
these words were spoken by the emperor himself, and they had to believe them.
The 4 realms of Qingzhou were unified by the Grand Xia,
and if it wasn't for Xia Ling Tian announcing it out at this moment, other than the group of masters summoned by Xia Ling Tian,
these native officials would not even know about it. Your Majesty,
I feel that my Grand Xia should now completely stabilize the 4 borders of Qingzhou before considering further development.
Li Ru stepped forward and said respectfully, not bad, the 4 realms of Qingzhou have just been recovered,
so it does take some time to stabilize.
Xia Ling Tian nodded in agreement. The 4 realm boundaries were so large that wanting to completely stabilize within these boundaries was simply not something that could be done overnight.
Although many of the dynastic forces within the territory had been forcibly disbanded by the Grand Xia, the people within these forces were certainly filled with hatred towards the Grand Xia, wanting to dispose of these people and make all the territory subjects return to the Great Xia.
This was something that would take a long time. Your Majesty,
we can absorb some geniuses within these territories, and cultivate them will definitely become a great help to my Grand Xia.
Prime Minister Feng Liang stepped forward and suggested. The Prime Minister is right. Talent is the foundation of a dynasty, and I definitely need numerous talents for my large Daxia dynasty.
Xia Ling Tian nodded his head slightly and looked at Jia Yan.
Jia Yan, this matter will be your responsibility.
Although the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty had a host of Chinese masters in command, these masters were too few after all.
Nowadays, the territory of the Great Xia dynasty is so large, with a vast area and trillions of people, it is definitely not possible to manage it with only a handful of Huaxia's outstanding people, so some of the local talents are essential for the Great Xia to exist. The humble servant obeys the decree. Jia smiled faintly and respectfully received the order. Soon, a month passed. With the passage of time, the four realms of Qingzhou were also completely stabilized under the control of Daxia, and the forces in various places were gradually absorbed by the Daxia imperial dynasty. And the countless subjects were also slowly adapting to the rule of the Daxia imperial dynasty. Just as Daxia is stabilizing, the foreigners in the Saiha desert are also having their time of glory, because today, all the kings of the foreign races were breaking the seal in droves. For a time, the entire Saiha desert was in turmoil because of the appearance of these powerhouses. The aura of countless powerful people filled the air, causing the entire Saiha desert to boil. Ha ha ha, finally waiting for this day. The kings of the scorpion race cheered as they were perched on top of the scorpion nest in the center of the desert, their gazes glittering with madness. After 10,000 years, we've finally regained our lives. A scorpion race king roared in excitement. The alien power of the Saha desert skyrocketed, and the fury that enveloped it was suffocating. Qingzhou, Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty. Wait for my scorpion clan's arrival. 10,000 years ago. If it wasn't for the sacred king ancestor of the Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty sealing them here, how could they have suffered for 10,000 years at the bottom of this dark and sunless desert? Now that they were out in the world, how could they possibly let this Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty go? Scorpion King, you've been out for so long yet you haven't even taken down a single northern realm? In a large hall, the 10 kings of the Scorpion clan gathered and sat around. One of the kings looked at the Scorpion King and said in a cold voice, Water Scorpion King, there is an imperial dynasty guarding this northern realm. And this imperial dynasty is not weak, possessing a great sage realm in attendance. Hearing the Water Scorpion King's words, the Heavenly Scorpion King explained in a deep voice, Oh, a royal dynasty actually possesses a great saint realm? At those words, everyone revealed a hint of surprise. In their time, the strongest person in a party's imperial dynasty was only at the saint entry realm, and now they even possessed the great saint realm? Could it be that Qingzhou has become so powerful in these 10,000 years? Scorpion King, is the current Qingzhou more powerful than 10,000 years ago? Another king sitting in the first place asked gruffly. This person was the first king of the Scorpion clan to be born, and the strongest of the 10, the Sand Scorpion King, a great sage 9 heavens. If the current Qingzhou is even stronger than it was 10,000 years ago, then they will have to plan and strategize. After all, nowadays, they were without an emperor to sit in on them, and if Qingzhou possessed a Saint King powerhouse, they would be no match at all. P.S. 342774368 Readers Group. Welcome to join in the exchange. The big ones move your fingers to order free gifts. Chapter 73, Fire vs. Sea Scorpion King. That's not true. Several of the top powers in Qingzhou only possess the Great Saint Realm. As for the Saint King Realm, there is none today. The Scorpion King explained. And this Great Summer Imperial Dynasty, which rose out of nowhere, was previously just a dynastic power. A sudden rise? Could it be that there are forces from other continents backing this Great Summer Imperial Dynasty? Hearing the Scorpion King's explanation, the Sand Scorpion King and the others fell into silence. Qingzhou was the weakest continent in the continent of the 9 states. A sudden rise of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty even possessed a great sage realm, which made it hard for them not to suspect if the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty was backed by some great power from another continent. This king doesn't know either, because he doesn't know just how strong this great sage realm of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty is, so this king hasn't gone back to attack the northern realm these past few days, and instead waited for all of you to come out together to discuss it. The Scorpion King shook his head and said, after pondering for a moment, the Sand Scorpion King looked at one of them and said, See, Scorpion King, since this is the case, you go to this Great Xia Imperial Dynasty to investigate and see just how strong this great sage realm of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty is. The Sea Scorpion King, on the other hand, was in existence second only to the Sand Scorpion King, the great sage 8th heaven. Hearing the Sand Scorpion King's words, the Sea Scorpion King nodded his head and said, All right, this king will go and take a look. Daring to kill so many of my Scorpion clan's army is unforgivable. After saying that, the Sea Scorpion King turned around and headed towards the northern realm. Let's hope that the power behind this great summer imperial dynasty isn't some great power. After the Sea Scorpion King left, the Sand Scorpion King sighed slightly. As a branch of the Fae, they were very clear about how strong some of the great powers of the other continents were, and that it was not something they could deal with at all, and that only their own Fae clan could deal with it. This is a great saint realm of a foreign race? When the king of the foreign race came out, Fire, who was at the border, also instantly felt the aura of the great sage realm coming from the Saha desert like this. 10 great saints. Could it be that all 10 kings of the foreign races have come out? Fire murmured with a flash of gravity in his eyes. No wonder we haven't seen any movement from this foreign race for so many days. So they are waiting for their king to come out? Fire knew very well about his own strength. It was possible to kill below the 6th level of Great Sage, and as for above the 6th level of Great Sage, it was at most a 50-50 split, as it was not yet possible for the Great Sage realm to break through the defenses of the Emperor's armor. But this foreign race had all 10 kings out in the world, and if they all attacked, it would be impossible for him alone to cope with it. Zhang Liao. Fire drank. Your Majesty. Hearing the voice of the fire, Zhang Liao rushed forward to answer. Notify everyone to stand by. The Fae may be attacking again. Yes. Upon hearing this, a hint of bloodlust flashed in Zhang Liao's eyes as he respectfully responded. Great Xia Dynasty. Daxia City. Imperial Extremity Hall. The 5 powers united? Xiaoling Tian's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Just a moment ago he had learned from Mu's memories that the 5 major forces of the Qing state such as the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty had actually joined forces and were aiming at none other than his Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. Mu had been investigating these top forces after being sent to the Green State Middle-earth by Xiaoling Tian, and they naturally couldn't hide it from Mu when they joined together. The Daxia Imperial Dynasty's control of the 4 realms of Qingzhou set off a furor after it was spread to the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty, but because of the fear of the Daxia Imperial Dynasty's strength, they unexpectedly joined forces. At this, Xiaoling Tian was also quite surprised that the top forces of the same Qing state had joined together so easily. Think you can fight against my great Xia by joining together? Naive. Xiaoling Tian let out a cold smile. The Qingzhou without a saint king in attendance had long since ceased to be any threat to his great Xia. The 10 kings of the foreign races have also come out? Steeply. Xiaoling Tian's face changed slightly. He did not expect that the kings of the foreign races had all come out at this time, and although there was no saint king, the 10 great saints Xiaoling Tian had to pay attention to. It looks like we have to destroy this alien race as soon as possible. Qingzhou had already been tacitly recognized by Xiaoling Tian as his great Xia's territory, so how could he allow this foreign race to go on the rampage here? Gold, water, earth, Xiaoling Tian shouted. Swish swish swish. Han. The 3 of them immediately appeared beside Xiaoling Tian and respectfully said, the foreign kings have all come out. Fire alone may not be able to handle it. You guys head to the border immediately. Xiaoling Tian commanded. Yes, my lord. The 3 responded, turning around and preparing to leave. Wait, can your likenesses be changed? Xiaoling Tian suddenly asked. Several Xiaoling Tian appearing in the eyes of the world at the same time made Xiaoling Tian feel rather awkward. It would be better to give each of them a new identity from scratch. Yes, we can change into anything. Hearing Xiaoling Tian's words, the 3 of them nodded at the same time and said. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling Tian pondered slightly, then said, since that's the case, each of you should change to a different identity. Understood. Xiaoling Tian nodded. Go on. 3 entry sacred realms? A murmur came from somewhere in the void at the border of Great Xia. Fixed eyes to see a middle-aged man suspended in which the man is tall with a head full of black hair scattered, exuding a powerful and unparalleled breath. So that people thorns. This person was none other than the Sea Scorpion King of the Scorpion clan. 5 million transformation god armies? The strength of this great Xia Imperial dynasty is truly extraordinary. Feeling the 5 million troops stationed below, the Sea Scorpion King was also shocked. It was his Scorpion clan's army that was only above the Yuaning level. This great Xia Imperial dynasty was surprisingly all starting at the god of transformation. No wonder the heavenly Scorpion King couldn't even take a northern realm up to now. Dare to obstruct the great events of my Scorpion clan. You are not worthy of death. The Sea Scorpion King's face was icy cold, and in an instant, a raging baleful aura surged out, sweeping towards the crowd of the Great Summer Legion. Fae, seek death. Just as the Sea Scorpion King made his move, the fire also sensed the descent of this alien king, and instantly transformed into a burning flame giant that appeared in the void.
and the Emperor's sword in his hand directly slashed towards the incoming baleful aura. Swordmans rushed out from the sky, swallowing the Sea Scorpion King's baleful chi attack instantly. Boom! With a loud bang, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted in the void. This is a great saint of the foreign race? Zhang Liao and the others looked at the Sea Scorpion King above the void. Is the fire going to be a match for the alien Great Sage Realm powerhouse? How is that possible? The Sea Scorpion King looked towards the fire with a hint of surprise on his face. An entry sage first level could actually defeat his attack? Although it was just a casual strike from him, it couldn't be something that an entry sage first level could crush. Has a bit of strength. No wonder he dares to kill my Scorpion Clan's people. The Sea Scorpion King sneered and struck again. The Sea Scorpion King's figure instantly disappeared in place and appeared in front of fire. His hands transformed into huge pincers and blasted directly towards fire. Fire had a cold face and tightened his grip on the Emperor's sword in his hand. Just as the Sea Scorpion King's attack was about to hit fire, fire instantly raised his Emperor's sword high, his body's aura surging as he chopped straight towards the Sea Scorpion King's giant pincers. Boom boom boom. The two of them started a great battle in the void. In an instant, the two exchanged dozens of moves, with the blood-devouring aura overflowing in all directions and the void trembling. Chapter 74, Sea Scorpion King retreats. The Sea Scorpion King's face was unsightly, with a look of incredulity. For him, a powerful person of the 8th level of Great Sage, to fight this first level of entry sage to a standstill was simply a great disgrace to him. Imperial soldiers. Only soon, the Sea Scorpion King knew why. The weapon in this person's hand was actually an Emperor's soldier. But even the Emperor's soldier couldn't possibly allow the first level of sainthood to have the strength to fight against him, right? Although the Emperor's soldier was powerful, at most it could only empower the user to increase his battle power by 4 or 5 weights. Yet how many weights had this sainthood one increased his battle power to fight against him? This king still doesn't believe that you, a mole cricket at the first level of sage entry, can still overturn the sky? Die! Sea Scorpion King's face was gloomy. His footsteps stepped, palm after palm. Punch after punch blasted towards the fire. Each palm slapped out its generated power as if it could burst the void in general. War. Facing the Sea Scorpion King's attack, fire roared with rage and struck out with all his might, his aura stirring and breaking through the void. The strength that erupted was not as good as the Sea Scorpion King, but with the Emperor's sword's enhancement, fire's attack became exceptionally ferocious. Fire swung the Emperor's sword in his hand, his sword aura slashing at the Sea Scorpion King's attack. Each collision sent out deafening explosions, and the air was filled with intense energy fluctuations. Although the Sea Scorpion King was powerful, he gradually fell into passivity under fire's mighty sword strokes. His attacks were neutralized one by fire, and some were even countered. How is this possible? The Sea Scorpion King gritted his teeth and couldn't believe the scene in front of him. How could he not expect that a cultivator at the first level of sage entry would be able to fight against him? Fire laughed coldly and his sword moves became even more powerful, transforming into a swordlight that rushed up into the sky. With the added power of the Emperor's sword, his attacks became even more powerful and precise, with each strike hitting the Sea Scorpion King's vital points. The Sea Scorpion King roared in pain as the wounds on his body grew. He felt his power gradually weakening, and the unwillingness and anger in his heart burned like a flame. Impossible! How could I, a great sage 8th level, be defeated by an entry sage 1st level? He hissed as his aura once again erupted with terrifying might. However, fire smiled coldly and once again executed an even more powerful sword move. The Emperor's sword danced in his hands. His sword chi was like a dragon, bringing up a raging storm. Each strike slammed into the Sea Scorpion King like thunder, causing him to once again spit out blood and fly back. No matter how powerful you are, you can't resist my sword, Fire said coldly, endless battle intent flashing in his eyes. The Sea Scorpion King's pupils shrunk slightly, his face unbelievable. He couldn't accept that a cultivator of the first level of entry sage was able to defeat him. He felt his majesty and dignity being trampled on. An infinite humiliation and anger filled his heart. When did the first level of entry sage become so powerful? Is he too weak? Or is the opponent too strong? Great Summer Imperial Dynasty. You wait for my Scorpion clan's endless retaliation. The Sea Scorpion King roared and instantly rushed into the desert. He alone was completely unable to take down this Sainthood first level, and if he fought any longer he might even be killed by the Sainthood first level Griffin. In anger, the Sea Scorpion King also had to choose to retreat and return to the Scorpion clan. Looking at the departing Sea Scorpion King, Fire also didn't choose to pursue but stood in place for a moment to catch his breath. There were still 9 kings in the alien race besides the Sea Scorpion King. Facing a sea scorpion king had already made it so difficult for him to deal with. If 10 kings joined hands,
he would definitely only lose. Your Majesty, are you alright? At this time, Zhang Liao, Xiahou Yuan and the others in the distance came to Fire's side and worried. The battles of the Great Sage Realm were as terrifying as they were, and it was they who didn't dare to get close but could only watch from afar. Fire shook his head slightly and said, "It's fine, just a little tired." The injuries on his body weren't serious. He had just consumed too much power in the battle with the Sea Scorpion King. Also, just call me Fire from now on. There is only one emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. That's this honored one, Fire said softly. With that, his body shape shifted, and all of a sudden, one face turned into another. This was an ordinary-looking young man, with a head of fiery red hair coupled with his red robe, looking rather majestic. When Zhang Liao and the others saw this one change, they didn't react for a moment. Fire smiled slightly and said nothing. Fire! Swish swish swish! Suddenly, 3 figures appeared in front of the crowd. It was none other than the Golden Trio who had arrived from the imperial city of Daxia. Of course, at this moment, they were all those who had transformed into another appearance and were no longer in Xia Ling Tian's likeness. You're here. Seeing the 3, Fire responded with a faint smile. Well, the honored one said that all 10 kings of the Fey race had come out, and he was afraid that you wouldn't be able to handle it alone, so he asked us to come and help you. A few people nodded, explaining the purpose of their visit. You were just fighting the Fey? Seeing Fire, who was in a wretched state at the moment, Water asked. Well, there was just a great sage 8th in the foreign race. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 3 of them changed slightly, revealing a hint of gravity. The great sage eightfold. Several people knew how strong this realm was, and although they couldn't defeat them, Fire alone obviously couldn't defeat the other party either. This foreign race has to be eliminated as soon as possible. Otherwise it won't do for my great Xia to keep being dragged by the other side. Jin's gaze was slightly cold as he said in a chilling voice. That's right. Since the honored one has sent us all here, he obviously wants us to overthrow this foreign race as soon as possible. Good. In that case tomorrow we'll directly attack the alien base camp. A cold aura flashed in the eyes of several people, decisively deciding to directly launch an attack on this alien race's main camp. General Zhang, General Xiahou, prepare yourselves for tomorrow and follow us directly to the alien race to completely destroy it. Fire looked to Zhang Liao and the others and ordered. Yes. Zhang Liao and the others responded. Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty. A battle in the Great Sage Realm? Luo Yang, the old ancestor of the Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty, looked towards the northern border, and there was an immense amount of gravity in his gaze. Just a moment ago, he sensed a terrifying aura coming from the northern realm, an aura brought about by a battle between Great Sage Realms. It seems that the kings of the foreign races have already come out in droves. Great Xia Dynasty, I hope you can carry on. A complex color flashed across Luo Yang's face. He wanted the Grand Xia Dynasty to win, yet he didn't want the Grand Xia Dynasty to win, which could be described as contradictory. He knew very well how strong the 10 kings of the foreign race were. Each of them was a Great Sage Realm existence. That is, the Great Sage 9 possessed one. This strength was simply not something he could deal with in Qingzhou. In the face of this strength of the foreign race, he didn't think that this Great Summer Imperial Dynasty could withstand it. However, if the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty couldn't resist, the next to suffer would be his Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty as well as the entire Qingzhou. And if the Great Xia Dynasty had fended off this foreign race, then it meant that this Great Xia Dynasty was incredibly powerful, and they couldn't possibly be a match for this Great Xia Dynasty even if the 5 major forces were united. Thinking of this, a scowl flashed across Luo Yang's face as well. 75. Attack on the Saha Desert. Great Xia Dynasty. Border. Zhang Liao, Xiahou Yuan, is the army ready? Fire looked to the 2 men beside him and asked. Fire Emperor, everything is ready to attack the alien race at any time. The 2 reported respectfully, although the Fire let him call him by his first name, but after all, it was Xia Ling Tian's doppelganger, so Zhang Liao and the others decided that it would be better to address him as the Fire Emperor. As for gold, wood, water, and earth, they all referred to them as emperors as a sign of respect. Very well, since this is the case the army departs immediately. Let the foreign race be completely destroyed today. Yes, soon. The 5 million army all assembled. Under the leadership of the Fire a few people, momentum like a rainbow. As if the tiger whistling down the air swallowed the world in general toward the middle of the Saha Desert and into. In front of the army, the Fire 4 led and advanced, with Zhang Liao, Xiahou Yuan and the other 5 million troops following closely behind them.
Endless auras erupted from within them, bloodlight rushing to the sky and shaking the void. Although the foreign race possessed 10 kings, and each of them was at the Great Saint Realm. So what? If fire was the only one, then he definitely wouldn't attack the alien base camp easily. But he wasn't the only one at the moment. Which of the four of them, gold, water, fire, and earth, were not existences that could resist the 9th level of the Great Sage, and although they were unable to win, they were completely unafraid. Meanwhile, just as Fire and the others were leading their army towards the alien race's main camp, the Sea Scorpion King was also back in the Scorpion clan's quarters. Sea Scorpion King? Are you injured? When the Sand Scorpion King and the others saw the wretched Sea Scorpion King, their faces changed in anger. Sea Scorpion King? What's going on? The Sand Scorpion King asked in a deep voice. The Sea Scorpion King was at the 8th level of the Great Sage Realm, and this Great Summer Imperial Dynasty was able to injure him. How was this possible? Could it be that this Great Xia Dynasty's Great Sage Realm was a Great Sage 9 heavens? And even if it was the 9th Heavenly Hallows, it was impossible to defeat the Sea Scorpion King, right? The Scorpion race is originally stronger than the human race. The same realm in the case of the human race is simply impossible to be their Scorpion race's opponent. It is higher than their human race is at most a tie. Gentlemen, this Great Xia Imperial Dynasty doesn't have any Great Saint Realm powerhouses at all. It's merely a couple of Saint Initiation realms. The Sea Scorpion King's face was gloomy as he said in a cold voice. A few into the Saint Realm? Then why are you injured? Hearing what the Sea Scorpion King said, the crowd froze slightly, all revealing a hint of incomprehension. Since it's just a few entry sacred realms, how could you, a great sage 8th level, be injured? Although it's just a couple of sacred realms, one of them is incredibly powerful in battle, not weaker than a great saint at all. Although it was humiliating to be injured by an entry sacred realm, the Sea Scorpion King was forced to explain himself. And this person relying on an emperor soldier was actually able to fight with this king, and was even able to break through his defenses. How is it possible that an entry sage was able to fight you, and was able to break through your defense? At those words, everyone was stunned, clearly not believing it. Saint Realm, every difference of one weight was a world of difference. Not to mention the gap between the entry Saint Realm and the Great Saint Realm, it was simply not at the same level. If a Great Sage Realm wanted to kill an innate saint, it simply wouldn't be too easy, and 100 innates couldn't possibly be a match for a single Great Sage Realm. However, now the Sea Scorpion King was telling them that an entry sacred realm from the Great Xia Dynasty was not even his opponent. How could this make several people believe? Is there any need for this king to lie to you about such a disgraceful matter? These injuries on my body are all caused by that person's imperial soldier. Seeing that a few people didn't believe him, the Sea Scorpion King was helpless to explain. He also knew that these few people would definitely find it hard to believe what he said. If he hadn't experienced it himself and had someone else tell him that an entry sage realm could defeat a great sage 8th, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. Not to mention that it was still a sainthood entry level 1. It was simply terrifying as hell. Seeing how certain the Sea Scorpion King was, several people were forced to believe it as well. Although it was a bit unbelievable, the Sea Scorpion King had absolutely no reason to lie to them. According to you, the Scorpion General shouldn't have been killed by this Great Xia Imperial Dynasty's Great Sage, but rather this Sage Entry Realm. The Scorpion King's face was shocked. All along he had thought that the Scorpion General had died at the hands of the Great Saint Realm, but he hadn't expected it to be just an Entry Saint Realm. However, this Sacred Entry Realm was actually able to defeat the Sea Scorpion King, so it was fortunate that he hadn't rashly gone ahead to this Great Xia before. After all, the Sea Scorpion King had been defeated by him, and he was only a Great Sage 4th level, so if he went, he probably wouldn't even know how to die. Few of you. This person is only at the 1st level of Saint Entry and he can be so powerful. He is definitely an incomparably demonic human race. We must not let him grow up. The Sea Scorpion King looked at the several people and said in a deep voice, "The Sea Scorpion King is right. This Sacred Realm entry is definitely one of the most demonic ones ever to come out of the Green State. Not to mention the Qingzhou. I'm afraid that there is no such demonic person in any other continent. We must kill this person as soon as possible, lest he grows up, and then it will be the end of my Scorpion clan." The Sand Scorpion King nodded in agreement. Then what should we do? Go directly to this Great Summer Imperial Dynasty and destroy it? Hearing what the duo said, the remaining few asked. The Sand Scorpion King pondered for a moment and ordered, "Immediately gather all the armies and directly attack the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty. Yes, today, we will completely destroy this Great Xia Imperial Dynasty." A stern look flashed across several people's eyes at the same time.
They Scorpion clan came out so far, has not made a move against several top forces in Qingzhou, but in the hands of this great Xia dynasty lost nearly 5 million troops. For this great Xia dynasty they have long been filled with anger. The entire Scorpion clan only had a total of 10 million troops, and now that they had lost half of them at the hands of this Xia, how could they not be angry? Report! Right at this moment, a Scorpion race commander suddenly rushed in to report. King, the great Xia imperial dynasty is attacking towards our base camp, only 20 miles away from our place. What? This great summer imperial dynasty even dares to attack my Scorpion clan's base camp? Does it really think that my Scorpion clan is afraid of them? Hearing these words, the Sand Scorpion King's face turned cold, and endless anger surfaced in his eyes. All along, only he, the Scorpion race, had attacked the human race, but at this moment, to be hit by these human races at their doorsteps was simply a disgrace to them. Just in time, gather all the armies at once. If you dare to come and attack my Scorpion clan, let them have no return today. The Sand Scorpion King's face was incredibly gloomy as he immediately ordered. Yes, the commander responded and hurriedly went down to gather the army. A few of you, let's go and meet this great summer imperial dynasty and see on what basis they dare to attack my Scorpion clan. The Sand Scorpion King sneered and instantly flew towards the front. Go! The remaining few nodded their heads and also followed the Sand Scorpion King. Chapter 76. The front should be the main camp of the foreigners. In the center of the Saha Desert, on top of a piece of Gobi, yellow sand whistled in the sky, and countless sand and dust flew in the air. At this moment, Fire and the others were leading the 5 million troops under their command were moving forward silently. Their faces were calm, and they regarded the yellow sand in the sky as if it was nothing. This should be it. To the side, Jean said with a grave expression on his face. What appeared in front of everyone's eyes were countless sand holes. Each hole was a few meters in size, and it was obvious that the foreigners were at the bottom of these sand holes. Someone's coming. Water's gaze flickered to a certain sandy hole. Looks like the Fae already know we're here. Fire smiled gently, and his face was also quite grave. After all, this was the alien race's base camp, and no one knew how many strong people of the alien race were here. But even so, the crowd was not the least bit afraid. Great Summer Imperial Dynasty, you guys are really arrogant. How dare you bring troops to attack my Scorpion clan's base camp? Right at this moment, dozens of figures suddenly flew out from the sandy cave, each of them exuding a powerful aura, and the entire Saha Desert void was filled with bloodlight, and a bloodthirsty aura filled the air. Flying out of the cave, the Sand Scorpion King looked across at Fire and the others and sneered. Behind them were the Sea Scorpion King, the Sky Scorpion King, and the other 9 foreign kings as well as the Sacred Realm entry warlords under their command. A few Sacred Realm entrants dared to invade my Scorpion clan's base camp with impunity. Who gave you the guts? The Sea Scorpion King also let out a cold laugh and said indifferently. Ha ha, what do I, Great Xia, have to fear from a small foreign race? Fire let out a loud laugh and looked towards the Sand Scorpion King and the others in front of him and coldly droned. Today, is the day that your foreign race will be destroyed? 10 great saints and more than 20 sainthood entry realms. I have to say that your foreign race's strength is indeed powerful. Seeing the strength of the other party, Fire and the others' faces were also slightly stagnant, although a few of them were not afraid of these alien powerhouses. Zhang Liao and the others were afraid that facing so many Sacred Realm entrants would be a disaster. Is the strength of my Scorpion clan not comparable to your great Xia dynasty? The Sand Scorpion King let out a cold snort. Then his eyes stared, and a powerful aura suddenly emanated from his body. His figure became huge in an instant, turning into a huge sand scorpion with a tens of meters long tail, covered in dark armor and emitting a cold aura. This was the Sand Scorpion King's true form, and he had entered a true fighting state. Compared to the Sand Scorpion King's change, Fire and the others did not show any weakness. Fire's entire body burned with a blazing flame, and his entire body seemed to have transformed into the god of flame, as terrifying flame energy flowed uncontrollably around his body. A raging current also surged around the water, forming a huge water tornado that wrapped around his entire body. Jin Zhe transformed into a ball of golden light. The golden light illuminated the entire Gobi, and his body contained a powerful power of gold. The earth, on the other hand, transformed into a huge mountain, and the whole thing seemed to be an impregnable fortress that did not budge. The power of the four came together to form a powerful formation. They didn't say anything else as Fire and the others synchronized their strikes and directly met the Sand Scorpion King and the other 10 great saint powerhouses. A small entry sage first level, and you dare to fight against this king? Sand Scorpion King and the others all sneered and rushed towards the Fire 4 people. The first level of sainthood is just completely not in their eyes. Only the Sea Scorpion King's gaze is full of heavy color. The fire's strength he has personally learned. At this moment even appeared again 3 into the saints of the first way toward them to kill. Could it be that these 3 people and the fire are the same with the great saints of the war power? As several people battle together, the fire 4 people's power is also let the Sand Scorpion King and other people shocked. They originally thought that the fire several people but ordinary into the saint realm. I did not expect the strength is so amazing. It seems to be really as the Sea Scorpion King said. Into the saint a heavy even can fight with them. Flame chop. Fire let out a loud roar and rose up into the air. The Emperor's sword in his hand emerged flickering with scarlet flame light. Infinite pressure spread out, slashing towards the Sand Scorpion King and the others. At that moment, the bloodlight shone brightly, as if the sky dome was split apart, and countless berserk flame chi rushed and swept away. The strike of fire was like a giant sword of flames, and with a wild aura, it directly chopped towards the Sand Scorpion King and the others. And water, gold, and earth also struck out, each performing a powerful attack. The water gathered in a huge water tornado with an amazing impact and rolled directly towards the Scorpion King. Jean then exerted the power of gold as his entire body transformed into a ball of golden light and charged directly towards the Sea Scorpion King. The earth, on the other hand, transformed into a gigantic mountain, releasing an indestructible power and impacting towards the other alien kings. The power of the several people's attacks was simply breathtaking. The yellow sand in the Saha desert boiled up, the wind howled, and the dust flew. Fire, water, gold, and earth worked well together, repelling a Fey king with every attack. The alien race's main camp was thrown into chaos, as countless scorpion warriors were swept away by several people's attacks and died tragically on the spot. You seek death. The Sand Scorpion King let out a roar, and the black armor on his body hardened even more, like an impregnable fortress. Kill. Just as the Sand Scorpion King and the others were fighting the fire few, the crowd of Sacred Realm Scorpion Clan warlords below also roared and rushed towards Zhang Liao and the rest of the 5 million strong army. War. Seeing the alien race's sainthood realm rushing towards them, Zhang Liao, Xiahou Yuan and the others roared and met these alien race's sainthood powerhouses. The entire battlefield instantly became exceptionally intense, with countless swords intertwining, fire splashing, and all kinds of power intertwining together, creating an intense picture. Zhang Liao, Xiahou Yuan and other generals of the army were engaged in a fierce battle with the alien race's sacred realm entry powerhouses, with both sides going back and forth, alternating between offense and defense. The battle was exceptionally intense. The 5 million troops in the rear all rushed into the alien race's base camp, frantically engaging the alien race's army in a fierce battle. Boom! Boom boom boom! On the battlefield, countless energy collisions resounded continuously, and the intense battle caused the ground of the entire Saiha desert to tremble violently. Although the strength of the people of Daxia are not weak, the Fire 4 people completely will be the alien race of the 10 kings to hold back, but the alien race of the saintly realm possesses more than 20 people, and Zhang Liao and other a group of generals but 9 people, although it can cross the level of the battle, but in addition to Zhang Liao 2 people they are only saintly 1 weight, facing these sacred realms of the foreigners. For a while Zhang Liao and the others were gradually falling into a disadvantage. Ha ha, it's just a couple of sacred realm entrants. Wouldn't they be my Scorpion clan's rivals? A Scorpion race general of the 9th Sage entry level laughed loudly, as if the balance of victory was already tilted in their favor. Go a few of you and kill these hordes for me, and leave these guys to us. After repelling Zhang Liao with a single strike, this sacred ninefold shouted at several sacred generals. The armies of both parties were 5 million in number. However, the soldiers of the Grand Xia were generally above the god of transformation, while most of the Scorpion race was nothing more than Yuaning, and even though they possessed a few Nirvana generals, it was clear that their alien army was not a match for this Grand Xia imperial dynasty. Yes, immediately, there were 4 sainthood triple generals who answered the call and rushed into the army to start slaughtering. Chapter 77, 6 Sword Slaves. Looking at the 4 sainthood realm powerhouses rushing towards the middle of the army, Zhang Liao and the others had ugly faces. But they do not have any way. After all, they are only 9 people. Although he and Xiahou Yuan 2 people is into the saint of the 3rd, but the war into the saint of the 8th. That is, the 9th is also not the slightest fear. However, Deng Ai was only at the 1st level of sainthood, so at most he could only fight against the 4th level of sainthood. Not to mention that there were as many as 20 sainthood realms among the foreigners. Damn it, the other side has too many saint realm entry powerhouses. We're no match at all if this continues. After Xiahou Yuan killed a sainthood 4th level foreigner with a slash, he came to Zhang Liao's side with an ugly face and said,
Zhang Liao also had a gloomy look on his face as he looked towards the Fire Four who were battling in the void, realizing that it was also difficult for them to support each other at all. I didn't expect that this foreign race's sacred realm entry powerhouse would possess so many. This attack was indeed hasty. Zhang Liao secretly blamed himself in his heart. They really hadn't anticipated before that this foreign race would still possess so many powerful people of the sacred realm. Whatever. Fight them. Zhang Liao gritted his teeth and with a flash of ferocious light in his eyes once again rushed into the midst of the foreigners. He knew that the only way now was to fight with all their might. They had to kill the alien race's sacred realm entry powerhouse as soon as possible. Only then could they gain victory. Xiahou Yuan and the others also did not flinch as they rushed towards the alien race's sacred realm. Great Xia Dynasty. The Imperial Palace. I didn't expect the Fae to be so powerful. Xia Ling Tian murmured. Through the vision of the Fire Few, Xia Ling Tian also knew the situation in the middle of the Saha Desert. Although the Fire Four had stalled the 10 great kings of the Fae, it was difficult to distinguish between victory and defeat for a while, which put the pressure on Zhang Liao and the others. Zhang Liao and the others were only 9 people, and it would definitely be difficult for them to fight against the alien race's siege of more than 20 sacred realm entrants. System. Summon 6 second-rate human masters. Without further thought, Xia Ling Tian immediately decided to summon the 6 human masters. With the addition of these 6 human masters, the end of the foreign race was already doomed. Summoning successful. Consumed 600,000 power of reincarnation. 14. 4 million remaining. Congratulations to the Lord of Reincarnation for summoning the world's 6 sword slaves. 6 sword slaves? Xia Ling Tian was slightly stunned, not expecting that this time, the 6 human masters summoned together would actually be a killer squad. The 6 sword slaves are the first-class killers of the heavenly character in the Luo network, and they are on the same level as the black and white double Jian, and their strength is also not weak. The 6 sword slaves, in pursuit of great power, gave up their freedom and their real names to join the Luo net, and were granted the most famous sword by Zhao Gao, and have been known by their swords ever since. They are True Kong, Water Breaker, Chaotic God, Sprites, Turning Spirit, and Soul Destroyer. Each of the 6 is possessed of their own positioning. Zhengang belongs to the killers, Broken Water belongs to the hiders, Chaotic God belongs to the helpers, the Sprites and Demons belong to the speculators, and Turning Spirit and Destroying Soul belong to the restrainers. System. Check the profiles of the 6. Name, Soul Destruction. Dynasty, Xin Shi Mingyu. Equivalent rank, second-rate human master. Talent, second-rate. Realm, 7th level of sacred initiation. Troop type, none. After reading the information of the 6 people, Xia Ling Tian was slightly pleased. This strength is not a handful to overthrow a foreign race? True Vajra Great Sage 1. Broken Water Entry Sage Perfection. Chaotic God Entry Sage Perfection. Sprites and Fairy Entry Sage 9. Transmutation of the Prana Entry Sage 8, and Destruction of the Soul Entry Sage 7. To the Saint Realm. This realm, strength enhancement has been as difficult as heaven. In the Chaotic God arrived in the same consummation after the Broken Water actually has not stepped into the Great Saint Realm, but fortunately is really just not lose hope finally stepped into the Great Saint a heavy. Xia Ling Tian knew that because many of the generals under his command had not risen to their current limits due to a lack of reincarnation power. The fluctuations in the elevation of the realms of the human masters summoned out of the world right now were all small. However, with these 6 people joining in, the defeat of the foreign race was finalized. The 6 people were already incredibly powerful on their own, and if they joined forces, they would definitely be a terrifying presence. In the Saha Desert, with the several sacred realms of the foreigners rushing into the army at this moment has already suffered heavy losses, and if it continues like this, I'm afraid that the entire army will be completely wiped out. Zhang Liao and the others were also anxious when they saw this situation, yet they simply couldn't get away from the alien race's saint entering powerhouses. Just as the crowd was in the middle of a fierce battle, steeply, a void crack appeared in the void, and an endless killing aura spread out from it. The Sand Scorpion King and the others, as well as all of the foreign races that were fighting, were shocked by the situation and didn't know what was going on. It seems that the Honored One has finally sent someone. Fire smiled faintly. Attacking the Fey Fire Few never worried about failing, because they all knew that if they were not defeated by the alien race's main body would definitely send someone to come and support them. And as Xia Ling Tian's doppelganger, how could they not know Xia Ling Tian's bottom card? As Zhang Liao and the others watched this scene, a hint of anticipation flashed in their eyes. In a blink of an eye, a figure stepped out from the crack. 6 people in total, each of them dressed in black robes holding a sharp sword. Their auras were stern as swords and full of killing opportunities. These 6 people were precisely the 6 human six-sword slaves summoned by Xia Ling Tian:
True Kong, Water Breaker, Chaos, Sprites, Turn Breaker, and Soul Destroyer. Seeing the appearance of the 6 sword slaves, Zhang Liao and the others were instantly delighted. They knew that with these 6 joining them, their pressure would be greatly reduced. 5 initiates and 1 great saint? When the Sand Scorpion King and the others saw the sudden appearance of the 6 sword slaves, their faces were immediately gloomy. They didn't expect this great Xia dynasty to have so many strong people. Ha ha, Fei, today, you will be destroyed. Seeing the 6 people appear, Fire let out a loud laugh and rushed towards the Sand Scorpion King and the others once again with Jean and the others. Foreigners, be destroyed. Shingang coldly drank. With that, a sword was swung out, and the sword chi streaked across the sky directly attacking the Scorpion King. Among the 10 kings of the foreign race, Scorpio was the weakest in strength with only the great sage 4th realm. So True Kong did not hesitate to directly choose the Scorpion King as his opponent. Utilizing the ability of instantaneous transfer, Broken Water instantly approached a foreign race's saint entry powerhouse, the long sword in his hand stabbing at his throat. The chaotic god transformed into a residual shadow and swiftly passed through the body of a foreigner's 4th level of sainthood entry, his figure disappearing into thin air. The sprite saw a break in one of the saint realm powerhouses and chopped down on his body with a sword, directly cutting him into 2. The turning spirit and soul destroyer also rushed into the crowd of the alien race's sacred realm entrance, and between the chopping blows, the shocking power was abnormal. The alien race's army was originally overwhelming, but after the 6 sword slaves appeared, the situation was reversed. Zhang Liao and the others also seized the opportunity to fight against the remaining sainthood realm powerhouses. In the midst of the great battle, the strength of the foreign races was gradually suppressed, and many of the strongest sainthood entrants fell. In just a few short breaths of time, the foreign race's sainthood realm powerhouses were a dozen or so that had fallen, and in the face of a few 6 sword slaves who were above the 7th level of sainthood, the foreign race's sainthood realm powerhouses were completely unable to withstand them. Die! Broken Water coldly shouted, and with one sword, he directly chopped a Fae of the 9th level of sainthood into 2 pieces, and then turned his direction to kill the rest of the Fae of the sainthood realm. Chapter 78, The Terrifying 6 Sword Slaves. Half an hour later, all of the entry saint realm powerhouses of the entire alien race were killed by the 6 sword slaves few. Without the saintly powerhouses, the alien race's army was simply defenseless against Xia's millions of harmonized god or above armies, and was completely caught in a lopsided situation. Da Xia, you seek death. When the Sand Scorpion King saw the situation, he was instantly enraged. He didn't expect that his Scorpion clan had just come out not long ago, but they were all killed by this great Xia imperial dynasty. And at this moment, in addition to their 10 kings, all of the great generals of the sacred realm were dead, and it was the great armies that were being mercilessly killed by the great Xia. Thinking of this, the Sand Scorpion King was incomparably furious as he began to unleash an even more terrifying power. His body became immense, transforming into a giant sand scorpion that towered over the clouds, his entire body shimmering with golden light. Go to hell! The Sand Scorpion King roared, its huge pincers attacking directly towards the fire. One sword to the sky. Fire shouted out, his body's aura sword, raising the Emperor's sword directly toward the incoming giant pincers with a sword chop. Boom! There was a shower of sparks as the Emperor's sword directly severed the giant pincers, splashing sand and dust in all directions. But the Sand Scorpion King didn't stop there, as he unleashed a fierce attack on the fire with extreme strength. Fire transformed into a huge flame dragon and pounced on the Sand Scorpion King. The two clashed in the air, erupting into a terrifying energy collision. On the other side, the Sea Scorpion King, the Left Scorpion King, the Right Scorpion King and the Sky Scorpion King and the other 9 were also frantically launching fierce attacks towards the 4 people of gold, water, earth and True Kong. The attacks of the 9 Fey Kings were like a raging storm that pressed Jean and the others back. After all, the 9 were actual great sage realms, and without the might of the Emperor's sword and the defense of the Emperor armor, Jean's several people were completely no match for these foreign kings. Kill! Right at this moment, 5 auras containing endless killing opportunities instantly attacked the Scorpion King, and it was none other than the 6 sword slaves Broken Water several people. The Scorpion King's face changed wildly when he felt the sudden killing opportunity, and he hurriedly turned back, only to find that the 6 sword slaves had already appeared a few meters behind him, and their swords were already stabbing at his vitals. No good! The Scorpion King was shocked in his heart and hurriedly turned back to try to dodge, but the speed of the sword was too fast for him to avoid it. The sword instantly pierced through the Scorpion King's body, and blood immediately gushed out.
The Scorpion King screamed miserably as his entire body was smashed by the power of the sword and flew out,
landing heavily on the ground.
His body had been penetrated by the sword and suffered a fatal injury.
Die. Seeing this,
Jingang immediately appeared in front of the Scorpion King in a single movement of his figure and completely decimated him with a single sword.
Scorpion King.
When the other few Fey Kings saw this scene, their faces suddenly changed and they let out shocked sounds. They didn't expect the strength of these few people to be so terrifying that they were able to decimate the Scorpion King.
Damn humans. You seek death.
The left Scorpion King roared and charged towards the 6 sword slaves. He held a huge axe,
and between the axe slashes, a powerful aura instantly erupted, as if he was able to cut through the heavens and earth with ease. Chop! As the left Scorpion King axed down,
the 6 sword slaves' faces were grave, and the long swords in their hands danced rapidly,
forming a spinning blade.
The giant axe and the sword blade clashed together fiercely,
sending out dazzling sparks. 6 swords in one. In an instant,
the 6 sword chi of the 6 sword slaves converged together to form an immense and incomparable sword.
The sword was like a rainbow,
cutting through the sky and instantly chopping at the left Scorpion King.
The left Scorpion King immediately felt a huge threat. He could feel that the might of that sword even exceeded his own power. He didn't dare to slow down and hurriedly suspended his giant axe, ready to meet the attack. Boom!
The collision between the sword and the axe instantly erupted with a dazzling energy glow, and the collision of the two forces triggered a strong shockwave.
The surrounding space was torn apart by this shockwave, forming countless spatial cracks. Impossible! How can you humans be so powerful? The left Scorpion King roared angrily.
His entire body's strength was suppressed by the sword's power, and he felt that he was moving towards death step by step. The sword continued to press towards the left Scorpion King, eventually chopping his entire body into countless pieces, splattering blood and turning into puddles of bloody water. Left Scorpion King. When the other foreign race kings saw this scene, they couldn't help but feel fear in their hearts. They had originally thought that their great saint realm cultivation was enough to suppress their opponent, but realized that they had completely misjudged their opponent's strength. After a few of the 6 sword slaves joined the battlefield, but in an instant the 2 kings of the foreign race were directly beheaded. This caused the only remaining Sand Scorpion King and the others to be instantly scared out of their wits. They had originally disdained the Great Xia Imperial dynasty and even felt that the other party was a mole-like existence, but now they realized that their perceptions were completely wrong. The people of the Great Xia Imperial dynasty were surprisingly so powerful in battle, and they were so strong that it was unimaginable.
In this situation, the remnants of the alien race's army could no longer withstand the Great Xia's attack, and they became fragmented, completely falling into despair. After killing the left Scorpion King, the 6 sword slaves once again rushed towards a great sage 6th level foreign race king. This alien king was fighting fiercely with the earth when he realized that the 6 sword slaves were charging towards him. His face suddenly changed, and he hastily dodged to avoid the attacks of the 6 sword slaves. However, the 6 sword slaves were extremely fast, and a sword chopped out, directly piercing through his body. The alien king's miserable screams resounded through the battlefield as his body was cut in half by the sword's strength, blood splattering. Damn it, pull back! The Sand Scorpion King roared angrily and hurriedly shouted to the remaining few kings. At this moment, they already had absolutely no desire to fight again. Just in an instant they had all lost 3 great saints, and their army was even slaughtered. Now there were only 6 of their great saints left who were completely no match for the Stasha. Trying to escape? Seeing this, Fire and the others let out a cold laugh, and they all erupted their terrifying strength to chop away with a sword towards the alien great saint who wanted to flee. Fire flame slash! Fire shouted. His body erupted with intense flame energy, and the fire attribute emperor's sword in his hand transformed into a huge flaming sword. The sword was like a rainbow, and the flames filled the air, completely encircling the great saint of the foreign race who was trying to escape. Gold, water, earth, and the 6 sword slaves had used their terrifying moves. Water current homogenization. Water waved the water attribute emperor's sword in his hand, and the water currents quickly coalesced to form a huge water column. Earth shattering. Earth raised the earth attribute emperor's sword in his hand and slammed it into the ground. Instantly the ground cracked open and huge sand and dust gushed out from the ground. Break the sky. The 6 sword slaves' 6 swords united, their sword chi coalescing into a glowing and radiant sword aura. Piercing. Jean bellowed, the metallic emperor's sword in his hand stabbing at the alien great sage's vitals. Several attacks instantly swept toward the great sage of the foreign race. Chapter 79 Foreign race destroyed amazing soldier strength. The 7 Fey great saints' faces suddenly changed when they felt the great threat from all directions, and they hastily exerted their entire body's strength in an attempt to fend off their attacks.
However, they were already physically and mentally exhausted and were completely unable to utilize their full battle power. Under the combined attacks of fire, gold, water, earth, and the six-sword slaves, they were simply unable to withstand them. All of a sudden, 5 alien kings were struck by the attacks of the six-sword slaves and the others, and their bodies turned into fragments in the air, drifting away with the wind. The remaining Sand Scorpion King and Sea Scorpion King witnessed this tragic scene, and they were unwilling to accept such a defeat. They roared angrily and exploded all of their strength. The Sand Scorpion King transformed into a golden giant mirage and lunged at fire and the others, his huge pincers smashing into fire like lightning. Sword Sea boundless, fire roared, and the sword in his hand transformed into countless sword chi, forming a sea of swords. The sea of swords lunged towards the Sand Scorpion King, instantly crushing the Sand Scorpion King's giant mirage. At the same time, the Sea Scorpion King transformed into a giant sea scorpion and charged towards Jean and the others. His gigantic tail was like a tsunami, sweeping through endless waves, wanting to drown Jean and the others. Jean moved in his heart, and the sword in his hand emitted a golden glow as the sword energy coalesced into a golden wall, blocking the Sea Scorpion King's attack. Then he chopped down with his sword, the sword chi cutting through the waves and chopping the Sea Scorpion King's head. The Sea Scorpion King hissed in pain as his entire body turned into a puddle of blood and water, dissipating into the waves. After a moment of silence, the entire battlefield fell into dead silence. The Sand Scorpion King's anger and despair was revealed at this moment, as he felt the killing intent of the six-sword slaves and the others behind him. He knew that he had no way back but to fight to the death with the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty. Come on, you guys want me dead? With you humans? The Sand Scorpion King hissed loudly as his body became massive once again, flashing with a golden light. A hint of determination flashed in the eyes of the six-sword slaves and the others, as they decided to completely eliminate the Sand Scorpion King and wipe out the threat of the foreign race once and for all. Joint attack! Fire bellowed, and the 6 of them once again joined forces to launch a powerful attack. Flames, sword chi, water pillars, soil, true rigidity. A terrifying attack blasted towards the Sand Scorpion King. The Sand Scorpion King roared, his huge pincers and tail waving as he tried to block their attacks. However, the power of these attacks had exceeded his imagination, and he felt his power fading away a little. Great Xia Dynasty, waiting for the emperor of my clan to come out will surely destroy you, Great Xia. Ah! With a roar of misery from the Sand Scorpion King, in the end, under the 6 swords of the 6 sword slaves, the Sand Scorpion King collapsed. His body once again turned into a puddle of blood and water, completely dissipating above the battlefield. The entire alien army had completely collapsed. Their king was all but destroyed, and their morale had been completely shattered. The army of the Grand Xia Dynasty took advantage of the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, and the alien army was powerless to fight back, and could only be slaughtered by the Grand Xia army. Shortly afterward, the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty completely crushed the resistance of the foreign races and achieved a final victory. The entire alien race's millions of troops, including the 10 kings, were all decimated, leaving only countless corpses and the bloody aura that permeated above the battlefield. The Fae, finally, have been wiped out. Fire looked at the tragic situation above the battlefield and sighed. Yeah, although we have annihilated the foreign race, our losses are not small. Jean looked towards the only 3 million troops left in the army and also revealed a hint of sadness. Although they had won this battle, they had lost 2 million troops, because the Scorpion clan had an excessive number of sainted war generals. With the addition of a few sainted realm foreigners, their army was completely unable to withstand them, and if it wasn't for the timely arrival of the 6 sword slaves, it was unknown how much of this 5 million army would have been lost. The emperor in the Sand Scorpion King's mouth should be the sacred king realm that was sealed here 10,000 years ago. Thinking of the emperor in the Sand Scorpion King's mouth, Fire and the others' faces flashed with a look of gravity. Realm of the Holy King. This level of powerhouse is not something they can deal with right now. Fortunately at this moment, this Saint King is still in the seal and has not come out of the world. Otherwise they are all expected to fall here. Let's inform the army to return. At least now the foreigners are no longer a threat except for the emperor who has yet to be born. Subsequently, the remaining 3 million troops led by Zhang Liao and the others returned straight towards the imperial city of Daxia. The alien army was all destroyed, and there was no need for the border to be garrisoned anymore. Great Xia Dynasty, the Imperial Palace. Congratulations to the Lord of Reincarnation's command for killing the enemy and gaining 95 billion reincarnation power. 95 billion. Xia Ling Tian was instantly stunned. What a horrible amount. To what level could so much reincarnation power elevate his Daxia? Xia Ling Tian was thrilled inside. This was the most terrifying one ever obtained. However, this was reasonable. After all, the alien race was so powerful. There were dozens of alien races in the entry Saint Realm alone. Not to mention the 10 great Saint Realm kings of the alien race as well as the 5 million alien race army. Ordinary armies acquired less reincarnation power, but a 5 million alien army could at least provide him with billions of reincarnation power. And the sainthood realm, even the lowest sainthood first level, could provide 100 million chakra power. And sainthood perfection could even provide 1 billion. Each of the 10 kings of the Great Saint Realm was able to provide billions, and the Sand Scorpion King of the Great Saint Nine was even able to provide 9 billion chakra power. So with such a huge base, it was also the case that he had gained a terrifying 95 billion chakra power this time. With so much reincarnation power, the Great Xia dynasty would next develop at a terrifying speed and become the top power above the 9 continents continent. 2 million troops were killed in this conquest of the foreign races. So let's resurrect these generals first. Xia Ling Tian murmured, then said to the system, resurrect the 2 million troops that were killed in this battle. Resurrection successful, consumed 200 million chakra power. 200 million. For the current Xia Ling Tian was nothing more than a hair's breadth. Although the resurrection was consumed at 10 times the rate, Xia Ling Tian already didn't care about that at all. After all, he had 95 billion. Summon 1 million more Huban guards, 900,000 Western Liang Iron Cavalry, and 900,000 Xia family army. These 3 major troop types were first-class troop types, and would definitely be the mainstay legions of the Grand Xia in future conquests. So Xia Ling Tian didn't hesitate to choose to expand them to 1 million. Summoning successful. Consumed 280 million reincarnation power. Remaining 94. 52 billion. Troop type, Huban Guard. Class, First Class Soldier. Realm, 1 Nirvana Perfection Grand Commander. 10 Nirvana 9 Commanders. 100 Nirvana 6 Vice Commanders. 1000 Nirvana 3 Major Captains. 10,000 Nirvana 1 Minor Captains. And all the remaining members of the team from Celestial 7 to Celestial Perfection. This, Xia Ling Tian immediately stayed like a wooden chicken. The strength of this soldier is simply horrible like this. Just Nirvana Realm is more than 10,000 people. The Celestial Realm is more than 900,000. Together with the words of the Western Liang Iron Cavalry and the Xia family army. What kind of terror is this? Once the 3 first-class legions are out, the entire Qingzhou is not a handful. Chapter 80, All Civil Servants and Military Generals Breaking into the Great Sage. Xia Ling Tian did not return to his senses for a long time. It was really because the strength of this soldier type had shocked him. Ever since the second-rate soldiers broke through the 5 million strong army, Xia Ling Tian hadn't summoned a new soldier to come out for a long time. And he didn't expect that summoning Zhang Liao's Huban defenders this time around would give him such a big surprise. Nirvana Realm, that is, it was an absolute high level in the heavenly Luo Imperial dynasty, belonging to the general level of existence. How many Nirvana Realm powerhouses are there in the entire Qingzhou? The 5 top powers combined are not estimated to have broken 1,000. Yet he, the Xia, has tens of thousands of names at this moment. Ask who else. System, how much reincarnation power do I need to consume to raise all the troop types to their peak? The upper limit of the realm had been raised to the Nirvana Realm after the emergence of the 3 first-rate troop types, and the current strongest Grand Commander of the 5 second-rate troop types was only at the 9th level of the K-Void, so the gap had already been infinitely widened. Lord of Reincarnation. All troop types need to consume 50 billion reincarnation power to raise to their peak. How much more? 50 billion. Xia Ling Tian was completely confused. This value was just too big. It had already caught up to half of what he had. However, Xia Ling Tian also knew that the number of 5 million soldiers was indeed huge, and with so many of them all elevated above Celestial, and the captains and above were even in the Nirvana Realm, the consumption must be immense and incomparable. It looks like it's better to put the strength of these soldiers on hold. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Ling Tian decided that it would be better not to raise the strength of his soldiers. 50 billion reincarnation power could completely allow him to raise the leaders under his command as well as himself to the peak. Raising the strength of his soldiers right now would be a completely uneconomical act. Moreover, he could have summoned Chun Pu and the others' new soldiers to arrive at the peak directly, and for the time being, there was no need to spend a huge amount of money on boosting the strength of these already emerged soldiers at all. Now that Jin Gang is a great sage first level, that means that I am now fully capable of ascending to the first level of Saint King? Thinking of this, Xia Ling Tian was just bursting with excitement. Saint King's Realm? A huge Qingzhou did not even have a Saint King's Realm nowadays, so one could imagine the content of the Saint King's Realm. A king in the sacred realm was estimated to be among the strongest divine continent in the 9 continents continent. Moreover, with his own strength as well as that of the fire, even if he was in the first level of the Saint King realm, he was definitely an invincible existence among Saint Kings, and it was the legendary Supreme Being who was estimated to be able to resist 1 or 2 of them. System, raise my strength to Saint King. Xia Ling Tian immediately commanded the system. Lord of Reincarnation. The power of reincarnation is insufficient. Amount. Xia Ling Tian was slightly stunned. Over 90 billion was not enough to raise him to Saint King? Then a thought. Xia Ling Tian is also understood. Into the Saint realm each weight he needs to consume 500 million. So that is the need for 4.5 billion. And the Great Saint realm each weight is 5 billion. 10 weight down is 50 billion. As for the Holy King, it's even more horrifying that it takes 50 billion to raise 1 weight. AI. This power of reincarnation is so unproductive? Xia Ling Tian sighed. Originally thought that obtaining more than 90 billion, how could it be enough for him to splurge? But as a result, it was now that he couldn't even raise his strength to the peak, then raise it to great sage perfection. Although he couldn't ascend to the Saint King realm, but even if he was a great saint perfection, he would still be an absolutely invincible existence in the Saint King realm. As for the Supreme, Xia Ling Tian felt that he might not be an opponent. After all, the Supreme Realm was a supreme powerhouse that had suppressed an era. If a great emperor doesn't come out, who will compete for the summit? As Xia Ling Tian's words fell, Xia Ling Tian's realm also climbed up steeply at an extremely fast speed, and a terrifying aura then appeared, enveloping the entire Great Xia Imperial City. Enter the Holy One. Enter the Holy Triple. Enter the Holy Sevenfold. Entry into the Holy Perfection. Boom! Without stopping, Xia Ling Tian directly broke into the Great Sage realm. It then rose again at a terrifying rate. The Great Sage Triple. The Great Sage 6. Great Sage 9. The Great Saint is perfected. It wasn't until the Great Sage was complete that Xia Ling Tian's aura completely stabilized. With Xia Ling Tian's breakthrough, the entire Great Xia Imperial City, including the subjects within the several surrounding cities, all felt the terrifying aura coming from within the Imperial Palace. For a time all the subjects were in a state of horror. What kind of horrible existence is this? Is there another strong person in my Xia? Who has broken through to the Supreme Realm? Who knows what realm this is? Just an aura alone is surprisingly so terrifying? Whatever realm he's in, it's the realm of invincibility anyway. Ha ha, that's right. My Grand Xia will be invincible under the Emperor's leadership. All of the subjects had fallen into a heated discussion about the future of Daxia. Elevation successful. Consumed 54.5 billion of reincarnation power. 40 billion remaining. Xia Ling Tian had to sigh. It was surprising that he had consumed more than 50 billion just to raise his strength. However, it was worth it. After all, he had 5 major detachments, plus himself was 6 great sage perfections. This strength was absolutely terrifying. Next, it's time to raise the strength of Zhang Liao and the others. After his own strength was raised, then it was time to raise the generals under his command. After all, at this moment, he was the one who still had 40 billion chakra power, which was completely enough to raise Zhang Liao and the others to the peak. The only pity was that he could currently only ascend to the first level of Great Sage. After all, the strongest person under his command at the moment was Tru Kong, a Great Sage realm. System, raise Zhang Liao, Xiahou Yuan and the others all to Great Sage 1. As Xia Ling Tian's words fell, all of the outgoing Wenchang martial generals' realms instantly rose by leaps and bounds. Zhang Liao, Xiahou Yuan, Jia Yan, Li Ru, Black and White Dual Jian, Zhou Tai, Wei Yan, Deng Ai, Zhang Wei, Yan Liang and Wen Chou, Hua Xiong, 6 Sword Nuns, Yu Biao, Lu Jin, Zhang Ren, Chang Pu, and others have all stepped into the Great Sage 1 realm. Elevation successful, consumed 18 billion of reincarnation power, 22 billion remaining. Xia Ling Tian smiled slightly bitterly, not expecting that the amount of reincarnation power consumed by so many people to ascend was not even half as much as his own. Originally, I thought that the strength enhancement of these generals was a big part of consuming the power of reincarnation, but now I was realizing that I was the big player. It was only at the Saint King realm that 50 billion chakra power had to be used to raise 1 level. So how much would the supreme beings and even the great emperors that were not found in the ancient times behind them have to consume? Xia Ling Tian no longer dared to think about it anymore. It was completely a bottomless pit. Your Majesty, General Zhang and General Xiahou, they have returned to the court. Right at this moment, Black and white dual Jian came to the Imperial Extreme Hall to report to Xia Ling Tian.
Back. Upon hearing this,
Xia Ling Tian gently nodded his head and said, "This conquest of the foreign races, all the generals and the army deserve a lot of credit, so let them rest well for 3 days. Come to the court hall after 3 days to convene a court meeting."
Yes. Black and white dual Jian answered and then went forward to inform Zhang Liao and the others. Nowadays, the black and white double Jian can be said to be the eyes of his dasha, and nothing can possibly escape the detection of the black and white spirits and monsters. Thinking of this, Xia Ling Tian felt that he should have the realm of the demons and monsters raised. The other armies could be indifferent, but as the only intelligence department at the moment, the strength certainly couldn't be too weak. Chapter 81, The Trepidation of Qingzhou's Forces. System, raise the demons and monsters to their peak. After thinking about it, Xia Ling Tian directly ordered. Elevation successful, consumed 10 billion of reincarnation power, 12 billion remaining. Although raising the spirits and demons consumed a great deal, but for Xia Ling Tian it was worth it. After all, it was responsible for the intelligence part. If there was no strength to try to detect any useful intelligence, it was simply impossible. Now the spirits and demons are the Nirvana realm also has more than 10,000. The rest are all celestial realm. It is also time for them to go to the rest of the continent to explore some news. Nowadays, the Grand Xia could already be said to be an invincible existence in Qingzhou, yet it didn't know anything about the other 8 continents, which wasn't good news for Xia Ling Tian. There's still 12 billion reincarnation power left, just in time to upgrade this system one more time, and I don't know if there will be any new features unlocked in this upgrade. Xia Ling Tian murmured a sentence, revealing a hint of anticipation. System, upgrade. Upgrade begins, consuming 5 billion reincarnation power. The previous setting of 500 million in 10-fold increments has been changed to a 100-fold increment. Otherwise upgrading would be too easy. Meanwhile, Qingzhou Middle-earth, Tianluo Imperial Dynasty. In the middle of an imposing hall, there were a dozen or so people situated, precisely the executives of the 5 top powers of the Green State. Old Ancestor, the northern king of Jinbei has sent word that the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty's army has returned from the middle of the Saha Desert. Emperor Tianluo looked towards his own ancestor and said in a low voice. Hearing what Emperor Tianluo said, the entire crowd in the Great Hall gave a slight lurch as the atmosphere was low. When the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty led an army to attack the foreign races, they were the first to learn about it. And now when they heard that the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty's army had returned, all of them were plunged into silence. They were all clear about the power of the foreigners. Yet this Great Xia Imperial Dynasty attacked the foreigners and still managed to return unharmed. What did that tell them? Everyone understood that the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty must have defeated the foreign races. Otherwise it was impossible for them to have returned peacefully. As for the Fae sparing them and not driving them to extinction, that was clearly impossible. The human race and the alien race have been great enemies since ancient times, but wherever they meet, it will be a situation of death and survival. Not to mention that this Great Xia Imperial Dynasty has attacked the alien race's base camp. I didn't realize that this Great Summer Imperial Dynasty is so powerful that even the foreign races are no match. Luo Yang said with a gloomy expression. Brother Luo Yang, what do you think we should do now? The Qingyan sect's old ancestor asked at once. The might of the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty was like a huge stone pressing down on the hearts of the crowd, making it impossible for them to catch their breath. As the Qingyan sect's old ancestor's words fell, the people from the sacred Yuan Palace and the Sword Pavilion all looked at Luo Yang at the same time. After all, Luo Yang is also the #1 person in Qingzhou nowadays, no matter how you say it. Facing this sudden rise of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, they were at a loss as to how to deal with it for a while, and could only count on Luo Yang to have any good ways to deal with it. Luo Chuan, are the specifics of the situation in the middle of the Saha Desert known? Luo Yang didn't answer right away, but looked at Luo Chuan and asked. Luo Chuan, also known as the Emperor of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty. Luo Chuan shook his head and sighed. I don't know. After all, that's the main camp of the foreigners, and King Jinbei didn't dare to investigate deeper into it. Are there still large armies from the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty stationed in the borders? Luo Yang asked again. No, the army of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty has directly withdrawn from the border since returning from the Saha Desert, and now no one is stationed there. Luo Chuan returned. Directly evacuated the army? Are you sure? Okay. Luo Chuan nodded in affirmation. Upon hearing this, Luo Yang's face turned ugly. The direct withdrawal from the border speaks for itself. If the foreign race is still there, it is impossible for the Great Xia Dynasty to withdraw its troops so decisively. So I am afraid that this great Xia dynasty has really eliminated the foreign race. Luo Yang's heart was heavy. He knew that the rise of the Grand Xia imperial dynasty would bring a huge challenge to Qingzhou, and might even change the pattern of the entire Qingzhou. Facing this sudden situation, for a moment it also caught their major powers off guard. It was thought that the Great Xia dynasty and the foreign race war would be a lose-lose situation anyhow, so that they could take advantage of the situation and settle the two forces completely from it. However, reality told them that this was an extravagant hope, and the power of the Grand Xia imperial dynasty was completely beyond their imagination. Luo Chuan, how is the intelligence investigation of this great summer imperial dynasty going? After a long time, Luo Yang looked at Luo Chuan and asked again. Ever since the last time it was known that the Grand Xia imperial dynasty possessed an expert who had killed the 9th level of entry saints in seconds, the Tian Luo imperial dynasty had launched an in-depth investigation into the Grand Xia imperial dynasty. The rise of the Great Xia dynasty was really sudden. All of them hadn't reacted to the fact that this Great Xia dynasty was already so powerful. Old ancestor, this Great Xia dynasty was nothing more than a dynasty a few months ago, and the strongest person was just a transformation spirit first level. However, ever since the Great Xia dynasty's crown prince Xiaoling Tian ascended to the throne, the entire Great Xia dynasty's strength has skyrocketed, and now it even possesses millions of transformation spirit or above armies with great sage powerhouses. Luo Chuan's face was grave. He was also taken aback when he learned of this news, and thought that the investigation was wrong, but as a result, after confirming it again and again, he was forced to accept this exaggerated reality. In a few months' time, the strength of the Grand Xia imperial dynasty had risen so terrifyingly. Not to mention him, the people in the hall at the moment were all shocked when they heard what Luo Chuan had said. Great Xia Crown Prince Xiaoling Tian? Luo Yang's face was gloomy, not knowing what he was thinking. This Xiaoling Tian must have obtained some terrifying inheritance, or else he couldn't have been so heaven-defying. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yang looked at the crowd and said, "Gentlemen, this Great Xia imperial dynasty is no longer something we can deal with. So what should we do? If this Great Xia imperial dynasty comes attacking towards the Middle Kingdom, do we have no choice but to surrender?" Hearing what Luo Yang said, the old ancestor of the Qingyan sect, the old ancestor of the Sword Pavilion, as well as the people from the sacred Yuan Palace all changed their faces drastically. As the top forces of Qingzhou, they had never thought that they would actually turn terrified one day because of an imperial power. In the past, how had the forces of the imperial dynasty ever been placed in their eyes? Surrender? How can that be? A hideous color flashed in Luo Yang's eyes as he coldly laughed. Although we're not a match for this Great Xia dynasty, we can ask for external assistance. I believe that no power will be uninterested in the face of this horrifying inheritance that the Great Xia dynasty has obtained. Foreign aid? The crowd was slightly stunned. They were the most powerful forces in the entire Qingzhou. They were not even a match for this Great Xia imperial dynasty. Who else could they invite? Is it Brother Luo Yang? What do you mean? The Sacred Origin Palace ancestor's face slightly stared as he asked in a deep voice. You guys are thinking well. There are no forces in the Green Continent that are rivals to this Great Xia imperial dynasty. But it doesn't mean that the forces in the other continents aren't rivals to this Great Xia imperial dynasty as well. Chapter 82, Wujiu, the Palace of Sun Luo. Luo Yang wore a cold smile on his face as he said, I believe that as long as the news of the Great Xia imperial dynasty spreads out, there will definitely be forces interested in this Great Xia imperial dynasty. Brother Luo Yang, will this lead the wolf into the house? In the face of Luo Yang's decision, the crowd all showed a look of worry. Qingzhou was already one of the weakest forces in the continent of the 9 continents, and if the great forces of other continents were introduced to Qingzhou, who knew what these forces would do to them? Although they belonged to the top tier of forces in Qingzhou, in the eyes of the forces of the other continents, they were probably not even ranked as a first-class force. Don't worry, there's a big power in the Wuhu continent that I happen to know one of the elders. As long as I pass the news to this elder, they'll definitely come to deal with this Great Xia imperial dynasty, and they won't do anything to us. Luo Yang said confidently. I wonder what forces Brother Luo Yang is talking about. The crowd lit up and asked. The Temple of Moro. Luo Yang faintly said. What? The Temple of Moro? The crowd was shocked. They didn't expect Luo Yang to be acquainted with the elders of the Sun Luo Hall. The Sun Luo Hall was one of the 4 top forces of the Wuhu continent, and it was rumored to have a supreme being in attendance, shaking the party. Within it, there were even 8 Saint King powerhouses, which were existences that could shake the entire Wuhu continent if they stomped their feet. The Wuhu continent, on the other hand, was an existence that could be ranked in the top 5 amongst the 9 continents. so it could be imagined how strong this Sun Luo Hall was. I didn't expect Brother Luo Yang to know the elders of the Sun Luo Hall. It really surprised us. The crowd heard what Luo Yang said and all of them let out a sigh of relief, followed by a sigh of relief. What was a great Xia imperial dynasty if it was joined by the Temple of the Moro? What was a great Xia imperial dynasty? Luo Yang looked at the expressions of the crowd and a proud smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In my early years of training in the Wuhu continent, I was fortunate enough to meet one of the elders of the Sun Luo Hall, and subsequently worshipped amongst the Sun Luo Hall to become an inner disciple. And it was only after many years that I left the Sun Luo Hall to return to the Green State due to some matters. In that case, then we don't have to worry about this great Xia imperial dynasty. Luo Yang nodded slightly and said, all of you can now return to your respective forces to gather your disciples, and when the Sun Luo Hall powerhouses arrive, we'll directly attack the great Xia dynasty to overthrow it. Alright, we'll go back and gather the disciples. The crowd nodded in response and then turned to leave. The Sun Luo Hall coming to Qingzhou would definitely only send a few strong men. After all, this was cross-continental, and if the Sun Luo Hall acted in a big way it would definitely be known by the rest of the several top powers. And between each of the 9 continents is an endless sea isolation. Without the strength of the Saint Realm want across the continent is simply unrealistic things. After all, there are countless sea beasts in the sea area. That is, the sacred realm wants to cross the continent have to be careful of these sea beasts' attacks. Old ancestor, do we really need to notify the Moro Hall? After the crowd left, Luo Chuan looked at Luo Yang worriedly. He naturally knew about the Sun Luo Hall, and had even followed Luo Yang to the Sun Luo Hall in the past. However, it was precisely because he knew about the Palace of Moro that Luo Chuan was even more worried. Because the Sun Luo Hall wasn't that easy to get along with. The people of the Sun Luo Hall were completely just oblivious to the forces of their Qingzhou. Moreover, the favor Luo Yang had formed with the elders of the Sun Luo Hall was not deep. If Luo Yang informed the Sun Luo Hall of the news this time, I'm afraid that the Sun Luo Hall would also take the opportunity to come and rule over Qingzhou. The reason why Qingzhou had been able to develop in a stable manner was entirely because it was too weak and didn't have many resources at all. So there were no forces willing to come to Qingzhou at all. However, at this moment, if the news of the great Xia imperial dynasty was passed on to the Sun Luo Hall, the people of the Sun Luo Hall would most likely unify the Qingzhou and passing after arriving in the Qingzhou. After all, they had come all the way here, so how could they possibly let go of this opportunity? If we don't notify the Sun Luo Hall, are we waiting for Qingzhou to be overrun by the great Xia imperial dynasty? Luo Yang sighed softly and said helplessly, it's better to be unified by the Sun Luo Hall than to be unified by the grand Xia imperial dynasty. At least I'm considered a disciple of the Sun Luo Hall anyways. Maybe the Sun Luo Hall will even hand over the management of Qingzhou to my Luo family after they unify it. Their behavior did indeed fall into the category of drawing a wolf into the house as the Qingyan sect and the others had said. But this wolf didn't count at least for his Luo family. As for the Qingyan sect, the Sword Pavilion, and so on, he wouldn't care about the survival of these forces. After the Sun Luo Hall had destroyed the great Xia imperial dynasty, the entire Qingzhou would still fall under the jurisdiction of his Tian Luo imperial dynasty, and it would be the Qingyun sect and other forces that would have to obediently obey what the old ancestor said. Hearing Luo Yang's explanation, Luo Chuan also instantly understood. At least this was the best option for his Tian Luo imperial dynasty at the moment. If he did not notify the Sun Luo Hall to come, his Tian Luo imperial dynasty would most likely be overthrown by the great Xia imperial dynasty. Whereas if he notified the Sun Luo Hall, even though his Tian Luo imperial dynasty would become a subordinate force of the Sun Luo Hall in the future, at least his Tian Luo imperial dynasty would still exist and would still be the top force in the Qingzhou as usual, and he would even be able to completely unify the Qingzhou because of the Sun Luo Hall. Go down and get ready. I'm going to inform the Moro Hall right now. Luo Yang spoke softly and then left the middle of the Great Hall. Wu Xiu, 10,000 miles away from Qingzhou, the Sun Luo Hall, one of the 4 top forces of the Wuhu continent, was situated on the western side of the Wuhu continent. At this moment, within a secret room of the Sun Luo Hall, an old man dressed in black robes was sitting on top of the main seat, his eyes deep and dark, revealing an unfathomable power. This person was none other than one of the inner sect elders of the Sun Luo Hall, Shi Ren, with a cultivation that was even more terrifying at the great sage perfection realm. Shi Ren was resting his eyes with his eyes closed when all of a sudden his mind stirred and he violently opened his eyes. Luo Yang? Shi Ren muttered. After so many years of not contacting me, he actually contacted me at this time. After murmuring, Shi Ren also opened his transmission note. He wanted to see what this Luo Yan was looking for him for. As Qiren opened the transmitting note, Luo Yang's voice also came from inside. Elder Qi, a mysterious power has appeared in Qingzhou, the great Xia imperial dynasty. A few months ago the strongest person was no more than the transformation spirit realm, but now it already has a great sage powerhouse at its helm. And it's my Tian Luo imperial dynasty that's no match for it today. I suspect that this great summer imperial dynasty must have obtained some terrifying inheritance strength to be able to improve so quickly. Thinking about it, I think I can only inform Elder Qi. I don't think the Sun Luo Hall would want to miss out on this terrifying inheritance from the Grand Xia imperial dynasty, right? At this point, Luo Yang's voice also disappeared. The great summer dynasty? Terrifying inheritance? A light flashed in Qiren's eyes. To be able to have a power that only possessed the transformation god realm elevated to having a great sage sitting at the helm in just a few months, this great summer imperial dynasty really seemed to have obtained some kind of treasure. As for whether Luo Yang would be deceiving him, Qiren didn't think about it. After all, what kind of power was he? Sun Luo Hall? Would Luo Yang dare to make fun of his Sun Luo Hall? This matter seems to require informing the temple master, Qiren thought. Then his figure flickered and disappeared into the secret room, rushing towards where the palace master of the Sun Luo Hall was. Chapter 83, System Upgrade completed. New function synthesis. Soon, Qiren arrived at the Sun Luo Hall's Hall Master's location. Hall Master, my subordinate has something important to report. Qiren looked to a middle-aged man in front of him and respectfully reported. The name of the Hall Master of the Sun Luo Hall was Lei Qing, and he was also the strongest existence among the 8 Saint Kings of the Sun Luo Hall, with a cultivation that had long since arrived at Saint King perfection. What is it? Lei Qing glanced lightly at Qiren and casually asked. Hall Master, one of my Sun Luo Hall's former inner disciples, Luo Yang, has just sent word that a mysterious force has appeared in Qingzhou, and in just a few months' time it has gone from being a weak force to the top-tier force it is now. Luo Yang suspects that this great Xia dynasty might have obtained some terrifying inheritance to improve so quickly. Qiren said respectfully, a horrible legacy? At those words, Lei Qing revealed a hint of curiosity. Is the news reliable? And who is this disciple you speak of? Lei Qing asked immediately after. Back to the palace master. This disciple was the one who joined my Sun Luo palace 100 years ago, and because he or she was from the Sky Luo imperial dynasty of Qingzhou, so he or she returned to the midst of Qingzhou a few decades ago due to some matters. After a pause, Qiren continued. The matter of the Grand Xia imperial dynasty was personally transmitted by Luo Yang. The news should not be wrong. Hearing what Qiren said, Lei Qing fell into deep thought. The top power in Qingzhou was only a Saint King sitting at the top 10,000 years ago. Nowadays, because of the matter of the foreign race has long been declined, having a great saint realm to sit in the town can become a party of the top power. But even so, it only took a few months to grow from a weak force to a top-tier force. Could it really be that they had obtained some kind of inheritance? But there hadn't been a strong person above the level of a great emperor in the history of Qingzhou. What kind of inheritance could make a weak power grow into a top-tier power in a short period of time? After contemplating for a moment, Lei Qing couldn't think of anything and instructed Qiren. In this case, Elder Qi, you go and notify Saint King Beixian and Saint King Mingzhe, so that the two of them can make a trip to Qingzhou to investigate this great summer imperial dynasty. Yes, Your Highness, Qiren respectfully answered, then turned around and left to inform Beixian and Saint King Mingzhe. Saint King Beixian and Saint King Mingzhe were precisely 2 of the 8 Saint Kings of the Sun Luo Hall. Both of them were above the 6th level of Saint King, and their strength was incomparably powerful. Great Xia dynasty. It seems like the Saint King realm really isn't such a good breakthrough. Inside a cultivation chamber, Xiaoling Tian opened his eyes. A golden light flashed past. A golden dragon's shadow could be seen floating around his body, emitting a terrifying aura causing the void to ripple. After Daxia was promoted to an imperial dynasty, the power of Qi fortune increased greatly, and the spiritual Qi of the entire Daxia territory at least exploded by tens of times, which made all the people of Daxia excited. Cultivating in such an environment was twice the effort for everyone. However, today's Xiaoling Tian was already a great sage perfection, a strength that could be said to have stood at the pinnacle of the green state. And although Xiaoling Tian's talent was at the Hongmeng level rewarded by the system, wanting to break through to the Saint King realm would definitely require a period of sedation before he could do so. Right now, Lord of Reincarnation. System upgrade complete. The system's voice sounded in Xiaoling Tian's head. Xiaoling Tian, who was preparing to head to the courtroom, gave a start for it. Finally, the upgrade is complete. Last time it only took a day, but this time it took 3 days. Xiaoling Tian's face showed joy, and he quickly asked, System, can you add any new features in this upgrade? Lord of Reincarnation.
This upgrade increases the summoning quota synthesis function,
hereby rewarding the Lord of Reincarnation with the Yangzhou tripod. Synthesis function?
Xiaoling Tian was puzzled and opened his mouth to ask after him.
System, what does the synthesis function mean? Explain. The synthesis function, as the name suggests, is the ability to synthesize the summoned manhwa quota into a higher level manhwa. 5 second-rate manhwa quota can be synthesized into a first-rate manhwa quota, and 5 first-rate manhwa quota can be synthesized into a top-rate manhwa quota. So it is. Hearing the system's explanation,
Xiaoling Tian was also relieved.
Not that this feature does much for him, but at least it's harmless.
Every time you upgrade the system to increase the most is definitely the second-rate human masters.
The second-rate human masters,
although in this side of the world is also an invincible heavenly figure,
but it is certainly not as strong as the first class, or even the top. System, how many human quotas have been added in this upgrade? 20 second-rate human masters, 10 first-rate human masters, and 2 top-rate human masters. I can't believe it's doubled. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling Tian instantly smiled with a frown on his face.
The increase in quota this time was surprisingly double the increase in previous upgrades.
With so many quotas for human masters, why would he worry about not being powerful in Great Xia?
Together with the quotas obtained from this upgrade, Xiaoling Tian calculated that he currently possessed a total of 20 second-stream human Jia quotas,
18 first-stream human Jia quotas, and the top tier already possessed as many as 3.
There was absolutely no need for him to summon all of the second-rate personage slots,
and besides,
now that he had as many as 18 first-rate personages,
why would he need to summon another second-rate? Thinking of this, Xiaoling Tian decided to synthesize all of the second streams into one. System, synthesize 20 second-rate slots into first-rate. Synthesis successful.
As the system's voice fell, so far Xiaoling Tian had 22 first-rate manhwa slots and 3 top-ranked manhwa slots.
3 days have passed. It's time to go to court.
Xiaoling Tian stood up and walked towards the outside of the secret room, pushing open the door to the chamber. He was just in time to see Jia waiting.
Your Majesty. Seeing Xiaoling Tian come out, Jia Yan respectfully saluted. Fumiwa, why are you here? Seeing Jia Dang, Xiaoling Tian's face was puzzled. Usually when there was nothing going on, Jia would certainly not be waiting for him here. Could it be that there was something wrong? Your Majesty, in the past few days, the spirits and demons under Black and White Xin Jin's command have discovered many scouts of the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty within our Great Xia. Jia Yan's face was grave as he said in a deep voice. After interrogation, I learned that the 5 major forces in Qingzhou are plotting to prepare for an attack on my Grand Xia. When Xiaoling Tian heard this, his eyes were filled with killing intent as he said coldly and sternly, but a few indigenous forces are just a few, and they dare to hit my Great Xia. Notify all civil and military officials to attend the court. Xiaoling Tian ordered in a deep voice. Yes, sir. Jia Dang bowed slightly and turned forward to pass on Xiaoling Tian's orders. Half an hour later, in the Great Xia Dynasty Hall, all the civil and military officials who had been summoned were here, and all of them had a serious expression on their faces. All the ministers had heard about the recent movements of the major powers in Qingzhou, and apart from the human masters summoned by Xiaoling Tian, everyone had a look of worry on their faces. After all, that was the top power of Qingzhou, and it was an absolute authority in the entire Qingzhou, and these local ministers were naturally fearful in the face of these top powers of Qingzhou, because they simply didn't know the power of the Grand Xia at this moment. Naturally Xiaoling Tian wouldn't be able to go and explain to them one by one. With the passage of time, the strength of the Great Summer would naturally emerge before their eyes one by one. Chapter 84, Feng Shui Masterly Chunfeng Luo Net Jiao Gao. All of you, ministers of love, tell us what's been going on lately. Xiaoling Tian sat on top of the imperial throne, his majestic voice echoing in the great hall. Your Majesty, after capturing the scouts from the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty, my subordinates have dispatched a large number of strong men to Qingzhou to spy on the information. Black and White Xin Jian immediately came forward and reported. The scouts in Qingzhou were captured under his command, so naturally he knew a lot about it. Did you find out anything? For these forces in Qingzhou, Xiaoling Tian didn't care at all. All he cared about was whether there were any unexpected circumstances, such as other forces interfering or something like that. After all, his Grand Xia had completely wiped out the foreign race a few days ago, and it was impossible for forces such as the Tianluo Imperial Dynasty not to know about it. Yet they still dared to send their spies to his Grand Xia. Obviously impossible to know that the strength of the foreign race they certainly knew all about, and yet it was still destroyed by his Daxia. It was enough to show that Daxia's strength was definitely not something they could deal with.
but they still dare to send scouts. Is this emboldened? This, because the highest realm that demons, sprites, and the like are currently at is the Nirvana realm. There's no way to go deeper into the heavenly Luo imperial dynasty, so they haven't found any special circumstances yet. Black and White Xian Jian said with slight embarrassment. After all, it was arguably his dereliction of duty not to get any valid information. Well, just pay close attention to the movements of the Tian Luo imperial dynasty. Xia Ling Tian said indifferently. As for these forces daring to hit Great Xia, there is no longer a need for them to exist. These forces, the strongest of them were only at the Great Sage realm. It was Zhang Liao Xiahou Yuan and the others who could have wiped them out by now, so how could Xia Ling Tian possibly put it in his eyes? Your Majesty, the last general invites you to fight. As Xia Ling Tian's words fell, all of the martial generals immediately exuded a strong sense of wariness, with the ambition to gallop their horses and conquer the world. Your Majesty, I can lead 1,000,000 Huban guards to sweep away all the forces in Qingzhou. Zhang Liao also rushed forward and said, fearing that Xia Ling Tian would give this opportunity to someone else. Your Majesty, the last 1,000,000 Xia family troops are ready to go to war at any time. Please allow it. As soon as Zhang Liao's words fell, Xiahou Yuan followed closely behind. Xia Ling Tian couldn't help but let out a bitter smile as he looked at these martial generals who were scrambling to fight. Well, there's no hurry before Qingzhou. With that, Xia Ling Tian looked at Feng Liang and said, Prime Minister, have things settled down within the Great Xia? Feng Liang, who was in sleepwalking, was stunned when he heard Xia Ling Tian naming himself, and after reacting, he hurriedly replied, back to the Emperor. Everything is currently safe and stable within my Grand Xia. It's just that the officials around the country aren't very well staffed. Hearing this, Xia Ling Tian slightly contemplated, said, the matter of officials, can open the imperial examinations to recruit talents, but for the requirements of the personnel must be strict. Character aspects absolutely cannot be wrong. This matter on the Prime Minister and Li Ruyu too are responsible for. If anyone is found to be shady toward the court, they will be killed without amnesty. The Micro-Minister complies. Feng Liang and Li Ru both said at the same time, alright, I'll go and get busy. Retire from the court. Afterward, Xia Ling Tian returned to the Imperial Extreme Hall alone. Currently, the cultivation levels of all the martial generals are at the first level of Great Sage, and it's no longer possible to use the power of reincarnation to raise them except by cultivation. The rule of the system is to summon the highest realm of the world's people Jia as he can use the power of reincarnation to enhance the peak. If there is no summoning of new people Jia, that has been out of the world in addition to rely on their own training to enhance the power of reincarnation can no longer be used to enhance the power of reincarnation. It's time to summon a first-class person to the distinguished world. Xia Ling Tian murmured a sentence and decided to summon a first-rate human master. Nowadays, his Daxia's second-rate human experts possess 20 of them, and only 2 first-rate human experts could be considered. Although it could be said that they were already invincible in Qingzhou, but what was it in the entire 9 continents continent? In that one of the strongest continents, the center of the 9 continents continent of the land of the divine continent, it is said that as the ancient not out of the great emperors have a lot of. For today's Daxia is the unattainable existence. Not to mention great emperors, even the Supreme's current Daxia couldn't deal with it. System, summon 2 first-class men. After thinking about it, Xia Ling Tian decided to summon 2 first-rate human experts first. Nowadays, he was in possession of 22 first-rate human quotas, which was completely enough for him to squander. Congratulations to the Lord of Reincarnation for summoning the world Li Chunfeng. Zhao Gao. Li Chunfeng? Zhao Gao. Xia Ling Tian raised his eyebrows, not expecting it to be these two, especially Li Chunfeng, a great talent of the Tang dynasty, who was said to know astronomy from above and geography from below. He is highly accomplished in every aspect of astronomy and geography, divination, feng shui, and prophecy. There's also Zhao Gao. I just don't know if this Zhao Gao is the Zhao Gao from history or the Zhao Gao from Qin Shi Mingyu. After all, with Black and White Shuang Jian and the 6 sword slaves summoned, it's no surprise that it's Zhao Gao from Qin Shi Mingyu. System, check the duo's profile. Xia Ling Tian silently recited in his heart. Name, Li Chunfeng. Taoist name, Yellow Crown. Dynasty, Sui and Tang dynasties. Equivalent rank, first-rate human being. Talent, first class. Realm, Great Sage perfection. Troop type, none. Name, Zhao Gao. Dynasty, Late Warring States period, Qin Shi Mingyu. Equivalent rank, first-rate human being. Talent, first class. Realm, first level of Sing King. Troop type, Heavenly Killers and Earthly Exterminators. Seeing the duo's profiles, Xiaoling Tian was filled with awe, because he and Jean and the others were currently at the Great Sage Perfection cultivation level. Li Chunfeng came out of the world also straight to the Great Sage Perfection level, and Zhao Gao even broke through to the Saint King level. Moreover, from the information displayed by the system, it can be seen that this Zhao Gao is both the Zhao Gao of the Qin dynasty and the Zhao Gao and Qin Shimingyu. Xiaoling Tian was slightly looking forward to it. Such a strong heavenly pride and human talent, and he didn't know what kind of style he could exert in this world. Each and every one of the Chinese masters, regardless of their strength or means, could be said to be standing at the peak of this side of the world, and there was simply no one in the same realm who could contend with them. Nowadays, he had only just summoned 24 human masters out of the world, and most of them still only belonged to the second rate. In the entire 5,000 years of Chinese history, how many outstanding people are there? Not to mention first class, there were not a few top-notch or even extinct masters. Xiaoling Tian was excited. There were still countless Chinese heroes waiting to be summoned out of the world. What kind of prosperity would it be then? Countless years later. Not to mention the continent of the 9 continents. Even the 10,000 realms of the heavens would leave behind the legend of his daxia. Buzz. Just then, the void fluctuated. A spatial crack was seen appearing in front of Xiaoling Tian, and with that, the two of them stepped out of it. Poor Taoist Li Chunfeng. See your majesty. Nun Zhao Gao. See your majesty. As soon as the duo appeared, they bowed respectfully straight towards Xiaoling Tian. Ha ha, please rise, there is no need for the two of you to be polite. Xiaoling Tian laughed and said to the two of them. With the duo's emergence, an imperial decree was also spread throughout the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. Effective immediately, the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty establishes the Qin Tian Supervisor and appoints Li Chunfeng as the deputy of the Qin Tian Supervisor. Effective immediately, Zhao Gao is enshrined as the leader of the Luo Net. Chapter 85, The 9 Dragons Pilgrimage Pattern. Your Majesty, my Daxia dynasty is located in a place where the feng shui is extremely chaotic. On behalf of the poor Taoist to adjust some to protect my Daxia people, Li Chunfeng flicked his duster slightly, his gaze gentle and faintly smiled. This time he was summoned out of the world by Xiaoling Tian. Even he was a bit excited. After all, this was a new life. Who could resist? And this world is full of aura. Unlike the previous life that aura depletion, he all learned in this foreign world will certainly be able to shine. Hearing what Li Chunfeng said, Xiaoling Tian slightly froze, then nodded his head and said, "Then I will trouble the Taoist master." Li Chunfeng was a generation of feng shui masters, one of the authors of Pushback Diagram, and was bound to be proficient in feng shui. Moreover, he had never heard of feng shui in this world, so he was also very curious about what would be so extraordinary about feng shui in this world. Hearing Xiaoling Tian's agreement, Li Chunfeng slowly nodded his head and then walked towards the outside of the Imperial Extremity Hall. Arriving outside the hall, Li Chunfeng tapped his feet and instantly leapt 10,000 meters into the air above. In the void, Li Chunfeng looked around, then waved the floating dust in his hand and softly shouted from his mouth, "Rise!" As Li Chunfeng lightly drank, the entire Daxia city was shaken, as if it was an earthquake. What's going on here? What's happening? Why is it vibrating for a good reason? Could it be that something is about to break out of the ground underneath my Daxia city? For a time, all the people within the Great Summer City were trembling in shock, revealing horror at the sudden tremor. Look guys, there's someone there. Suddenly, someone in the crowd was surprised to see Li Chunfeng above the void. Who is that man? Look at the way he's moving. Could he have caused this tremor? Is this person an enemy of my Great Xia dynasty? How come the emperor hasn't sent anyone to deal with this person? Only to see that at this moment, Li Chunfeng was constantly waving the duster in his hand, and as Li Chunfeng moved, the vibrations of the entire Daxia city became more and more intense. However, although the shaking was intense, it caused little damage to the people in the entire Daxia city. Seeing this, Xiaoling Tian also came to Li Chunfeng's side, wanting to see exactly how Li Chunfeng is to enhance the power of feng shui of the Great Xia dynasty. It is? Coming beside Li Chunfeng, what appeared in Xiaoling Tian's eyes was no longer the Daxia city. He was in front of his eyes, and the entire territory of the Daxia Imperial Dynasty was completely revealed in front of his eyes, including the eastern, southern, and western realms. At that instant, Xiaoling Tian's body was revitalized, and he only felt that his vision was incomparably open, as if he were a god looking at the beings in the world. Your Majesty, this is the current map of all the boundaries of the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty, which is unavailable to the world except for Your Majesty and Poverty Road. Li Chunfeng seemed to know the shock in Xiaoling Tian's heart, and explained with a faint smile out loud. Well,
I am greatly impressed by the Taoist master's talent. Xia Ling Tian nodded his head and let out an exclamation. For Li Chunfeng, this is just some small means. However, it is also unheard of for Xia Ling Tian, Qingzhou, and even the entire continent of the 9 continents, had always been a martial arts competition. How had there ever been such a divine art? Your Majesty, the 4 realms of the Daxia territory are heavily dispersed, so the entire Daxia imperial dynasty's qi is in the midst of dispersion, which is also the main reason why my Daxia's feng shui is in disarray. Li Chunfeng spoke out to explain. Oh, so that's it. Hearing what Li Chunfeng said, Xia Ling Tian was also half aware and asked, then I wonder how to resolve this matter? The poor Taoist can set up a formation that can temporarily coalesce these scattered qi luck, allowing my great Xia imperial dynasty's qi luck to increase greatly. However, this can only be temporary. If you want the power of the qi to coalesce permanently, Your Majesty will still have to unify the entire Qingzhou as soon as possible. The Middle Earth of Qingzhou is the core place of Qingzhou. Although Daxia has unified the 4 realms of Qingzhou, the Middle Earth is not yet Daxia's territory, which is the main reason for the dispersion of Daxia's qi power. Good. I will unify the matter of Qingzhou as soon as possible, and I will trouble the Taoist master in this matter. Your Majesty is polite. The poor Taoist is also a part of Daxia, and this matter is a part of the poor Taoist's duty. Li Chunfeng smiled faintly. Immediately afterward, Li Chunfeng waved the floating dust in his hand once again and shouted out, Earth Pulse, rise! As Li Chunfeng shouted, he saw 4 golden gases rushing out at once, shaped like real dragons in a lifelike manner towards the land of the 4 realms. Boom boom boom! With a loud bang, the land of the 4 realms shook for a moment. Earth Pulse, condense! Li Chunfeng bellowed once again and cupped seals in his hands. As Li Chunfeng moved, 9 golden gases emerged around his body. The golden gas transformed into the form of 9 golden dragons, with teeth and claws, and dragon whiskers fluttering. Anon, the sound of the dragon's roar went on, and the dragon's body was revitalized, instantly rushing towards the earth and disappearing with it. As the dragon's body rushed into the earth, Xia Ling Tian steeply felt as if the entire great summer city was experiencing a great surge of qi, and the spiritual qi of the heaven and earth steeply skyrocketed by several times. While he was in a state of disbelief, the Qiluk augur above the palace was also violently sending out a dragon's roar, the sound resounding through the sky, as deafening as the roar of thunder. Xia Ling Tian was shaken, looking up with a face full of shock. This is evolving into a true dragon? Only to see, at this moment, the Qi Yun Jiaolong was extremely excited, rolling around in the void, and the entire body of the Jiaolong was also evolving towards a true dragon, and its body was even skyrocketing to the size of 1,000 meters. Your Majesty, the formation has been completed. The power of Qi Fortune has risen greatly, and the Qi Fortune Augur Dragon has evolved into a Qi Fortune Golden Dragon as a result. Li Chunfeng floated with one hand and explained towards Xia Ling Tian. At this moment, even if a Saint King was here, he would have to retreat. This was because at this moment, the Qiluk Golden Dragon was as vast as the sea, exuding a terrifying might that was enough to easily crush a great saint. Xia Ling Tian once again looked at the map of the Great Xia territory, only to see 9 golden dragon figures that surrounded the entire Great Xia territory like mountains. Raising their eyes, the gazes of the 9 golden dragons all looked in the direction of the great summer city, and a faint aura of majesty filled the void. 9 dragons pilgrimage pattern. Become. Li Chuanfeng's face was solemn, and a golden gas emerged from his body, then merged into the great summer territory and disappeared. As Li Chuanfeng's words fell, the 9 dragons' shadows roared out at once, and the sound of dragon roars went on and on. In Xia Ling Tian's eyes, he could only see the 9 dragon shadow dragon heads slowly lowering down as if they were making a pilgrimage towards Daxia city. Buzz. Steeply. Xia Ling Tian ears buzzed. In front of his eyes and the Daxia territory map steeply dissipated. Once again look at only the Daxia city, where there is still what the dragon shadow exists. Everything seems to be like a dream. Xia Ling Tian knew that at this point, Li Chunfeng's formation had been completely set up. Your Majesty, the main function of this formation is to condense the power of qi, but it also possesses a certain degree of deterrence for some Saint King powerhouses. Li Chunfeng opened his mouth, his face slightly pale. Obviously the arrangement of this formation was also a great exertion for him. The Taoist master's method is an eye-opener for me. Xia Ling Tian sighed. Such a tactic was absolutely appalling to the people of Qingzhou. Gathering the power of qi. Whether or not other continents had this method Xia Ling Tian didn't know, but it had definitely never existed in Qingzhou. Chapter 86, The Mysterious Woman. Greetings to the 2 seniors. Tian Luo Imperial Dynasty. In the middle of a large hall, Luo Yang led a group of Qingzhou's power elders to respectfully salute the two men seated above the first place. The two were none other than Saint King Beixian as well as Saint King Mingzhe, who had arrived from the Wuhu continent's Sun Luo Hall. The crowd had thought that it would be good for the Sun Luo Hall to send a few great saint perfections, but they didn't expect that they would be sending two saint kings. So it seems that the Sun Luo Hall is also quite interested in this great Xia dynasty. But yes, after all, it's an unknown inheritance that can make the great Summer dynasty rise in vain. It's the palace of Sun Luo that has to pay attention to it as well. Which one of you is Luo Yang? Saint King Beixian swept his gaze over the crowd and asked majestically. Back to Senior. Senior is none other than Luo Yang. Hearing the words of Saint King Beixian, Luo Yang immediately stepped forward and said respectfully. Saint King Beixian looked at Luo Yang, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes as he said, "You're Luo Yang? I heard that you used to be a disciple of my Sun Luo Hall?" Exactly, but that was decades ago. Luo Yang smiled bitterly and responded, "It's a pity. If you hadn't quit my moral hall, with your current cultivation you could at least be an inner sect elder. In the Sun Luo Hall, people below the 6th level of Great Sage could serve as outer sect elders, and people above the 6th level of Great Sage could serve as inner sect elders, and Luo Yang happened to be at the 6th level of Great Sage now. Senior is overpraising. How can the strength of the junior be able to serve as an inner sect elder of the Sun Luo Hall?" Luo Yang's face was embarrassed. After all, he was the one who took the initiative to choose to quit the Sun Luo Hall in the first place, which was a stain on the Sun Luo Hall. Alright, let's talk about this great Xia dynasty. At this moment, the Saint King of Nanzhe on the side opened his mouth. At those words, the crowd's complexion was straightened. Senior, this great Summer Imperial dynasty was just an ordinary dynastic power a few months ago, and the strongest person within it was only at the transformation god realm. After a pause, Luo Yang continued. However, just within these few months, its strength has skyrocketed, and within a short period of time the force already possesses a number of great saint realm powerhouses, and a few days ago it even overthrew a foreign race that possessed 10 great saint realms. Hearing what Luo Yang said, the northern Xian Saint King as well as the southern Zephyr Saint King glanced at each other, both revealing a hint of shock. When they came, Elder Qi only told them that there was a force within the Qingzhou that had obtained a horrible inheritance, and originally they were still unimpressed. What horrible inheritance could there be in just one Qingzhou? There hadn't been any great emperors in the entire history of Qingzhou. At most, there were only supreme emperors. However, at this moment when they personally heard what Luo Yang had said, both of them were quite surprised. Being able to make a party that was no more than a small force of transformation spirits sitting in the middle of the town have several great sage powerhouses in a few months' time was more than terrifying. How much do you guys know about this great Xia dynasty? Saint King Beixian asked with a gloomy expression. This, because the other side's power was weak before we hadn't paid attention to it at all, and it was only during this period of time that we found out about this great Summer Imperial dynasty, so we don't know much about it. The crowd was all embarrassed. After all, this was in their territory. Yet there was this change of events with the great Xia Imperial dynasty, but they were not the least bit familiar with it. Slightly pondering, Saint King Nanzhe looked at Saint King Beixian and said, Beixian, you go to this great Xia Imperial dynasty and investigate to see what secrets this great Xia Imperial dynasty has. Good. Since that's the case, then I'll go to this great Summer Imperial dynasty to take a look. Saint King Beixian nodded in agreement. As for you guys, go back and prepare your manpower, and attack the Grand Xia after Beixian returns. Nanzhe then looked at Luo Yang's crowd and commanded. Yes, we'll go back and get ready. The crowd hurriedly responded. Respectfully. For a while, everyone returned to their respective forces and began to gather all the strongest people, preparing to launch an attack on the great Summer Imperial dynasty. I didn't expect that the Sun Luo Hall would send two Saint Kings to come. I'm afraid that they won't leave so easily after settling the great Xia Imperial dynasty. In the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, the old ancestor Immortal Vengeance, who had returned to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, sighed. Old man Chiu, what are you talking about? Right at this moment, the door to the hall was pushed open and a silhouette walked in. What brings you here, miss? Seeing the visitor, Xian Xiu hurriedly got up and asked. I recently heard that there was some kind of great Summer Imperial dynasty in Qingzhou, so I came to ask Elder Chiu. The woman opened her mouth, her voice pleasant and moving, as if it was heavenly music. That's right, a great Xia Imperial dynasty has indeed sprung up in the middle of the northern realm of Qingzhou, and it is rumored that this great Xia Imperial dynasty has obtained some sort of inheritance, and has gained a huge boost in strength in a short period of time. Xian Vengeance nodded and returned. Oh, does Old Man Chiu know what the origin of this great Xia dynasty is? The woman asked curiously. I don't know. This great Summer Imperial dynasty was just a dynastic power before. At those words, the woman immediately lost interest. A party of dynastic power. How strong can it be? At most, it was only a sane king. By the way, Old Man Chiu, what did you just say about the Temple of Moro? Thinking of what she had just heard Elder Chiu say about the Moro Hall, the woman asked again. Oh, the Sanluo Hall is a top-tier power in the Wuhu continent, and the heavenly Luo Imperial dynasty was worried that the several major powers in the Green continent weren't a match for this great Xia Imperial dynasty, so they notified the Sanluo Hall in the Wuhu continent to come and help. Xian Vengeance explained. Are they going to intervene in the affairs of the Green State? Sanluo Hall? A hint of surprise flashed across the woman's face. Did a place like the Green Continent have the Sanluo Hall looking at it as well? We don't know yet, but looking at this situation, the Moro Hall shouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. A trace of gravity appeared in Xian Xiu's eyes as he said uncertainly, Elder Chiu, should we notify the headquarters? The Immortal Treasure Pavilion in this place was nothing more than a branch for the headquarters of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Even the palace of the Sanluo was nothing more than that. After all, her Immortal Treasure Pavilion headquarters was in the land of the Divine Continent. To be able to exist in the Divine Continent based, even second-rate forces are the existence of a quasi-emperor. Not to mention that her Immortal Treasure Pavilion is still a top-tier force. It was only that no one from the forces in Qingzhou even knew that the Immortal Treasure Pavilion here was just a sub-pavilion, and they had always thought that this Immortal Treasure Pavilion was the headquarters. This, MS. Just make the decision. Xian Xiu was silent for a moment and said, Miss is the daughter of the headquarter pavilion master, and he is just a great sage sitting in a branch pavilion. How could he dare to make decisions for Miss? Since that's the case, let's not inform for now. Let's see if this Moro Hall will make a move against Qingzhou. As the daughter of the chief pavilion master of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, coming to Qingzhou alone, how could she not have a protector by her side? As long as the supreme ancestor of the Sanluo Hall didn't make a move, she wasn't afraid of this Sanluo Hall. Old ancestor. Two people have come outside who want to see old ancestor. Just then, the voice of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion master came from outside the hall. What man? Want to see the old man? Xian Xiu froze. He didn't have any old friends or anything like that in this part of Qingzhou. Who would want to see him? Old ancestor. I have not seen these two before, but even I cannot see through the cultivation of these two. They may be great sage realm powerhouses, so I have come to report to old ancestor. One must know that he was an entry sage perfection. Even he couldn't see through it. It was obvious that both of them were at the great sage realm, so he also had to come and notify the old ancestor. Great saint realm? Since that's the case, then old me will go and meet and see who it is. Chapter 87, The Wood Emperor descends on the Immortal Treasure Pavilion. In the Great Hall of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, there were two people sitting within it at the moment. Wood Emperor? What are we doing in this Immortal Treasure Pavilion? Zhang Ren looked at the Wood Emperor and asked in confusion. The duo that came to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion was none other than one of Xia Ling Tian's doppelgangers, the Wood Emperor and Zhang Ren. Regarding the Wood Emperor coming to the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, Zhang Ren was unable to understand. After all, an Immortal Treasure Pavilion was just an Immortal Treasure Pavilion. Would it be in his eyes? Would he still need the Wood Emperor to make a personal trip? General Zhang, my father and this Immortal Treasure Pavilion have a bit of a destiny. That's why I came to this Immortal Treasure Pavilion when my father was preparing to make a move against Qingzhou. The Wood Emperor laughed and explained. If this Immortal Treasure Pavilion is sensible, my father will not do anything to this Immortal Treasure Pavilion. So it is. Hearing the Wood Emperor's explanation, Zhang Ren nodded his head. I didn't expect this Immortal Treasure Pavilion to have a destiny with the Emperor. If this Immortal Treasure Pavilion can seize this opportunity, I'm afraid that the future Immortal Treasure Pavilion will be famous in the heavens. However, if this Immortal Treasure Pavilion is insensitive, then all is lost. Zhang Ren said darkly. The Wood Emperor clearly wanted to subdue this Immortal Treasure Pavilion. And if this Immortal Treasure Pavilion had the good sense to submit to his great Xia, in the future, the Immortal Treasure Pavilion would definitely become the #1 chamber of commerce in the heavens. But if you don't know what to do, even if you have a bit of a bond with the Emperor, if it's not too deep, it's expected that the Emperor won't be merciful. Who wants to see the old man? Right at this moment, an old man's voice came from the main hall, and it was none other than Immortal Treasure Pavilion's old ancestor, Immortal Vengeance. As the words fell, Immortal Enemy also appeared within the Great Hall and saw the Wood Emperor duo. Who are you two? What do you want to see me for? Seeing the Wood Emperor duo,
Xianxiu also revealed a hint of surprise,
because these two were just too young, looking at them in their early 20s. However, one of them was actually a great sage one, and the other was even more impervious to his realm. Could it be that this person's cultivation was still above him? He is a great saint 5. As long as it is not more than 3 times above him basically can be seen by him. But this person he is completely unable to see through. Does not it mean that this person is a great saint 8 or more? You're the old ancestor of this immortal treasure pavilion? The Wood Emperor looked at Xianxiu and smiled faintly. That's right, I am precisely the old ancestor of the immortal treasure pavilion. I don't know what the two of you want to see me for? Xian Vengeance asked, nodding his head. Introduce yourself. Emperor Mu of the Great Xia dynasty. This is my Great Xia's general. The Wood Emperor smiled as he introduced himself. The Great Summer Dynasty? At those words, Xianxiu was shocked. He didn't expect these two to be from the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty. What was this Great Summer Imperial Dynasty trying to do by sending these two to his immortal treasure pavilion? And the moment they were dispatched, they were 2 great saints. And even this Wood Emperor was above the 8th level of great saints. I don't know what your Great Summer Imperial Dynasty is doing here in my immortal treasure pavilion. The strength of the Great Summer Imperial Dynasty was really powerful. Xianxiu had to admit that it was this Wood Emperor above the 8th level of great sage that was not something he could deal with as a sub-pavilion. Does your excellency think that today's Qingzhou can withstand my Great Xia Imperial Dynasty? The Wood Emperor smiled gently and did not answer Xianxiu's words, but instead asked in return. Hearing the Wood Emperor's words, Xianxiu was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect the Wood Emperor to ask him that. Slightly contemplating, Xianxiu returned. With your Great Xia's strength, it is true that the current Qingzhou is unable to withstand it, but that doesn't mean that your Great Xia will be able to take Qingzhou. Oh, I wonder what that means. Upon hearing this, the Wood Emperor immediately revealed a curious look. With his Great Xia's current strength, how could he not be able to take down a Qingzhou? It doesn't mean much, so you two might as well explain why you're here. Facing the Wood Emperor's words, Xianxiu clearly didn't want to say much. Since that's the case, then I'll make it clear. Your immortal treasure pavilion is also considered to be a bit of fate with my Grand Xia. As long as your immortal treasure pavilion subjugates to my Grand Xia, my Grand Xia then won't make a move on you, and can even allow your immortal treasure pavilion to become the largest chamber of commerce within my Grand Xia. The Wood Emperor spoke faintly, his tone unquestionable. What? Wanting my immortal treasure pavilion to submit to your Great Xia? Hearing what the Wood Emperor said, Immortal Enemy immediately looked gloomy. Wanting him, immortal treasure pavilion, to submit. This Great Summer Imperial Dynasty was really arrogant. His immortal treasure pavilion is the top power in the Divine Land. This immortal treasure pavilion in Qingzhou is just a branch. In the eyes of the headquarter, what is this Great Xia Dynasty? In the eyes of the Qingzhou forces, the Grand Xia Imperial Dynasty was indeed powerful, but was he, immortal treasure pavilion, comparable to these forces? Your Excellency, I'm afraid you're overthinking it. I'm afraid you're not qualified for the Great Xia Dynasty to submit to the immortal treasure pavilion. Not to mention the Great Xia, but even the entire 9 continents continent. What forces are qualified to submit to the immortal treasure pavilion? At those words, the Wood Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. This person has such a big mouth. Is he blindly confident or is he emboldened? Could it be that this immortal treasure pavilion has some kind of background? Your Excellency, you must think clearly. There will be no room for your regrets when I, the Xia, move into Middle-earth. The Wood Emperor's eyes were slightly cold as he looked straight at Immortal Enemy. The old man is thinking clearly. Both of you please return. Immortal Vengeance said coldly. He directly gave an expulsion order to the two of them. Old thing, my Great Xia's willingness to let you submit is already looking down on you. To think that you are so ungrateful. I see that there is no need for your immortal treasure pavilion to exist. On the side, Zhang Ren instantly opened his eyes angrily when he heard Xianxiu's words and spoke out. In his opinion, the Emperor's willingness to take in this immortal treasure pavilion was already a blessing that this immortal treasure pavilion had cultivated for several lifetimes. But he was still so ungrateful to reject it. He simply didn't know what he was talking about. Humph. It's not your turn to teach how my immortal treasure pavilion acts. Take your time. Xianxiu snorted coldly and turned to leave with a wave of his embroidered robe. You seek death. Seeing Xianxiu so arrogant, Zhang Ren immediately furious to move. General Zhang. Forget it. The Wood Emperor spoke out. Stopping Zhang Ren. Let's go. This visit is just to end a trace of my Great Xia's bond with the immortal treasure pavilion. And since this immortal treasure pavilion is like this, there's no need for my Great Xia to be concerned about this in the future when it enters the Middle Kingdom. Because of how Xia Ling Tian and Xian Fei Yang, the owner of the Xian Treasure Pavilion sub-pavilion in the Great Summer City, were considered to be acquainted with each other. That's why the Wood Emperor came to make a trip to the Xian Treasure Pavilion's headquarters, hoping that Xian Treasure Pavilion would be able to show some sense of humor. However, it is clear that this immortal treasure pavilion did not put him in the eyes of Dasha. Dasha and the immortal treasure pavilion, between the only trace of destiny to this point also counted, completely disappeared. Afterward, the Wood Emperor left the Great Hall of the Xianben Pavilion straight away, with Zhang Run following closely behind. Old man Xiu, what kind of person wants to see you? Xian Xiu returned to the inner hall, and the woman he called Miss asked at once. Miss, it's someone from the Great Xia dynasty. They actually want my immortal treasure pavilion to submit to their Great Xia. It's simply whimsical. Hearing the woman's question, Xian Xiu also hurriedly explained. Oh, the Great Summer Dynasty? Upon hearing this, the woman's gaze flickered slightly in surprise. Even wanting my immortal treasure pavilion to submit? This Great Xia dynasty is acting so arrogantly?